Chapter 421. Desperate. What happened here in the Calder system was also played out at the other two coalition gathering points. The Imperial Army divided into 3 groups to sneak attack on the 3 coalition gathering points, and successfully staged a beautiful attack battle. The 100,000 fleets gathered in the Calder Galaxy, the Portree Galaxy, and the Garjade Galaxy were directly attacked by the Empire's army. There were more than 70,000 fleets, and the remaining 30,000 fleets were in the Empire's under deliberate control. They all fled in all directions of the entire sub-spiral arm. Sailing in Seville is one of the 3 most important routes between the main spiral arm and the secondary spiral arm of Orion. At this time, this route is the core and most critical, and it is also the Seville Galaxy that the route must pass through. The Imperial army of 10 fleets flew long distances at warp speed, easily captured the Seville Galaxy, and began to blockade the entire galaxy. Here is the entrance of the space-time ocean flow leading to the main spiral arm of Orion. A steady stream of spaceships and space battleships are pouring out from it. These are all spaceships transporting supplies from various civilizations that came to participate, and some are preparing to participate later. Share the Level 3 Space Civilization battleship with generous rewards from the Blood-Killing Order. However, at the entrance of the space-time ocean flow blocked by the Empire, all spaceships and space battleships were immediately attacked mercilessly by the Imperial Army as soon as they appeared in the void. The Imperial warships with geographical advantages blocked the space-time ocean flow, and it was simply a one-man show. No one can open it. After killing each other for a period of time, no spaceships or space battleships dared to emerge from the other end, because they would die if they came out, and they could only wait for the fleet on the sub-spiral arm to reopen the route. Fortunately, our civilization's losses this time are not too heavy. We only have half of the more than 100 fleets we brought out, and many civilizations' fleets have been beaten to nothing. The strength of the Yin Huang Empire is really too powerful. The attack power is amazing. The attack distance is very far, and it also has an energy shield. No wonder it can't take the Kalav Empire into account. Even if the local army of the Kalav Empire comes over, don't even think about taking advantage of the Yin Huang Empire's army. Humph. Damn Kalav Empire. Thinking of the battle in the Calder system, Marquez, the commander of Brother Ma X's civilization fleet, felt frightened. The Yin Huang Empire's fleet was like a tiger descending from the mountain, sweeping away the 30,000 coalition forces in the Calder system, like a wind blowing away the remaining clouds, and the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The fleet was killed, and their armor was abandoned. The extremely powerful attack of the Yin Huang Empire warships, the unshakable energy shield, and the powerful offensive left a deep impact on Marquez. At this time, he just wanted to take the rest of his fleet back to the Masia brother civilization, return to the main spiral arm, and never fight the people of the Yin Huang Empire again. Under the leadership of Marquez, the fleet of the civilization of Horseshoe went straight to the Seville route without any pause, preparing to return to the main spiral arm. As for the generous rewards of the Blood-Killing Order, only those who have a life can get it. What's going on? This Mani Galaxy is so congested. As soon as he entered the Mani Galaxy, Marcus discovered something unusual. The Mani Galaxy is an important galaxy on the Seville route. You can enter the Seville Galaxy through the space-time ocean currents of the Mani Galaxy. But at this time, the Mani Galaxy is already full. Every spaceport is full of space merchant ships preparing to go to the main spiral arm of Orion. As an important galaxy on an important route, the number of spaceports in the Mani Galaxy is very large. Huge. And at this time, all the spaceports were full. Every spaceport is full of spaceships. At the same time, there are more spaceships that can only choose to park randomly in the void because the spaceports are full. Small spaceships and spacecraft are scattered throughout the Mani Galaxy, flying around like ants on a hot pot. At the same time, on the living planets in the inner circle of the Mani Galaxy, the space merchants traveling from north to south were all frowning and sighing. The living planets also began to fill up, and everything began to skyrocket. It was actually the influx of people in the Mani Galaxy. Too many. Too many. Well, it seems that after passing through the Seville Galaxy, you can quickly return to the main spiral arm and sell the goods to make a lot of money. But now, the Seville Galaxy has been blocked by the Yin Huang Empire for half a year. Time! If this continues, I won't even be able to come up with the funds to support the crew. The same goes for me. Your goods are better. I signed a contract with someone. If I can't deliver the goods on time, the liquidated damages alone will be enough to bankrupt me. I don't know when the Yin Huang Empire will allow us to pass. I thought we could make a windfall from the war. Now it seems that we may even have to stay here with our lives. How could the Yinhuang Empire let us pass? I didn't see that the caravans that tried to pass were all wiped out by the Yinhuang Empire without mercy. Now the entire route has been cut off. I wonder if the other two routes can still go together. It's useless. The Yinhuang Empire has cut off all three routes leading to the main spiral arm. Moreover, the coalition forces seem to have been defeated by the Yinhuang Empire's army. The Yinhuang Empire seems to have mastered the energy shield technology. No wonder it dared to fight against the Khalif Empire and mastered the energy shield technology. If we civilizations knew about it, they would not get involved at all. Throughout the Mani Galaxy, space merchants sighed while discussing the situation on the spiral arm. With the defeat of the coalition forces, the killed abandoned their armor and fled in all directions. In addition, the Yinhuang Empire blocked 3 routes. Everyone felt panicked and uneasy. The route was cut off by the Yinhuang Empire. No wonder the supplies for our civilization, Brother Ma X, have not been delivered. If this continues, our soldiers will start to starve. And the water reserves have reached a very dangerous level. Marcus quickly understood why there was such congestion here in the Mani system, and why the supplies of his civilization had not been transported. Battleships need to consume energy, and soldiers need air, food, and water. These are all necessary expenses. Although the warship is huge and carries a lot of energy and food, it cannot withstand the huge daily consumption. Over time, the food and energy problems alone are enough to cause headaches, especially water. The air can also be compressed air, and the food can also be compressed high-energy food. But the water cannot be processed in any way. Even if the battleship has the most advanced circulation system, the water is still decreasing and needs to be replenished regularly. Contact the Nista civilization here in the Mani system and ask them to help supply supplies. Marcus does not dare to rush directly to the Seville galaxy now. The power of the Yinhuang Empire's army is still fresh in his memory. However, there is an immediate problem with the supply of his own army. He can only find a solution to the problem with the local civilization on the spiral arm. What? The Nista civilization has no way to supply us with materials? It's not like we don't want to give us money. Soon. The reply from the Nista civilization made Marcus even more crazy, because the Nista civilization refused to supply supplies to Marcus' fleet. The Yinhuang Empire not only sent a large army to block the 3 routes, but also sent space battleships to conduct sneak attacks on the civilizations on the entire sub-spiral arm, destroying the industrial systems of each civilization in space. The reply from the Nista civilization made Marcus frown once again. Originally, with the capabilities of the many civilizations on the sub-spiral arm, supplying materials to the remaining coalition forces could be easily accomplished. Many civilizations, even the supply problem was solved on the spot. But now the important industrial galaxies of various civilizations have been attacked and destroyed by the Yinhuang Empire army. Suddenly, it has become difficult for these civilizations on the sub-spiral arm to maintain the daily consumption of their huge population. If they get up, they cannot protect themselves. So naturally they have no way to supply supplies to the coalition forces. It is impossible to expect the Khalif Empire to come forward. They will not care about our life or death. It is impossible to return to the main spiral arm now. We can only wait for the Yinhuang Empire to resume its route, or wait for the Khalif Empire's native army opens the route. But the Khalif Empire's local army is probably still on the other side of the starlight. It won't be able to support them until they are a few years older. It is estimated that they had no intention of dispatching the local army in the first place. After all, 100,000 fleets can deal with a third-level universe. Civility is enough. Who could have imagined that they would be completely defeated by the Yinhuang Empire? Now even the way home has been cut off. We can't count on the Khalif Empire. The Yinhuang Empire is really ruthless. Is it planning to leave us all on the sub-spiral arm? Cutting off shipping routes and destroying the industrial systems of various civilizations are driving us to a dead end. Now they want to take advantage of the mainland on the sub-spiral arm. It is no longer possible for civilization to obtain supplies. It seems we have to rely on ourselves. Marcus carefully thought about the response plan in his mind. It was impossible to fight against the Yinhuang Empire. It was also impossible to count on the Khalif Empire. It was also difficult to obtain supplies from the local civilization on the sub-spiral arm. It seems that I'd better start as soon as possible. If the fleets of other civilizations also arrive here and know the current situation, it will be difficult to grab enough supplies by then. Marcus thought of the only way, and that was to rob. Anyway, most of the civilizations on the sub-spiral arm were very weak. There were not many level 3 cosmic civilizations. Now that we were desperate, we couldn't watch our soldiers starve to death, die of thirst. The only way is to rob. And this road has been dug by the Empire in advance. Chapter 422. Sub-Spiral Arm Catastrophe. In the Ruzic Galaxy within the Nister civilization, two armies are confronting each other. On one side are the remaining 50 fleets of the Horseshoe civilization, and on the other are the two fleets of the Nister civilization stationed in the Ruzic Galaxy. The strength of both sides is obvious. No longer on the same level. I'm warning you again. This is the territory of the Nista civilization. A level 3 cosmic civilization. You cannot fly to the inner circle of the galaxy without our permission. Please leave immediately. Otherwise we will not be polite. The fleet of the Nista civilization is facing a formidable enemy. The fleet of the Horseshoe civilization has not received permission at all. Now it is flying straight towards the inner circle of the Ruzic Galaxy. There is no doubt that the good people will not come. But the opponent has more than 50 fleets. And these two fleets are no match for the opponent at all. They can only try to frighten the opponent. We would also like to reiterate that we are here to replenish supplies in the Ruzic Galaxy and have no other intentions. Only if you can supply us with the food, energy, water, etc. we need. We will leave immediately. Marcus had no intention of stopping at all. But even if he planned to rob, he had to find a suitable reason. We in the Ruzic Galaxy do not have any extra food or energy supplies for you. Please leave immediately. This is your last warning. The people of the Nista civilization are also suffering, being attacked by the Yin-Wang Empire's army. The entire Nista civilization is now very difficult to maintain the food and energy needed to maintain its huge population. How can it still provide supplies to others? Humph. We worked hard from the main spiral arm to the secondary spiral arm to help you deal with the Yin-Wang Empire. But now, we are not even willing to help with material supplies. In this case, we are not polite. Marcus gave himself a very far-fetched reason. Their visit to the spiral arm was not to help the Nista civilization, but for the generous rewards from the Koloff Empire. It had nothing to do with the Nista civilization at all. Call out! The garrison of the Nista civilization in the Ruzic system launched the attack first. They could not just watch the army of the Horseshoe civilization rush to the inner planet of life. Once these people of the Horseshoe civilization were allowed to rush to the living planet unscrupulously, then the consequences would be disastrous. Since ancient times, soldiers and bandits have not been separated, especially in the interstellar universe. There is no courtesy between different civilizations. It is clear that the other party is here to rob. It's just that the Nista civilization's garrison in the Ruzic system only has 2 fleets, while Marcus has more than 50 fleets under his command. In addition, the warships of the Horseshoe civilization are inherently stronger than the Nista civilization's warships. Just like an egg hitting a stone, it was quickly wiped out by the fleet of the Markar civilization. The life planet Ruzic in the inner circle of the Ruz galaxy was like a girl who had taken off her clothes, without any ability to resist. Ouch! The army under Marcus surrounded the entire Ruzic planet. The space construction group in space, which had just been attacked by the Yin-Wang Empire not long ago, was once again subjected to a devastating attack. Countless spaceships, space fighter planes poured into the Ruzic planet from space. Boom! On the Ruzic planet, in the huge cities, explosions continued to sound, and energy beams continued to fall from the sky. In each city, countless Nista people seemed to have fallen into H.L. At first, the soldiers under Marcus just went around collecting food, energy, water and other supplies. But gradually some soldiers began to rob some valuable property, etc. Anyway, no one is in charge now. Let alone nice. What would the tower people think? Someone took the initiative, and like a spark, it quickly started a prairie fire. Others began to follow suit. There were red-eyed soldiers everywhere, and anything they thought was valuable was destroyed. Here comes the crazy robbery. All the Nista people who dared to resist were ruthlessly slaughtered. There were explosions, cries, laughter, and the roar of spaceships. There were Horseshoe soldiers carrying large and small bags everywhere on Ruzic. The ruins were broken, and blood flowed all over the ground. The more they rob, the crazier they get, and the more they kill, the redder their eyes become. Some of the soldiers of Horseshoe civilization are no longer just robbing. As soon as they encounter the Nista people, they start killing. It is purely a kind of entertainment. If there is a fierce resistance, even the whole city will be killed by Horseshoe. Civilized people destroyed everything. The robbery and killing lasted for more than 10 days. However, Marcus did not collect enough food, water, and energy. During the killing and robbery, the soldiers were busy snatching more valuable personal things, are also busy looking for fun. More than 10 days later, when the army of the Nista civilization arrived in the Ruzic galaxy and prepared to seek revenge on Marcus, there was no trace of Marcus' army in the Ruzic galaxy, leaving only the devastated Ruzic galaxy, planet Zik, which originally had a population of more than 10 billion. After more than 10 days of burning, killing and looting, only less than 2 billion people remained. Similar to what happened here in the Ruzic galaxy, it began to be staged in various civilizations on the entire sub-spiral arm. These armies of civilizations from the main spiral arm are now like bereaved dogs. They have no way to return to the main spiral arm and have lost their own civilization. Supplies, on the other hand, the Yin Wang Empire's army is still constantly chasing and killing. Without supplies of energy, food, water, etc., each civilization on the sub-spiral arm could not protect itself. Therefore, like Markarth, the other remaining armies began to flee on the sub-spiral arm while attacking the native civilization above the sub-spiral arm robbed. At first, they only robbed the food, energy, water, and other resources they needed. But slowly, like wildfire, the soldiers under their command were not limited to robbing these things, but also chose to rob more. Some valuable things are also accompanied by endless killings. The coalition of 100,000 fleets was attacked by the Yin Wang Empire. There are still more than 30,000 fleets of coalition forces flowing throughout the entire sub-spiral arm. The huge army of more than 30,000 fleets. Even all three of the entire sub-spiral arm. None of the super-cosmic civilizations combined has such a huge army. What's more, most of these civilizations from the main spiral arm are stronger than the civilizations on the secondary spiral arm. The army of the local civilization in the secondary spiral arm is no match for these bandits at all. Prince Adrosin in the Raymond civilization complained, while concentrating his own power to protect important galaxies. However, Prince Adrosin of the Kalav Empire did not care about the life and death of these civilizations on the sub-spiral arm. At this time, he was also extremely troubled. He thought that a fleet of 100,000 could easily take down the Yin Wang Empire. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by the Yin Wang Empire easily? The Yin Wang Empire was defeated by a sneak attack, and the strength of the Yin Wang Empire had to be reevaluated. As for the life and death of the local civilization on the sub-spiral arm, or the army of the main spiral arm civilization that was burning, killing and looting everywhere, he was in no mood to care about it now. A catastrophe began to sweep across the entire sub-spiral arm. More than 30,000 fleets from various civilizations in the main spiral arm were like monsters, rampaging unscrupulously on the sub-spiral arm, burning, killing and looting. Even the more powerful level 3 universe civilizations such as Oak Civilization, Raymond Civilization, Kalin Empire, etc. on the secondary spiral arm are not immune. Although they are also level 3 universe civilizations, they are different from the level 3 universe on the main spiral arm. There is still a gap between civilization and strength. What's more, there are now more than 30,000 wandering fleets on the sub-spiral arm. These fleets have no supplies of materials or energy, and are chased everywhere by the army of the Yin Wang Empire. Level 3 on the sub-spiral arm, the cosmic civilization has no way to resist, and can only watch the galaxies under its own civilization being looted by these passing robbers. If the level 3 cosmic civilization can still resist to some extent and concentrate its efforts to protect its main galaxy, then the level 2 cosmic civilization on the sub-spiral arm has no resistance at all. Some people are specifically focusing on level 2. The civilization of the universe carries out robbery. Moreover, these level 3 cosmic civilizations from the main spiral arm even dare to ignore the level 3 cosmic civilizations on the secondary spiral arm. And they are completely uneasy about these level 2 cosmic civilizations. Just like a garden after a cold air attack. On the sub-spiral arm where civilization once flourished, civilizations are like beautiful flowers, forming the beautiful civilized garden of the sub-spiral arm. However, after the cold air attack, almost all level 2 cosmic civilizations in this garden of civilization were looted over and over again by these wandering fleets. And each level 2 cosmic civilization disappeared in the long river of history. Even for level 3 cosmic civilization. Except for important galaxies such as the Central Galaxy that are heavily protected by concentrated troops. Other galaxies are the same as level 2 cosmic civilization. More than 30,000 fleets are deployed in various galaxies and civilizations on the sub-spiral arms. They kept flowing between them, looting the living planets on the sub-spiral arms over and over again. You must know that even the Oak civilization with the title of Big Rogue on the sub-spiral arm only has a few hundred fleets. Facing the bandits, who looted them over and over again, the Oak civilization cannot support it. It is impossible to say that it is a war. You have to win over tens of thousands of armies that are constantly moving between galaxies. Using these remaining coalition forces, the Empire cleared the sub-spiral arm effortlessly. Chapter 423, Capturing Adrosin. The central galaxy of Raymond civilization is thanks to the fleet of Prince Adrosin stationed here. In addition, it is the central galaxy of the third-level cosmic civilization Raymond civilization. There are a large number of fleets of Raymond civilization stationed here. So the wandering fleet that wreaked havoc on the entire sub-spiral arm simply did not dare to come here. Even because other galaxies will be plundered by rogue fleets. The central galaxy of Raymond civilization has become more prosperous and lively. The rich and powerful people in the various galaxies of Raymond civilization have moved as much as possible for their own safety. Come over. Raymond Star. The center of the entire Raymond civilization. The origin planet of Raymond civilization. At this time, in a huge and extremely luxurious palace. Everything in this palace was designed in accordance with the architectural style of the Koloff Empire. Full of a sense of art and history. In order to please the Koloff Empire, Raymond civilization, the prince of the empire, also put in a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, the 100,000-strong fleet was defeated by a sneak attack from the Yin Huang Empire. A rubbish civilization is a rubbish civilization. It was a bunch of rabble. I originally thought that I could take down the Yin Huang Empire by relying on their numerical advantage. But now it seems we still have to dispatch the local army of our Koloff Empire. Prince Adrosin looked at the information fed back by various civilizations, with an angry look on his face. He originally thought that taking down the Yin Huang Empire would be an easy task. After all, no matter how powerful a level 3 cosmic civilization is, it faces 100,000 level 3 civilizations. The fleet of cosmic civilization is also helpless. Even our Koloff Empire would be in a very awkward situation when facing a fleet of 100,000 level 3 cosmic civilizations. I didn't expect that the Yin Huang Empire could be defeated so easily. Although it used sneak attack tactics, its strength was there is no doubt about it. All the coalition's attacks have failed. Judging from the data, the Yin Huang Empire has definitely mastered the energy shield technology. Huh? No wonder it dares to go against our Koloff Empire. Now it is even more impossible to keep it. The energy shield technology is the entire Orion spiral arm. It can only be controlled by us. The Koloff Empire, the 3 galaxies of Calder, Botry, and Gajavi are all far away from the Yin Huang Empire. How did the Yin Huang Empire's army conduct long-distance attacks on these 3 galaxies without being discovered? If it is passing through the space-time oceanic army, it is absolutely impossible not to leave a trace of clues along the way. Unless one has mastered the warp engine flight technology. Impossible. Even here in the center of the galaxy, where many powerful civilizations gather, only a few civilizations have mastered warp drive technology. How could the Yin Huang Empire, a civilization that has only developed for such a short period of time, master warp drive technology? But if it wasn't for warp drive technology, how on earth could they achieve long-distance attacks? Prince Adrosin studied it carefully. And what puzzled him the most was how the Yin Huang Empire's army made a long-distance attack on the Calder Galaxy, the Botry Galaxy, and the Garjave Galaxy without anyone noticing. The 3 galaxies were attacked by the Yin Huang Empire army almost at the same time. Just let them live a little longer. When our local army from the Koloff Empire arrives, they will definitely uproot the Yin Huang Empire. The army of our Koloff Empire is not comparable to those garbage civilized armies. What's more, in order to destroy the Yin Huang Empire this time, the Empire also dispatched 50,000 fleets. Even if the Yin Huang Empire was destroyed, it should be proud. For a while, Adrosin couldn't figure out how the Yin Huang Empire attacked 3 coalition gathering points at the same time. Your Highness, the leader of Raymond civilization is here. He said he has collected some things you are interested in and wants to give them to you. Walter walked in with a smile on his face. Since he came to Raymond civilization in Adrosin, Raymond civilization has also tried all kinds of ways to please Adrosin. All kinds of rare treasures, interesting things, food and wine, etc. were given to Adrosin with all their heart. Every day, the leader of Raymond civilization would come over personally to ask where there was any lack of hospitality. Well, he's quite interested. Let him come in. Adrosin smiled with satisfaction after hearing Walter's words. Just when Adrosin was enjoying the blessings on the central planet of Raymond civilization, Here in the Oort cloud belt of the central galaxy of Raymond civilization, in the dark and silent void, space was rippling like water waves. And soon, time and space wormholes were opened, and huge space battleships flew out of them. Each battleship was emblazoned with the logo of the Yin Huang Empire. We finally arrived at the central galaxy of Raymond civilization. Huh? The Empire has spent a lot of effort to find this Adrosin. Unexpectedly, it has not returned to the other side of the starlight yet, and it is actually hiding here to enjoy the blessings. Li Wandu looked at the dark starry sky outside. The void was rippling like water waves. Huge space battleships sailed out from warp flight. The blazing white tail flames illuminated the surrounding void, like a group of a huge swarm of fireflies. When the Imperial Army was chasing the coalition forces, they received news that Adrosin of the Caliph Empire had not returned to the other side of the starlight, but stayed here in the sub-spiral arm. So the Empire naturally decided to deal with Adrosin, exhausted various methods, and finally found out that Adrosin was hiding in the central galaxy of Raymond civilization. This time, Li Wandu led 50 fleets, and 50,000 space battleships finally arrived at the central galaxy of Raymond civilization after a long journey, with only one purpose: to capture Adrosin alive. Teams 1 to 5 are responsible for blocking the spacetime currents here. Don't let out a single fly. All the remaining warships rush in with me. Adrosin must be staying on the Raymond star. Li Wandu always acted vigorously and resolutely, and immediately began to assign combat tasks. The division of labor among the 50 fleets was clear in the void. The teams that blocked the spacetime ocean currents went straight to the entrances of the spacetime ocean flows. Li Wandu took the remaining warships and headed straight to the inner circle of the galaxy to kill them. Buzz! Soon, the Raymond civilization also discovered the Imperial Army. Harsh sirens sounded in every corner of the entire galaxy. The Raymond civilization's army stationed in the central galaxy also began to react quickly. However, the battleships of the Raymond civilization were completely destroyed by the Empire's battleships in every aspect. Although there were dozens of fleets stationed here in the central galaxy, this time the Empire was determined to capture Adrosin alive. Wandu led 50 fleets to attack here. So even in terms of numbers, the fleet stationed here by Raymond civilization does not have any advantage. Like a sharp long sword, the Empire's army went straight to kill the living planet in the inner circle of Raymond's central galaxy. Along the way, although the army of Raymond civilization showed enough courage, it was not at all. Not even a fly can fly out. Call out! Boom! Along with the relentless attacks, the spaceships trying to escape all turned into balls of dazzling flames in the void. Magnetic energy being shot out in the void, pulling in the spaceships of the Caliph Empire. The spaceship Adrosin was on was not spared, and he watched helplessly as the small spaceship he was riding on pulled in by the Imperial space battleship. Ha ha! His Highness Adrosin, you may not be able to leave for the time being. Our Emperor, the Emperor, heard that His Highness arrived at the second spiral arm. He failed to entertain His Highness well last time. This time, he specifically sent me to invite His Highness to our Empire. As a guest, His Highness will definitely come back satisfied this time. After successfully catching Adrosin, Li Wandu hurried over. Seeing Adrosin's panicked look, Li Wandu couldn't help laughing happily. Chapter 424. The Critical 10 Years. The Imperial Base Camp is in the back garden of the Imperial Palace on Yin Huang Star in the Centauri Galaxy. It is summer on Yin Huang Star. The exotic flowers and plants from various planets in the Empire are blooming in the back garden, exuding a refreshing floral fragrance. The huge big-leaf banyan tree below, under the shade of green trees, the Empire's top officials gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Just got the latest news from Li Wandu. They successfully captured Adrosin and charmed him, and obtained a very important piece of information. The Caliph Empire sent 50,000. The local army of a fleet is marching towards our sub-spiral arm. Imperial Cabinet Prime Minister Tu Zuilia told the latest news that Li Wandu had obtained, which made the Imperial high-level officials present frowned. The Caliph Empire is very powerful, judging from the information obtained from Adrosin, occupying the most prosperous starlight side of the Orion spiral arm. The Caliph Empire alone has as many fleets as its own local civilization. 500,000 fleets. And all warships have energy shields. In addition, the Caliph Empire has a very mysterious and powerful force. Even Adrosin knows very little about it. He only knows that all the space battleships in this force are purchased from the powerful civilization in the center of the galaxy. The Caliph Empire is able to rule the entire Orion spiral arm, not only because of its own strength, but also because it has such a powerful fleet in its hands. A secret powerful force? A space battleship purchased from a powerful civilization in the center of the galaxy? After hearing this, Li Fu raised his eyebrows. In fact, this had already been in Li Fu's estimation. After all, the Koloff Empire controls the passage from the Orion spiral arm to the center of the galaxy, and is the only civilization that can touch the center of the galaxy. It is also natural to obtain the weapons of some powerful civilizations in the center of the galaxy. Let's not discuss the issue of their secret fleet first. Let's talk about how we should deal with the 50,000 fleets sent by the Koloff Empire. These 50,000 fleets are not just a bunch of people. They are all Koloff fleets. In the elite army of the Husband Empire, every space battleship is equipped with an energy shield. Even if all the warships in our empire add up, we have just reached the number of 1,000 fleets. In terms of numbers alone, we are already far behind the enemy in strength. In addition, our current weapons cannot directly break through the energy of the Koloff Empire. The protective shield can only rely on constant energy consumption to ultimately destroy the enemy's warships. So we must deal with this battle carefully. Li Fu analyzed the situation between the enemy and ourselves, and the situation was very unfavorable to the Empire. The Koloff Empire was the landowner above the spiral arm of Orion, occupying the most fertile and prosperous starry shore. It had a very long history of development, and the long history was precipitated and accumulated. The strength alone is already very terrifying, with as many as 500,000 standing fleets, coupled with the fact that it can obtain advanced technology, space battleships, arms and weapons from the center of the galaxy. The Koloff Empire is capable of ruling the entire Orion spiral arm, although the Empire is developing rapidly. The development time is still too short after all. Compared with the Koloff Empire, there is still a big gap in overall strength. The Koloff Empire casually dispatching 50,000 fleets is enough to give the Empire a headache. It takes about 10 years to get from the other side of the starlight to our sub-spiral arm. Originally, the Koloff Empire thought that they could defeat us with 100,000 coalition forces, so their local army did not dispatch at all. Recently, they received news that the coalition failed. The news has only begun to come out, which means that we still have 10 years to prepare for this battle. Tu Xueli made a very important point. 10 years may be a very short time for other civilizations, but for the Empire, 10 years is enough time to undergo earth-shaking changes. 10 years is still too short. If it takes a few decades, we may not be able to develop more powerful energy weapons and magnetic energy weapons. When Bai Kai heard this, Wei Wei felt that time was too tight. I think 10 years is about the same. If you want to break the energy shield of the Koloff Empire at once, the attack only needs to reach level 8. Li Fu smiled confidently. Imperial scientists had tested the energy shield, when the attack was so powerful that it reached the limit that the energy shield could withstand. The energy shield would be broken directly, rendering it unable to provide any defense. However, if the attack does not reach the limit of the energy shield, then as long as the energy shield still has energy replenishment, it can protect the space battleship intact and not suffer any damage. Well, on the one hand, we can step up the research on energy weapons, but on the other hand, we can't pin all our hopes on it. The Koloff Empire's local army of 50,000 fleets is useless by sneak attacks. Shin Bin, who had always been steady, thought for a long time and then said in a worried tone, "Sneak attacks are definitely not possible. With the energy weapons and magnetic energy weapons we have now, we have no way to directly break the defense of the Koloff Empire warship. We can only rely on powerful attacks to continuously consume the energy of the enemy warship. In such a situation now, our army and the warships of the Koloff Empire have no way to defeat each other, and they can only rely on energy-consuming tactics to win. But the Koloff Empire has a fleet of 50,000 warships, and we only have a fleet of 1,000. The difference in numbers is too big. If we use our energy, we will definitely not be able to defeat them." Others also nodded, and the topic returned to the beginning. Everyone frowned again and began to think hard. With no other choice, we can only rely on the geographical advantage of the space-time ocean outflow and trance to defend and guard the 3 key points between the main spiral arm and the secondary spiral arm, the Seville Galaxy, the Sergerosi Galaxy, and the Bu and the Lanka Galaxy. In an area like the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow, no matter how many space battleships the opponent has, they will not be able to deploy, and they can only be slowly destroyed by our concentrated fire. Even Yu Liang, who was always optimistic, said in a helpless tone at this time, "There was no way. There was a huge disparity in numbers. It would be great if our empire also had tens of thousands of space fleets. If we fight hard, we don't have to worry about the Koloth Empire. With the nuclear fusion reactors on our battleships, we can kill them all. No, even if we have tens of thousands of fleets, we can't shake the Koloth Empire's rule over the Orion Spiral Arm. Their standing fleet strength is as many as 500,000 fleets. If mobilized, 5 million fleets can be armed. This is the powerful strength they have accumulated over a long period of time, which cannot be compared with our empire in a short time. If we want to defeat the Koloth Empire, then we still have to start with technological means and develop more powerful technology. By then, even if we only have 1,000 fleets, it will be enough to shake the rule of the Koloth Empire. Hearing Yu Liang's words, Li Fu shook his head. If he wanted to truly defeat the Koloth Empire, he could only use technology. It was impossible to defeat the Koloth Empire with numbers. After all, where was the opponent's territory, population, and history? It is definitely not comparable to the current empire. At least it can be seen that for a long time, the empire will not be able to compete with the Koloth Empire in terms of numbers. Of course, Li Fu himself was very confident. In 10 years, Li Fu believed that he could develop more powerful attacks with confidence. On the one hand, he had the guidance and help of the seeds of civilization. And on the other hand, because of the experience of the empire, over the years of development and accumulation, talents have emerged in large numbers. With the help of Yuanli cultivation, the quality of the empire's population has been greatly improved. And the talents emerging among the younger generation are like carps crossing the river. 10 years is enough to bring about earth-shaking changes. We will mainly do 3 things in the next 10 years. The first one is to concentrate our empire's scientific research strength and do our best to research level 8 energy weapons, and strive to use level 8 energy weapons before the Koloth Empire army reaches the sub-spiral arm. Apply it to the battleships of our empire. The second thing is to build a strong defense system in the Seville Galaxy, the Serrero Galaxy, and the Blanca Galaxy. If we cannot develop a level 8 energy attack weapon within 10 years, then we will only be able to rely on the geographical advantage of the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow is slowly being consumed by the Koloth Empire. The third thing is to continue to hunt down the remaining coalition forces on the sub-spiral arm. Clean up the entire sub-spiral arm. Clean the house. And prepare for the empire to occupy the entire sub-spiral arm in the future. Especially the remaining level 3 cosmic civilizations. No one will be left alive. All will be wiped out during this period, leaving no future troubles. Li Fu sorted out the words he wanted to say in his mind, and spelled out what needed to be done in the next 10 years. Yes! Everyone else responded very seriously, with solemn expressions on their faces. In 10 years, the empire has reached its most critical moment. If it can move forward as planned in these 10 years, then the empire will usher in a new era. Historic transformation. Once the level 8 strength energy attack weapon is mastered, the Overlord Koloth Empire on the Orion Spiral Arm will no longer pose any threat to the Empire. And the entire Orion Spiral Arm will definitely belong to the Empire. If everything does not develop smoothly, the Empire can only rely on the geographical advantages of space-time ocean currents and the army of the Koloth Empire for consumption. In that case, the Empire will be very passive. After all, the Empire has a weak foundation and cannot afford consumption. More importantly, science and technology. The Love Empire also has a mysterious ace force, and the next 10 years will be very critical. Chapter 425. Level 8 Energy Attack. Time is like running water, slowly disappearing. The sub-spiral arm is still raging with war. The rogue fleets chased by the Imperial Army are flowing everywhere in the entire sub-spiral arm. Civilizations and galaxies are plundered over and over again by these rogue fleets. On the main spiral arm, many level 3 cosmic civilizations gradually learned about everything that happened in the secondary spiral arm. Each one of them tried to negotiate with the Empire to take back the remaining fleet they left on the secondary spiral arm. As for those who were the civilization that was wiped out was on the verge of crying without tears. I thought it would be a feast. But who knew that now I lost my wife and lost my troops? The Koloth Empire is surprisingly quiet now, and has not made any noise to the outside world. Archipad knows very well that at this time, anything he says is useless. As long as his army arrives at the sub-spiral arm, he will uproot the Yin Huang Empire, is the best response. It has been a long time since the Koloth Empire has felt a crisis like it does today. It feels that its rule over the Orion Spiral Arm is in jeopardy. The fact that the Yin Huang Empire has mastered the energy shield has spread throughout the Orion Spiral Arm. And all civilizations are also at this time. They are all waiting quietly. Waiting to watch a good show. Whether the Kalaf Empire defeated the Yin Huang Empire and retained its rule over the Orion Spiral Arm. Or whether the Yin Huang Empire defeated the Kalaf Empire and the Orion Spiral Arm entered a bipolar struggle for hegemony. Everything is still unclear. The civilizations on the Orion Spiral Arm are waiting quietly. Only when the situation becomes clear will they make their own choices. At this time, they can only wait patiently. At this time, the Empire calmed down, concentrated its efforts, and was silently busy working towards the 3 major events in the next 10 years proposed by Li Fu. The Oort cloud belt of the Centaur galaxy in the central galaxy of the Empire is dark and gloomy. The stellar placenta left behind when stars formed early makes this area the area with the most asteroids, meteorites, etc. in the entire star system. It is the place where countless interstellar miners are looking for gold. Treasure land. The Empire has developed to this day as the central galaxy of the Empire. In the Centaur galaxy, except for the vast Oort cloud belt, all other areas, even the most worthless asteroids, have been mined. Even the Kuiper belt area. Asteroids are also very rare. Huge spaceships rush from the inner circle of the Centauri galaxy to the Oort cloud belt. The tail flames of each spaceship were very white and dazzling, stretching very long in the dark void. Also very conspicuous. Every spaceship was brightly lit, and the logo of the Imperial Academy of Sciences came to life, causing the interstellar mining ships mining in the Oort cloud belt to turn their attention. The spaceships of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, and hundreds of spaceships were dispatched at one time, and they came to the Oort cloud belt area, most likely to conduct some powerful scientific experiments. This kind of thing did not happen once or twice. The inner circle of the Centauri galaxy has long been extremely busy, and it is simply impossible to conduct any large-scale and dangerous experiments. Xiao Baikai, are you sure this time? If you summon everyone here with such great force, if it happens like last time, I won't leave at your house. In a spaceship, Li Fu, Shen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, Yang Yiping, Bai Kai, Yao Tianyi, Li Qianyu and other veterans of imperial scientific research as well as scientific giants of the new generation gathered one after another. At this time, they were talking to each other, chatting excitedly. This time the Imperial Energy Science Research Institute has major results to show everyone. Li Fu, Yu Liang, Qin Bin and other elders of the empire naturally gathered together, talking and laughing, and seemed to be in a good mood, because after more than 5 years of research, Bai Kai finally developed an 8-level strength weapon. Energy attack weapon. Lao Yu, do you think I'm like you? I want to brag and never say anything that I'm not sure about. For more than 5 years, Brother Fu and I have been soaking in the laboratory every day, pouring energy into. Isn't it a matter of course that weapons should be upgraded to level 8? Bai Kai curled her lips in dissatisfaction and said to Yu Liang in a slightly proud tone. Tell me, how did you study it? It must have been through Brother Fu. If you relied on yourself, Xiao Bai Kai, you might not be able to study it into old white tea, Yu Liang said with a playful smile. He knew how powerful Li Fu was, and any problem would be solved quickly as long as Li Fu participated. Of course, it was with Brother Fu's help. But the most important thing, we were able to develop a level 8 strength energy weapon. This time was our rookie in the field of energy research. Sikong Ji. That's Sikong Ji. Yes, I'm calling you. Come here quickly. Bai Kai smiled proudly and said to a slightly shy and weak-looking young man on the side. This is Bai Kai's protege, a top scientist who has only emerged in recent years from the Imperial Energy Science Institute. He is only in his 20s. Hello, Your Majesty. Hello, fellow senators. Sikongji looked very shy, looking a little excited as he looked at the characters written into the Imperial history textbooks one by one. Not bad. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to you? Yu Liang grinned widely and patted Sikongji on the shoulder, looking disrespectful. Not yet. Sikongji is obviously an honest child. When asked, he responds honestly. Ha. I heard that Lao Yu doesn't have a girlfriend yet. I think I will choose one of the younger members of your Yu family to introduce him to him. This young man is a good person. When Chao Haidao heard this, he immediately laughed. After he finished speaking, everyone else also laughed happily. Just an introduction. Where can I find such an outstanding young man? Yu Liang looked like a demon king, grinning as if he was seeing a rare treasure. Okay. Let's get down to business. Sikongji, tell everyone how you developed a level 8 energy weapon. Bai Kai shook her head and smiled, bringing the topic back. Although level 7 and level 8 seem to be only one level apart, their power is vastly different, and the technical difficulty is also vastly different. Sikongji organized his words slightly and began to speak slowly. At the same time, he also turned on virtual imaging to explain the qualitative difference between level 7 energy weapons and level 8 energy weapons more vividly with pictures and texts. We all know the 3 key points of researching energy weapons: compressing energy, enhancing energy, and concentrating energy. Our Empire's energy weapon research has been on the right development path from the beginning. So it has developed smoothly from the most basic energy weapons to level 7 energy weapons. But when we were going to study from level 7 energy weapons to level 8 energy weapons, we found that no matter how many ways we tried from these 3 directions, the power of our weapons increased very slowly. It's impossible to break through to level 8 strength. So under His Majesty's suggestion, we conducted an in-depth analysis of the definition of energy weapons and tried to analyze energy weapons from more angles. Because we know that from the 3 traditional angles, we absolutely cannot classify energy weapons. The intensity is increased to level 8. Relying on traditional methods, we did not increase the power of the attack at all, and the energy consumed increased geometrically. At the same time, the volume of energy weapons also increased geometrically. We have calculated that if we rely on traditional methods, even if it can be achieved for an energy attack with level 8 intensity, the size of the weapon alone is tens of thousands of kilometers long. So we must rethink the fundamental principles of energy weapons. Only by understanding what energy weapons are can we develop more powerful energy weapons. So what is the nature of energy? Sikongji's words made everyone present think. Those present were from the Empire's top academies of science. Although they had specializations in their fields, many things were similar. They all knew something about the field of energy research. We all know that the conversion between different energies will consume energy. So perpetual motion machines cannot exist. The same is true for our energy weapons. A large amount of energy will be consumed during the transmission process. So the attack of energy weapons, the distance is also limited. Once it exceeds a certain distance, the energy will escape and will not have any lethality. So we believe that energy itself is actually a special kind of substance. Light energy, electric energy, magnetic energy, etc. are all special substances. However, this substance is different from the substances we usually think of, and it also has its own special characteristics. Properties can be converted between each other, and can also be converted into normal substances. It's just nonsense. Just take a look at it. Don't study it in depth. After redefining energy and re-understanding energy weapons, we finally achieved a breakthrough. We easily surpassed level 7 intensity and created an energy weapon capable of emitting level 8 intensity. At this time, Sikongji was no longer shy as before. He looked very confident and talked eloquently. In the spaceship, the scientists of the Empire were constantly discussing with each other, and the spacecraft continued to advance in the void. The surrounding void was getting darker and darker, and the light from the 2 stars in the Centauri galaxy became even fainter. The distance here, the center of Centauri, has exceeded 150 astronomical units, and even the most distant interstellar mining ships have not reached here. Spaceships are busy in the void, and they are beginning to set up experimental sites. Various monitoring equipment and instruments are also beginning to be densely packed in the void. The level 8 energy weapons that everyone has been waiting for are finally going to be launched. Chapter 426. It's time to show real skills. The Oort cloud belt of the Centauri galaxy is far away from the bustling inner circle. Even the farthest interstellar mining ship will not go deep here. At this time, in the dark, cold, and gloomy void, ships branded the large spaceship with the Imperial Academy of Sciences logo was brightly lit. Small spaceships were constantly shuttled through the void to set up experimental sites. Various detectors were densely packed in the void. The scientists aboard each spacecraft also looked towards the void. Directly opposite the many spaceships is a large space battleship. This large space battleship was directly allocated from the main large space battleships currently in service in the Empire for experimental testing. The Empire's main large space battleships have a mass of more than 10 billion tons and are equipped with the most powerful energy shield. Once the energy shield is opened, even the main guns on the original Empire's main large space battleship will have an attack power of level 7. Magnetic energy weapons and energy weapons are also unable to break through the energy shield on the battleship. We can only rely on a very clumsy method: gathering numerous main guns to focus fire attacks, and using energy-consuming methods to destroy the space battleship. It is very time-consuming and labor-intensive. between the spear and the shield. The shield has temporarily gained a certain advantage. Group 1 is ready. Group 1 is ready. Here in the command and control center, with the sounds of preparations being completed. The time for the level 8 energy weapon test is coming soon. It's time to show real skill. With a smile on her face, Baikai nodded to her favorite protege Sikongji. After receiving the instructions, Sikongji began to take full command of this test. Countdown to the sword test. 3, 2, 1. Sikongji gently pressed a button, and through quantum communication technology, the command reached a spacecraft in the nearby void almost at the same time. This spaceship, which is branded with the standards of the Imperial Energy Science Institute, is not too big. It can only be regarded as a medium-sized spaceship. A huge amount of energy has been accumulated on the spacecraft. As the instructions from the command center are conveyed, a cyan light shot out instantly. This cyan light is different from the previous pure white dazzling energy attacks. In addition to the difference in color, if you observe carefully, you will find that this cyan light is as real as a substance, with sharp edges and corners. And it is really like it's like a sharp sword. Extremely sharp. The dark void was like a black curtain, which was cut open very easily by this cyan sword. Wherever the sharp edge passed, the void seemed to be faintly rippled. This was something that energy weapons could never do before. Got to the point. Energy weapons, as the name suggests, have no substantial existence in the energy itself. We are bathed in sunlight, but it is impossible for us to catch the sunlight with our hands. We live in the Earth's huge magnetic field environment, and we cannot use our naked eyes to see the magnetic field. It is even more impossible to grasp the magnetic field with hands. Energy, no matter it is any kind of energy, magnetic energy, light energy, electric energy, any kind of energy does not have any substantial existence. It is impossible to say that trees, soil, rocks, etc. can be felt and grasped by our hands. Living, however, at this time, this cyan light seems to be real. You can clearly see the edges and corners of this cyan light, just like pure cyan crystal. This is a sign that the energy has been condensed to the extreme, transformed from intangible to tangible, and turned into a general manifestation of substance. Powerful energy condensed together to produce a substantial scene. At the same time, even the void seemed unable to withstand the power of this cyan sword. A trace of ripples rippled in the void. Although it was very weak, it was far from being comparable to the warp engine. Compared with the ripples caused when it was activated, the ripples in the void still made people unable to help but feel the edge of this green sword, which was like cutting even the space. The cyan-like energy attack cut through the dark void at the extreme speed of light in the void, and attacked with unrivaled momentum onto the large space battleship that had already opened the energy shield. Wave! The energy shield on the large space battleship used for testing is like a punctured balloon or water bubble. The cyan light beam is like the sharpest needle. It breaks the energy shield very easily. Even the energy shield. There was not a single ripple on it. Boom! After piercing the energy shield on the large space battleship, the powerful green sword instantly descended on the large space battleship. Almost instantly, the large space battleship turned into a huge flame and exploded in the void. Open up and illuminate a large area of dark void around you. Ha ha! Marvelous! Yeah! Witnessing everything that happened in the void. Aboard the spaceships, the Empire scientists couldn't help but scream with excitement. Especially the scientists from the Energy Science Institute. In order to develop an 8-level strength attack energy weapons, these scientists have been working day and night for many years. Some scientists even shed tears of excitement because they have paid so much. When success knocks on the door, this kind of excitement is difficult for outsiders to understand. Level 8.6. I didn't expect it to be able to reach the strength of level 8.6. This has just been successfully researched. It seems that it will soon reach the attack strength of level 9. Li Fu's eyes were shining. Just now Xiaoying told Li Fu the results of the test. Through comparison among the civilization seeds, Li Fu knew that the attack power of the sword was not just as simple as level 8, but reached a terrifying level of 8.6. Although this level 8.6 is still an attack with level 8 strength, the more you study this energy attack, it will be very difficult to increase it by even 0.1. And the gap between 8.0 and 8.6 is also very huge. Bai Kai, Sikongji, did a good job. Li Fu sent out his compliments with a smile on his face. Ha ha, Zaya Bai Kai, that's awesome. I'll accept it this time. Yu Liang, who had always been carefree, gave Baikaya a thumbs up very seriously. With such powerful weapons, hey, no matter how large the army of the Koloff Empire is, we don't need to be afraid. Luo Xiaoyao of the Imperial military also straightened his back, and suddenly felt strong and powerful. Now facing the upcoming 50,000 fleets of the Koloff Empire, he seemed to have no pressure at all. The Empire and the Koloff Empire have also mastered the energy shield technology, and the technology of the energy shield should be comparable. However, in terms of attack, the attack strength of the Koloff Empire battleship should be at level 7, which is higher than the original Imperial battleship. The attacks are not much different. Therefore, the war between the two sides is actually about who has the deepest foundation, and who has the larger number of warships. There is no doubt that the Empire will definitely not be able to compare with the Koloff Empire in these two aspects. The Koloff Empire can dispatch 50,000 fleets at any time. It has as many as 500,000 standing fleets. And the total number of the Empire's army is only 1,000. And this is only possible based on the foundation laid by the arms trade for many years. When formed, the two sides were not at the same level in terms of numbers. Therefore, facing the upcoming 50,000 fleets of the Koloff Empire, Luo Xiaoyao has been thinking hard about countermeasures. But if the difference in strength is too big, any strategy will not be of much use. But now it is completely different. The Empire has level 8 strength energy attack weapons, and its strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Empire's army can kill the Koloff Empire's warships with just one attack. But the Koloff Empire's battleships still can't break through the Empire's energy shield. In a battle on the battlefield, no matter how many space battleships the Koloff Empire has, it will not be enough to destroy the Imperial army. After all, after a battleship can launch hundreds of attacks. Keep testing! Sikongji's face was filled with a smile. However, the test was not over yet. What had just been tested was just the power of the sword. Although power is a very important indicator of whether a weapon is successful, attack distance and attack frequency are also very important. Attack distance? 50 million kilometers. The attack range of energy weapons is 20 million kilometers longer than that of previous energy weapons. If we continue to study, we can almost catch up with the attack range of magnetic energy cannons. Charging takes 30 minutes, which is twice as long as previous energy weapons. However, there is nothing we can do about it. The power has increased so much, and charging naturally takes more time. Soon, each piece of data was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Everyone studied it carefully, with smiles that could not be concealed on their faces. The attack power was amazing. The attack distance was very far, and the attack frequency was still acceptable. So powerful weapons are definitely the trump card in the hands of the Empire. Boom! In the void, a cyan sword cut through the void. An energy-like substance descended on a large asteroid. This asteroid has a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, and the entire body is already a very regular spherical shape, and is composed of most of the elements in asteroids are still iron. Such a huge asteroid has a very large mass, and is theoretically difficult to destroy. However, a cyan sword descended on this asteroid. The cyan sword was like an extremely sharp watermelon knife. In an instant, the huge asteroid was cut in half like cutting a watermelon. And then it exploded in the void, with countless fragments flying in all directions. Chapter 427, The Yin Huang Empire is dead. The Serrero route is the closest route from the secondary spiral arm to the other side of the stars. This route is closer to the center of the Milky Way. It has always been one of the most important routes connecting the secondary spiral arm to the main spiral arm. It is the busiest of the three routes. The route is known as the Golden Route. Of course, at this time, the Solero route has been blocked by the Empire. The Solero Galaxy, the core galaxy on the route, has been blocked by the Empire's army. The once prosperous Golden Route has also declined. In addition, rogue fleets have been wreaking havoc on the sub-spiral arm in recent years. The sub-spiral arm is home to 9 out of 10 civilizations. Even level 3 cosmic civilizations can only concentrate their forces to defend their main galaxy. The entire sub-spiral arm is the arms are very withered. And the galaxy on the Golden Route that used to be bustling has now become a ghost. And no one cares about it at all. In the Serrero Galaxy, the entrance to the space-time ocean flow leading to the sub-spiral arm, the Empire has built an extremely powerful defense system. At first, it was based on the idea that if a level 8 energy weapon was not developed in 10 years, it could only rely on the space-time ocean current. The advantages of entrance and exit were slowly lost by playing with the Koloff Empire. Therefore, the defense system here is also very carefully constructed. Various space buildings, space war fortresses, huge space battleships, etc. surround this place so tightly that not even a mosquito can escape. However, in the past few years, after the Empire successfully researched energy weapons with level 8 strength and began to upgrade the energy weapons on the Imperial warships, the Empire began to reduce the construction of defense systems here because the Empire was preparing to cooperate with the Koloff Empire. The 50,000-strong fleet force engaged in a head-on battle, witnessed by countless civilizations throughout the Orion Spiral Arm. They defeated the Koloff Empire army in a dignified manner. In the Zalero Galaxy, various regions are accompanied by waves of space fluctuations. The Empire's armies are coming here one after another. The arrival of the Koloff Empire's army is getting closer and closer. This will be the decisive battle between the Empire's army and the Koloff Empire's army. Place. Countless monitoring equipment, monitoring instruments, etc. are spread to the entire Zalero Galaxy by the Empire's space battleships, spaceships, etc. Scientists are conducting precise calculations on the gravity of planets, stars, etc. in the entire galaxy. And even in the Empire space, scientists from the Academy of Science are analyzing and simulating the cosmic space in the entire Zalero Galaxy. The Empire's army is constantly rehearsing powerful attack formations in the void. Everything is preparing for the upcoming decisive battle. Prepare. On the other side, above the main spiral arm, the mighty Koloff Empire army did not conceal its whereabouts at all, and it marched from the other side of the starlight to the Orion Spiral Arm in a very high-profile manner. The Koloff Empire also needs a great victory to uproot the Yin Huang Empire in order to establish its authority over the entire Orion Spiral Arm. If it wants to maintain its rule over the entire Orion Spiral Arm, the authority of the Koloff Empire and the status is absolutely not allowed to waver in the slightest. For any civilization that dares to challenge the dominance of the Koloff Empire, the Koloff Empire has always been like this, uprooting it. And under the witness of countless civilizations throughout the Orion Arm, it will kill every piece of civilization that provokes itself. Let's kill the chicken to scare the monkey. All civilizations must send representative teams to watch this war to destroy the Yin Huang Empire. The orders of the Koloff Empire continue to spread throughout the Orion Spiral Arm, and the civilizations that received the news also sent their own representative teams to follow the Koloff Empire army. The 50,000-strong Koloff Empire fleet is constantly shuttling between galaxies. As time goes by, the delegations of various civilizations following the Koloff Empire fleet are getting larger and larger. When they arrive in Karen when visiting the special galaxy, almost all the delegations from the civilizations on the Orion Spiral Arm had arrived. The Karani Galaxy is also a galaxy on the main spiral arm. It is the only place from the Zalero Galaxy to the sub-spiral arm. Its status and properties are similar to the Zalero Galaxy. At this time, in the Karani Galaxy, the army of the Koloff Empire was making final preparations to attack the sub-spiral arm. They also knew that the Yin Huang Empire had blocked the Zalero route and deployed heavy troops in the Zalero Galaxy. Following the rear of the Koloff Empire army, each civilization's representative team is also waiting for the attack of the Koloff Empire army. The civilizations on the Orion Spiral Arm are also very interested in knowing, especially for those who are ambitious. This is even more true for level 3 cosmic civilizations. By observing and studying the combat strength and level of the Koloff Empire's army, you can know the gap between your own civilization and the Koloff Empire, and you can also learn the Koloff Empire's advanced combat methods, etc. As the overlord of the Spiral Arm of Orion, the local army of the Koloff Empire is rarely dispatched, so the combat information of the Koloff Empire's army is very valuable. This time, the Koloff Empire allowed everyone to send a team to watch together. Obviously, it was meant to scare the monkeys, but this was also in line with the wishes of many civilizations on the Orion Spiral Arm. Everyone also wanted to know. Thousands of years have passed. Has the Koloff Empire made any great progress? The Koloff Empire is really serious this time, with a fleet of 50,000 people, based on the strength of the Koloff Empire warships. Such a huge fleet is enough to sweep across all the civilizations on our Orion Spiral Arm. Each battleship is a powerful space battleship equipped with an energy shield. Behind the army of the Koloff Empire, various civilized delegations were naturally unable to stay idle. They were also discussing with each other the war between the Koloff Empire and the Yin Huang Empire. It must be serious. The Yin Huang Empire is not simple. It has also mastered the energy shield technology, and the attack power of the battleship has reached level 7. Such a powerful civilization has quickly risen in the universe and is developing very fast. Counting it all, it has only been less than 200 years since it entered the interstellar universe. Such a powerful and excellent civilization is definitely the biggest threat to the Kalav Empire. It is normal for the Kalav Empire to dispatch 50,000 fleets. It will definitely destroy the Yin-Huang Empire, even to its dregs. Only if there are no more left, the Kalav Empire will be relieved. TSK. It's a pity that such a powerful and excellent civilization will end like this before it has truly grown up. However, even if it is destroyed, our civilization on the Orion Spiral Arm should be able to remember it. There once was a man named the civilization of the Yin-Huang Empire has mastered the energy shield technology and poses a huge threat to the Kalav Empire. The Yin-Huang Empire is bound to fail. It was lucky to be able to defeat 100,000 coalition forces with sneak attacks and energy shield technology last time. But it won't work this time. The Kalav Empire has also mastered the energy shield technology. The number another 50 times that of the Yin-Huang Empire. It's just a pity that this energy shield technology is available. It would be great if we could also master the energy shield technology. Energy shield technology is taboo in the Kalav Empire. On the Orion Spiral Arm, once another civilization develops energy shield technology, the Kalav Empire will never let this civilization go. Do you really think that the Kalav Empire wants to deal with the Yin-Huang Empire because the Empire does not pay tribute, and because it cut off Prince Adrosan's hands and tentacles? The real reason is because the civilizational potential of the Yin-Huang Empire is so amazing. It has developed to its current level in less than 200 years. If the Yin-Huang Empire continues to develop, the Orion Spiral Arm will have to change its owner. If your Stanro civilization also masters the energy shield technology, the Kalav Empire will immediately send 50,000 fleets to your Stanro civilization. There is no doubt about this. Do you all think that the Yin-Huang Empire is bound to fail? Of course. Will there be any accidents? I think the Yin-Huang Empire may give us some unexpected performances. I have never figured out how the Yin-Huang Empire raided 100,000 fleets. Now it seems that the Yin-Huang Empire is like a fog, making it difficult to see clearly. You mean that the Yin-Huang Empire can defeat the 50,000 strong fleet of the Kalav Empire? Even if it can be defeated, the Kalav Empire still has an army of hundreds of thousands of fleets. The Yin-Huang Empire will definitely lose. The market is open. The market is open. If you buy the Kalav Empire, you will win 1 minute and 0.1 second. If you buy the Yin-Huang Empire, you will win 1:100. The many civilizations following the Kalav Empire's army were divided into many groups, and they were constantly discussing with each other about the victory or defeat, the cause, the result, etc. of this war. The Yin-Huang Empire. Do you think that you can stop the army in my hands by relying on the geographical advantage of the entrance to the time and space ocean? It's too simple to think. You also have energy shields, and your few battleships are simply not enough. Alvin, the commander of the 50,000 strong fleet of the Kalav Empire, looked at the mighty army marching in the void, and he was full of confidence. He has studied the information on the Yin-Huang Empire many times, and knows that the total number of the Yin-Huang Empire's army is only 1,000 fleets. Even if the entire civilization is mobilized by then, the strength of the army will still be far behind his own army. The combat effectiveness of the Yin-Huang Empire's space battleships has also been carefully evaluated by scientists from the Kalav Empire. The overall strength is not much different from the battleships of the Kalav Empire, and is even stronger. We must win this battle beautifully, and completely destroy the Yin-Huang Empire. Remembering what Archipard, the emperor of the Kalav Empire, told him before setting off, Alvin also clenched his fist silently. Chapter 428, Head-on Confrontation. The vanguard marches on. With a wave of Alvin's big hand, 3,000 fleet space battleships lined up neatly in the void. Each spaceship opened its energy shield and flew rapidly into the space-time ocean current channel. There is indeed a great advantage in defending the entrance of the time and space ocean outflow. But for the army of the Kalav Empire with an energy shield, this advantage can be ignored, because as long as the energy shield cannot be broken, the army of the Kalav Empire, it can flow out continuously. The next galaxy is the Zilielio Galaxy, which is heavily guarded by the Yin-Huang Empire's army. As long as the Zilielio Galaxy is opened, the Kalav Empire's army can continuously enter the sub-spiral arm. The space battleships of the Kalav Empire can be regarded as the top in the entire Orion spiral arm, and the speed of passing through the time and space ocean currents is also very fast. There are devices similar to the time and space ocean current sails, which can accelerate through the space and time ocean currents. The Zilielio Galaxy is the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow leading to the main spiral arm. Alvin's vanguard army did not take much time to arrive here. Huge space battleships arrived at Zilielio, like a formidable enemy, in the void of the Luo galaxy. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Vanguard did not suffer any attacks. At this time, in Shililua's void, although there are huge spaceport groups, space war fortresses, etc., it is like a dead world at this time, without any life. And there are no people from the Yin Huang Empire guarding it. It seems that it's as if the Yin Huang Empire has completely abandoned this place. Reporting to Lord Alvin, there is no defense here in the Serrero Galaxy. We have occupied the entrance to the Ocean of Strength. Pioneer used the quantum communication equipment purchased from the center of the galaxy to report the situation to Alvin immediately. Pioneer's 3,000 fleets continued to spread in the void, and soon completely occupied the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. The Yin Huang Empire army was not found at all. What kind of medicine is being sold in the gourd of the Yin Huang Empire? They even gave up such an important strategic location in the Xyluo galaxy. No matter. Let's go over there first. Alvin felt strange on the other hand, and he was already prepared in his heart. The Vanguard encountered a powerful sniper attack from the Yin Huang Empire, but now, it effortlessly occupied the entrance to the space-time ocean flow. Alvin's remaining army began to continuously enter the entrance of the time and space ocean outflow. 50,000 fleets and 50 million space battleships, like a group of commanding stars in the void, continued to drill into the entrance of the time and space ocean outflow. After all, the Yin Huang Empire also has an energy shield. It can't be so easy. Right. The vanguard of the Kalav Empire has occupied the Xyluo galaxy? Otherwise, how could all the troops of the Kalav Empire have entered it? It's not clear yet. I always feel it's a bit unusual. It stands to reason that the Yin Huang Empire will never give up on the Xyluo galaxy. The special geographical location of the Xyluo galaxy is a crucial strategic location. It's so easy to do so. Just give up. Follow me and you'll find out. Behind the Kalav Empire's army, the observation groups from various civilizations were also full of doubts at this time, and followed the Kalav Empire's army into the ocean currents of time and space. The Xyluo galaxy is a very important galaxy, and the Empire will naturally not give up easily. However, this time the Empire also intends to defeat the Kalav Empire in an upright manner. So naturally it will not intercept the Kalav Empire at the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. The Army of Love Empire. At this time, in the Xyluo galaxy, the 3,000-strong Kalav Empire army was like facing a formidable enemy, setting up a powerful attack formation in the void. Because they had discovered the Yin Huang Empire army, Xilia in the void in the inner circle of the Luo galaxy. The 1,000 space battleships of the Yin Huang Empire's fleet were neatly arranged in the void, like warriors waiting for the decisive battle, quietly watching the enemy's arrival. Allowing the enemy to use their strongest weapon status comes out. I don't know if I call you stupid or arrogant. You actually formed a formation to fight against the army of our Kalav Empire. Although your warships are more powerful than those of our Kalav Empire, the difference in numbers is huge. It's too big. Arriving in the Xyluo galaxy, Alvin also received the latest information immediately. Looking at the neatly arranged Yin Huang Empire troops in the surveillance screen, Alvin showed an unflattering smile. Since you want a decisive battle, then I will grant it to you and extinguish all your hopes here in the Xyluo galaxy. Set up a formation and fight them to the bitter end. The 50,000-strong Kalav Empire army also formed a formation in the void. The Yin Huang Empire declared such a blatant war. The Kalav Empire must definitely accept it, and it must defeat it neatly in a frontal war. Only the Yin Huang Empire will do. 50 million space battleships flowed from the entrance of the ocean of time and space and moved forward mightily in the void. The entire void suddenly turned into a steel jungle. The endless sea of battleships could be seen at a glance. The tail flames ejected by the battleships made the void. All the stars in the sky have become dim. An invisible chilling air continues to spread in the void, seeming to stop the movement of all the celestial bodies in the Xyluo galaxy. Even the stars in the core of the inner circle seem to be oppressed by the powerful aura. Extinguishes immediately. The Yin Huang Empire actually set up a formation in the Xyluo galaxy for a decisive battle with the army of the Kalav Empire? Are the people of the Yin Huang Empire out of their minds? 1,000 fleets versus 50,000 fleets. The difference in strength is 50 times. Unless the Yin Huang Empire has mastered some advanced technology that we don't know about. Otherwise based on the previous level of combat effectiveness. The Yin Huang Empire's military strength is simply not scientific enough. There is no chance of victory for the Love Empire's army. How long has passed now? It is impossible to break through. Unless the Yin Huang Empire has already hidden its secrets when it is realized. I really can't figure out why the Yin Wang Empire chose such a method and actually set up a formation in the void. Hold the Koloff Empire's army head-on. There is no suspense in this battle, even if the Yin Wang Empire has a hidden agenda. In terms of the absolute disparity in military strength, the Yin Wang Empire will undoubtedly lose. Various civilized observation groups following the Koloff Empire's army also started discussions. Everyone couldn't figure out why the Yin Wang Empire would choose this method to fight against the Koloff Empire's army. They all speculated whether the Yin Wang Empire still had any left. What's the backup plan? The huge observation group began to expand continuously in the void, and various detections were also constantly walking in the void. They wanted to record everything in this battle. At the same time, among the various civilization observation groups, scientists also start to evaluate the combat effectiveness of both sides, analyze the Yin Wang Empire's backhand, and so on. It's finally here. This battle is destined to be written into the history of the Orion Spiral Arm. Looking at the Koloff Empire army flying towards his army in the surveillance screen, Luo Xiaoyao began to feel a strong fighting spirit. On the side were Zhang Fei, Li Wandu, Han Guanhua, Lin Xiaolin, and other imperial troops. The generals were all like this at this time. Their eyes were shining with light, and the aura on their bodies was rising. I didn't expect that the Koloff Empire would actually bring a huge observation group over. This way, it saves the Empire from having to publicize it. The Koloff Empire's rule over the Orion Spiral Arm will gradually end from this battle. Similarly, the Imperial Army also noticed the observation groups behind the Koloff Imperial Army, which were also very large in number, with spaceships of different styles and branded with the symbols of various civilizations. I am Luo Xiaoyao from the Yin Wang Empire. Please tell me your name from the Koloff Empire across from me. My men never kill unknown people. A public message was launched from Luo Xiaoyao into the void. Soon, everyone in the entire Ziliuo galaxy received the public message. It was obvious that Luo Xiaoyao was shouting to Alvin. Luo Xiaoyao? Humph! Remember, you will die here today. You will die in the hands of me. Alvin. After receiving the message from Luo Xiaoyao, Alvin could bear it, but his aunt could not. The situation was clearly clear, but Luo Xiaoyao still looked confident. This made Alvin very angry. Likewise, respond to the entire Serero galaxy in a public way. Alvin? I didn't expect it to be him. He was a famous butcher in the Koloff Empire. I don't know how many civilizations were destroyed by him. And I don't know how many lives died at his hands. The Koloff Empire actually sent him here. It seems that the civilization on the Spiral Arm will probably suffer disaster this time. We should be more careful and stay away from this butcher. Otherwise, he will get angry and kill us, and we will have no place to appeal. Hearing that it was Alvin, the civilization observation group closer to the Koloff Empire army quickly flew further into the void. Among the Koloff Empire civilization, there were military generals with surnames. And the civilizations on the entire Orion Spiral Arm, it's all very clear, with detailed analysis of each general's personality, command style, combat level, etc. Alvin was known for being ruthless and ruthless. Whenever he led his troops to fight, he would leave almost no grass behind, and almost everything he passed would be completely destroyed. Not only the civilizations or forces targeted by the Koloff Empire will be attacked, but even innocent and unrelated civilizations or forces may be massacred for no reason by Alvin's army. The Koloff Butcher, his name is famous throughout the Orion Spiral Arm. Alvin? Very good. I will spare your life. Anyway, you Prince Adrosin is also very lonely. Chapter 429. Shocking Battle 1. Bump! Attack! Hearing Luo Xiaoyao's response, Alvin showed a ferocious look on his face, as if he had been humiliated, and coldly issued the order to attack. The huge army of the Koloff Empire spread as Alvin's order was conveyed. The tail flames at the tails of the space battleships began to become more blazing and dazzling, and they continued to lengthen. The speed of the battleships began to soar and headed straight towards them. The Imperial army located in the inner circle attacked fiercely. Ha ha! Kill! Luo Xiaoyao, who was always paying attention to every move on the battlefield, was full of pride. He laughed happily and released all the fighting spirit in his body. He looked into the void with cold eyes and coldly gave the order to attack. The army of 1,000 space fleets began to activate in the void. The powerful nuclear fusion reactor was like an incomparably powerful heart and began to provide unparalleled power. At the tail of each space battleship, dazzling, wide long tails were spit out. Coming out, it continued to stretch in the void, and the speed of the battleship began to soar. facing the army of the Koloff Empire head-on. It's about to begin! Each civilization observation group also began to become excited. Various monitoring equipment, instruments, etc. were always aimed at the battlefield. Two powerful civilizations, who also mastered energy shields. Such a large-scale giant ship and cannon. Battles between the two are rarely seen, even on the Orion spiral arm. The momentum of the armies on both sides is very strong. In the entire Xyluo galaxy, everything seems to have become still. Only the armies of both sides, that are constantly approaching each other, are moving rapidly. Like two huge dark clouds, shrouded in a large void. Distance 150 million kilometers. Magnetic energy cannon. Salvo. The speed of the warships on both sides was very fast, and they rushed towards each other in a straight line. So everyone did not wait for too long. The distance between the two sides had shrunk to 150 million kilometers. The magnetic cannons on the Imperial warships took the lead in attacking. Wave! 1,000 fleets and 1 million space battleships were combined into powerful attack formations in the void. Every 100 space battleships formed an attack unit and simultaneously used magnetic cannons to target a space battleship of the Koloff Empire. The current attack power of the magnetic cannon is still level 7. The scientists of the Empire have not yet increased the attack power of the magnetic cannon to level 8. Therefore, a certain number of warships must be concentrated for a joint attack to kill the universe of the Koloff Empire. Battleship. Invisible fluctuations disappear in the void one after another. The attack of the magnetic energy weapon is invisible and breathless. Only when it actually arrives will you know that you have been attacked by a terrifying attack. In the void between the wars between the two sides, unlucky asteroids, meteorites, etc. are constantly floating in the void. Only these asteroids, meteorites, etc. that are constantly floating are telling the world that the Yin Wang Empire, the army, has launched an attack. The army of the Koloff Empire still has not changed at all. They are confident enough. And the powerful energy shield is enough to withstand any attack. Therefore, during the battle, the army of the Koloff Empire has never evaded the word flying. The army flew in a straight line in the void. Wave! On the front group of space battleships, the magnetic energy attack came, and the energy shield was activated. Like a rainy lake, the ripples on the energy shield continued to ripple, because each battleship was attacked by 100 to 100 magnetic energy cannons. On the space battleship that was targeted, dense circles of ripples on the energy shield continued to ripple, as if setting off a wave. Under attack. The attack strength is level 7. Energy consumption is 80%. Energy consumption is 20%. The energy is exhausted. The energy on the concentrated battleship was like a deflated balloon, almost in the blink of an eye. Before the alarm in front had finished, the alarm in the back sounded again. In an instant, the energy of the energy shield could not be connected. Wave! On each space battleship, the energy shields were instantly broken due to insufficient energy supply, and an invisible wave almost came to the space battleships one after another. The Imperial Army's 1 million space battleships are simultaneously targeting the 10,000 space battleships directly in front of the Koloff Empire. Everything has been calculated in advance. The attack of 100 magnetic energy cannons can just destroy the energy on the Koloff Empire battleships. The protective shield is broken. The 10,000 Koloff Empire space battleships that were advancing rapidly began to float in the void, like something extremely decayed after hundreds of millions of years. Even the slightest movement would turn into powder and scatter. Come on. What a weird attack. It killed 10 fleets of the Koloff Empire at once. What kind of technological means was this? Why didn't the monitoring equipment respond at all? No energy fluctuations were detected at all. It turns out that the energy shield is not absolutely invincible. As long as you focus enough attacks, you can still break the energy shield. Just now, the energy shields on the space battleships of the Koloff Empire that were hit, the shields were already rippling, and they were obviously subjected to many attacks. In the end, they were still unable to support the broken energy shields. So these warships were destroyed. But the attack was so weird. The invisible and breathless attack has an unprecedented attack distance of 150 million kilometers. Is this the backhand of the Yin Wang Empire? But relying on this alone, it still cannot defeat the Koloff Empire army. Even if it is taken away by a wave of attacks, the Koloff Empire has 10 fleets. And now there is a Koloff Empire army of 50,000 fleets in the Xyluo galaxy. Just the first wave of attacks. The observation groups of various civilizations were shocked. They were shocked by the strange attack method of the magnetic energy cannon, the ultra-long attack distance, and the powerful attack power. The energy shield that had always been unbreakable in their concepts turned out to be broken in this way. Is this the source of your confidence? The attack distance reaches 150 million kilometers. The attack power reaches level 7. And it is very weird. If this is all, then you are destined to perish. Alvin, who also paid close attention to every move on the battlefield, did not feel distressed at all for the 10,000 space battleships that were destroyed. At this time, he had a smile on his face, as if he saw victory waiting to him. Magnetic energy weapons? I didn't expect you to have mastered magnetic energy weapons. Haha. If our Koloth Empire can also master this technology, we will have a foothold in the center of the galaxy in the future. Soon, the scientists of the Koloth Empire analyzed the attack just launched by the Yin Huang Empire army and sent the report to Alvin. After all, the Koloth Empire also had access to the civilization in the center of the galaxy and was well informed, and quickly analyzed that this was a magnetic energy attack. Alvin couldn't help but laugh happily. Although the Koloth Empire was king and hegemony on the Orion spiral arm, compared with the powerful civilization in the center of the Milky Way, the Koloth Empire was nothing at all. Among them, the reason is that apart from the energy shield technology, the Koloth Empire has no special skills at all. Civilizations that can gain a foothold in the center of the galaxy are either very powerful in defense, such as having energy shield technology that can reach level 8 energy attacks, or they have extremely powerful attack technology that can easily break the energy shield defense, or it may have some special attack methods, super long attack distance, etc. In short, if you want to gain a foothold in the center of the Milky Way, you must have one or two powerful technologies that you can use. The Koloth Empire does not have it, so it can only dominate the Orion spiral arm. When it reaches the center of the Milky Way, it will be the target of bullying. So now we see that the Empire has mastered the magnetic energy attack, and the attack power has reached level 7, which is barely acceptable. The key is that the attack method is very weird, invisible and breathless, and it also has a terrifying attack range of 150 million kilometers. This is definitely if a thing that can be obtained is combined with the energy shield technology mastered by the Koloth Empire. It can have its own foothold even in the center of the galaxy. Wave! The warships on both sides were flying towards each other at high speed. Wave after wave of magnetic cannon attacks in the void continued to turn the warships of the Koloth Empire into powder, which continued to scatter in the void. However, only 10,000 space battleships were lost in one wave of attacks, which was insignificant compared to the 50 million strong Koloth Empire army. Even Alvin did not feel distressed at all. In the empty void, two huge groups of war clouds are constantly approaching. The originally silent void has become empty. The silence is terrifying. The chilling air from the armies of both sides is stirring in the void. All the people they were all watching silently. Distance is 50 million kilometers. Level 8 can attack. Finally, the distance between the two sides slowly narrowed to 50 million kilometers, and they had entered the attack range of the Imperial energy cannon. A series of cyan swords were fired from the Imperial warships that had already been charged. It came out like a sharp sword, cutting through the dark and pitch-black void curtain. The cyan sword was like substance, with sharp edges and corners. Wherever it passed, the void rippled faintly, as if it could not withstand such a terrifying sharp attack. 1 million space battleships. 1 million cyan swords. Like a cyan light rain falling in the empty void, covering a large area of the void, heading straight towards the even larger army of the Koloth Empire to attack. Chapter 430. Shocking Battle 2. The cyan-like level 8 energy attacks form a huge cyan light rain in the void. Each attack is really like a sharp green sword, with clear edges and corners, and an extremely powerful aura. Even the void is faintly visible. The cut caused tiny ripples. 50 million kilometers. The second brand new attack method. Cyan energy attack. Naturally, such a huge and intensive attack could not escape the eyes of many people present. Everyone looked at the huge cyan light rain in the void, and various scientific instruments began to detect it. Analyze. It's impossible. Is it material? After the scientists from the Civilization Observation Group magnified the cyan light rain, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes, because they thought it was an ordinary energy attack. But the color was a little special. But after they really zoomed in, they saw carefully at first glance. I realized that these cyan swords were actually angular and substantial swords. Suddenly, none of them could believe what they were seeing. This is obviously an energy attack. The energy detector can be 100% sure that these are all energy attacks. But why? These energy attacks are actually substantial. This is absolutely impossible. Energy cannot be said to be substantial at all. But if it's not an energy attack, what could it be? The speed is the speed of light. And it's so long. It's impossible for normal matter to reach the speed of light. Yin Wang is indeed extremely mysterious. He actually has such a method. I don't know how powerful it is. The scientists of the Civilization Observation Group racked their brains to analyze it. But everything in front of them was beyond their cognitive scope. And they were not sure for a while. The power of the attack range of 50 million kilometers is still unknown. But this attack distance alone is already quite terrifying. The energy weapons of the Kalaf Empire only have an attack range of 30 million kilometers. This is obviously not a concentrated fire attack. Are they confident that they can break the defense on the Kalaf Empire warship with one attack? Sure enough. They have hidden a secret. In the past, the attack range of their energy weapons was only the same as our Kalaf Empire. But now it has been increased to 50 million kilometers. Moreover, the color is still cyan, which makes people feel very uneasy. Under the attention of everyone, the huge cyan light rain moved forward in the void at the speed of light. On the way, some asteroids, meteorites, etc., that were lucky enough to escape the waves of magnetic energy cannons in front of them were as if they were under the cyan sword. Just like cutting a watermelon, it is cut into two halves. Snapped. It didn't take long before the cyan sword descended on the battleships of the Kalaf Empire. On each of the concentrated space battleships, the always indestructible energy shield seemed like a punctured balloon. Almost it was broken by the powerful green sword in an instant. Boom! Huge flames rose up in the void one after another. The 1 million level 8 energy attacks launched by the 1 million Imperial space battleships took away the 1 million Kalaf Empire space battleships without any accident. Battleship. 1 million huge flames rose up among the battleships of the Kalaf Empire, and the entire void suddenly became brighter, as if millions of stars were lit up instantly, and countless battleship wreckage continued in all directions. The impact was like a huge meteor shower. On the space battleships that were not attacked, the energy shields continued to ripple. This was caused by the impact of the wreckage of the surrounding battleships, and there was no substantial damage. The entire Zalero galaxy became silent. Everyone who paid close attention to the battlefield was stunned by the scene in front of them. Millions of space battleships of the Kalaf Empire were exploded in the void at the same time. Turning into groups of huge flames formed a huge world of flames. The once unbreakable myth, the powerful and invincible energy shield, was easily broken by the Yin Wang Empire with a cyan energy attack. One attack killed a space battleship of the Kalaf Empire. The brilliant fireworks created by the millions of Kalaf Empire's space battleships shocked everyone. This is impossible. Alvin witnessed everything in front of him, and felt the dazzling explosion in the void around him. Then he looked at the numbers displayed in the data. In an instant, 1 million space battleships disappeared and turned into a huge flame. Although 1 million space battleships are still small compared to the 50 million space battleships under his control, this is just a wave of attacks. He lost 2% of his space battleships in one wave of attacks. With dozens more attacks, my fleet of 50,000 will definitely not be able to return to the other side of the stars. He couldn't believe what he saw, and he couldn't accept what he saw. The space battleships that were destroyed by concentrated fire in front of him were nothing, because it took a lot of space battleships to destroy one of his own space battleships. The loss was completely acceptable. But now, with a cyan energy attack from the opponent, the energy shield of his own battleship has no effect at all. The Kalaf Empire's biggest reliance on the Orion spiral arm disappeared in an instant. As if falling from the clouds? No wonder the Yin Wang Empire dares to compete with the Kalaf Empire. No wonder it chooses to set up a formation here to fight against the Kalaf Empire army. It turns out that with such powerful and terrifying technological weapons, the Kalaf Empire really has nothing. It's terrible. The Yin Wang Empire and the Kalaf Empire have the same plan. They want to declare their power to the entire Orion civilization through such a victory. The history of the Orion spiral arm will undergo tremendous changes from now on. The Kalaf Empire will fall from the altar, and the Yin Wang Empire will begin its own era of dominance over the Orion spiral arm. It's really terrifying. Cyan's attack, which is like a substance, is so powerful. The energy shield has no effect at all. There is no suspense in this battle. It is difficult for the attacks of the Kalaf Empire to break the Yin Wang Empire energy shield, but the space battleships of the Yin Wang Empire can easily destroy the space battleships of the Kalaf Empire. At this time, Many civilized observation groups came to their senses one by one, took a breath, and figured out the previous confusion. It was not that the Yinhuang Empire was stupid, but because the Yinhuang Empire was powerful enough, and was not afraid of science at all. The Love Empire allowed the Kalav Empire's army to enter the Zalero Galaxy, and that's why it set up a formation here, so that with an army of only 1,000 fleets, it dared to confront the Kalav Empire's 50,000 fleet army, fight against each other. In the void of the battlefield, on the side of the Kalav Empire army, the huge sea of flames gradually disappeared, and countless wreckage was shot out in all directions. 1 million space battleships were lost at one time. Even for a giant with 5,000, the battleship sea with thousands of battleships also had a void that suddenly became empty. Speed up and rush over. We have a numerical advantage. The outcome is still uncertain. Alvin came back to his senses and became hysterical. He roared and issued new orders to his army. As soon as the green sword came out, Alvin knew that if the Kalav Empire could not kill the Yinhuang Empire now, then there is no doubt that in the future, the dominance of the entire Orion Spiral arm will slowly transfer to the hands of the Yinhuang Empire. This battle must not be defeated. In the huge battleship group, each battleship began to accelerate without hesitation of energy, wanting to accelerate its speed to the limit. Even if it entered its own attack range, Alvin's army is still intact. As long as it enters its range, it can also use concentrated fire attacks to break the energy shield of the Yinhuang Empire's space battleships. And it can also defeat the Yinhuang Empire's army. After all, the difference in the number of battleships between the two sides is 50 times. If 100 space battleships can kill one Yinhuang Empire space battleship with concentrated fire, it will only take 2 waves of attacks to completely wipe out the 1,000 fleets in front of the Yinhuang Empire. This is Alvin's final plan. Change course. Fly in an arc. Luo Xiaoyao is also very aware of this, so he issued the order very decisively. The arc flying method can distance him from the enemy's space battleship and maximize his advantages. Luo Xiaoyao will not be really stupid. Go head-to-head with the battleships of the Kalav Empire, even if they have mastered powerful level 8 energy attacks. The disparity in numbers is an indisputable fact. If they fight hard, they may be able to win, but they will also suffer heavy casualties. With the number of enemy warships, several waves of concentrated fire attacks will occur. His army is almost finished, so the wisest choice now is to keep the current distance as much as possible within your own attack range, but not within the enemy's attack range. Rely on your advantage in attack distance as much as possible, and continue to attack wave after wave to destroy the enemy. One wave of attacks can kill 1 million of the opponent's space battleships. As long as there are dozens of waves of attacks, Alvin's army will be wiped out. With an attack speed of 30 minutes per wave, coupled with the Empire's energy shield technology, dozens of waves of attacks are completely achievable. Call out! Another wave of cyan swords cut through the void. As soon as the energy of the Empire's warships was fully charged, they poured towards the Kalav Empire's warships without stopping, bringing up huge balls of flames and attacking 100 in one wave. Tens of thousands of space battleships were wiped out. After several waves of attacks, Alvin lost tens of millions of space battleships, and 1/5 of the battleships turned into interstellar garbage floating in the void. Chapter 431. Shocking Battle 3. Damn it! I haven't even killed one of the enemy's space battleships, and I've already lost 20% of the space battleships. Alvin held his hands tightly, and the 2 green tentacles above his head were swinging uneasily. No one would like this kind of war. A war where you can only be beaten, but cannot fight back is really frustrating. Humph. If you want to distance yourself, dream. Change the course. Get close to the opponent as soon as possible and enter our attack range. Alvin was always paying attention to every move on the battlefield. The Yinhuang Empire's army could fly in arcs in the void. He could see the opponent's purpose at a glance, and ordered a change of direction without hesitation. The computer calculated the fastest possible route. Shorter distance routes are out. In the empty void, the huge battleship groups on both sides each covered a large area of void. The long-tail flames on the battleships were white and dazzling. The originally cold void was slowly heated by the high temperature of the tail flames of the battleships on both sides. There were really too many battleships, and the rising flames made the void even hotter. Wave after wave of cyan light rain cuts through the void on time every half an hour. The powerful and terrifying energy attack is like substance. Energy compressed to the extreme. Even the void is cut, and ripples are made. A wave of light rain flashed in the void, and millions of space battleships of the Kalav Empire turned into huge flames in the void. The flames formed a huge world of flames. And soon the void slowly returned to calm, leaving only the wreckage that continues to impact in all directions, telling the cruelty of war. Call out! A terrifying green sword flashed in the void. A planet in the Zyrelua galaxy happened to be very unlucky to be on the battlefield. This terrifying green sword was as easy as cutting a watermelon. Compared with the Earth, the even larger planet was cut in half in an instant. In the core of the planet, the red magma was suddenly exposed to the cold void. The layer-by-layer structure of the planet was clearly displayed in front of the world, without any reservation. Then a huge explosion rose in the void, destroying the planet. The two halves of the planet exploded to pieces again, turning into countless wreckage floating in the void, cutting a planet in half. This iron sword didn't seem to have much impact. It was still advancing rapidly in the void, easily breaking the energy shield of a space battleship, and accompanied by a flame disappeared. Too strong! Many civilized observation groups were staring at the battlefield intently at this time. The terrifying attack of the green sword was deeply imprinted in their minds. Everyone who witnessed this battle could not help but clench their fists, and their whole bodies were boiling with blood, as if he was the one who issued such a powerful attack. Compare our power with me. Ha ha. I'd love to. Luo Xiaoyao looked at the surveillance screen. The space battleships of the Koloff Empire were also changing their flight routes. They wanted to get close to the Empire's space battleships in the shortest possible time. Luo Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh. He was now what they fear most is that the space battleships of the Koloff Empire will escape into the surrounding space-time ocean currents. With such a huge number of opponents, the Empire will have a limited number of warships, and it will be difficult to defend it. Now that the opponent is not afraid of being beaten, and still wants to fight with himself, that is naturally what he wants. It seems that the people in the Koloff Empire are too proud to accept such an ending. In fact, it is exactly as Luo Xiaoyao estimated. Neither Alvin nor the Koloff Empire can accept such a situation. If they escape and admit defeat without even killing a single battleship of the opponent, the Koloff Empire, well, they don't even have the shame to mess around in the Orion Spiral Arm. After all, they came with a fleet of 50,000 to destroy the Yin-Huang Empire. The Empire's battleship group flew in a huge arc in the void, exerting its own advantages forcefully, and attacked more than 10 waves. 30 million kilometers away. We have finally entered our attack range. Let's attack together. Alvin's eyes turned blood red. After losing 30 million space battleships, the distance between the two sides finally shortened to 30 million kilometers, and finally entered his attack range. In the space battleship group of the Koloff Empire, the space battleships that had already been charged up for a long time emitted dazzling energy at the speed of light almost instantly. The remaining 20 million space battleships and the huge light rain composed of 20 million energy light pillars made the void become extremely bright. The light of the stars from the core of the Serrero galaxy became extremely dim, and the stars in the starry sky disappeared. Not see. Like the Empire, the Koloff Empire also adopted the tactic of concentrating 100 space battleships to attack one space battleship. The Koloff Empire believed that its attack would not be worse than the Yin-Huang Empire's magnetic energy attack, and it even more believed in its own the energy shield technology used to cross the Orion Spiral Arm is more powerful than that of the Yin-Huang Empire, and an attack of 100 space battleships is enough. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly for the result. The war has now started, and the Koloff Empire finally started to fight back. Whether it can break the energy shield of the Yin-Huang Empire is what everyone is paying attention to. Once the energy shield can be broken, there are still variables in the outcome of this war. If it cannot be broken, there will be no suspense in the war. It must be possible. It must be possible. All Mrs. Kahlo clenched their hands nervously, looking at the huge light rain in the void, praying and shouting silently in their hearts. The huge light rain finally enveloped the Empire's space battleship group. Almost instantly, 200,000 space battleships were attacked. The energy shield on each space battleship was activated, as if there was a downpour on a calm lake. The ripples continued to stir up, as if setting off a huge wave. Hold it! Looking at the energy shield stirred up by the energy attack outside. Inside the battleship, the soldiers of the Empire stared with their eyes fixed. Their hearts were about to jump out, and they felt extremely nervous. The power of the nuclear fusion reactor has been turned to the maximum. The powerful nuclear fusion reactor is like an extremely powerful heart, ejecting majestic and powerful energy. All the energy is prioritized and transported to the energy shield at the first time. It was just a moment, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Under everyone's attention, the energy shield on the battleship gradually returned to calm, and successfully withstood the joint attack of the Koloff Empire battleship. Yeah. Ha ha. Blocked. Marvelous. On each of the Empire's space battleships, the Empire's warriors began to cheer. The experience between life and death made them shout loudly with joy that they had survived. Blocked. Actually blocked. Contrary to the cheers of the Imperial soldiers, the soldiers of the Koloff Empire seemed to be discouraged and sluggish in an instant, looking at the Yin Huang Empire's space battleship still intact in the void in disbelief. How is this possible? Their attacks are already so powerful. How can they surpass our Koloff Empire in terms of energy shield technology? This is impossible. Alvin couldn't accept what he was seeing. As if he was being ravaged in the field he was best at. This feeling was really painful. In fact, the energy attack of the Koloff Empire is still very powerful. Almost the same as the Empire's magnetic energy attack. The energy shield technology is also on par with the Empire's energy shield technology. What really allows the Imperial battleship to persevere is that the battleship has a powerful heart fusion reactor. The energy shield requires powerful energy to support, especially when it is attacked in an instant. It consumes a lot of energy. If you rely on traditional technology to transport energy, it is very likely that the energy supply will not be timely and will be broken. Concentrate a large amount of energy. This is the principle of the cannon energy shield that can attack, as long as the number of concentrated attacks is large enough. Even level 5 and level 4 attacks can still break the energy shield's defense, as long as it can prevent the energy shield from having time to supply the energy in an instant. Although the Empire's energy shield technology is similar to that of the Koloff Empire, the Empire's energy shield has a nuclear fusion reactor to supply energy. The energy generated by nuclear fusion is so huge, you can know that even stars are supported by nuclear fusion. Therefore, even with the same technology, the Imperial space battleship with a powerful heart can withstand the joint attack of hundreds of space battleships from the Koloff Empire. If 100 space battleships are not enough, I will use 200. If 200 space battleships are not enough, I will gather 400. I don't believe it. Alvin quickly regained his composure as a commander. He still had 20 million space battleships left, which was still 20 times the number of his opponent. The war was not over yet. Call out! A wave of cyan light rain flickered in the void, and huge flames rose among the space battleships of the Koloff Empire, making Alvin's eyes become even more blood-red. On the battlefield of the Zalero Galaxy, groups of rising flames formed a huge sea of flames. Countless battleship wreckage filled the void, covering a large area of void. Even starlight could not penetrate this ever-expanding wreckage area. Powerful energy flashes in the void at the speed of light. Like a huge rain of light, the rapidly flying space battleship spits out long tail flames, and powerful attacks are shot out from the battleship, a cruel fight staged in the starry sky. From time to time, a large area of space battleships turned into huge balls of flames under the powerful light rain, and finally disappeared into the void. Chapter 432. The famous Orion Spiral Arm. On the battlefield of the Zalero Galaxy, as the last space battleship of the Koloff Empire was blown up by a cyan sword, the Zalero battle that shocked the entire Orion Spiral Arm finally came to an end. War is cruel. There is no doubt about it. At this time, the entire Zalero Galaxy was filled with scattered battleship wreckage. Most of them were battleship wreckage from the Koloff Empire. But there were also battleship wreckage from the Yin Huang Empire. When the Koloff Empire gathered a large number of battleships, when space battleships conduct a joint attack, even Imperial battleships with a strong heart always have a limit to what they can withstand. The scattered wreckage of the warships collided with each other from time to time. Some residual energy still exploded from time to time even after the battle was completely over, and balls of flames rose in the void. The wreckage of some battleships was so large that some dead Koloff women could even be seen floating out of them. These corpses drifted into space, and were soon cut apart beyond recognition by countless small battleship wreckage, and merged into it again, into the void. They are really tenacious. No one surrendered, at least in this regard. They are worthy of respect. Luo Xiao looked at the battlefield in the void. There was no joy after victory, but there was more respect in his heart. The army led by Alvin fought until the last soldier, and not a single soldier surrendered. This made Luo Xiao awe-inspiring. Respectfully, the original plan to capture Alvin also failed. The strength of our empire is still too weak, and the casualties in this battle are too great. Looking at the spaceships still searching for survivors in the void, Luo Xiao's heart was dripping with tears. Although he had killed all of Alvin's 50,000 fleets, there were still 300 of the 1,000 fleets under Luo Xiao's command. The soldiers of this fleet sleep forever in this starry sky. There is no way. The difference in the number of warships between the two sides is really huge, even after entering the attack range of the Koloff Empire warships. There are only 20 million warships left in the Koloff Empire, but they are still 20 times the number of Imperial warships. When Al Wenwen was determined to fight to the end, concentrating enough space battleships can still break the energy shield of the Imperial battleships. In the end, 300 of the Empire's fleets were destroyed in a bloody battle, and as many as 300,000 space battleships were destroyed by the Koloff Imperial battleships. If we can also have a fleet of tens of thousands, we may be able to win easily. Next to Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei spoke softly. He seemed to understand Luo Xiaoyao's thoughts. Take your time. After all, our development time is still too short. Luo Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. No matter what, this is a great victory. A great victory that shocked the entire Orion Arm. From now on, the name of our empire will ring throughout the entire Orion Arm. One general success will lead to thousands of deaths. But we have no choice. On the other side of the starlight, in the core of the Koloff Empire, in the palace of the Koloff Empire, Archipad was reading the farewell letter sent back by Alvin at the last moment. Your Majesty, the strength of the Yin Huang Empire is beyond imagination. Their attack technology is extremely powerful. Our energy shield cannot block the opponent's attack at all. It must be above level 8. I am determined to die on the battlefield. The huge army of 50,000 fleets will never come back. I can no longer see the folks in my hometown. Regarding the future strategy of our Koloff Empire, I have the following suggestions. The Yin Huang Empire is very mysterious, and it feels like you never know what other cards they have. So I do not recommend that the Empire continue to fight against the Yin Huang Empire. Although we have a huge army, it is still possible to use all the power of our empire, can defeat the Yin Huang Empire. But the final result will definitely be a lose-lose situation, and it will only give other civilizations an opportunity to take advantage of it. The prosperity on the other side of the stars is not only coveted by the civilizations on the Orion spiral arm. There are also many civilizations in the center of the Milky Way that are extremely jealous of our empire. So at any time we the empire must remain strong. Once it weakens, we will follow the path of the previous civilization that ruled the Orion spiral arm. We might as well acknowledge the status of the Yin Huang Empire and let the Yin Huang Empire rule the sub-spiral arm. The sub-spiral arm is nothing compared to the entire Orion. However, this does not mean that the relationship between us and the Yin Huang Empire is over. On the contrary, the Yin Huang Empire is definitely the biggest threat to our empire's dominance of the Orion spiral arm. And it is a civilization that must be found ways to eliminate. If we want to destroy the Yin Huang Empire, if we only rely on the space battleships and energy weapons manufactured by our Koloff Empire, our losses will still be very large. So we must spend all our money to buy more advanced battleships and energy weapons from the center of the galaxy. Arms. If you don't take action, that's it. Once you take action, you must completely wipe out the Yin Huang Empire. The development history of the Yin Huang Empire is too short. The population is too small. And the territory it currently occupies is also very small. As long as we can have a galaxy fleet of about 1,000 fleets, it will be enough to wipe out the Yin Huang Empire. Of course, I also know that the amount of money consumed by a galaxy fleet is an astronomical amount. Until now, our Koloff Empire only has less than 500 galaxy fleet after a long period of accumulation. This is exactly the point I want to make. We occupy the Orion Arm, and we can suck blood from the civilizations on the entire Orion Arm. Now is a special period, and we must increase the blood drain on each civilization as soon as possible, after forming a huge galaxy fleet. And secondly, after this battle, many civilizations will definitely want to change. We can also take this opportunity to suppress many civilizations and prevent chaos. The above are some of my humble opinions. I believe that with your Majesty's wisdom, you can definitely think of a better way. Alvin's farewell letter gently fell from Archipald's hand. He had a lot of detailed information about the battle in the Cerero system. He knew that the Koloff Empire was defeated in the battle in the Cerero system very thoroughly. 50,000 fleet troops were wiped out. Yin Huang Empire! Archipald clenched his hands tightly. The green horns on his head were constantly swinging, and his eyes were blood-red and ferocious. 10,000 years are coming soon, and we may receive orders from the center of the galaxy at any time. Otherwise, even if I used all the power of the Empire, I will definitely uproot your Yin Huang Empire. Rise! Archipald wanted to send troops again, but he knew that if he just sent a general fleet, even if he sent 100,000 fleets or 200,000 fleets, it was very likely that he would not be able to really deal with the Yin Huang Empire. In the battle in the Zililuo Galaxy, the 100 fleets of the Yin Huang Empire faced off against the 50,000-strong Koloff Empire army, and they completely wiped out the Koloff Empire army. If the special geographical advantages of the space-time ocean currents were used, the Koloff Empire army would be defeated. Even if the Love Empire has a fleet of 500,000, there is nothing they can do against the Yin Huang Empire. Only by dispatching the Galaxy Fleet, a powerful fleet armed with advanced space battleships and energy weapons purchased from the powerful civilization at the center of the galaxy, can the trump card in the hands of the Koloff Empire work wonders. However, with such a fleet, science and technology, the Love Empire didn't have much in its hands. And the most important thing is that 10,000 years are coming soon. The Koloff Empire may receive an order from the center of the galaxy at any time. And even the Koloff Empire dare not violate this order at all. I'll let you go for now. And I'll take care of you after the incident in the center of the galaxy is over. In the end, Archipad was very helpless and temporarily gave up his plan to continue attacking the Yin Huang Empire. The loss of 50,000 fleets was nothing to the Koloff Empire. But if another 100,000 fleets and 200,000 fleets were lost, if so, the Koloff Empire would be in real danger. News about the battle in the Zililuo Galaxy quickly spread throughout the Orion Spiral Arm through the observation groups of various civilizations. The leaders of each civilization immediately placed detailed information on the Yin Huang Empire in their hands and placed it on their mats. Details of the battle in the Zililuo Galaxy. There is very little information about the Yin Huang Empire. Even the civilizations on the secondary spiral arm know very little about the Yin Huang Empire, let alone the civilizations on the main spiral arm. The data on the battle in the Zililuo Galaxy is very detailed. All angles, all-round analysis data, etc. comprehensively show an extremely powerful civilization to the civilization on the entire Orion spiral arm. Science's powerful energy attack is like substance. It can easily kill the main battleship of the Koloff Empire with one shot. Invisible and breathless. A powerful mysterious attack with an attack range of 150 million kilometers and an attack power of level 7. The energy shield technology is more powerful than that of the Koloff Empire and is enough to withstand a total of 500 Koloff Empire warships. The army of 1,000 fleets formed a formation on the frontal battlefield, and with the casualties of its own 300 fleets, it completely wiped out the entire 50,000-strong Koloff Empire army. During the battle in the Zililuo Galaxy, the Yin Huang Empire displayed many powerful and incredible technologies, which shocked the entire civilization on the Orion Spiral Arm. Powerful attack weapons and energy shields were all things that everyone dreamed of mastering. In the cold jungle of the universe, the weak prey on the strong, and every civilization is eager to become stronger, especially those civilizations on the Orion Spiral Arm that have been squeezed by the Koloff Empire. They seem to have seen the opportunity to escape the control of the Koloff Empire. Hope. Delegations sent by civilizations were advancing rapidly in the void, and everyone's goal was the Yin Huang Empire on the sub-spiral arm. Chapter 433. Future Policy. At the Imperial Base Camp, in the palace above the Yin Huang Star in the Centauri Galaxy, Li Fu was holding a grand celebration dinner, conferring honors and awarding medals to the scientists, soldiers, groups, etc., who had made great contributions to the Zililuo War. In the Battle of the Zililuo Galaxy, the Empire very powerfully and completely wiped out the 50,000-strong fleet of the Koloff Empire. On the frontal battlefield, it announced the strong rise of the Empire to the entire civilization on the Orion Spiral Arm. There are tens of thousands of civilized observation groups contacting the Empire, hoping to establish friendly diplomatic relations with the Empire. The Empire's victory over the army of the Koloff Empire was naturally due to the people who worked silently behind the scenes. In particular, scientists from the Imperial Energy Science Research Institute represented by Sikong Ji and by Kai, who developed level 8 energy weapons, were also indispensable for the Empire. The Imperial soldiers who sacrificed their lives and blood in the Zililuo Galaxy. Everyone stands and observes 3 minutes of silence for the Imperial soldiers who died in the Battle of Serrero. The huge palace hall was filled with thousands of round tables. Li Fu also had the rare luxury of holding such a grand celebration dinner. Thousands of tables were set up, and tens of thousands of people were invited to attend. At this time, as the voice of Imperial Cabinet Prime Minister Tu Zuilai, who was hosting the dinner, rang out, everyone stood up. Their expressions became solemn, and there was no trace of the lively and happy atmosphere of the dinner just now. One by one, they lowered their heads and mourned silently. In the battle in the Zililuo Galaxy, the Empire lost 300 fleets and 300,000 space battleships. calculated according to the Empire's standard configuration. One battleship must have at least tens of thousands of Empire's soldiers. That is to say, in this battle, 3 billion Imperial soldiers will rest forever on the battlefield of the Zyrelua system. 3 billion Imperial soldiers are a heavy blow even to the current Empire. After all, the population of the Empire is not like those civilizations with a long history, which are often calculated in trillions. Low, sad music continued to sound, and many people could not help but shed tears when they thought of their comrades, relatives, brothers and sisters. Many people present had lost their relatives, including Li Fu, and their descendants died in the war. After the ceremony, "Please sit down." 3 minutes passed quickly, and the banquet began again. Awards and medals were awarded to scientists, soldiers, teams, etc., who had made meritorious services. Li Fu took photos with them, and so on. The celebration dinner held in the name of the Empire is naturally not as simple as eating. It is more about promoting a spirit to the entire Empire, whether it is protecting the family and the country or making contributions. The next day, in the back garden of the Imperial Palace, Li Fu, Tu Shuiliang, Qin Bin, Yu Liang and other senior officials and elders of the Empire gathered together again to discuss the future course of the Empire. "I don't know if the Kalav Empire will send a large army in a short time. If the Kalav Empire sends a large army again, there will definitely be more than 50,000 fleets. And at least 200,000 fleets will start. By then, it's really hard to resist." Even though he just had the OK celebration dinner last night, Luo Xiaoyao, the boss of the Imperial military, still didn't smile. The Kalav Empire was like a big mountain pressing on his head, making him sleep all the time, not able to eat well. "There will definitely be a fight to the death between our empire and the Kalav Empire. The war in the Serero Galaxy is just the beginning. For our empire, the death of more than 3 billion of our soldiers will sooner or later be blamed on Kalav. The husband's empire is being liquidated." The voice of Qin Bin, who had always been weak and frail, seemed a bit cold. During the battle in the Zilialuo Galaxy, one of his favorite descendants died on the battlefield. You must know that the Qin family founded by Qin Bin has always been famous for producing top scientists. Very soon, there were very few Imperial soldiers, and finally one of them died in battle. You can imagine how Qin Bin feels now. In the short term, I estimate that the Kalav Empire will not send any more troops to attack our empire, because recently the civilization on the Orion Arm has made a deal with us, showing us goodwill with intelligence and information. And while their fleet trapped on the sub-spiral arm was replaced, Prime Minister Tu Shuiliang announced good news to everyone. In recent times, many civilizations have shown goodwill to the empire, and all of them want to have a good relationship with the empire. That civilization? What message? When the others heard this, they quickly asked. The Stanro civilization is the oldest level 3 cosmic civilization on the Orion spiral arm. The Stanro civilization has a history even older than the Kalav Empire, and it knows a lot of information that other civilizations don't know. According to Stanro's civilization envoy, whether it is the Kalav Empire that currently rules the Orion spiral arm, or a civilization before the Kalav Empire, they seem to suffer a major blow every 10,000 years or so. The strength was severely damaged, so whenever it reaches about 10,000 years, the Kalav Empire becomes quite cautious and careful, and always maintains the strong strength of its civilization. And now, the time of weakness that occurs once every 10,000 years is very close. This time in the Serero Galaxy, the Kalav Empire lost another 50,000 fleets. The Stanro civilization is very sure that Kalav the Empire will definitely not use force against the Empire in the short term. Tu Zulia slowly told the information he learned from Stan Luo's civilization envoy. A period of weakness that occurs once in 10,000 years? A major blow? When everyone present heard this, their eyes widened immediately. Is there such a thing? Has Stanro's civilization disclosed the detailed reasons? Yu Liang waited until his eyes met. A little unbelievable. The Kalav Empire was well hidden, and the Stanro civilization was slowly analyzed and summarized after a long history. They said that all this is likely to be related to the center of the galaxy, and the Kalav Empire may be involved. A struggle for hegemony in the center of the galaxy, or an attack by a powerful civilization from the center of the galaxy, etc. are all possible. But it is very regular, once every 10,000 years, and the Jedi will not be wrong, without any exception. The envoy of the Stanro civilization even bluntly said that our empire's luck is quite good, if it were in normal times. The Kalav Empire would definitely use all the power of its civilization to destroy us. However, in this special period, the Kalav Empire don't dare to move at all. Zuilia smiled and told all the information and intelligence, which made all the high-ranking officials and elders of the empire present frowned. Once every 10,000 years, it seems that our empire also needs to prepare as early as possible. In the future, our empire will rule the Orion Spiral Arm. We must not only guard against the civilization on the Orion Spiral Arm, but also guard against the powerful civilization from the center of the galaxy. Of course. Or it may be some other things, etc. But no matter what it is, only being strong is the foundation. Li Fu frowned and had a sullen face. The Empire knew too little about the center of the galaxy, and it could even be said to be completely ignorant. The only thing it could do now was this. However, although Stanro's civilization says this, we cannot completely believe that our empire must maintain strong strength at any time. The Imperial Army must restore its strength as soon as possible, and it must seize the time to expand. 1,000 the size of a fleet is still too difficult. We need at least 10,000 fleets to be able to deal with a war against the Kalav Empire with ease. 10,000 fleets? Your Majesty, with our empire's current financial, material and manpower resources, we simply cannot support such a large army. Upon hearing Li Fu's plan for a fleet of 10,000, Zuilia immediately said anxiously, "Of course I know, but we have no choice. Don't these civilizations on the main spiral arm want to buy the weapons, battleships, energy shields, etc. from our empire? We can sell these to them. In the past, we relied on three only through the arms trade in the Pearl system can we build an imperial army with thousands of fleets. And now we can expand our business to the entire Orion arm." Li Fu nodded. Li Fu also knew the situation of the empire clearly. The wealth accumulated by the empire's finances through the 3-bead galaxy trade over the years was almost exhausted in this war. Now it can be said that it is very poor. To Zuelido, I wish I could use a penny as 2 cents. Everyone else nodded after hearing this. Without the arms trade of the 3-pearl galaxy, the empire would not have been able to form an army with thousands of fleets. Without an army with thousands of galaxies, the empire might have been defeated by Kalav now. The empire was destroyed, and the profits from the arms trade were too great. An energy cannon can allow other civilizations to work hard to deliver massive resources to the empire. The empire's military industry, the empire's army, the empire's finances, etc. can all draw a steady stream of blood from it. This kind of business cannot be stopped. In addition, we must seize the time to develop powerful large atmosphere attack weapons. Although we won the battle in the Serrero system, we suffered heavy casualties and lost 30% of the army. The 50,000 strong fleet was too much for Kalav. For the empire, it is only 10%, and they can recover in a short period of time. But we cannot. So we need a brand new weapon. A powerful weapon that can achieve large-scale attacks. Only by mastering such a powerful large-scale weapon can we minimize losses in the future war with the Kalav Empire. We need a powerful technological weapon that can be called a big killer. A big killer? Just as Li Fu finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes, and they were all wondering what kind of weapon could be called a big killer. Chapter 434. Cleaning the Sub-Spiral Arm. In the ground era, weapons that can be called mass killers, such as nuclear weapons, cloud bombs, and intercontinental missiles. Weapons with powerful destructive power can be called mass murderers. But in the era of interstellar universe, traditional nuclear weapons have very limited effect in the void of the universe. As for energy weapons, because the attack method is point-to-point and does not have large-scale lethality, it cannot be called a big killer. To be worthy of the title of big killer weapon, it must have large range, great power, and irresistible attributes. Once you have such a weapon, no matter how huge the enemy's space army is, it can be completely ignored. Just like in the ground era, one party has nuclear weapons. No matter how many tanks and artillery the other side has, it will be completely useless. One nuclear bomb will level a city to the ground. Quantum foam bomb? Or antimatter bomb? Or space annihilation? Many of the senior officials and elders of the empire present were scientists, and they naturally thought of it in their minds. These things still exist in theory, and they are also projects that empire scientists are currently working hard to overcome. Quantum foam bomb is an extension of quantum technology, from quantum entanglement to quantum communication, and then to quantum foam bomb, which uses the principle of quantum bubble incompatibility. Antimatter bombs are easier to understand. There are positive matter and antimatter in the universe. And the energy produced by the annihilation of positive and antimatter is hundreds of millions of times more powerful than the energy produced by nuclear fusion. It only takes a few grams of antimatter to destroy the Earth. As for space annihilation, it is a technological method proposed by imperial scientists after studying space technology. They use space technology to annihilate a large area of space to achieve the purpose of destroying the enemy. All three are currently only in the stage of theoretical research, and are currently difficult to implement in laboratories. For example, antimatter. The Empire currently has no way to obtain even 1 gram of antimatter, let alone create an antimatter bomb. Of course, we still have one very important thing to do at the first stage, which is to clean the subspiral arm and make the entire subspiral arm the cradle of our descendants. It must not only be impregnable, but even a fly can enter the subspiral arm. We can all know immediately. I estimate that the Caliph Empire can contact the civilization in the center of the Milky Way, and it is very likely that it also has space battleships with warp flight energy. If it attacks our empire by surprise, we will not be able to live in peace, and even our Centaur galaxy will be unstoppable. It will become unsafe here. Li Fu also expressed another concern in his heart. Li Fu believed that there should still be many civilizations that master warp engines in the galaxy, especially in the center of the galaxy. In the center of the Milky Way, the number of stars here accounts for more than 90% of the number of stars in the entire Milky Way, and the number of civilizations born here accounts for more than 95% of the number of civilizations in the entire Milky Way. The center of the Milky Way is the real oasis of the entire Milky Way. Compared with the center of the Milky Way, the Orion spiral arm is a barren desert, with not only scarce materials, but also civilization. In the bustling center of the galaxy, Li Fu believes that there must be very powerful civilizations here, and there must be many civilizations that have mastered warp engine technology. It is natural for the Caliph Empire, which has access to the center of the galaxy, to purchase some such space battleships. If the Caliph Empire also masters many warp engine space battleships, it will be really difficult for us to defend against them. Hearing Li Fu's words, Luo Xiaoyao immediately frowned. No one knew better than him how powerful the warp engine was in sneak attacks. The Empire's major victories on the subspiral arm basically relied on warp speed. The engine travels long distances and kills without the enemy being aware of it. However, if the enemy also masters the warp engine and uses it to attack him, how should he defend himself? For a while, he can't find any good way to deal with it. The only way is to use a very stupid method, densely placing a large number of monitors in the Kuiper belt and Oort cloud belt regions of each galaxy. Other than that, I really can't think of any good way. Everyone nodded, unable to think of any good way to defend themselves. Only we are allowed to exist here in the Orion subspiral arm. All other civilizations will be cleaned up. Then we will make the subspiral arm like an iron barrel at any cost. Even if the Caliph Empire sneaks in with a warp space battleship, we can also find out and take corresponding measures as soon as possible. Li Fu's voice was firm and powerful, and he immediately sentenced the other civilizations on the subspiral arm to death. Of course, now, there are not many civilizations left on the subspiral arm. Only some level 3 cosmic civilizations are still lingering. The Empire, it's easy to destroy them. As the decision of the Empire's top brass was conveyed, the Empire's army began to take action. Many of the wandering fleets remaining on the secondary spiral arm have returned to the main spiral arm. These level 3 cosmic civilizations have wisely chosen to bow to the Empire. Of course, even if they survive until now, there are not many left who can go back. Li Fu knew very well that sometimes he just had to hurt them, so that he would respect the Empire more in the future. Otherwise, he might dare to become a bastard of the Caliph Empire to help others do evil. The armies of the Empire were constantly jumping through the warp engines on the entire subspiral arm, heading straight towards the central galaxies and important galaxies of level 3 cosmic civilizations to attack. In the central galaxy of the Oak civilization, because of the rogue fleets wreaking havoc on the entire subspiral arm, even the Oak civilization, which was as powerful as the former subspiral arm gangster, faced a rogue fleet with tens of thousands of fleets. A powerful fleet of 10 fleets wreaking havoc on their own territory. The Oak civilization also made a wise choice to concentrate most of its fleets in dozens of important galaxies for key defense. It was very helpless to choose to lose its fleet and save its commanders, and moved a large number of people to dozens of protected galaxies. Compared with the thousands of galaxies owned by the Oak civilization, dozens of galaxies are very small. Although the number of people who migrated back is very small in the total population, For the remaining dozens of galaxies, it suddenly became full and very congested. Especially in the central galaxy. It is the most secure galaxy because it is guarded by a large number of troops. Countless powerful people in the Oak civilization have chosen to migrate to the central galaxy, making it extremely congested. Here in the Oak's galaxy, the void is filled with huge space cities, space factories, space farmlands, spaceports, etc. In a small galaxy, there is only one living planet, but several people have poured in. With a population of hundreds of billions, there is no other way but to use the space in space as much as possible. Build more space cities to supply a huge population. Build a large number of space farmlands to satisfy a huge appetite. And build a huge number of spaceports to park spaceships. The void of the entire Ox galaxy is filled with spaceships that shuttle back and forth like flowing water. All spaceships fly in the void strictly according to the route and at the prescribed speed. Here at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, the Oak civilization has built a huge defense system. The famous fleets of the Oak civilization are constantly defending, for fear that the wandering fleet without eyes will enter here. Although this place looks very prosperous and very safe, the Oak's people are no longer what they used to be. Almost all people are gloomy and gloomy. The huge Oak civilization can now only huddle in dozens of galaxies. And even so, I still feel uneasy, because the latest news about the battle in the Zililuo galaxy has long been transmitted back to the Oak civilization. I once thought that the Khalif Empire could definitely wipe out the Yin Huang Empire by dispatching its local army. But now, the Yin Huang Empire has fought a hearty battle. The dripping victory announced its strong rise to the civilization above the entire Orion spiral arm. As the civilization closest to the Yin Huang Empire, and a civilization that proactively sent troops to attack the Yin Huang Empire, the Oak's people had already tried their best to think in the worst direction. The Oak civilization tried to send a delegation to get the Yin Huang Empire to prepare for peace talks. However, the Yin Huang Empire did not care about the Oak civilization at all. Obviously, there was no possibility of any peace talks. Thinking that the Yin Huang Empire may come over at any time, the entire Oak civilization is having trouble sleeping and eating. The people at the top are thinking about how to continue the Oak civilization, and how to get the reconciliation of the Yin Huang Empire, even if it means giving up 99% of their galaxy. You can see them all, as long as the Oak civilization continues to survive. As for the middle and lower class Oaks people, they are more intoxicated at this time, and they all want to enjoy themselves before they die. In the dark, silent, and cold void of the Oort cloud belt in the central galaxy of Oak civilization, space is constantly rippling like water waves. As the space continues to ripple, space-time wormholes are slowly opened one by one, and powerful ships or space battleships are constantly pouring out of these space-time wormholes. Soon, the void was filled with figures of space battleships. These space battleships were brightly lit, like fireflies in the darkness. Very dazzling. In the Oak's galaxy, on the Oak's planet, after the leader of the Oak civilization received urgent information from the space-time ocean outflow entrance, he immediately fainted and fell to the ground, as if he had suddenly lost his ideals. Oscar civilization is over. The Yin Huang Empire has finally taken action. Chapter 435. Rolling Wealth A. As the entire sub-spiral arm was cleaned up by the Imperial Army, the Empire began a new large-scale immigration, because too many galaxies were acquired at once. Although the entire sub-spiral arm is very small compared to the Orion main spiral arm, the number of stars in the sub-spiral arm still exceeds 1 million, of which about 80% have given birth to living planets, which means that the Empire has become a planet at once. Obtained 800,000 habitable galaxies. Such a huge territory, compared to the current population of the Empire, is definitely vast and sparsely populated. In order to encourage Imperial citizens to immigrate to the newly acquired territories, the Empire had to amend the Interstellar Immigration Act to increase the area of land that can be obtained after immigration 10 times larger. The vigorous migration began across the entire Orion spiral arm. Spaceships carry the citizens of the Empire to various galaxies throughout the Orion arm. They will be like seeds, taking root, sprouting and spreading in their new homes. I believe that in 100 years, the entire sub-spiral arm will be filled with people of Chinese descent. The Blanca galaxy, as one of the 3 main routes from the sub-spiral arm to the main spiral arm, is the most important galaxy on the Blanca route. Now it is also one of the 3 major ports of the Empire open to the outside world. And the Cerrero galaxy and the Seville galaxy simultaneously serve as ports for the Empire to open to the outside world, because the Empire is currently busy immigrating to the sub-spiral arm. The names of the three galaxies have not yet been modified according to previous traditions, and the previous names have been used. The Empire needs a lot of wealth and materials to quickly grow its strength. The Caliph Empire is like a big mountain pressing on top of the Empire. Therefore, the only purpose of these three open star systems is to sell the Empire's advanced arms and weapons in exchange for massive material and wealth. We finally arrived at the Blanca Galaxy. It's really hard to keep traveling in the ocean currents of time and space. Here at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, Lu Yuan looked at the dark void and breathed a long sigh of relief. As the boss of the famous Yuanguang Group in the Empire, Lu Yuan rarely went on missions in person. Yuanguang Group is a very famous interstellar freight company in the Empire. The boss Lu Yuan is even more legendary. From a small astronaut, he gradually became the boss of a huge interstellar freight company with a net worth of enough to rank in the top 100 of the former Empire's wealth list. His story can be written in a thick book. As the boss of a famous interstellar freight company in the Empire, Lu Yuan has not personally run orders among the stars for a long time. But now there is no way, because the Empire is expanding throughout the sub-spiral arm, and the company wants to maintain its current position. Then we must follow the expansion rhythm of the Empire, and expand in various galaxies throughout the sub-spiral arm. If you don't follow the expansion, then a new freight company will take your place in the new territory of the Empire. This is a very simple reason. The major companies in the Empire are very aware of this. So even if they are facing a serious situation now, faced with many difficulties such as insufficient manpower and insufficient ships, we had to grit our teeth and persevere. Even the boss, Lu Yuan, had to go out and deliver the goods himself. Although the profits of the imperial government's business are a little lower, the advantage is that the volume is large, and it can be operated for a long time. However, it is not easy to buy a cargo spacecraft now. The entire Empire is expanding and spaceships are needed everywhere. If I had known, I would have it's time to partner with Lao Li and the others to build a spaceship company. At least the spacecraft you can use can be guaranteed. Lu Yuan looked at the unusually busy signs at the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. Thinking of the cargo he had transported this time, Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. The number of cargo spaceships in his hand was really too small, and seemed seriously inadequate. Yuanguang Group has taken on a large order, and it is a long-term one. It transports arms and weapons from the hinterland of the Empire to the Blanca system, and then transports the goods from the Blanca system back to the hinterland of the Empire. It is a very simple two-point and one-line process. The quantity is very large, and although the price is cheap, the goods are available for long-term transportation and can be transported back and forth. This kind of business is not much. But Lu Yuan currently has too few spaceships that can be mobilized. If he wants to take care of the entire sub-spiral arm, it is even more difficult. We are stretched thin and often have to give up some areas. In the void outside, the spaceport group is very huge. Each spaceport group is composed of thousands of spaceports. And there are actually hundreds of such spaceport groups in the entire void, neatly arranged in the sky. In the whole void, every spaceport group here is brightly lit and busy with traffic. From the inner circle of the Blanca Galaxy in the distance, countless spaceships are filled with cargo, forming a steel torrent flying rapidly in the void. These spaceships did not stop at all. As soon as they entered the spaceport and parked, the hatch on the spacecraft opened wide, and the mechanical arm in the spaceport began to unload the cargo. As soon as the cargo was unloaded, these spaceships once again flew towards the inner circle of the Blanca Galaxy. Like hard-working ants, they formed a huge army of ants in the void, forming endless lines. Army ants with no visible tail. These spaceships are all spaceships that specialize in transshipment business in the Blanca Galaxy. They only need to transport massive cargo from the other side of the Blanca Galaxy here, and then transport the interstellar cargo companies, such as Yuanguang Group, from the hinterland of the Empire. The transported goods can be transported over again. When the cargo in a spaceport is almost full, companies like Yuanguang Group, which is responsible for transporting cargo back to the Empire, have already unloaded the cargo and drove the empty spaceship to the port. Here, the cargo can be loaded again, and the return voyage to the hinterland of the Empire can begin. As one of the three major openings of the Empire to the outside world, everything here in the Blanca Galaxy seems very busy. Xiaohong, you are responsible for all subsequent business. I want to go to the inner circle of Blanca Galaxy to have a look. After Lu Yuan finished giving instructions to his men, he prepared to go to the inner circle of the Blanca Galaxy to have a look. This was his first time to the Blanca Galaxy. He wanted to look for new business opportunities and see if there was anything good here. opportunities to make a fortune. This time, he brought a few spaceships Imperial souvenirs over to see if they could sell them at a good price in the Blanca galaxy. As the owner of an interstellar freight company, he had actually been working part-time as an interstellar merchant. After all, in comparison, the profits of interstellar merchants are very considerable, especially when dealing with the outside world. If you just run interstellar transportation, especially if you run transportation within the Empire, the profit is actually not very high, because of the internal competition, the restrictions of the Imperial government, etc. Compared with the interstellar merchants of foreign trade, the gap is too far. Too far. It's a rare trip to the Blanca galaxy, and land transportation will naturally not give up such an opportunity. There are countless civilized caravans from the entire main spiral arm of Orion, in the inner circle of the Blanca galaxy. On the planet Blanca, Lu Yuan strolled on the street very casually, looking at the aliens filling the streets, as if he had entered the animal world. Although this is the territory of the Empire, as one of the 3 major open ports, it welcomes all civilizations from the Orion arm. In addition, after long-term interstellar routes, many people like to rest on living planets. So Blanca is very special, lively and crowded. There are all kinds of aliens. Some aliens can be considered humanoid, but they are different in height, skin color, or have tentacles, sharp horns, long tails, etc. But they are still in line with human beings. Concept. But some aliens look very weird. Those with 2 heads are not too special. Some even have many hands and feet, thunderous mouths, monkey faces, and some even have wings and can fly in the sky. Wow! Isn't this alien too tall? It's like a race of giants. It's 7 or 8 meters tall. How did such a huge species enter interstellar civilization? TSK. TSK. This alien actually has 3 eyes. Just like Erlangshan in the mythical story. He has a vertical eye. But what use can these vertical eyes be for? Well, it's too ugly. This civilized man is so disgusting. He has so many tentacles dripping with mucus that makes people do evil. Lu Yuan was like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden, looking at the aliens on the street very casually. Generally, aliens that were not too strange could not even attract Lu Yuan's attention. All the aliens became respectful when they saw Lu Yuan. Even some of the aliens who were very arrogant before. These aliens knew very well that this was the territory of the Yin Wang Empire. People, it's better to be respectful. After all, people from the Yin Wang Empire are not even afraid of Mrs. Kahlo. We arrived at the trading hall very smoothly, because we were facing the entire Orion spiral arm, taking into account the different racial habits and living habits of various civilizations, coupled with the differences in body shape. There were many trading halls. Some are specifically open to large civilized races, and the tables and chairs used for resting inside are naturally larger. Some are open to small civilized races, so naturally they do not need to be designed to be too large. Some appear small and delicate. The trading hall that Lu Yuan entered is a relatively popular trading hall. Most of the civilizations in the universe are actually between 1 meter and 3 meters tall, and they are basically humanoid in appearance. So the popular trading hall is the busiest and busiest trading hall. Chapter 436. Rolling Wealth B. As soon as he entered the hall, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look around. The first thing he needed to know was undoubtedly the price of the goods sold by the Empire. Because only by knowing this clearly could Lu Yuan be able to make reasonable decisions on the local specialties he brought here. Of pricing. Lu Yuan knew very well that the Imperial government would not get involved in the souvenir business, because the Imperial government simply looked down upon the meager profits of the souvenir trade. Of course, this meager profit was compared with the arms trade. For someone like Lu Yuan, for ordinary businessmen, the souvenir trade also has huge profits. TSK. The Empire is too evil. A level 7 energy attack weapon costs 100 billion. I know that these level 7 energy weapons are obsolete products in the Empire. The Empire's military now uses the latest technology. The technology of level 8 energy weapons and level 7 energy weapons has been very mature for a long time. The manufacturing cost is less than 100 million, but it is sold for hundreds of billions. No wonder the Imperial government looks down on the trade of souvenirs. Soon, Lu Yuan downloaded a price list of items sold by the Empire from the Public Information Office. Just after looking at the beginning, Lu Yuan was immediately stunned. The Empire of level 8 energy weapons is actually willing to sell it to outsiders. The selling price, 1,000 trillion black, is really too black. However, The Empire is willing to sell these level 8 energy weapons. Isn't it afraid that this technology will be leaked? And this energy shield? The Empire dares to sell it to the outside world. Are you crazy for money? Or is it that the Empire has mastered more advanced energy shield technology? TSK. TSK. At this price, a set of energy shield devices costs 500 trillion. I wish I had an arsenal now. Just selling a few sets of weapons and equipment is enough. Lu Yuan looked at each product carefully. There were detailed parameters and selling prices on them. It had to be said that even Lu Yuan, a person from the Empire, had to admit that the imperial government was simply evil in this regard. Grandma's family is always worth hundreds of billions, trillions, tens of trillions, or hundreds of billions. Such a huge amount of money can only be afforded by civilizations. Even if Lu Yuan is one of the top 100 richest people in the Empire, his wealth will make him feel like a pauper in front of such huge figures. Can't even afford an energy cannon. Compared to the Three-Pearl Galaxy, the Empire is even more black-hearted. This price is simply outrageous. But it is also true that it is facing the civilization on the entire Orion spiral arm. The civilizations on the main spiral arm are not comparable to the civilizations on the secondary spiral arm. Not only are they far different in the number of civilizations, but also the strength of the civilizations is even further apart. On the secondary spiral arm, the Oak civilization occupying thousands of galaxies can be considered a hegemon. But on the main spiral arm, there are many civilizations occupying tens of thousands of galaxies and hundreds of thousands of galaxies, such as the Koloff Empire, which monopolizes the prosperous starry shore. The Empire showed its power to all civilizations in the entire Orion spiral arm through the battle in the Cerrero galaxy. Therefore, the sale of weapons and arms is basically a seller's market. Almost every civilization wants to obtain some powerful weapons from the Empire. Arms and weapons are used to strengthen one's own strength, especially for those ambitious civilizations that want to break away from the control of the Koloff Empire. Lu Yuan has also been to the Sanju Galaxy. He knows that the Empire's arms trade business is very prosperous here in the Sanju Galaxy. But compared with here, it is not at the same level. First of all, in terms of price, the Empire is really evil this time. Everything is sold for astronomical amounts. Especially energy shields, level 8 energy attack weapons, and magnetic energy weapons that shine in the First World War in the Solero Galaxy. It marks an unimaginably high price. The second is the customer base. The number of customers now is not only very large, but also all of them are very wealthy. A huge civilization that occupies tens of thousands of galaxies naturally has more wealth than one that occupies hundreds of galaxies. Civilization can be compared. Lu Yuan quickly figured out the key points. And he also knew how to price the goods he brought this time. There were many people doing business in foreign local products. But they were all businessmen like Lu Yuan. Naturally, it is impossible for them to implement strict unified selling prices like the imperial government. Basically, it all depends on their own abilities. How much they can sell depends on luck and strength. The acquisition list has basically not changed. It is still about the same. Only a few materials have been adjusted. If you want to purchase the Empire's arms and weapons, these civilizations will have to work for the Empire honestly and transport massive amounts of materials. First exchange it for the Empire's currency, and then buy the Empire's goods. The difference between them cannot be described as scissors. It is simply a boning knife. However, looking at the appearance of these aliens, it is obvious that they are all covered by Zhou. After reading the list of items for sale, Lu Yuan once again looked at the material acquisition list on the Empire side. It was similar to the one in the Three-Pearl Galaxy. The harvest price was quite cheap, but there was no further price reduction. All kinds of materials were available. The Empire exchanges the currency for the Empire, and then accumulates a certain amount to buy the arms and weapons you want from the Empire. The civilizations on the main spiral arm are numerous and powerful, and the corresponding main spiral arm is also full of dangers. Even powerful civilizations are always worried about the safety of their own civilization, not to mention those weak civilizations. Therefore, for the Empire's arms and weapons, even though they knew that the Empire's purchase price was very low and the arms and weapons were extremely expensive, many civilizations on the main spiral arm had to empty their pockets to purchase the Empire's arms and weapons. Only by continuously strengthening the military power of your own civilization can you gain a foothold on the Orion spiral arm and gain more territory and wealth. On the contrary, if you don't buy it, other civilizations will buy the weapons of the Yin Wang Empire, and your strength will change. If you become stronger, you will become more dangerous. TSK. TSK. No wonder there is endless cargo here in the Blanca Galaxy. As soon as you enter and exit, a steady stream of wealth flows from the various civilizations in the Orion Spiral Arm to the hands of the Empire. Lu Yuan remembered what he saw at the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow when he first arrived in the Blanca Galaxy. The huge spaceport, the extremely busy transportation, and the endless supply of supplies. These things are all Orions. The various civilizations on the Spiral Arm transported them here. And these materials are wealth. The arms and weapons of the Yin Wang Empire are really very good. It is said that there is a level 2 cosmic civilization that has a large amount of E3, or that the Yin Wang Empire quoted millions per ton. With a large amount of precious resources in hand, it exchanged a large number of arms and weapons from the Yin Wang Empire. However, this level 2 cosmic civilization did not know how to be patient and hurriedly sought revenge from the level 3 cosmic civilization. Although it took revenge and destroyed a level 3 cosmic civilization, once it was exposed, it was quickly united by other level 3 cosmic civilizations around it. Get up and eat clean. Isn't that right? The technology of the Yin Wang Empire is too advanced. Even a level 2 cosmic civilization can defeat the average level 3 cosmic civilization if it has a large number of weapons and weapons from the Yin Wang Empire, with energy shields and powerful energy weapons. The Yin Wang Empire, but it's a powerful civilization that defeated the Kalaf Empire. Now the entire Orion Spiral Arm has become more turbulent. As long as some precious resources are discovered, the surrounding civilizations will definitely fight. Many civilizations that control rare resources begin to rise rapidly. Lu Yuan kept walking in the trading hall, listening to the discussions of the aliens around him. With a happy smile on his face, he finally understood why the Empire wanted to sell all its most advanced technological weapons to outsiders. Not only does it draw blood from the civilizations on the Orion Arm to rapidly grow itself, it can also intensify the battles between civilizations on the Orion Arm. The collision between civilizations will also lead to the demise of countless civilizations. The birth of a more powerful civilization can also contain the Kalaf Empire and allow the Empire to gain more valuable development time. Hey! Hello everyone! My name is Lu Yuan, from the Yin Wang Empire. I wonder if I can make friends with you. Lu Yuan searched around the trading hall and finally found a satisfactory place. Here was a round table with a table of aliens. It was obvious at a glance that these aliens were from different civilizations, but they also had something to do with each other. What they have in common is that they all belong to a relatively normal humanoid civilized race and don't look too weird. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, the aliens on the table immediately stood up, expressed their enthusiasm and welcome, and quickly made an empty seat for Lu Yuan to sit down. In fact, these aliens also wanted to be with the Empire. People make friends. But it's just a pity that there are very few people in the Empire, especially people like Lu Yuan who come to visit him. The aliens who can come to the Blanca Galaxy are basically elites sent by a civilization, or powerful figures in their respective civilizations. Generally, such people have one characteristic. That is, they like to make friends. The principle that it is easier to do things if you have friends is also applicable to all civilizations. After introducing each other and getting to know each other, Lu Yuan was soon chatting and laughing with these aliens. Haha, I'm really happy to meet you all this time. This is the oldest and most precious wine in our empire. Let's try it. I don't know if you like it or not. This is tea. It is a magical drink. It is very good for the body to make it into boiled water. It is the most popular drink in our Yin Wang Empire. As they chatted, Lu Yuan naturally began to sell the local specialties he had brought to the aliens present. Chapter 437. Purple Eye Civilization. The vast Milky Way has a diameter of 100,000 light-years and a center thickness of 30,000 light-years. It has 400 billion to 600 billion stars and has given birth to countless lives and dazzling great civilizations. As one of the major spiral arms of the Milky Way, the connection between the Orion Arm and the center of the Milky Way has always been controlled by the Kalaf Empire. This is a route that connects the center of the Milky Way. On this route, the Kalaf Empire stationed most of its civilization's troops here, always prepared for invasion from the center of the galaxy. The center of the galaxy is too vast, with too powerful civilizations. No civilization that comes out can be compared to the Kalaf Empire. Fortunately, the Orion Spiral Arm is too barren compared to the center of the Milky Way. Really powerful civilizations simply look down on barren deserts, like the Orion Spiral Arm. It is impossible to pick up the small Orion spiral arm instead of the big watermelon in the center of the Milky Way. Sesame. What the Koloff Empire needs to guard against are those civilizations that cannot survive in the center of the galaxy. In the cruel center of the galaxy, civilizations are rising and declining at all times. Some civilizations that really cannot survive will think about it to develop in a place like the Orion Arm. Because in a place like the Orion Arm, there are fewer civilizations. There is less competition pressure. And you can live a pleasant life. Of course, even civilizations that cannot survive in the center of the galaxy are still very powerful. This is why the Koloff Empire stationed most of its civilization's troops here on the route. Because for the Koloff Empire, the real challenge comes from the center of the Milky Way. And the civilizations above the Orion spiral arm are not worth mentioning at all. Originally, the route connecting the center of the galaxy should be very prosperous. However, it is controlled by the Koloff Empire and only allows the Koloff Empire to travel to and from the center of the galaxy. Therefore, this route is actually very deserted, and there are very few spaceships traveling there. Even the Koloff Empire regularly organizes large-scale fleets to enter the center of the galaxy under the protection of its own fleet. The center of the galaxy is not as safe as the Orion spiral arm. Interstellar pirates are rampant. And most of them are powerful. There are no powerful ones. Without fleet escort, they would not dare to enter the center of the galaxy. As for the fleets, etc., that come from the center of the galaxy to the Orion spiral arm, there are even fewer. Generally speaking, if there are, it is because a civilization is eyeing the Orion spiral arm and wants to take over the Koloff Empire. On the other hand, under normal circumstances, a fleet may not come to a barren place like the Orion arm for thousands of years. For these civilizations in the center of the Milky Way, the extremely prosperous center of the Milky Way is what they love. As for places outside the center of the Milky Way, they have always been dismissive. The center of the Milky Way gathers more than 90% of the matter in the Milky Way, and gave birth to more than 95% of the civilizations in the Milky Way. It can be said that the center of the Milky Way is the real Milky Way. As for the Orion spiral arm, backcountry, barren deserts of civilization, and barren lands. These are all. This is the description of the Orion spiral arm in the textbooks of major civilizations in the center of the Milky Way. However, at this time, a huge space battleship was advancing rapidly in the void. This space battleship was very huge. Its mass exceeded 100 billion tons, which was 10 times the mass of the standard large space battleship on the Orion spiral arm. Its size is also very large, tens of thousands of kilometers long, as huge as a planet. What really attracted the attention of the Koloff Empire was that this space battleship came from the center of the galaxy at a very fast speed. The battleship was accompanied by circles of space ripples and fluctuations, and directly bypassed the currents of time and space in the void, continuously moving forward from galaxy to galaxy. Warp drive! Being in contact with the center of the Milky Way, the Koloff Empire also knows a thing or two about warp engines. It is so obvious that it appears in each galaxy without passing through the outflow entrance of the space-time ocean. The other party is obviously very confident, and there is no trace of it. There is no need to hide anything, or there is no need to hide anything at all. And it is not a sneak attack. On the huge space battleship, a red vertical eye logo is unusually eye-catching. This red vertical eye has red eyes and purple pupils, exuding an extremely strange aura. It is imprinted on the huge battleship, like a star from like a terrifying giant eye in the depths of the universe. Just one look at it can make people shudder. It's the Purple Eye Civilization! When the people of the Koloff Empire saw the logo on the space battleship, they immediately sent a huge team to greet them. Even the Emperor of the Koloff Empire Archipad personally led the left and right ministers of the Koloff Empire, rushing forward to greet the Purple Eye Civilization. The super overlord of the Northern Galaxy has developed to a level 5 cosmic civilization. It is also the suzerain of the Koloff Empire. The Koloff Empire can occupy the Orion spiral arm because of the behind the Koloff Empire. The suzerain country is the level 5 cosmic civilization Purple Eye Civilization. Although civilization is prosperous in the center of the Milky Way and has given birth to billions of civilizations, most of the civilizations are still below level 3 cosmic civilization. Once they can develop to level 4 cosmic civilization, they are qualified to be called galactic overlords. Galactic overlords level civilizations are very rare in the entire galaxy. As for the level of cosmic civilization that can develop to level 5, there are only a handful of them in the entire galaxy. Each civilization is a powerful civilization that has been in the galaxy for countless years. I don't know how many affiliated cosmic civilizations, like the Koloff Empire, there are. The Koloff Empire drew blood from many civilizations on the Orion spiral arm and plundered countless huge wealth. Most of the wealth actually ended up in the hands of the Purple Eye civilization of the suzerain country behind it. Level 1 cosmic civilizations are plundered by Level 2 and Level 3 cosmic civilizations. Level 3 cosmic civilizations are plundered by Level 4 and Level 5 cosmic civilizations. Level 5 cosmic civilizations have reached the top of the galaxy's food chain. When the space battleships of their own sovereign state arrived at the Orion arm, the Koloff Empire naturally did not dare to show any slights. Emperor Archipald went to greet him with his senior officials on the left and right. On the other side of the starlight, the Koloff Empire also did the same, utilizing the power of the entire civilization to start careful preparations. The envoys of the suzerain country must feel at home and not be dissatisfied at all. It is indeed a desert of civilization. Such a barren place. No wonder it cannot breed any powerful civilization. On the space battleship of the Purple Wheel Eye civilization, the people from the Purple Wheel Eye civilization looked at the dark night sky of the Orion spiral arm and said disdainfully, "The appearance of the Purple Wheel Eye civilization on the battleship and the people from the Yin Huang Empire are very imaginary. They are almost the same. Tall, fair-skinned, but all with bare heads. The most special thing is that there is an eye in the middle of their forehead. The upright eye is like the three-eyed Erlang god in the mythical story. It is just that the eyes of civilized people with purple eyes are open and have purple pupils. Exactly the same as the huge eyes on the battleship. There is a saying in the center of our galaxy that the closer you are to the center of the galaxy, the more abundant the vitality is. So the civilization that is born is more powerful, and the potential is more terrifying. On the contrary, the farther you are from the center of the galaxy, the thinner the vitality is. And the life that is born is not only are the numbers and types rarer, but more importantly, the potential of these civilized races is also lower. The Orion spiral arm is quite far away from the center of the Milky Way. Naturally, no potentially powerful civilization can be born. Only the center of the Milky Way is the cradle of civilization and the resort of civilization. I don't know how many wonderful and colorful things have been born in history. A powerful civilization. When Zishur heard the words of the people around him, he smiled and chatted casually. As one of the officials of the Purple Wheel Eye civilization responsible for contacting the cosmic civilization affiliated with the Purple Wheel Eye civilization, his mission this time was to go to Koloff specifically. The Empire here conveys the orders of the Purple Eye civilization. From their words, we can know that the people of the Purple Wheel Eye civilization obviously also know about Yuan Qi. It is obvious that Yuan Qi cultivation should be relatively common in the center of the galaxy. Of course, there will be oases even in the desert. And there will also be some special places in the civilized desert. Even the Koloff Empire in our past occupied a pretty good place. The other side of the stars. The center of the other side of the starlight is a small black hole, which gathers a large amount of surrounding matter. It also gathers the vitality of the universe on the Orion spiral arm. It is said to be a good place. Of course, this is only compared to the barren desert of the Orion spiral arm. It is definitely far different from the center of our galaxy and cannot be compared at all. However, even if it cannot be compared with the center of the Milky Way, it is still a pretty good place after all. Many civilizations that cannot survive in the center of the Milky Way will also want to occupy such a place. In a civilized desert like the Orion arm, it's better to live a small life than to live in fear in the center of the galaxy. If this cliff empire didn't have our Purple Eye civilization behind it, even this barren desert wasteland wouldn't be their turn to occupy. Of course, this Koloff empire has always been very sensible and knows its own situation. So it must be this time we will definitely be satisfied. Zishur looked at the void outside. The space battleship had stopped moving and turned off the warp engine. He was waiting for the people of the Koloff Empire to come and welcome him. Of course, he also had to show the attitude of a suzerain. Level 3 cosmic civilizations, like the Koloff Empire and Purple Wheel Eye civilization, have countless subordinates. There are thousands of Level 3 affiliated cosmic civilizations that Zishur himself is responsible for managing. And people like Zishur. There are many, many more in the Purple Chakra Eye. Chapter 438. Battle between the North and South Galaxy. Zishur and his party did not wait too long. After receiving the news, Emperor Archipald of the Koloff Empire almost immediately boarded a warp engine spaceship purchased from the Milky Way to greet Zishur and his party's arrival. In an empty void, space battleships gathered in the void. Huge spaceships were arranged neatly in the void. All the battleships and spaceships were arranged in the void. A very spacious avenue of stars, A very large number of space battleships and spaceships were arranged neatly in the void, as if they were welcoming the god of the universe, forming a red carpet of the interstellar era in the void with no direction. At the end of this road, there is the space battleship of the Purple Eye civilization that has stopped moving forward and is waiting in the void. This is the Koloff Empire using the highest standards of etiquette in the interstellar universe to welcome its most distinguished guests. It's quite grand. Ha. This kind of etiquette can only be enjoyed when the leader of a civilization visits another friendly civilization. I didn't expect that we would also have the opportunity to enjoy it. Ziyun looked at the welcoming ceremony held by the Koloff Empire in the void and showed a satisfied smile. He was just a small figure in the Purple Wheel Eye civilization and a very ordinary government official. He had never enjoyed such treatment. That is necessary. Although we are just ordinary people in the Purple Wheel Eye civilization. For these level 3 cosmic civilizations affiliated with our Purple Wheel Eye civilization, we are unattainable big shots. Zisher smiled when he heard Ziyun's words. He didn't seem surprised by all this. As an official who manages thousands of affiliated universe civilizations, basically every once in a while, he can receive orders from each of his level 3 universe civilizations. As a filial piety, I could send a message by using quantum communication. There is no need to come in person. The reason why I came here is actually to enjoy this feeling of being superior to others. The Koloff Empire prepared the most solemn and high-level welcome ceremony for the arrival of Zisher and his party. At the same time, they also specially selected a planet on the other side of the starlight that is most suitable for the living environment of the Purple Wheel Eye civilized people. On this life, the planet quickly built a very large and luxurious palace. All the design styles, decorations, etc. of the temporarily built luxurious palace are based on the artistic habits of the Purple Eye civilization, using all the exotic flowers, plants, and stones collected by the Koloff Empire from various civilizations in the Orion Arm exotic wood. Luxurious to the extreme. Master Zisher, I don't know if you are still satisfied with this place. If you are not satisfied with anything, I will have someone modify it immediately. In the luxurious palace, Archibald, the emperor of the Koloff Empire, followed Zisher very respectfully and waited on him carefully. He knew that the man in front of him controlled the life and death of countless people in the Koloff Empire. The purpose of coming here this time must be for that matter. As long as you can please the person in front of you, your empire can save a lot of losses. Well, it's okay SOSO. That's it. I won't stay here long anyway. Zisher walked casually in the palace and nodded with slight satisfaction. Even if this palace was placed in the Purple Wheel Eye civilization, it could only be owned by the truly rich and powerful. It was not something that he, an ordinary official, could own. He dreams of owning a luxurious palace of his own. However, on the surface, Zisher pretends to be ordinary. The arrogance of the people of the Purple Wheel Eye civilization of level 5 universe civilization must be shown, especially in front of the level 3 universe civilization under their jurisdiction. That is even more so. The grand reception was held grandly under the careful preparation of the Koloff Empire. The Koloff Empire took out all the good things that its own civilization could produce to entertain Zisher and his party, including food, wine, beauties, etc. There is no need to talk about it. Lord Zisher, this is a small tribute from our Koloff Empire to you. Please accept it. After some exchanges, Archibald took out a card with some hardtack. This card was issued by a very famous bank in the Purple Eye civilization. It already contained a large sum of money deposited by the Koloff Empire in advance. Funds! As an affiliated cosmic civilization of the Purple Eye civilization, the Koloff Empire wants to earn some foreign exchange from the Purple Eye civilization. It is not an easy task. There is definitely no market for technological products. There are many technologies in the center of the galaxy. Advanced civilization and various technologies emerge endlessly. If you want to earn foreign exchange, you can only rely on selling some local products on the Orion spiral arm. In addition, the Purple Eye civilization deliberately squeezes these affiliated level 3 cosmic civilizations. So this foreign exchange is definitely not that easy to earn. It can be said that every sum of money in foreign exchange was slowly accumulated by the Koloff Empire through blood and sweat. When he took out this card, Archibald felt his flesh ache. There were tens of billions of Purple Eye civilization currency in it. Maybe for a civilization, tens of billions didn't seem to be anything. But if you want to get with these tens of billions of foreign exchange, the Koloff Empire has to transport materials as large as several planets from the Orion spiral arm to the Purple Eye civilization for sale. Normally Archibald was not even willing to use foreign exchange to buy something he enjoyed. But now, He had to spend it because he had to please the person in front of him. Well, your Koloff Empire is also interested. Zisher took the card naturally. The biometric computer he carried with him had already checked the funds in the card. The huge number made Zisher very satisfied. Archipard, since you are so wise, I will tell you the truth. You should have been prepared. And you have already guessed why I came to the Orion Arm this time. Zisher received Archipald's filial piety, and the Koloff Empire had served him well along the way. So he had no intention of dragging it out any longer. He would have to say it sooner or later anyway. Are we really going to start? Archipald asked with a slight nod. Well, it's about to begin. The North-South War that happens once every 10,000 years is about to begin. I'm here to convey orders to your Koloff Empire. Zisher nodded, and when the North-South War was mentioned, his whole person became serious. The so-called battle between the North and the South is a very long tradition spread within the Milky Way. We all know that the Milky Way is a bar galaxy. A long bar runs across the middle of the Milky Way, thus dividing the Milky Way into two parts, the North and the South. As for how it is quite complicated to distinguish between North and South, the location of the Orion spiral arm is on the northern side of the Milky Way. The Southern Galaxy and the Northern Galaxy have been at war since ancient times, each wanting to compete for each other's territory and resources. Eventually, a convention was slowly formed. Every 10,000 years or so, the Southern Galaxy and the Northern Galaxy would fight each other. Civilization will break out into a great war, a war that will sweep across the entire galaxy. In this battle between the North and the South, almost all civilizations in the entire galaxy participated, except of course the level 1 and level 2 cosmic civilizations, because the level of these civilizations is too low and their technological level is quite limited. Even if they participate, even cannon fodder not really. Level 3 cosmic civilization can barely be considered cannon fodder. Level 4 cosmic civilization is the real main force, and level 5 cosmic civilization is the key to victory or defeat. Therefore, the lowest civilization participating in the North-South War is level 3 cosmic civilization, and it is also an extremely powerful level 3 cosmic civilization among level 3 cosmic civilizations. The Koloff Empire is also considered a powerful civilization among level 3 cosmic civilizations. It has occupied the Orion spiral arm. In addition, it is an affiliated cosmic civilization of the Purple Eye civilization, so it must participate in the North-South War. Of course, the army of the Koloff Empire was also the lowest level cannon fodder in the North-South War. The civilization of all wars was at least on the same level as the Koloff Empire. Basically, in every North-South battle, the army of the Koloff Empire never returned, or died. Only a very small number of very lucky fleets were able to survive the brutal North-South battle. Therefore, the Koloff Empire is very afraid of the North-South War that occurs once every 10,000 years. Because every time the Koloff Empire's vitality will be severely damaged. The army that has been built so hard will have to be sent to the North-South War, being cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, even if its vitality is severely damaged, the Koloff Empire does not dare to violate it in the slightest. Because this is not only the will of its own sovereign country's Purple Eye civilization, but also the result of the consensus of many civilizations in the entire Northern Galaxy. If it is not if troops are sent to participate, the Purple Wheel Eye civilization will destroy the Koloff Empire with a backhand. Lord Zisher, I wonder how many troops our Koloff Empire will need to send to participate in the North-South War this time. Archipald sighed slightly in his heart, but asked with an expectant look on his face. There is no doubt that in the North-South War, the Koloff Empire naturally hopes to send out as few troops as possible, because the Koloff Empire has long had the consciousness of being cannon fodder. Fighting against the powerful civilization in the center of the galaxy is simply courting death. Archipad, originally your Koloff Empire needed to send 350,000 fleets to participate in the war. But since you are so smart, within my scope of authority, I can reduce the fleet by 50,000. And your Koloff Empire only needs to send 350,000 fleets to participate in the war. 300,000 fleets are enough. And I will ask other level 3 cosmic civilizations to come up with the other 50,000 fleets. Of course, all the galactic fleets in the hands of your Koloff Empire must be dispatched. Zisher quietly reported the number of 300,000 fleets. 30,000 fleets? How come there are so many? When Archipald heard this, he immediately jumped up. Koloff only had a fleet of 500,000 in total. And now, he suddenly had to send 300,000 fleets as cannon fodder. This was nothing short of a heavy blow. I know that the number of troops sent this time is 100,000 more than the last time. But the same is true for all level 3 cosmic civilizations. And I also asked your Kalaf Empire to send 5 fewer ships within my scope of authority. 10,000 fleets. Humph. Don't be dissatisfied. Zisher snorted lightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Lord Zisher. Of course I didn't mean that. Our Kalaf Empire is very grateful for Lord Zisher's care. When Archipel heard this, he quickly thanked him very respectfully. Well, actually I'm not very sure why such a huge army is needed this time. But it is a fact that every level 3 cosmic civilization has added at least 100,000 fleets. Chapter 439. Interstellar Farmer. The powerful civilizations in the galaxy are in full swing for the war between the North and the South. But the Empire has gained a rare period of peace, and vigorous construction is underway throughout the sub-spiral arm. The Purple Moon Galaxy was a galaxy that was newly renamed by the people of the Empire after it was incorporated into the Empire. As for the original name, it had long since disappeared along with the original civilization. The origin of the Purple Moon Galaxy is due to the life planet Purple Moon Star in this galaxy. Purple Moon Star is a top life planet as huge as the Kyushu Star. The land area alone is 1.2 billion square kilometers, and the ocean area, it is also 1.5 billion square kilometers. Such a huge planet is relatively rare in the entire sub-spiral arm. Purple Moon Star is huge in size and mass. But because its autobiography speed is not very fast, its gravity is only slightly greater than that of the Earth. Purple Moon Star has 3 satellites, and each satellite looks purple at night. So Purple Moon Star is named after this. In the outer space of ZUS Star, there is a spaceport that has just been built not long ago. Here, a few spaceships are parked in space. Moreover, this spaceport is only an ordinary medium-sized spaceport. And the spaceships parked are also it is a small spacecraft. Everything seems very open and leisurely. The mechanical arms that are unhurriedly loading and unloading the spacecraft. And the very leisurely Imperial people in the spaceport. Everything tells everyone that time here passes very slowly. Although Purple Moon Star is a top-level life planet, there are not many Imperial immigrants here. The number of Imperial people who migrated here from the hinterland of the Empire is just over 1 million. This is far from the limit for such a huge Purple Moon Star. It cannot be described by the vastness of the land and the sparse population. There is no way. The Empire now owns the entire sub-spiral arm. But its own population is too sparse. And now it is spreading its branches all over the entire sub-spiral arm. Purple Moon Star can have millions of immigrants here, which is already very good. This is because the US Star has a vast land area. So there are millions of immigrants. If it is an ordinary planet, if it is not a transportation hub or the like, there will generally only be about 100,000 immigrants. And some even only have a few immigrants. Million immigrants. In order to encourage citizens of the Empire to immigrate, the Empire's Immigration Act has also been revised. The land that immigrants can be rewarded is very generous. 10 times that of before. If a family has a larger population, it can be allocated a large piece of land. Very vast land. Because the land is vast and sparsely populated, the people of the Empire often have a headache on how to develop their own land. Some companies have even been established within the Empire to serve this purpose. Most people in the Empire generally choose to work as farms. Host. Private land is vast enough. And it is a very good choice whether you are engaged in grazing or planting. If you are engaged in planting, you can purchase some large-scale fully automated agricultural machinery. And one person can easily complete the planting of a large area of land. It is even easier to engage in animal husbandry. Basically, the ranchers of the Empire choose to graze very extensively, because the land is really too big, and they can graze them casually. Ding Haicheng is a farmer on ZUS Star. He has 6 children, plus his wife. A total of 8 people. After immigrating to ZUS Star, he obtained 8,000 square kilometers of land. What is 8,000 square kilometers of land? With this concept, in the Earth Age, the average city in China is about this size. And this city does not only refer to the urban area, but the entire city, including mountainous areas, etc. Such a huge land all belongs to Ding Haicheng's family. And because Ding Haicheng was the first imperial citizen to choose to immigrate to ZUS Star, he has the right to choose the land first. And the land chosen is also very famous on ZUS Star. The Black Soil Plain area has very superior natural conditions, and is very suitable for the development of agriculture and animal husbandry. The prices of rice and wheat have dropped again. If this continues, you won't be able to make much money until the end of a busy year. The Empire is expanding too fast. Every planet is filled with farmers. This food, the prices of meat, and so on are falling again and again. In the spaceport of ZUS Star, Ding Haicheng had just sold the rice and wheat harvested on his land. But the price made him very dissatisfied. The price of a ton of top-quality rice produced by ZUS Star was only 10 yuan. Although the Empire's currency has always been strong, the price is getting lower and lower. It seems that we need to find a way to transform. There is no future in growing rice and wheat. We need to plant something special or breed some rare animals. I heard that ginseng, snow ginseng, blood ginseng, etc. are grown wild here in Changbai Mountain. Wait, let all those farmers make a fortune. Ding Haicheng was thinking about the issue of transformation. The prices of traditional crops were already very low and the profit margins were very small because there were so many people growing them. The people of the Empire simply would not let the new immigrant planets come here. If you don't manage your own land, you can still produce massive amounts of rice, wheat, etc. with just a little effort. Although Ding Haicheng is a farmer, this is just his side job. His main job is to be a biological scientist. Like most people in the Empire, after immigrating, looking at the large land, he naturally can't bear to be idle. Plant something. This seems to be an idea and spirit in the bones of the Chinese nation. Well, let's go back and get a good understanding of our land first. And find some high-value crops or animals. I won't plant rice or wheat. With an idea in mind, Ding Haicheng drove his spaceship to the spaceport and flew towards the purple moon star. The spaceship flew into the vast purple moon star like a diving duck. In the northern hemisphere of ZUS Star, Ding Haicheng's spaceship landed very slowly on his farm. There is only one city on ZUS Star, ZUS City. Most of the people on ZUS Star live in ZUS City. But every household has built villas, farms, and the like on their own land. Normally, they live in ZUS City. After all, people live in groups, plus children's education and safety, etc. On weekends or when they have free time, most people in ZUS City will choose to go to their own villas and villas. Live in a farm and take care of your own farm. Woof! Woof! As soon as Ding Haicheng got out of the spaceship, a group of tall and powerful tiger mastiffs rushed up, wagging their tails in a playful manner. The more than 20 tiger mastiffs, dragging their families with them, looked very excited. Stand at attention! Seeing these tiger mastiffs, Ding Haicheng seemed very happy. He liked dogs very much, so he also raised some tiger mastiffs on his farm. These tiger mastiffs are similar to the Tibetan mastiffs on Earth and dogs on alien planets. The breeds produced by animal crosses all look tall and powerful, and they are also very fierce. Even when encountering fierce beasts, they still have the fearless spirit of a flat-headed brother. But they are extremely loyal to their owners. Many farmers like to breed tiger mastiffs, whether it is used to look after homes, or used as a hunting dog, etc. It is a very good choice. Hearing Ding Haicheng's words, the more than 20 tiger mastiff dogs almost reacted conditionally and immediately squatted side by side very respectfully. These tiger mastiff dogs were all trained by Ding Haicheng personally according to the teaching materials, and they were regarded as a hobby in the business. Roll! Ding Haicheng nodded with satisfaction, took out some dried meat, and issued another order. Suddenly more than 20 tiger mastiff dogs began to roll on the ground. Very obedient. After teasing the tiger mastiff dogs for a while, Ding Haicheng also began to get busy. The entire huge farm and vast area of land all rely on various monitoring and automated equipment to maintain operations. Many times, these things need to be maintained and repaired. The Huiyun cattle grazing here at Linghu Lake have disappeared. Oh, they turned out to be here at Jinqiu River. Well, the number seems to be smaller again. Could it be that they were targeted by some ferocious beast again? Ding Haicheng looked at the surveillance video, looking for his most precious Huiyun cattle. This Huiyun cattle is a very precious breed. Its hair is like fire clouds. It is one of the top beef breeds. Ding Haicheng is also in his own. There are some free-range cattle on the land. Huiyun cattle like these are very popular in the Empire, and can be sold for a pretty good price. Ding Haicheng spent a lot of money to monitor his entire land for these Huiyun cattle. He didn't know how many monitors were released, so he could accurately grasp the number and location of the Huiyun cattle. The advantage of natural herding in the wild is that there is no need for management or any trouble at all. The disadvantage is that there will be fewer cattle from time to time. In the vast land, there are many various beasts. The 2 black panthers were driven away last time. This time it seems that they were probably targeted by some ferocious beasts. There should be a lot of them. There were more than 10 Black Panthers missing all of a sudden. Well, it seems that they are going to go have a look. Ding Haicheng touched his chin. There were many ferocious beasts on Zuexing. Some time ago, his herd was targeted by 2 Black Panthers. They ate one of them a day. So Ding Haicheng had to go out and kill the 2 panthers himself. After being driven away, if the loss was not too much, Ding Haicheng would usually be too lazy to care. Ding Haicheng took out guns and ammunition. These guns and ammunition were divided into many varieties. Some were live ammunition, some were anesthetic bullets, and some were electric current guns. With the vigorous interstellar immigration, the Empire had long ago allowed citizens to hold guns privately for the safety of citizens. You bitches! Get in the spaceship! Armed with guns, ammunition, and a group of tiger mastiffs, Ding Haicheng piloted a spaceship and flew toward his herd of Huiyun cattle. Chapter 440. Imperial College. Woof! Woof! Somewhere in the territory of Dinghaicheng, tens of thousands of Huiyun cattle are eating grass leisurely. The hair on these Huiyun cattle is red and fiery, and they also form a shape similar to a cloud. This is where the name of Huiyun cattle comes from. Come! Adult Huiyun cattle are tall, several sizes larger than buffaloes on the earth, and can rival elephants. Their food intake is astonishing. Adult Huiyun cattle eat hundreds of kilograms of fresh grass a day. Regularly. Dinghaicheng, you should also feed your Huiyun cattle some feed specially formulated for Huiyun cattle. At this time, Ding Haicheng and his tiger mastiff dogs were constantly searching around the Huiyun Yo herd. The Huiyun Yo were huge in size, and lived in large groups. Ordinary beasts had no way to deal with the Huiyun Yo. Only large beasts can pose a threat to Huiyun. Didi! The tracker on Huiyun shows that it is nearby. Ding Haicheng holds a tracker in his hand. Each Huiyun cow has a tracker on its ear. It can clearly know the Huiyun cow's location, growth status, whether it is sick, etc. It is also a high-tech thing. Sure enough, it was eaten by some ferocious beast, and now only a skeleton is left. Soon, according to the monitor, Ding Haicheng discovered the body and bones of Huiyun Yo. There were cow hair all over the ground and a skeleton. It was obvious at a glance that it was caused by a fierce beast attack. Woof! Woof! The tiger mastiff sniffed around very conscientiously, soon discovered it, and started to chase him in a certain direction. For safety's sake, I'd better go to the spaceship. Ding Haicheng followed in the spaceship. There were many wild beasts, poisonous snakes, poisonous insects, etc. Ding Haicheng was also a cautious type. The anti-gravity spacecraft followed a few meters above the ground, and soon came to a huge cave. The tiger mastiffs under his command were surrounding the entrance of the cave, but they did not go in. Ha ha! It seems this is it. Let me see what kind of animal it is and release the detector. Ding Haicheng controlled the spacecraft, and a detector only the size of an apple was released. This small detector also had many advanced equipment and quickly detected everything in the cave. It turns out to be explosive bears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A family of 5. 2 big bears and 3 little bears. No wonder they have a huge appetite. They eat a Huiyun cow every day. Ding Haicheng looked at the scene in the cave. Inside, 2 large, 3 small, and 5 explosive bears were sleeping soundly. They were obviously full, following a group of Huiyun. They were living a carefree life. The exploding bear is a protected animal on ZUS Star. We can only do what we did with the Black Panther last time. We should report it to the government of ZUS Star and ask them to capture this family of 5 and put them in a special protected area. Ding Haicheng frowned slightly. If it was an ordinary beast, he could kill it directly. But on ZUS Star, there are many animals that are protected, and the explosive bear is one of them. The number of such huge beasts is not counted. Many. The Purple Moon Star government has listed it as a protected animal from the beginning. Soon, Ding Haicheng contacted the Zuexing government, and a spaceship quickly descended from the sky. A group of professional people came down and took away the Baoxiong family very neatly. There are too many ferocious beasts on Purple Moon Star, so they are not allowed to be shot casually. However, the diversity of biological species still needs to be protected. The gene pool is a very precious thing. Ding Haicheng drove the spaceship to inspect his family's land, and soon returned to the central farm of the territory. Ding Haicheng's farm was built in a place surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a vast lake in front of it. He usually had nothing to do. He likes to go fishing here and so on. Buzz! Buzz! The virtual machine he was wearing vibrated, and Ding Haicheng saw that it was his eldest son Ding Yu who initiated the call request. Dad? Dad? Be back soon. I have a big happy event to tell you. As soon as the connection was connected, the excited voice of the eldest son Ding Yu came over. What happy event? How happy you are? Ding Haicheng asked with a smile. You will know when you come back. It will definitely be a happy event. Come back quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yu hung up the phone. It's really mysterious. Ding Haicheng shook his head, simply packed up his things and took the spaceship to fly to ZUS City, the only city on ZUS Star. ZUS City and Ding Haicheng's own ranch are not in the same hemisphere. When I returned to ZUS City, it was already dark here. Looking towards ZUS City from the sky, the brightly lit villas are neatly arranged, like a huge chessboard. The entire empire has always adhered to the policy of free allocation of houses, and all villas are planned and unified style. Looking at it from the night sky, there is a unique scenery. Parking the spaceship in the back garden of his home, Ding Haicheng looked up at the night sky. There were stars. 3 purple moons hung high in 3 directions in the night sky. One of the moons was a full moon. One was a half moon. And one was a half moon. The crescent-shaped 3 purple moons carry an extremely coquettish aura, making people unable to help but look at them more. What good thing is there? It's so mysterious. Oh, we had a very rich meal today. As soon as he returned home, Ding Haicheng found that everyone was waiting for him. The 8 immortals' table was filled with delicious food, and everyone seemed to be waiting for him. I don't know either. Ding Yu had to wait until everyone was here before she would say anything. Today, she even took the initiative to go to the supermarket to buy food and asked me to prepare a table of food. Ding Haicheng's wife Peng Shui also smiled helplessly. Ahem. Now that everyone is here, I will officially announce that I, Ding Yu, received the admission notice from Imperial College of Technology today. Ding Haicheng's son Ding Yu coughed deliberately, and then proudly announced his good news to everyone. Real? When Peng Shui heard this, she immediately asked in surprise. Imperial College? My dear, where is the admission notice? Bring it to me. Ding Haicheng also showed an expression of surprise, and the smile on his face could not be concealed no matter what. Ha ha. Of course it's true. The admission notice is here. Ding Yu took out a notice from behind, with a proud look on his face. Imperial College, one of the best universities in the empire, is known as the 4 top universities in the empire together with Fuyun University, Imperial University of Science and Technology, and Imperial Royal University. The 4 universities are indistinguishable from each other. No one is worse than the other, and they are all famous in the empire for producing scientists. As the 4 best universities in the empire, a dream destination for countless students, the admission ratio of the 4 universities has always been like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. The admission rate is so low that it is unimaginable. The ratio reaches 1 in 10 million. And as the population of the empire continues to expand, the admission rate is getting lower and lower. Some people have done calculations. It is estimated that in 100 years, the admission rate of these 4 universities will reach 1 in 100 million, which is the same as winning the lottery. The probability is almost the same. If you want to enter one of the 4 major universities, you need to be more than just a genius. There are strict requirements in all aspects, the most important of which is the cultivation of Yuanli. If you want to enter the 4 major universities, you must have top-notch skills in Yuanli cultivation. In addition to obtaining excellent results in the Unified Imperial College entrance examination, you must also pass the exams independently set up by the 4 major universities. Only after going through layers of screening can you obtain the admission notice from the 4 major universities. There is often no guarantee on a living planet that anyone will receive admission notices from the 4 major universities every year. Especially now, with the Empire's large-scale immigration in the sub-spiral arm. Imperial College. TSK. It's exactly the same as before. Well done. Ding Haicheng gently stroked Ding Yu's admission notice, but his mind was reminded of the scene when he was admitted to Imperial College. And time suddenly seemed to go back more than 20 years ago. My dream is to be admitted to Imperial College London and become a great scientist like my father. Ding Yu looked at Ding Haicheng with a longing look on his face. Ding Yu had always learned from his father, Ding Haicheng. When choosing a university, he also chose Imperial College where Ding Haicheng studied. Brother, I also want to be a scientist. After hearing Ding Yu's words, Ding Yu's youngest sister, Ding Shui, who was only 4 years old, followed her up with a sweet voice. Ha ha. Of course, Our Shuer is definitely the best. She will definitely be an outstanding female scientist when she grows up. Ding Yu silently nodded her head and encouraged her. You all should take a good look. This is my brother's university admission notice. Imperial College is one of the 4 best universities in our empire. You must all work hard and be admitted to a good university like your brother in the future. University and become an outstanding young man who contributes to society. Ding Haicheng showed Ding Yu's admission notice to the other children and said in an encouraging tone that Ding Haicheng was very pleased that his eldest son could be admitted to his alma mater. Humph. I don't want to be a scientist. I'm bored to death from staying in the laboratory every day. I want to be a soldier, become a general of the empire, and command a huge fleet to defeat aliens. The second son Ding Yong, who was in the rebellious stage, pouted. Although he said this, his eyes showed more admiration for his brother Ding Yu. At his age, he already knew what Imperial College of Technology was like. It is difficult to enter, but everyone who can enter it is a genius among geniuses. Ha. If you want to be a general, you have to work hard. And don't be lazy in Yuanli cultivation. The Imperial Military Academy has very high requirements for Yuanli cultivation. Ding Haicheng laughed happily. Chapter 441. Life in Yuanli. The eldest son Ding Yu was admitted to Imperial College London, and Ding Haicheng also began to prepare for his son's admission. Although Imperial College London had already moved out of the Centaur Galaxy, the central galaxy of the Empire, it occupied a galaxy and a living planet alone. As Imperial Colleges, it is a teaching star. But Purple Moon Star is still quite far away from the Green Grass Garden Galaxy where Imperial College of Technology is located. Almost 2,000 light-years away. Even on the shortest route, taking a spaceship from Purple Moon Star to Kinkaiwen Galaxy requires transiting through dozens of galaxies. If you want to reach Kinkaiwen Galaxy before the start of school, you must take the most advanced warp engine spacecraft. Okay. The next day, Ding Haicheng took Ding Yu and set off from ZUS Star. The time was tight, so he couldn't delay for too long. If it was closer, Ding Haicheng was even prepared to take the whole family to the Kinkaiwen Galaxy. Take a look. Ding Haicheng and Ding Yu first took their own spaceship to the spaceport of Purple Moon Star, and then took the Purple Moon Star to the Laurel Galaxy. The Laurel Galaxy is the center point of some surrounding galaxies, and only here can warp engine spacecraft go there. Green Grass Garden Galaxy. Through the warp engine spacecraft, Ding Haicheng and Ding Yu arrived at the Hanyuan Galaxy, which is only 13 light-years away from the Kinkaiwen Galaxy. Then they took an ordinary spaceship from the Hanyuan Galaxy and finally arrived at the Kinkaiwen Galaxy through the space-time ocean currents. The two of them spent more than 2 months on the road, and it can be said that there was almost no rest. TSK. My alma mater is still exactly the same as before. It's really nostalgic. Kinkaiwen Galaxy, Kinkaiwen Star. The entire planet belongs to Imperial College of Technology. Of course, a university cannot be run on a planet. As one of the 4 most famous universities in the Empire, Imperial College is not only a university is so simple, but it is also a huge scientific research institution. There are countless scientific laboratories affiliated with Imperial College alone. Plus laboratories funded and cooperated by the Empire. Laboratories funded and cooperated by the Imperial Academy of Sciences, etc. It can be said that the entire Polytechnic is not so much a university. It would be more appropriate to say it is a huge scientific research institution. In fact, the Empire's universities have long been no longer the same as the university teaching model in the Earth era. Due to the popularization of the Empire's Yuanli practice, the learning ability of the Empire's citizens has become more and more powerful, especially the younger generation. And there are many talents. Therefore, the Empire's education is also undergoing reforms. From elementary school to high school, they have basically taught them all the scientific and technological knowledge currently possessed by the Empire. Those who can graduate from high school in the Empire have a considerable amount of knowledge alone, if nothing else. The horror. Therefore, at the university level, there is basically nothing to teach. And there is nothing to teach. What is left is to let these young people explore the path of science by themselves, continue to expand and extend in the professional field, and finally be able to people who graduate from college can become leaders in their respective fields. As one of the 4 universities in the Empire, Imperial College has always been like this. It has always looked down upon students who memorize by rote. It prefers those who dare to think, dare to break the rules, dare to try, and have the ability. Innovative students. Students in the school basically start when they enter university. Many outstanding people have set up their own laboratories, or work as assistants for famous scientists, etc. Almost everyone will participate in many scientific research projects. Ding Haicheng took his son Ding Yu for a stroll on the campus. His mind recalled the scene when he was studying here more than 20 years ago, full of infinite memories and emotions. Ding Yu's university life began soon. Imperial College has no control over its students. The only thing is that if you want to graduate, you must produce a demonstrable scientific research result. Imperial College's teaching has not been divided into arts and sciences from the beginning. And there is no clear division of arts and science majors in the university. For an institution like Imperial College, which is famous for cultivating scientists, this rule does not seem to be too excessive. But it is not an easy task to come up with a tangible success. After all, the Empire's technological development is changing with each passing day. Not to mention that basically everyone who can enter Imperial College is very proud. People, ordinary small results are simply too embarrassed to show up to apply for graduation. Ding Yu is also a very proud person. Most universities generally require their students to graduate after achieving results in a certain professional field. The same is true for Imperial College London. However, Imperial College London has its own pride and intangibles. Stipulations in it. If you want to truly obtain a diploma from Imperial College, you must succeed in more than 2 fields. Only in this way can you truly graduate from Imperial College. If you only achieve results in one field, you can get a diploma, but you will be looked down upon by your classmates and seniors at Imperial College. Those who can enter Imperial College are basically geniuses among geniuses. Their foundations are already quite solid. As long as they continue to work hard, it is not impossible to achieve results in 2 fields. Ding Yu chose the fields of biotechnology and cosmic astronomy. He chose the field of bioscience because his father, Ding Haicheng, was a biological scientist from the Imperial Academy of Sciences. He had a huge influence on Ding Yu since he was a child. As for the field of cosmic astronomy, because Ding Yu has loved watching the stars since she was a child, and is eager to explore the mysteries of the vast universe. Life at Imperial College is not as beautiful as imagined. There is very little time for free play. Most of the time is spent in laboratories and libraries. Life is very fulfilling. Why can't life survive in the cosmic environment? Or maybe there is such life in the universe, but we haven't discovered it yet. Ordinary life, even the most powerful water bear, can survive in the cosmic environment. You can't survive in it for long. However, when Yuanli has been cultivated to a certain level, he can directly physically cross the void. We have seen people fly directly into space more than once or twice. On the lawn under a big tree, Ding Yu rested his head on his head, thinking about something in his mind. Life is the most magical existence in the universe. Because of life, this universe is so colorful. Because of life, this world is full of infinite possibilities. Teacher Feng's words are absolutely correct. Life is full of infinite possibilities. Life is born under accidental chemical reactions, and then slowly evolves, and finally evolves into advanced life with intelligence. So the evolution of life, where is the end point? Thinking of the words of his biology tutor, Teacher Feng, Ding Yu looked at the blue sky, as if he wanted to find the meaning of life in the blue sky. By the way, it's Yuanli. Because we have cultivated Yuanli, we humans can continue to evolve. People who are successful in cultivation can even gain long lifespans and incredibly powerful abilities. The evolution of life is essentially the result of Yuanli. So what exactly is Yuanli? What are the most basic things that make up Yuanli? In my mind, questions keep popping up one after another. This is often the case. The more I think about it, the less I understand. The more I know, the more ignorant I feel. You are indeed here. What are you thinking about? Ding Yu's roommate at university, Yang Wansong, came over at some point and naturally lay down on the lawn. I wonder where the end of the evolution of life is. Ding Yu smiled and replied. Yang Wansong, like Ding Yu, also chose biotechnology. So the two often took classes together. And they were roommates. So they had the best relationship. I think it's probably God. Yang Wansong thought for a while and said, God? That seems to be right. The abilities possessed by powerful Yuanli warriors are indeed not much different from those of gods. They can physically cross the void, turn mountains and seas, and turn their hands to create clouds and rain. Ding Yu nodded after listening. Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you want from me? As you know, my other elective is spacecraft manufacturing. Recently I had an idea to combine biotechnology with spacecraft manufacturing. I wanted to set up a scientific research group. The first person I invited was you. You are also a biological science researcher. And you have also studied cosmic astronomy. So you are definitely a very suitable candidate. Yang Wansong smiled and explained his purpose of looking for Dingyu. The other course he chose was spacecraft manufacturing. This subject seemed not as advanced as biology, astronomy, physics, space-time, etc. But it is actually one of the most popular subjects now. Because the subject of spacecraft manufacturing is a very popular major in the Empire. And because now the large and small spacecraft manufacturing companies in the Empire are eager to book these talents when they first enter school. The Empire is expanding throughout the sub-spiral arm. Coupled with the rise of the arms trade throughout the main spiral arm. The expansion of the Imperial Army itself. And more. Now the Empire's major spacecraft and space battleship manufacturing companies are operating at full capacity and are constantly expanding. However, the manufacturing of spacecraft and space battleships is a technical job that requires professional talents. Naturally, there are specialties in the manufacturing of spacecraft. Graduates are in high demand. Chapter 442. Biological Spaceship. Biotech and spacecraft combined? When Dingyu heard this, he immediately understood that Yang Wansong's family was the very famous Yang heavy industry group within the Empire. And spacecraft manufacturing was the pillar industry of the Yang group. Over the years, with the development of the Empire's spaceships and space battleships, with vigorous development, the Yang group is also rising. And now it has become one of the top 500 super large enterprises in the Empire. Don't think that the Empire's top 500 companies are not awesome. The Empire is a cosmic civilization that occupies the entire sub-spiral arm. All walks of life are developing very rapidly. It is already quite remarkable to be among the top 500 Empire companies. 1 year of business, the amount must be at least hundreds of billions. The Yang Wansong family is rich. But being rich does not mean that the children of the family can enter the 4 universities of the Empire. Even the children of the imperial family must go through fair competition before they can enter the universities of the Empire. Yang Wansong was able to be admitted to Imperial College, one of the 4 universities in the Empire. The family behind him naturally attached great importance to it, and gave a lot of support. The most important thing is money. So Yang Wansong has always been wealthy when doing experiments. Dingyu they all study and research with their mentors or seniors. This Yang Wansong can organize his own laboratory and research team. Because setting up a laboratory and conducting scientific research are very expensive. Although the Empire has always invested in scientific research regardless of cost. Imperial College is one of the 4 universities. And the government financial support it receives every year is also an astronomical amount. However, if it is allocated, it will be allocated to freshmen like Dingyu. In fact, not much. Unless you can prove your ability, and prove that your research direction is indeed feasible. The Empire will also strongly support it. At that time, there were many social enterprises and individuals who would also invest. However, Dingyu, a freshman who has just enrolled in school, is obviously not considered a promising candidate. So the funds allocated to him every year are very limited. And he can only do some small experiments and research. As for wanting to be like Yang Wansong, he will do it as soon as he comes. It is obviously impossible to launch a large-scale project such as a spacecraft. Do you have any good ideas and methods? If there are no good ideas and methods, I don't want to waste time. After thinking for a while, Dingyu continued to say that although joining Yang Wansong's team would definitely not worry about funding, if there are no practical ideas and methods, it would be a waste of time. And this is what Dingyu can't stand the most. Dingyu has to study and do research every day. And there are 2 classes at the same time. Dingyu's time is very precious. I knew you would ask this. Let me first talk about a few people who have agreed to my invitation. The first person is Li Chanfeng. He studies space technology and power technology. Yang Wansong seemed to have been prepared for a long time. All the students at Imperial College were very proud. If they wanted to invite other students to join their team, money alone would not work. In addition to their own strong strength, you must have feasible ideas and methods. Otherwise others will not waste time with you. Li Chanfeng. Even he agreed to the invitation. So I also agreed to join. When Dingyu heard about Li Chanfeng, he agreed without hesitation. Li Chanfeng was very famous among the freshmen at Imperial College of Science and Technology because he was a leader among the younger generation of the Imperial family. The Imperial family has always been famous for its talents in the Empire. The most talented people among them are top scientists in various fields. In addition, after so many years of reproduction and growth, the Imperial family is a very large family. became a leader among the younger generation of a family full of talents. This Li Chanfeng was a very outstanding figure, and was known as one of the 5 elites of the Li family, among the new generation of the imperial royal family. With Li Changfeng's background, Yang Wansong can persuade the other party to join. There is no doubt that Yang Wansong must have a more mature idea. Otherwise, it is impossible to impress Li Chanfeng and ask for money. Compared with the Yang family behind Yang Wansong and the imperial family, there is no way to compare them, especially if you need connections and resources. Great! With you joining us, our team will be stronger, and we can definitely develop a biological spacecraft. After receiving Ding Yu's affirmative reply, Yang Wansong clenched his fists happily. It was not easy to develop a biological spacecraft, but Ding Yu and Yang Wansong must invite people. In a small space city somewhere in the void of Kinkaiwen Galaxy, Yang Wansong, Ding Yu, Li Chanfeng and others gathered together and discussed with each other. They were all wearing white coats, and a ship was in the virtual image next to them. The strange spaceship is turning slowly. There is a saying in our space research that the void of the universe can also be seen as a huge, unfathomable ocean of time and space. In the ocean, fish are the most successfully evolved species. So are biological spacecraft. I think the first reference should be fish. Li Changfeng's voice is not loud, but his articulation is very clear. He has inherited the excellent genes of the imperial royal family. Li Changfeng looks very handsome, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His deep eyes are shining, and he exudes a heart-stopping aura. Obviously, in terms of Yuanli cultivation, the young Li Chanfeng already has quite a profound level of cultivation. Well, the void of the universe can indeed be regarded as an ocean, and there are space-time ocean currents connecting the star systems. But how do we combine living things with spacecrafts? Yang Wansong and others also nodded. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you have ideas and methods and keep trying, you will slowly succeed in many things. I think we can use bionics. We first make the spaceship look like a fish, and then test various properties of the spacecraft to see if the use of bionics can improve the performance of the spacecraft. I think we can try it first. The power system of a fish is the tail, the swim bladder, and the fins. We'd better refer to it when we design the spacecraft. Others also expressed their opinions and put forward their own thoughts. Soon, this small space city began to become busy. This space city was funded and built by the style group behind Yang Wansong. It is equipped with a variety of advanced scientific instruments and equipment. More importantly, the space city there is also a small shipyard that can be used to build small spacecrafts. For the sake of the children of his own family, he has always strongly supported scientific research. Of course, it may also be because of Li Changfeng's face. The Yang group is also very willing to do so. Even though this small space city has invested a considerable amount of money. Huge. The various high-tech equipment alone are not a huge number. In less than a month, a strange spaceship appeared in the dock of this space city. This spaceship was not big, only more than 10 meters long, and less than 1 meter high and wide. It's just larger than an average private small spacecraft. This small spaceship looks completely different from the most common flying saucer-shaped anti-gravity spaceships in the Empire. From a distance, it looks like a big fish. Not only does it look like a fish, it also looks like a fish. Even the color of the SHL is blue-black. There are even fish fin-like designs on the back and sides. And the tail is no different from a fish tail. Huh? I finally figured out a cost. It's so easy to see on paper. But I know I have to do it. If you haven't built a spaceship yourself, you can't imagine the difficulties involved. However, the more you get, the more difficult it will be. The harder things are, the more you learn. Yang Wansong looked at the spaceship painted with the words, Big Shark, and couldn't help but sigh. With sufficient funds, advanced equipment, and the wisdom of the team, building a spaceship it took more than a month to realize that most of the parts can now be produced using an atomic printer. I don't know how good our shark's performance is. Ding Yu also nodded. This month, in order to build this spaceship, Ding Yu relearned how to make spacecraft, which took a lot of effort. It's my first time. Maybe I won't even be able to fly in a spaceship. Yang Wansong smiled, not very confident in the finished product of the first experiment. If we can't even fly, we might as well just crash it to death. Although the power system installed on the Big Shark is backward plasma power, flying in the universe should be absolutely impossible anyway. No problem. Li Chanfeng looked confident. This spacecraft is too small to install a nuclear fusion power system. and the space power system is completely impossible to install. In fact, according to my idea, we can build a large spacecraft that combines the nuclear fusion power system and the space power system. Once the system is installed, the biological spaceship will be amazing. Li Chanfeng, who studies power technology, is very familiar with various power technologies. The big shark in front of him obviously makes him not very satisfied. Haha, we have just started. Let's accumulate some experience first. Our university has just started anyway. We have plenty of time. When our technology matures, I will take everyone to our spacecraft manufacturing factory. Wherever we go, you can try building a real shark. Chapter 443. Void Shark. Somewhere in the void of the Kinkaiwing Galaxy, the big shark spaceship was parked quietly in the void. Behind this spaceship, there was a small spaceship following. In the surrounding void, there were all kinds of things. The monitors are all ready. The test begins. Yang Wansong gently pressed the start button, and the fully automated big shark soon ejected a dazzling white tail flame, and the powerful plasma power was activated. Driven by powerful power, the big shark began to move in the void, and its speed became faster and faster. The initial speed is Mach 10, which is very unsatisfactory, considering the mass of the spacecraft and the plasma power installed on it. The initial speed should reach at least Mach 30 to be considered as the plasma power. It seems that the power alone is gone. We still have a lot to learn. Just seeing the initial velocity, Yang Wansong, Li Chanfeng, Ding Yu and others couldn't help but frown. Although the spacecraft was built, it failed to fully utilize the plasma power. Take your time. Don't rush. Look at other things first. Yang Wansong comforted everyone gently and looked into the void. The speed of the big shark spaceship continued to increase in the void, but it was far inferior to the small spaceship that everyone was riding. The power of the big shark has reached its maximum. This acceleration is too slow. Let's test its flexibility. Ding Yu looked at the data one by one and found that it was far from his ideal data. Although he was mentally prepared for the possibility of failure, he still felt a little frustrated. There are many indicators to measure the performance of a spacecraft, but the most critical ones are still speed, acceleration, deceleration, multidirectional steering speed, and energy consumption. Others are relatively less important indicators. Speed is naturally easy to understand. The void of the universe is extremely vast, so the speed of the spacecraft is very important. The speed here is generally the highest limit speed and maximum effective speed that the spacecraft can reach. The faster the spacecraft, the faster it is. There is no doubt that its performance will be better. Acceleration is also well understood. The faster a spacecraft accelerates, the less time it takes to reach its ultimate speed from rest. It is definitely an important indicator to measure the performance of a spacecraft. Deceleration is the opposite of acceleration. The three indicators of speed, acceleration, and deceleration are actually related to the power system of the spacecraft. The more powerful the power system, the better these three indicators will be. So from another aspect said that the power system is the most important indicator of the spacecraft. The flexibility mentioned by Ding Yu actually refers to the multidirectional steering speed of the spacecraft. The void of the universe is not divided into up and down, left and right, and front and back. You can choose any direction to fly at will. So a spaceship with excellent performance can fly in the void. The player must have the ability to fly in all directions, and the time and arc required to adjust the direction are the key to measuring this indicator. Maybe ordinary spaceships are not very demanding in this regard, but for space battleships, space fighter planes, etc., this indicator is a very critical indicator. The survival rate of highly flexible space battleships and space fighter planes in the void will be greatly improved since enemies are harder to target. The tail of the big shark swayed gently in the void, and its flight direction immediately changed. It drew an arc in the void, completing the direction in a very small arc and in a very short time. Change. Haha. The flexibility is not bad. It is so flexible just by swinging the tail. If we can also use the fins, I think its flexibility will be even higher. When Li Chanfeng looked at the data, he couldn't help but laugh happily. Although it was only the first experimental product, the steering speed of the spacecraft was still very high, and the steering was completed in a very short time. Test more. Li Chanfeng controlled the spacecraft and saw the big shark spacecraft constantly swinging its tail in the void. And the tail was exactly where the plasma power tail flame was, which was also the power source of the spacecraft. The big shark was really like the shark generally keeps moving forward in the void. Its body keeps twisting, and its direction keeps changing, but its speed does not have much impact. It really works. The combination of bionic biology and spacecraft can greatly improve the flexibility, at least for now. However, it can only change left and right on at least one surface, and cannot achieve changes up and down, front and back in the void. Electricity plasma power may really not be suitable for biological spaceships. Yang Wansong's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he saw the rise of a new technology, and he clenched his fists. Well, we cannot pursue speed first. We can first work on the flexibility of the spacecraft and add a power system to the fins. However, plasma power is indeed not suitable. I think it is better to use the latest space power technology. The system is more suitable, drawing on the design of space-time ocean current sails. Li Chanfeng is an expert in power. He touched his chin and said thoughtfully, I think it will work. Everyone else nodded in support. Time is like running water, passing by quietly, in the blink of an eye. For years have passed quietly. Somewhere in the void of the Kinkaiwen galaxy, an extremely huge giant fish is just parked in the void. If you look closely, you can see that it is a spaceship. This is how it looks like a fish is completely installed. It was so designed that when looking at it from a distance, one really thought it was a big fish coming into the void. In the spaceship, Dingyu, Li Chanfeng, Yang Wansong and others all seemed very excited. After 4 years of work, they no longer knew how many spaceships they had designed and built, how many suns and moons were in the universe. The time spent in the spaceship paid off. And finally, when the surrounding students came up with their results and applied for graduation, the big shark they researched finally became a real success. Shark in-generation testing begins. Yang Wansong looked at the void outside and gently started the spacecraft. Everyone else quickly sat down in their seats and fastened their seat belts. Looking from the void outside, the eyes on the head of the big shark suddenly opened, and its tail began to swing gently. In the void where the tail was, waves of ripples began to ripple, as if it were really swimming in the water, accompanied by waves of space fluctuations. The big shark was like a fish swimming in the water, and its speed suddenly soared. The big shark spacecraft advanced rapidly in the void, and circles of space ripples continued to ripple as it advanced, just like a fish swimming in the water very close to the lake. Soon, it seemed that it was tired of flying in a straight line. The fin on the left side of the big shark swayed slightly. Here, on the left fin, circles of space ripples continued to ripple. The tail stopped swinging, and the spacecraft almost moved at an angle of less than 90 degrees. The corner is turned to the right. The speed is very fast. There is no sense of lag, and the space required is very small. The big shark spacecraft had just turned to the left. Soon the fins on the right side were swaying, and the surrounding void was rippled. The spacecraft completed the left turn very quickly, like an extremely flexible fish. Very flexible rotation in water. The shark spacecraft is like a lying puppy, constantly flying around in the void with circles of ripples, sometimes turning to the left, sometimes turning to the right, without any pattern, as seen from the distance in the void in the past. No one would associate it with a spaceship. They would only think that it was really a huge fish that could live in the void. In the spaceship, Dingyu, Li Chanfeng, Yang Wansong and others were sitting on their chairs one by one, feeling the pressure caused by sometimes turning left, sometimes right, sometimes accelerating, and sometimes decelerating. This feeling is difficult for people who have not practiced Yuanli. It must be very uncomfortable. But for a few of them, there is no pressure at all. At this time, each of them seems very excited, because the more drastic the changes in the spacecraft, the better the performance of all aspects of the spacecraft, which means that everyone's efforts over the past 4 years have not been in vain. Here comes the point. Following Yang Wansong's loud shout, everyone felt like they were suddenly pressed onto the chairs, just like the feeling when a rocket in an amusement park rockets into the sky. Then, before everyone could feel it, they floated upward again. The whole person is like this, up and down, left and right, front and back, and pressure from all aspects is constantly pressing on him. Looking from the void outside, the big shark spacecraft completely let itself go. As ripples in the void continued to agitate, the spacecraft continued to move forward, fly up and down, and fly in the void, or like a diving duck. It suddenly turns over in the void. It is very flexible, as if it is alive. For a long time, the big shark spaceship gradually calmed down in the void, and the ripples in the surrounding void also began to calm down. The spacecraft was quietly suspended in the void. Everyone in the spacecraft was gasping for air at this time. Their bodies it was still shaking, as if it was still remembering the horrific experience just now. Although everyone has good Yuanli cultivation, at this time, they are still upside down. The flexibility of the spacecraft is too high. If the people in the spaceship were not tied to chairs, it is estimated that this time each one of them had been hit on the head and was bleeding. This spaceship is too flexible, which doesn't seem to be a good thing. Chapter 444. The Path of Biotechnology. In the Imperial Palace of the Yin Huang Star in the Centaur Galaxy, in the Central Galaxy of the Empire. Since the end of the war with the Kalaf Empire, Li Fu has been living a leisurely life for the time being. And there are not many things to worry about. In the back garden of the palace, under the big leaf banyan tree, Li Fu was enjoying his little life leisurely with a book. It was the summer in the northern hemisphere of Yin Huang Star, and the temperature was relatively high. But under the big leaf banyan tree, it is very cool. This kind of plant unique to Yin Huang Star is very tall, with lush branches and huge leaves. The shade it creates is more comfortable than an air-conditioned room. Sometimes the powerful wind blows, making people faint, drowsy. Brother Fu, it's so relaxing. I don't know which corner. Shen Bin, Yu Liang, and Chao Haidao appeared, and naturally sat down next to Li Fu. I said I couldn't sleep, but it turns out you guys are here. Li Fu smiled, and put down the book in his hand. There is good news. News just came from Imperial College. Several college students have actually developed a biological spaceship. The data in all aspects is very powerful, especially in terms of flexibility. It is like an elf, far beyond all our current spacecraft. As the Dean of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Yu Liang was also very clear about what was happening in the Imperial scientific community. And he told the first research results of Dingyu, Yang Wansong, Li Chanfeng and others. Biospaceship? When Li Fu heard this, his eyebrows were raised, and he opened his virtual machine. As expected, there was a copy of the latest information sent by Yu Liang. When he opened it, he found out about the research ideas and process of biological spacecraft, and the research results of the Big Shark spacecraft. Detailed data, information, etc. quickly come to mind. Biological space battleships are a very good development direction. From the civilization seeds of the Han technology empire, we know that biotechnology is a very heaven-defying technology. If biotechnology develops to the level of a fifth-level cosmic civilization, it will be enough. Fight against other cosmic civilizations whose technology has reached level 7. And once biotechnology can develop to level 7, it will be enough to become the overlord of the universe, comparable to a cosmic civilization that develops ordinary space technology to level 8. This is a powerful technology that can kill monsters beyond levels. In his mind, Li Fu thought of the evaluation of biotechnology in seeds of civilization. Although biotechnology does not seem to have much power, especially biotechnology is still in its infancy. Apart from the development of genes, it seems that there is nothing great about it. However, once a civilization based on biotechnology develops, its attack methods will be very complex and difficult to guard against. If nothing else, just releasing a powerful cosmic biological virus can easily turn a large area of void into death. What's more, with the development of biotechnology, it can explode the sea of creatures. As long as there is material, powerful creatures can be created endlessly, so that the enemy will never be able to kill them all. Mechanical rays, Zerg rays, and biotechnology civilization are the three most difficult civilizations in the universe to deal with. It's just that it's too difficult for this biotechnology to really develop. According to the Empire's current biotechnology level, it can only be regarded as level 1 biotechnology, and it is still in a very primitive genetic research stage. Moreover, biotechnology did not have much combat effectiveness in the early stage. It is difficult for a civilization based on biotechnology to survive in the cruel competitive environment of the universe. A civilization that develops ordinary technology will not be able to survive even in the terrestrial era. Nuclear weapons can be developed and possess extremely powerful destructive power. In the space age, all kinds of energy weapons are also amazingly powerful. On the other hand, if biotechnology has not developed to level 5, biotechnology basically does not have much combat effectiveness. And a civilization without much combat effectiveness, how can it may develop to a level 5 cosmic civilization? But with such powerful technology, it is naturally impossible for the Empire not to develop it. What's more, I am also a biotechnology student. Maybe I can explore a new development path by combining biotechnology with other technologies. A good choice. He thought a lot in his mind and pondered a lot. Soon, Li Fu made a decision in his mind. It was definitely impossible for the empire to give up other technological development paths and focus on the development of biotechnology. But it would be impossible to give up biotechnology. It is possible that along the direction of biotechnology development, there can be a direct path to the top civilization in the universe. Of course, it is very important for a civilization to choose the development of its own civilization. Technology is like a vast ocean. Only by choosing a direction and constantly working hard in this direction can we have more powerful power in the shortest time. This is like a person whose energy and time are always limited. It is impossible to learn everything. He can only choose one or two directions to specialize in. Only in this way can he achieve achievements in a certain field. The same is true for a civilization. If you want to develop to a higher level, you should choose a direction from the beginning and strive to continue to develop in this direction. The Han Technology Empire relied on space-time technology to eventually become a super civilization. But the universe they live in is obviously different from ours. And time and space are also different. It will definitely be difficult to follow the path of the Han Technology Empire. Maybe biology, the road to science and technology, is also good. The young people in the empire are becoming more and more amazing now. Li Fu had a smile on his face. Well, this technology is of great help to our empire, especially to our empire's space battleships. Once we apply this technology to the manufacturing of space battleships, the flexibility of our space battleships can be greatly improved. The survival rate on the battlefield can skyrocket. If it is applied to space fighters, then our empire's space fighters will be more elusive and can easily approach the enemy's space battleships, thereby easily destroying the enemy's space battleships. And this technology has just emerged. If research and development continue, its future is bright. Chen Bin nodded very seriously. He was obviously very optimistic about this technology. The empire's technological development was changing with each passing day, and general technologies were constantly emerging. Chen Bin could not get such an evaluation at all. But this technology was completely different, has a bright future, and can directly increase the empire's combat effectiveness. The combination of biotechnology and traditional technology is a really good idea. Maybe we can make more efforts on this path. Yu Liang, who always had a playful smile, nodded seriously, as if he saw a rising subject. Arrange a time for me to meet these children in person and give them some encouragement. Speaking of which, I haven't accepted students for a long time, and I'm a little tempted to accept a few young talents in biological research. Brother Fu, you actually want to accept students. It's really a tree blooming. It's rare to see it in 100 years. In the Imperial Palace, Yang Wansong, Ding Yu, Li Chanfeng and others looked excited and nervous. They did not expect that their research would alarm the Imperial Emperor Li Fu. Li Fu would personally receive them, and would consider recruiting students from among them. Li Chanfeng, have you ever met His Majesty? Yang Wansong asked in a low voice to Li Chanfeng beside him. My father took me to the palace once when I was a child, but I was still very young at that time, and it didn't have much influence. I only remember that my ancestor was very young and pinched my cheek. I can't remember the rest clearly. Li Chanfeng shook his head helplessly. The imperial royal family was now spread out, and had a large population. Many of his descendants had never even been to the palace, and met Li Fu in person. You are one of the 5 elites after all. You are also an outstanding descendant of the old Li family, and you have only been to the palace once. Ding Yu also said softly. There is no way. The family has too many people. The population of the ancestors' branch alone is over 1 million. The population of the ancestor Li Xing's branch is also over 1 million. The ancestor is very busy. Wherever you have time, let's meet everyone. Just like your respective families, they are now very populous. I guess you have never met your ancestors. Li Chanfeng shook his head again. The imperial family has always been a role model for the empire, especially when it comes to increasing the empire's population. The imperial family's population is growing too fast. I was lucky enough to be able to come in and meet my ancestors when I was a child. Most of the new generation of the family have never seen their ancestors. I was admitted to Imperial College London. I was lucky enough to meet our ancestors of the Yang family, but it was only once. Yang Wansong also nodded. The Yang group also has a large population, but it is still far away from the imperial royal family. So as long as they are outstanding descendants, they can still meet their ancestors. Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, Li Fu walked in with a smile on his face. Li Chanfeng, Ding Yu, Yang Hua-song and others couldn't help but look over and looked very excited at the same time. Being able to be personally interviewed by Li Fu already shows that their research over the years has received the greatest recognition. What's more, Li Fu is also the most admired object among the younger generation of the empire. So young. He looks just like us. It's exactly the same as what's on TV and in the news. My ancestor has such profound Yuan-Li cultivation. I can't even feel it at all. But the aura emanating from his body makes people feel extremely palpitating. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Li Fu and their idol. Everyone's feelings were different. Chapter 445. Sub-Spiral Arm Defense System. The secondary spiral arm and the Orion main spiral arm can be said to be in a relatively parallel position. Of course, this is only true in the plane of the Milky Way. In fact, the distance between the secondary spiral arm and the main spiral arm is about 300 light-years. And the border between the two is more than 1,500 light-years long and hundreds of light-years thick. There are only 3 routes connecting the main spiral arm and the secondary spiral arm: the Serrero route, the Seville route, and the Blanca route. Because these 3 routes have star systems connecting the main spiral arm and the secondary spiral arm, civilizations can be connected through the space-time ocean currents between these star systems. Otherwise, without mastering the warp engine, if you want to fly across the distance of more than 300 light-years between each other, even at the speed of light, it will take more than 300 years. Such a long time. Even if you finally fly over. Daylily, it's already cold too. The 3 golden routes have now been firmly controlled by the Empire. Through the 3 routes, the Empire has continuously obtained countless wealth from the many civilizations on the main spiral arm by selling arms and weapons. However, the Empire has not been controlled by the current Empire. The prosperity and huge wealth have dazzled the mind. The Empire knew very well from top to bottom that the war in the Serrero galaxy had just begun. And the war with the Koloff Empire was far from over. And it was not even halftime. In the void of the Zalero galaxy, Li Fu arrived here on the Empire's latest technology biological space battleship. This time, he was going to inspect the sub-spiral arm defense system that the Empire had spent countless efforts to build. Because the Koloff Empire has access to the civilization in the center of the galaxy. The Empire also concluded that the Koloff Empire can definitely purchase warp engine space battleships from the center of the galaxy, and wants to rely on 3 golden routes to defend Koloff. The attack of the husband Empire is obviously unreliable. The army of warp engine warships of the Koloff Empire can easily bypass the 3 routes and reach the sub-spiral arm without passing through the currents of time and space. If there is a sneak attack on the Empire, they will go straight to the Centauri, the central galaxy of the Empire. If they leave the galaxy, the Empire will not have time to defend itself. So from the very beginning, the Empire's senior officials formulated a plan to build a huge defense system in the void between the secondary spiral arm and the main spiral arm. This defense system does not require any attack on the enemy. Only just find the enemy's traces. Once it is known that the enemy wants to enter the sub-spiral arm to sneak attack on the Empire through warp flight, then the Empire can adopt corresponding methods to deal with it, instead of being stunned without knowing anything. Although I just want to build a system that can discover the Empire. This is definitely a huge project. There is a distance of 300 light-years between the secondary spiral arm and the main spiral arm, 1,500 light-years long, and as thick as 100 light-years away. It is definitely not an easy task to build a monitoring and defense system on such a large scale. The spaceship Li Fu boarded was flying directly in the void at warp speed, and soon it came from the Serrero galaxy to the void of the dark abyss between the secondary spiral arm and the main spiral arm. The origin of the dark abyss is because there are no stars in this area, and it is pitch black. So it is called the dark abyss. Your Majesty, because this Solero galaxy is the closest route to the other side of the starlight. It is also the first choice for the Koloff Empire's army to attack. At present, we are also focusing on building a defense system near the Solero route. We will first complete the Solero defense arrangements on this side of the route. Next to Li Fu, Wuhan Iron and Steel, the person in charge of building the sub-spiral arm defense system, turned on the virtual imaging and began to explain Li Fu in detail. Although it only requires the discovery of warships flying at warp speed, because the scope involved is so wide, this project is also very huge. There is no distinction between up and down, left and right, front and back in the void of the universe. It is completely three-dimensional. So we must build a monitoring system throughout the entire range. Your Majesty, please see. We are launching mini surveillance detectors into the void. This spherical detector is only 10 meters in diameter. but there are various detection systems on it, such as energy detectors, space fluctuation detectors, gravitational wave detectors, etc. The monitoring detectors have the latest technology magnetic field batteries to provide energy, which is enough to support their intact operation for 500 years. In the abyss of darkness, we place such a monitoring detector every 100,000 kilometers. Every 8 detectors form a three-dimensional space with a length, width, and height of 100,000 light-years. For the three-dimensional space range, everything inside can be detected clearly. When countless such monitoring detectors are connected together, a large area of void can be monitored, and then the void between the entire secondary spiral arm and the main spiral arm can be monitored step by step. While explaining, Wisco demonstrated on the virtual imaging. One point represents a monitoring detector, and countless such points are connected to each other. Soon, a three-dimensional network was constructed, forming a huge. The net is caught in the dark abyss between the main spiral arm and the secondary spiral arm. The distance of 100,000 kilometers is the result of our strict calculations. Generally speaking, if a large number of space battleships and spaceships are flying at warp speed together, their fluctuation range will definitely not be controlled within the range of 100,000 kilometers. Within, even our Empire's most advanced level 5 warp engine is unable to control space fluctuations within such a small range. At that time, if the army of the Caliph Empire wants to fly at warp speed into the sub-spiral arm to sneak attack on our Empire, it will be discovered by our monitoring system immediately. We only need to calculate the time of their warp speed flight, direction, and jumping distance. When the time comes, we can launch a counter-sneak attack and catch them off guard. Wuhan Iron and Steel seemed quite excited when he said this. He would be like this when he thought that the defense system he built might play a big role in future wars. How's the progress so far? Li Fu nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to make the sub-spiral arm into an iron barrel. Building a monitoring system was only the first step. The first thing to do was to keep flies flying into the sub-spiral arm. There was no way it could be hidden from the eyes of the Empire. Originally, the spiral arm had a natural geographical advantage. But this geographical advantage was of course lost in the face of the warp engine. This is just like in the ground era. The steep terrain will become very weak after having an aircraft. The enemy can use the aircraft to easily pass through your carefully constructed defense lines. This is also true now, when faced with civilizations that have not mastered warp engines. The Empire can be very clear and only needs to guard the 3 routes between the secondary spiral arm and the main spiral arm. However, when encountering warp engine space battleships and cosmic with the spaceship, the enemy can reach the sub-spiral arm directly through the dark abyss. The current progress is very unsatisfactory. We have only deployed a surveillance and defense system within a few hundred light-years around the Solero route. Not even 10% of the total has been completed. We need more manpower and more resources and more warp-drive spacecraft to complete the arrangement. Wuhan Iron and Steel shook his head helplessly. The scope that needed to be deployed was really too wide. Just the number of monitors that needed to be deployed was unknown. Only 10%? That's too slow. I will continue to send you more manpower. You don't have to worry about resources. As for the warp spaceships, I will also allocate as many as possible to you. You must move the defense as soon as possible. The system construction is completed. 50% will be completed within 5 years, and all will be completed within 10 years. Li Fu frowned in dissatisfaction. The Caliph Empire didn't know when it would use force against the Empire again. But there was no doubt that the more prepared he was, the better. The Empire's army had not stopped expanding over the years. He was afraid. It is the army of the Caliph Empire that may arrive at any time. 50% in 5 years. 100% in 10 years. Your Majesty, it is simply impossible to complete this task in such a short period of time. The scope that needs to be arranged is really too wide. Even if you double my manpower, it can't be done in such a short time. Wu Gang shook his head and felt extremely stressed after hearing Li Fu's words. If 1 times of manpower is not enough, then 2 times. If 2 times is not enough, then 5 times. If 5 times is not enough, then 10 times. In short, half of it must be completed in 5 years, and all of it must be completed in 10 years. Li Fu's eyes were shining. Compared with the pressure of Wuhan Iron and Steel Company Limited, the pressure on Li Fu's shoulders was really great. The rise and fall of the Empire and the future of the nation cannot be careless at all, especially in the interstellar universe. Powerful, there are too many civilizations. Too many. Yes. Hearing Li Fu's words, Wuhan Iron and Steel also nodded decisively. Li Fu's will is the will of the Empire. As long as the Empire goes all out to do something, it can definitely be done. Now that part of it has been completed, let's test it to see if this system works. Li Fu looked at the star map on the virtual imaging. There was a large network surrounding the Ziliuo route. These were areas that had been constructed and covered by the monitoring system. The spaceship Li Fu was riding was accompanied by waves of void fluctuations, and a space wormhole was opened. The spaceship, which looked like a shark, burrowed into the space wormhole like a loach drilling a hole in a dark abyss between the main spiral arm and the secondary spiral arm, accompanied by waves of space fluctuations. Li Fu's spacecraft once again flew out of the space wormhole. Buzz! Buzz! A series of alarms sounded on the spacecraft. This was the alarm sound issued by the surveillance and defense system. Li Fu looked up and found that there was an extra red dot in the network surveillance system, and the location was the location of his spaceship. Chapter 446. Quantum Cloud Galaxy. The response capability of the defense system is still very powerful. Of course, the premise of this defense system is also based on quantum communication. If there is no quantum communication technology that can communicate in real time, even if there is a powerful defense system, it will rely on traditional electromagnetic wave communication technology. And it is also impossible to transmit enemy information back to the Empire in time. The response was quite fast, and the Empire's large investment was not in vain. Li Fu looked at the virtual star map. The red dots on the star map exactly matched the current location of the spacecraft, and the spacecraft was discovered just after it arrived. This shows that the monitoring system is still very effective. Wukong, if you need anything, please contact 2 Zuilia directly. What you have to do now is to set up the entire monitoring system so that not even a fly can escape into the secondary spiral arm. Li Fu warned Wuhan Iron and Steel. And then the spacecraft performed warp jumps very casually in the abyss of darkness. Every time, it was discovered immediately, and the position was calculated accurately, which is enough to prove that this system is still very useful. Returning to the Ziliuo galaxy, Li Fu quietly inspected the interstellar trade here in the Ziliuo galaxy. It was very prosperous. The civilizations from the main spiral arm were willing to accept this huge scissor gap and use their own hard work to the hard-earned resources are exchanged for powerful arms and weapons of the Empire. The situation on the main spiral arm has become even more turbulent. Over the years, the Kalav Empire has stepped up its plunder of various civilizations on the Orion spiral arm. This has put many civilizations under great pressure. In many cases, it is impossible to suppress the Kalav Empire task, so I can only choose to snatch it, coupled with the impetus of the Empire's powerful arms and weapons. The entire Orion main spiral arm is like a huge battlefield, with wars raging everywhere. Many formerly weak civilizations began crazy revenge and expansion after receiving the advanced weapons of the Yin Huang Empire. And those civilizations that are already powerful are even more so. They want to have a larger territory and stronger strength. The war on the main spiral arm further promoted the prosperity of the Empire's arms trade. The Empire's arms and weapons have powerful attacks, long attack distances, and high attack frequencies. The key is that they are even willing to release energy shields and level 8 energy attack weapons for sale. Many of them are the powerful level 3 cosmic civilizations are silently hoarding energy shield equipment and level 8 energy attack weapons. The purpose of hoarding these things is undoubtedly to deal with the Khalif Empire. According to past experience, once every 10,000 years, the Khalif Empire will increase the blood drain on the civilizations on the main spiral arm to make up for the losses during the Galactic Civil War. In the past, there were no means or weapons to deal with the Khalif Empire. But now it is completely different. As long as there are enough level 8 energy weapons and energy shields, even if you cannot defeat the Khalif Empire, you can still rely on the time and space ocean to flow out of the entrance. Geographical advantages to resist the exploitation of the Khalif Empire. Therefore, whether it is the expensive level 8 energy attack weapons, energy shields, space battleships, or the relatively more affordable level 7 or 6 energy attack weapons, they are all very popular now. The supply is simply in short supply, and the Empire's military-industrial enterprises are all it is to increase the power of continuous expansion and production. Along with this hot trade, a steady stream of massive supplies from the main spiral arm are transported to the Empire through 3 golden routes. This is also the confidence for the Empire to carry out large-scale immigration in the sub-spiral arm, large-scale military expansion, and build a huge defense system, because there are enough financial and material resources to support it. TSK. The arms trade has been the most profitable industry since ancient times. Without this arms trade, our empire would simply not be able to support everything it is now. Yu Liang, who accompanied Li Fu to inspect various areas of the sub-spiral arm, couldn't help but sigh deeply when he looked at the densely packed spaceports and countless busy spaceships in the Zillielio galaxy. Because arms are something that can directly increase the strength of a force, and strength is related to one's own survival. Naturally, it has been the most profitable industry since ancient times. Li Fu nodded, not too surprised by what he saw in front of him. Among the seeds of civilization, he had seen many such scenes. As a super-civilized Han technology empire, he ruled a universe. In the Han technology empire, among them, any random galaxy would be many times more prosperous than the current Zillielio galaxy. Brother Fu, where should we inspect next? This time out, Li Fu plans to visit the entire sub-spiral arm, and the Zillielio galaxy is just the first stop. Go to the Imperial Institute of Quantum Science. Li Fu thought for a while and said, Quantum Science Institute? Brother Fu, do you want to see the research on quantum foam bombs? Upon hearing this, Yu Liang knew what Li Fu was thinking now. Because the Caliph Empire could invade again at any time. Li Fu was also under a lot of pressure. The most important thing to inspect here in the Zillielio system was to see the construction of the sub-spiral arm defense system. And then to inspect Quantum Science Research Institute. There is no doubt that they want to see the research on quantum foam bombs. Yes, the defense system is only capable of detecting the enemy after all. If we want to destroy the enemy and reduce our own losses as much as possible, we need a cosmic killer weapon. And quantum foam bombs are currently the most likely thing to be developed. Li Fu nodded. The concept of a big killer weapon was also brought up by Li Fu at the last high-level meeting. In the battle with the Caliph Empire in the Zillielio galaxy. Although the Empire won a brilliant victory, its own loss also made Li Fu extremely heartbroken. Li Fu did not want to repeat the same mistakes in the future war with the Caliph Empire. A big killer weapon must be researched. The spaceship Li Fu was riding was continuously flying in the void. This biological spaceship, which combines the Empire's latest biotechnology with traditional technology, is equipped with the latest level 5 warp engine, which can treat hundreds of light beams at a time. In the year range, there is obviously no pressure on the sub-spiral arm. As the Empire expanded throughout the sub-spiral arm, various important research institutes under the Imperial Academy of Sciences also moved out of the Centaur system one after another. Many important research institutes occupied a separate galaxy as their own research base. The same goes for the Quantum Science Institute. There are many advantages to occupying a galaxy alone as your own research base. Firstly, it can be kept confidential. The entire galaxy is not open to the public. All transactions must be strictly inspected. In addition, some galaxies in remote locations can be selected. The Imperial Spacetime Administration has hidden these galaxies on the star map, so the confidentiality can be very good. The other is for safety. With the development of science and technology, various scientific experiments are becoming more and more powerful. If you are not careful, it may cause devastating disasters. It is much safer to open these scientific research institutions alone. The galaxy where the Imperial Institute of Quantum Science is located is called the Quantum Cloud Galaxy, a name full of science fiction color. However, this name is only known to the senior officials of the Empire. Many scientists, even if they work and live in the Quantum Cloud Galaxy, do not know that this place is called what? The location of this galaxy cannot be found on the star map published by the Empire. All spaceships traveling here use warp speed ships. The space-time ocean currents connecting the Quantum Cloud Galaxy to the surrounding galaxies have long been blocked. In the Quantum Cloud Galaxy, Li Fu's arrival did not cause any commotion. Very few people knew about it. And Li Fu did not want to affect the normal order here because of himself. Your Majesty. Teacher, why didn't you inform me in advance so that I could prepare? Gong Dafei, the director of the Imperial Institute of Quantum Science, looked at Li Fu and Yu Liang, who suddenly came to him, and quickly greeted them. This Gong Galfei was Yu Liang's student and a genius scientist in the field of quantum research. But at this time, his eyes were red, and his long hair looked very messy. It was obvious that he hadn't had a haircut for a while, and his long beard made him look very old. But this Gong Galfei could become the director of an important research institute. Long, his Yuanli cultivation is quite good. His skin is fair, and he still looks very young. It is obvious that he has not shaved off his beard for a while. Let's just come over and take a look without making any announcements. Li Fu gave a gentle signal, telling everyone not to do it. I know. I know. Gong Gaofei understood instantly, and nodded repeatedly. Fei, how is your research on quantum foam bombs going lately? Yu Liang, who has always been disrespectful to the elderly, rarely behaved like an elder at this time. He looked at Gong Gaofei and asked with a smile. It still doesn't work. There's no real progress. Speaking of quantum foam bombs, Gong Gaofei shook his head helplessly. This quantum foam bomb is now the top priority of the Institute of Quantum Science. It has concentrated almost the vast majority of scientists in the quantum field to study quantum foam bombs. But it is still no real progress has been made. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Many things have to go with the flow. I think you should take a good rest first. Look at how you look now. How can you still look like the Fuyun University campus grass back then? Yu Liang looked at Gong Gaofei and knew very well that once his student got serious about doing research, he would really forget about food and sleep and be tireless. I'm fine. I'm already married and have children. I don't know how many children and grandchildren I have. Why do I care about my appearance? It would be better to grow a beard now, so that I can look like an elder in front of the younger generation. Gong Gaofei said nonchalantly, looking very happy when he saw Li Fu and his teacher coming over. Your Majesty. Teacher, let me show you around first. Chapter 447. Quantum Computer. The entire quantum cloud galaxy is affiliated to the Imperial Institute of Quantum Science. There are no laboratories or the like on the living planets in the inner circle. They are all used as places for scientists and researchers to live. Real laboratories, etc. are all there. It's placed in space, because it is a closed galaxy to the outside world. The entire quantum cloud galaxy is very quiet, has a very small population, and there are very few spaceships coming and going compared to other galaxies in the Empire. However, the huge space cities in space are huge in scale. They are all laboratories. Each space city represents a laboratory. Some are personal laboratories, and some are team laboratories. For safety, they are very even, distributed throughout the galaxy. Li Fu, Yu Liang, and Gong Gaofei walked directly in the void. The three of them did not wear any protective clothing, but they felt like strolling in space without any discomfort at all. Their feet were gently walking in the void. He stepped on the middle, starting with a small step. But suddenly he crossed a very long distance. In just a few steps, he came from the living planet in the inner circle to the space city, where the main campus of the Imperial Institute of Quantum Science is located. In the space city where the main hospital is located, the guards of the space city did not seem to be surprised at all that the three people came here directly. Because from time to time, people came directly across the void. With the popularity of Yuanli cultivation, more and more people were born. There are many powerful Yuanli practitioners, and there are also many people who can directly cross the void with their physical body. The space city where the main hospital is located is relatively busy. From time to time, there are scientists who come directly across the void, but most of them are small private spacecrafts rising and falling. The entire space city is brightly lit and divided into many functional areas. Various space construction branches are lined up on top, and there are also various green plants for decoration. Scientists wearing white coats are among them. Conduct research with concentration. Your Majesty. Teacher, this is the latest achievement of our Quantum Research Institute. A quantum computer. Gong Gaofei took Li Fu and Yu Liang to visit the main hospital. There is no doubt that he must show the latest research results to them first. There are very few research results in quantum technology, and the only ones that can be used now are quantum computer. Gong Gaofei pointed at a huge behemoth, like a huge house, with data cables of various colors connected to it. Quantum computer? When Yu Liang heard this, he raised his eyebrows. The quantum computer mentioned by Gong Gaofei is not the same concept as the quantum computer proposed by the Earth Age. The quantum computer proposed by the Earth Age is a type of physical device that follows the laws of quantum mechanics to perform high-speed mathematical and logical operations. Store and process quantum information. When a device processes and calculates quantum information, and when it runs a quantum algorithm, it is a quantum computer. In the Earth Age, whether it is a quantum computer only depends on whether the device uses quantum algorithms and quantum information for processing and calculation. If so, it can be called a quantum computer. The quantum computer mentioned by Gong Gaofei here is obviously not the same thing as the quantum computer of the Earth era. There is a qualitative difference between the two. Here, let me first talk about the working principle of traditional computers. The working principle of traditional computers is based on the logical operation of two states, 1 and 2. It was first developed after World War II to calculate the trajectories of missiles and artillery LS. Traditional computers have only two states of logic 1 and 2 for a few years, so they can be called binary computers. Its advantage is that its principle is simple, and its technology is low. However, from the 1960s to the 1970s, it was discovered that energy consumption would cause the chips in computers to heat up, which greatly affected the integration of the chips, thereby limiting the running speed of the computer. Research has found that energy consumption comes from irreversible operations in the computing process. So, does the calculation process have to be completed with irreversible operations? The answer to the question is, all classical computers can find a corresponding reversible computer without affecting computing power, since every operation in the computer can be transformed into a reversible operation. In quantum mechanics, it can be represented by a unitary transformation. Early quantum computers were actually classical computers described in the language of quantum mechanics, and did not use the essential characteristics of quantum mechanics, such as the superposition and coherence of quantum states. In classical computers, the basic unit of information is bits, and the objects of operation are various bit sequences. Similarly, in a quantum computer, the basic information unit is a qubit, and the operation object is a qubit sequence. The difference is that the qubit sequence can not only be in a superposition state of various orthogonal states, but also be entangled. Attitude. These special quantum states not only provide the possibility of quantum parallel computing, but also bring many wonderful properties. Unlike classical computers, quantum computers can perform arbitrary unitary transformations. After obtaining the output state, they can measure and obtain the calculation results. Therefore, quantum computing greatly expands classical computing. In mathematical form, classical computing can be regarded as a special type of quantum computer. The quantum computer transforms each superposed component. All these transformations are completed at the same time and are superimposed according to a certain probability amplitude to give the result. This kind of calculation is called quantum parallel computing. In addition to parallel computing, another important use of quantum computers is to simulate quantum systems, a task that classical computers are unable to do, because traditional computers are binary computers. When performing operations, all input information is converted into binary information, and then binary operations are performed, and finally converted into the required information during output. This also means that traditional computers have a limit in terms of computing energy. Once the data that needs to be calculated is too large, traditional computers will be difficult to handle, especially when performing simulations and deductions. It is increasingly difficult for traditional computers to meet the needs of scientific research. Needs. Quantum computers make use of the characteristics of quantum entangled states. Because of quantum entangled states, they have countless possibilities. They are completely free from the restrictions of base operations and essentially achieve a qualitative leap in computer capabilities. We should have developed new computer technology long ago. Traditional computers are becoming less and less good. Among other things, the Imperial military alone has repeatedly proposed new research methods to our Academy of Sciences, at the request of the computer. Without a powerful computer, it is difficult to calculate the trajectory of the enemy target on the battlefield, so as to lock the target for destruction. A smile appeared on Li Fu's face. For a civilization and a country, computers are a bit like a meridian network. The speed of the meridian network is related to the speed of reaction. This is particularly important on the battlefield. Wars in the interstellar era all launch attacks at very long distances. The speed of the aircraft is very fast, and the trajectory is erratic. All of this requires computers to calculate. Although the computing power of traditional computers, especially supercomputers, is also very terrifying and powerful, what is important on the battlefield is speed. If the calculation is even 0.001 seconds slower, it may change rapidly and miss opportunities. The other one is scientific research. With the development of science and technology, more and more experiments have become very dangerous and require very high costs. Therefore, if simulation experiments can be carried out on the computer based on the existing data, it saves costs, reduces risks, and greatly promotes scientific research. In the Earth Age, why did the 5 major hooligans on the planet unanimously pass a resolution banning new nuclear tests? On the one hand, it is because these 5 major hooligans have already conducted countless experiments and obtained various detailed information. Data. Another aspect is that due to the development of computer technology, many experiments can actually be simulated using computers. This is even more true in the interstellar age, especially for many extremely powerful experiments. if simulation experiments are not carried out on the computer in advance. Once the actual experimental operation is carried out, an accidental mistake may cause devastating consequences, such as conducting experiments on quantum foam, super powerful nuclear bombs, supermagnetic weapons, energy weapons, etc. You can easily destroy a planet at will. Originally, quantum computers were the research focus of our Quantum Research Institute, and we had a lot of experience in the past. Over the years, our focus has turned to the research of quantum foam bombs. Although there is no substantial tension, we have also made progress in quantum technology. Great progress. After a lot of accumulation, we finally developed a quantum computer. Although it has only just been developed, its computing power is hundreds of millions of times that of the most advanced supercomputers in our empire. As long as there is one such quantum computer, all the traditional supercomputers in our empire can be eliminated. Gong Gafei seemed a little proud. The terrifying computing power of quantum computers has completely overwhelmed existing traditional computers. One uses the diversity of quantum entangled states, and the other is based on the binary principle. There is a qualitative leap between the two, and they are simply incomparable. 100 million times? TSK. TSK. It's really amazing. When Yu Liang heard this, his face burst into laughter. His students were great, and as a teacher, he was naturally very happy. You should have reported this matter earlier, instead of hiding it. Teacher, this quantum computer has only been developed recently. We haven't had time to report it yet. We also want to wait until the annual science conference to report it. By then we can improve it. Well, the size is a bit too big. It would be nice if it could be made smaller. Chapter 448. Quantum Foam Bomb. Gong Gafei took Li Fu and Yu Liang around the main hospital and looked around. Quantum technology is a very profound subject. Even though the Empire has invested a lot of resources in it over the years, the results have been very few. Of course, the research on quantum technology is also the kind that has become a blockbuster without making a big splash. A quantum computer is enough to be worthy of the Empire's investment in the field of quantum research over the years. The birth of quantum computers has extraordinary significance for imperial scientific research. This means that many major scientific experiments in the future can be simulated on computers at night, saving countless manpower, financial and material resources. Of course, more importantly, the birth of quantum computers can also greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the imperial military. In the past, the imperial battleships were equipped with traditional computers. Although every battleship was equipped with a supercomputer, the computing power was still insufficient. And quantum computers it makes up for this shortcoming of the imperial warship. Your Majesty, Teacher, except for quantum computers, I really have nothing that I can use. The research on quantum foam bombs is now stuck at a bottleneck. There has been no breakthrough for several years. After going around in a circle, Gong Gafei brought the two of them to the Quantum Foam Bomb Research Branch. As the focus and center of the current Quantum Research Institute's research, the Quantum Foam Gross Restore Research Branch is the largest space city in the entire Quantum Cloud galaxy. There are many space cities that are also its affiliated laboratories. There are also the most scientists here, and they all look very tired. There has been no progress for several years. This is the most unacceptable and the most maddening thing for people who are engaged in scientific research. It is like it's the same as doing math problems. No matter what, you can't find the solution, but you have to find a way to solve this problem. The anxiety in your heart will continue to accumulate, making people extremely painful. Touch! Touch! Here, sandbags can be seen everywhere. Next to the sandbags, quantum research scientists wearing white coats were like crazy, punching and kicking the sandbags crazily, making a huge noise. Well, because there is no progress, we are under a lot of pressure. So we came up with this way to relieve the pressure. These sandbags are specially made. Otherwise, in front of everyone with Yuan power, we will be beaten in a few times. Burst. Gong Gafei explained to Li Fu and Yu Liang with a wry smile. When scientists engage in scientific research, sometimes they reach a dead end, and they may even become crazy. This kind of thing happens often in the Empire, and there are some every year. Geniuses go crazy because of research. This method is quite good and can be promoted. Li Fu smiled and nodded to express his understanding. He learned some profound scientific knowledge from Xiao Eng in the Seeds of Civilization, and sometimes went crazy, so he could understand this feeling. Ah! Ah! While the three of them were walking and watching, there was a man with blood-red eyes and shouting. He kept beating his hands on the sandbags without caring about them at all. He looked very crazy and exuded a terrifying feeling. Breath. Well, his name is Xiang Hui. He is my most proud student and the best quantum scientist. But now he has gone crazy. He comes here every day to play sandbags and forgets everything else. Seeing this man, Gong Gofei couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling extremely sorry for his best student. A genius. Is there no way to cure it? Yu Lian also looked very heartbroken. I have tried all kinds of methods, including asking Yuanli masters to take action. But it is useless. Only when he figures out the thing that is bothering him in his mind can he return to normal. But now, none of us have understood quantum foam yet. Bomb! Gong Gofei shook his head. He had tried to treat his students, but it had no effect. Xiang Hui, come here! Gong Gaofei said something to Xiang Hui, who was frantically playing sandbags. The other party was stunned when he saw it was Gong Gofei. His blood-red eyes became clearer. And then, he walked over. Teacher. Xiang Hui was still very respectful, although his eyes were still red. He turned a blind eye to Li Fu and Yu Liang. It seems that he is not completely crazy yet, and can still be saved. Li Fu's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile. Well, I just know how to eat, sleep, etc. Plus, I can also know some important people and things. But nothing else is. Okay. Dot! Gong Gofei shook his head. Xiang Hui, do you still remember the principle of quantum foam bomb? A ray of light flashed in Li Fu's eyes, and entered Xiang Hui's eyes. Your Majesty, you cannot tell him anything related to quantum technology. As soon as he heard Li Fu's words, Gong Gofei immediately said anxiously, before he could finish his words. Xiang Hui's originally clear eyes suddenly turned redder, and he became ferocious in an instant. But this time, it was unexpected for Gong Gaofei. Unexpectedly, although he became ferocious, he made no other moves. Sure. Brother Fu is helping him. Yu Lian on the side quickly signaled to Gong Gaofei, knowing that Li Fu was thinking of ways to make Xiang Hui turn around. Quantum foam is also called space-time foam. It is a concept proposed by Wheeler in 1955 based on quantum mechanics. So it is also called Wheeler bubble. Quantum foam is the conceptualization of the universe before its birth. At the Planck scale of quantum foam, space-time is no longer smooth. Many different shapes will appear and disappear randomly like bubbles. In this way, the energy fluctuations in the tiny world are quantum fluctuations. In quantum fluctuations, the small channels formed in them are so-called wormholes. And these quantum wormholes can be connected to the numerous undulating bubbles around them. And those quantum bubbles are young universes. At such a small space-time scale, the uncertain relationship causes particles and energy to appear instantaneously and then disappear. This is the annihilation property of quantum foam. All matter has two sides. One is a real particle, and the other is a virtual particle. The combination of the two creates our current world. But if the real particles and virtual particles are separated, a short-lived quantum foam spacetime will be formed. And in this space and time, the surrounding real particles will be absorbed and virtual particles will be released. The released virtual particles will age and then disappear out of thin air in just a few Planck times. The principle of quantum foam bomb is the annihilation property of quantum foam. Xiang Hui on the other side explained the principles of quantum foam in a very familiar breath. It was obvious that these things had long been ingrained in his brain and were extremely clear and familiar. Your Majesty, when Gong Gofei heard this, he was immediately pleasantly surprised. Ever since Xiang Hui went crazy, he had never talked about anything related to quantum technology. Unexpectedly, Li Fu could actually ask Xiang Hui to explain the principle of quantum foam bombs. He was immediately surprised. I saw hope of curing Xiang Hui. So what are the key points and difficulties in making quantum foam bombs? Li Fu's eyes flashed. He continued to exert pressure on Xiang Hui, and continued to ask. There are two key points. One is how to control quantum foam within the extremely short Planck time, and the other is how to create powerful quantum foam. The red in Xiang Hui's eyes flashed with a look of struggle. But he very accurately stated the two major problems that the Empire's quantum foam bomb research was currently facing. The time for the emergence of quantum foam is too short. Several Planck times. The Planck second was proposed by the famous physicist Max Planck in 1900. It is also called Planck time or Planck constant. It refers to the minimum interval between time quanta, which is 10 to the power of 43 seconds. In fact, the Planck second is the smallest unit of time. Time can no longer be divided by the time Planck takes aim. In addition, Since the quantum foam bomb can be called a big killer, its power must be quite good. It must be the lowest standard to destroy a planet casually. In the environment of the void, it should be very powerful. A wide attack range can truly be of practical significance. In the principles of quantum science, since space and time are not smooth, but are composed of countless bubble-like quantum bubbles that randomly emerge and disappear, then why can't we connect quantum technology and space technology together? And use the space technology to thinking about analyzing quantum technology from another angle? Li Fu thought carefully in his mind. From the seeds of civilization of the Han Dynasty's technological empire, Li Fu knew that quantum technology was just a very small branch of space technology. And the end point of the development of quantum technology was space technology. The empire has now been able to develop warp engines, and it can be said that it has gained some groundwork in space technology. If space technology and quantum technology can be verified and combined with each other, the empire's space technology will definitely make a leap forward. Develop. Of course, once space technology and quantum technology can be combined, the empire can also achieve great development in quantum technology or another direction of space technology. It is also possible to develop quantum foam bombs, because the development of quantum foam bombs in the end is one of the space bombs. Space technology? Space technology? Quantum technology? Quantum technology? Are they connected to each other? Hearing Li Fu's words, Xiang Hui started to tremble. He kept chanting in his mouth. His eyes became more blood red, and his face became more ferocious. But soon, as if he had figured something out in his mind, the red color in his eyes began to fade away, and his ferocious and twisted face slowly became calmer, revealing a delicate and handsome face. Ha ha! So it is like this! So it is like this! I know. I know. Chapter 449. The Ambition of Stanros Civilization. The years are long and time flies. The days above the secondary spiral arm were very calm, and the Empire was quietly preparing for the next decisive battle with the Koloff Empire. However, there were rough waves and undercurrents above the main spiral arm. The Stanros civilization is one of the oldest civilizations in the entire Orion spiral arm. The history of the Stanros civilization is even older than the landowner Koloff Empire on the Orion spiral arm. With a long history, the Stanros civilization is also very powerful. It has always been the civilization second only to the Koloff Empire in the entire Orion spiral arm. However, the Stanros civilization knows how to hide itself, without absolute certainty that it can defeat the Koloff Empire. The external strength of the Stanros civilization is that of a very ordinary level 3 cosmic civilization, occupying more than 10,000 galaxies, with more than 12,000 living planets. Its military strength is very average. Moreover, the Stanros civilization has always given people the impression that it is absolutely loyal to the Koloff Empire, and is the most obedient dog in the hands of the Koloff Empire. If the Koloff Empire asks the Stanros civilization to go east, it will never go west. It is very special. Obedient. But all of this is just the surface phenomenon of the Stanros civilization. The Stanros civilization, which has a long history, has been preparing to occupy the Orion spiral arm for an unknown number of years. There are hundreds of civilizations controlled by the Stanros civilization, both covertly and openly. And these are all level 3 cosmic civilizations. As for level 2 cosmic civilizations, there is no telling how many are controlled by the Stanros civilization. With the help of hundreds of level 3 cosmic civilizations under its control, Stanros civilization has been secretly accumulating its own power. It actually controls more than 1 million star systems, and its strength is actually not too far behind that of the Koloff Empire. The central galaxy of Stanros civilization is an extremely prosperous galaxy. Huge spaceports and space factories are densely packed in the void. There is a constant flow of spaceships coming and going. The living planets in the inner circle exude a blue light of life. Faint. Based on past experience, it can be inferred that the war in the center of the galaxy will be over soon. I don't know how many troops the Koloff Empire will dispatch this time. I hope they will all be buried in the center of the galaxy. Chester, the supreme leader of Stanros civilization, looked at the dark night sky, but his thoughts were racing in his mind, and he seemed a little uneasy. He held his hands tightly, and his eyes shone with perseverance. It has been so many years. Generations of our Stanros civilization's ancestors have struggled for countless years for the coming moment. How many people have worked anonymously and silently, so that our Stanros civilization can become the overlord on the spiral arm of Orion, truly entering the big stage of the galaxy. Thinking of this, Chester's mood fluctuated even more, and he seemed very excited. In 150 million years, The Milky Way has rotated more than once. Our Stanro civilization finally saw hope again. Last time, the civilization that allowed the Koloff Empire to wander from the center of the Milky Way took advantage. This time, we Stanro civilization can definitely drive them out. Our Stanluo civilization is the civilization native to the other side of the starlight. And we Stanluo people are the real masters of the Orion spiral arm. Chester clenched his fists, thinking of the birthplace of the Stanro civilization, and of the long history of the Koloff Empire wandering from the center of the Milky Way to the Orion spiral arm, and occupying the other side of the starlight that belonged to its own civilization. There was a blazing fire, 150 million years ago. The Masta civilization that ruled the other side of the starlight in the Orion spiral arm gradually weakened. Many level 3 cosmic civilizations originating from the other side of the starlight began to compete for the dominance of the Orion spiral arm and the other side of the starlight. Originally, Stanro civilization has great opportunities. But who knew that from the center of the Milky Way, the Koloff Empire could no longer survive in the fierce center of the Milky Way. All civilizations migrated to the Orion spiral arm, and a mantis stalked the cicada, and the oriole followed. Finally, it successfully occupied the other side of the starlight, and became the ruler above the spiral arm of Orion. This Yin-Wang Empire has risen so suddenly, and is so powerful that it has mastered level 8 energy technology, and level 7 energy shield technology. Although its development time is short, and its foundation is insufficient, it is enough to shake the rule of the Koloff Empire. When the time comes, all you have to do is sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers. And after they all fight to the death, then you can benefit from it. And you can realize the dream you have had for countless years without any effort. Thinking about this, Chester clenched his fists in excitement again. It is definitely not easy to overthrow the rule of the Koloff Empire. We alone have no hope at all, occupying the other side of the starlight. The strength of the Koloff Empire is very powerful, far beyond the reach of our barren star regions. Comparable. I didn't expect that at this time. The Yin-Wang Empire would appear. A galactic war that occurs once in 10,000 years. This opportunity is one that cannot be missed in billions of years. When Chester thought about this, he laughed happily, seeing that the dream that countless ancestors of Stanro civilization had struggled for hundreds of millions of years was finally coming true. He became more and more excited as he thought about it. Boom! There was a knock on the door, and several high-level officials from Stanro civilization walked in. Cardenas, is there any recent movement in the Yin-Wang Empire? The senior executives sat together, and Chester asked Cardenas, who is in charge of intelligence work. There is very little intelligence information on the Yin-Wang Empire, but we still know something about it. The Yin-Wang Empire has been expanding massively on the sub-spiral arm in recent years. At the same time, it is vigorously developing the military industry and expanding the army. It is obviously also preparing for the war with the Koloff Empire. Prepare for a war between the two countries. Cardenas was very skillful in telling the information about the Yin-Wang Empire. It seems that the Yin-Wang Empire is also very aware of its own situation. Didn't our scientists estimate that the Yin-Wang Empire can defeat the Koloff Empire as long as it has 10,000 fleets? Can we now roughly know the size of the Yin-Wang Empire's army? Chester nodded, thought for a moment, and then continued to ask. It's impossible to know for sure. The Yin-Wang Empire is very mysterious. And apart from the 3 open galaxies, other galaxies absolutely do not allow civilizations on the main spiral arms to enter. So there is not much information available. Cardenas shook his head and said helplessly, we have disclosed some information about the Koloff Empire to the Yin-Wang Empire. Presumably they should also know how powerful the Koloff Empire is. And they will definitely expand their military power as much as possible, even if it is still short of 10,000 fleets. I guess it won't be too far off. They relied on the arms trade to plunder massive resources and wealth from the main spiral arm. Brighton, who was in charge of the economy, also followed up and said that he was very jealous of the arms trade of the Yin-Wang Empire. Relying on the arms trade, the resources and wealth that the Yin-Wang Empire obtained from the main spiral arm in a short period of time were comparable to the Staro civilization. The accumulation of long years. But there is no way. Although the Stanro civilization is very powerful, it has always been hidden. The Yin-Wang Empire defeated the Koloff Empire, so it dared to do arms trade on the Orion spiral arm and directly snatch the things that originally belonged to Koloff. Husband Empire Cake. Speaking of which, Brayton, how many level 8 energy attack weapons have we obtained from the Yin-Wang Empire now? How many energy shields have we obtained? After hearing Brighton's words, Chester turned around and asked, Over the years, the materials and wealth we have plundered from other civilizations through various means have been used to purchase level 8 energy attack weapons and protective shields from the Yin Huang Empire. So far, we have a total of 100,000 level 8 energy attack weapons and protective shields. Energy attack cannon. 1 million sets of energy shields. When Brighton heard this, he immediately reported the detailed data. Only 100,000 level 8 energy attack cannons? 1 million sets of energy shields? Too few. It can only make up 100 complete fleets. After hearing this, Chester frowned and wanted to overthrow the rule of the Koloff Empire. The more weapons and energy shields the Yin Huang Empire had, the better. We have been able to get these together by selling iron and steel. The Yin Huang Empire sold them too expensively. We have plundered and collected resources as much as possible. For this reason, more than 50 level 3 cosmic civilizations have been destroyed. Britain said helplessly that in exchange for these arms and weapons in the future, the Stanro civilization would not only consume all the accumulation of its own civilization over the long years, but also let its affiliated cosmic civilizations snatch those precious resources. And then, they could barely get it together. Tabila, how is the progress of our scientists' research on level 8 energy weapons and protective shields? In fact, Chester knew it in his heart. So he did not continue to ask Brighton and turned to ask Tabila, who was in charge of technology. There is no substantial progress. The Yin Huang Empire has made relevant designs for all sold arms, weapons, space battleships, etc. to prevent technological leaks. If they are forcibly disassembled, they will automatically be destroyed. At present, we have not come up with any effective method at all. Response. Tabila also shook his head helplessly. The Yin Huang Empire was not a fool, since it dared to sell these advanced arms and weapons to the outside world. It would naturally find ways to prevent the leakage of the technology. It seems that it is impossible to expect to develop these technologies in a short time. Also, our Stanluo civilization has a history of hundreds of millions of years, and it still has not been developed. It is still a bit fanciful to expect to develop it all at once. Chester sighed helplessly, then turned around and continued to ask, is there any news from the Koloff Empire? The Koloff Empire has been expanding its army and has never heard of conscription. It is probably also preparing for the war with the Yin Huang Empire. How big has our army expanded now? Chapter 450. The smoke rises. On the other side of the Orion spiral arm, the busiest and most fertile starlight, the stars are very close to each other. It is like they are crowded together for a dance. The stars are bright and dazzling, because there are black holes that continuously absorb matter from the void of the universe. The interior of the star system is also very rich. There are generally several living planets, millions of stars, and millions of living planets make up the bustling incomparable star field. Such a prosperous star field is like a dazzling pearl inlaid on the Orion spiral arm. It attracts not only the civilizations on the Orion spiral arm, but also the center of the Milky Way. Countless civilizations covet it. The core of the Koloff Empire on the other side of the starlight. Archibald, the emperor of the Koloff Empire, was also worried at this time. The news from the center of the galaxy had just been delivered to him. The army of 300,000 fleets was completely wiped out. Although he was mentally prepared, Archibald couldn't help but feel dazed the moment he received the news. The entire Koloff Empire only had 500,000 fleets. But this time the battle in the center of the galaxy, the 300,000 fleets dispatched by the Koloff Empire were completely annihilated. This was definitely a major blow to the Koloff Empire. The battle between the north and south of the Milky Way occurs once every 10,000 years. This is basically a huge black hole, swallowing countless lives. This time, the northern galaxy suffered a disastrous defeat. Not only did we, the army of level 3 cosmic civilizations, suffer heavy losses, but even the Purple Eye civilization seemed to have suffered heavy losses in this battle. The civilization of the southern galaxy was so powerful, even the level 5 cosmic civilization, the Purple Eye civilization, defeat it? Thinking of this battle between the north and south galaxy, the Koloff Empire also learned some information from other participating civilizations. This time, the fight was very brutal. Although more troops had been prepared in advance, it seemed that there was no fight yet in the North Galaxy. Fortunately, I have already made such preparations and plans in advance to carry out a large-scale military expansion. Normally, a fleet of 500,000 is enough to stabilize everything. Now is a special period. No matter whether it is those on the Orion spiral arm who are ready to move. The civilization is still a powerful enemy from the center of the Milky Way. and it is probably waiting for an opportunity. After years of crazy military expansion, we now have a fleet of 1 million. Take this opportunity to sort out the Orion spiral arm again, and beat up those powerful enemies from the Milky Way. Kill the chickens and scare the monkeys. Wait until the weather calms down, and then slowly lay off half of the army. Archipald has also been prepared for a long time to plunder the civilization expansion army on the spiral arm of Orion. However, armies have been very expensive since ancient times. The Caliph Empire can expand to 1 million fleets in a short period of time. Even 2 million fleets is not a problem. But the key is that the Caliph Empire simply does not have enough economy to maintain such a large army. Because there is also a Purple Eye civilization on the Caliph Empire. And the Purple Eye civilization regularly draws blood from the Caliph Empire. Every time the blood is drawn, the Purple Wheel Eye civilization is calculated very accurately, and can continue to maintain the Caliph Empire. But it can only maintain it. It is simply impossible to supply an army with millions of fleets. The Caliph Empire will only expand crazily during special periods, such as now, or when it is invaded by a powerful foreign enemy. However, as soon as the storm passes, these armies will be laid off immediately, because there are not enough ability to supply such a large army. A fleet of 500,000 is the normal supply limit of the Caliph Empire. When will our Caliph Empire develop to level 4 cosmic civilization and become the overlord of the galaxy? Then we will no longer have to pay tribute to the Purple Eye civilization. Our Caliph Empire will be able to have 1 million or 2 million fleets. There's no problem at all. Archipad sighed softly, and became a level 4 cosmic civilization. This is the goal that the Caliph Empire has been striving for countless years. Once it becomes a level 4 cosmic civilization, it can be on an equal footing with the Purple Eye civilization. They are both galactic overlords. You no longer have to be exploited. The current Caliph Empire seems to be very beautiful. It sits on the spiral arm of Orion, and has a huge number of civilizations to feed on. However, the Caliph Empire is still the middle level among the many civilizations in the galaxy. There is also the Purple Eye civilization above it. No matter how much food is eaten from the spiral arm of Orion, in the end it will basically all be turned around and given to the Purple Eye civilization of one's own suzerain country. This is like an urban white-collar worker working in a big city. Their monthly salary is tens of thousands, which seems very high. However, after receiving the monthly salary, there is not much left after paying off the mortgage, car loan, and credit card. And then, there are still more. If you live for a month, you will end up living on a moonlight basis, and you won't be able to save much money at the end of the year. But if you want to become a level 4 cosmic civilization, you still have to be more cautious. These galactic overlords in the center of the galaxy don't want to see another flesh eater appear. The number of powerful level 3 cosmic civilizations that have been wiped out over the years is unknown. The shadows of these galactic overlords are definitely behind this. Thinking of this, Archipel couldn't help but clenched his fists, full of a sense of powerlessness. In front of the galaxy overlord, the Caliph Empire was just a bigger ant. It could be destroyed if it wanted to, and there would be no resistance at all. Thoughts. The Yin 1 Empire must be destroyed. But the entire galaxy fleet has been destroyed in the Galactic War. It will not be easy to attack the Orion spiral arm. But if we continue to allow the Yin 1 Empire to develop like this, it will be even harder to destroy in the future. And we can no longer keep it. Opening the virtual star map, Archipald naturally looked at the sub-spiral arm. This was a place he never paid attention to before. But now, almost every time, he looks at the sub-spiral arm for the first time. Here. These civilizations saw that our Caliph Empire was defeated once in the Zilial galaxy, and they even dared to violate the ban of our Caliph Empire. They have delivered an unknown amount of materials and wealth to the Yin 1 Empire over the years. There are also those civilizations that purchase level 8 energy attack weapons and protective shields from the Yin 1 Empire. These civilizations cannot be retained. If they are not ambitious, why would they purchase such powerful arms and weapons? On the virtual star map, civilizations are marked in red. As the overlord of the Orion spiral arm, there are countless civilizations that have surrendered to the Caliph Empire overtly or covertly. So they are well aware of every move on the Orion spiral arm. What kind of arms and weapons did those civilizations use to purchase from the Yin 1 Empire? This detailed information will appear on Archipad's desk as soon as possible. And these civilizations have now been sent to Caliph the Empire's clearance list. To deal with these civilizations on the main spiral arm, just let the losers like Stan Luo's civilization take action. The Empire's main energy is still used to deal with the Yin 1 Empire on the secondary spiral arm. This is the Empire's biggest worry. Archibald already had a countermeasure in mind. The civilizations that needed to be cleared on the main spiral arm were ready to be completed by his lackeys. The main army of the Koloff Empire was still used to attack the Yin Huang Empire on the secondary spiral arm. Send the order to dispatch a fleet of 800,000 to attack the secondary spiral arm. Send an order to the Potter Civilization, Stanro Civilization, Chongyun Empire, Glass Federation, etc., and ask them to eliminate all the civilizations on the list. One order after another began to be issued from Archibald's side, and soon the entire other side of the star began to turmoil. The Koroff Empire's army gathered here when Archibald's order was conveyed. In a certain galaxy on the other side of the starlight. The entire galaxy is a huge military base. Countless space battleships are parked in countless spaceports. And the void of the entire galaxy is full of battleships. The order from Archibald was conveyed, and the space battleships began to activate one by one, forming a fleet and setting off in the void towards the entrance of the spacetime ocean in an orderly manner. The entire galaxy became busy, with an army of 800,000 fleets. The number of battleships alone is as high as 80 million. If each battleship is equipped with 10,000 soldiers, the number of people dispatched is 800 billion. When such a huge army is dispatched, the entire starry shore suddenly changes. Murderous. The major spacetime ocean currents and waterways were blocked by the Koloff Empire military, and only the battleships of the Koloff Empire were allowed to travel together. A steady stream of space battleships began to gather from various galaxies on the other side of the starlight to form a long queue of battleships heading towards the sub-spiral arm. Attack here. Such huge movements from the Koloff Empire could not be concealed from the many civilizations on the Orion spiral arm. What's more, the Koloff Empire also issued orders to those dog-legged civilizations that were loyal to it. Civilization was also ordered by the Koloff Empire to clean up routes and be responsible for later supplies. The war is finally here. Although it is earlier than expected, it doesn't matter anymore. Whether our Stanro civilization can become the overlord of the Orion spiral arm depends on this battle. Stanro civilization. The leader of Stanro civilization, Chester, who received the news, looked at the starry sky outside, with blazing fire in his eyes. The opportunity that Stanro civilization had waited for hundreds of millions of years finally came. TSK. How much has the Koloff Empire expanded its army over the years? It dispatched 800,000 fleets at once to attack the Yin Huang Empire. It seems that it will never give up until the Yin Huang Empire is destroyed. However, if all these 800,000 fleets are buried here in the sub-spiral arm, our Stanro civilization will attack Huanglong. Chapter 451, What a Sneak Attack? In the Suryero Galaxy, the 800,000 strong fleet of the Koloff Empire points its mighty sword at the sub-spiral arm as the shortest route from the other side of the starlight to the sub-spiral arm. The formerly prosperous interstellar trade in the Suryero Galaxy seems to have been swept away. The cold wind blew across the land, and everything withered almost overnight. The civilized caravans from the main spiral arm disappeared completely. In the void, bursts of space fluctuations are constantly rippling in the voids of the Zilielua Galaxy. Armies from various star systems in the Empire are constantly gathering here. The Imperial Royal Legion, the Imperial Frontier Legion, the Imperial Garrison Legion, the Imperial Expeditionary Corps, one of the most famous legions in the Empire, all gathered here in the Zilielua system. In the void of the Zilero Galaxy, there are huge battleship groups composed of battleships everywhere, very neatly distributed in the void of the entire series of galaxies, turning the entire galaxy into a sea of steel. The Koloff Empire has not concealed the actions of its army at all. And of course, it cannot conceal it at all. It has 800,000 fleets and 800 million space battleships, plus a team of spaceships that transport logistic supplies for these space battleships, etc. It can be said that 1 billion space battleships and spaceships are rushing from the other side of the starlight to the sub-spiral arm. The route is still the same as last time, choosing the nearest Suryero route. The changes in the Koloff Empire's army were known to the Empire as soon as possible, and the war between the Empire and the Koloff Empire finally broke out again. On the Zilielua star in the inner circle of the Zilielua system, the original governor's palace of the Zilielua system has now become Li Fu's temporary palace. This battle is related to the rise and fall of the Empire. Li Fu cannot sit still at the rear and comes directly. Reach the front line. In a large conference room, a virtual star map was unfolded in the conference room. This was a star map of the Orion spiral arm. A red line on it was heading towards the secondary spiral arm from the main spiral arm of Orion. 800,000 fleets? 800 million space battleships, which is 80 times the total strength of our empire. Li Fu's eyes were shining. Although the empire has spent almost all its efforts to develop the empire's army over the years, it only has 10,000 fleets and 10 million space battleships. 100 billion imperial soldiers. This is the greatest power the empire can use now. How long will it take for the army of the Koloff Empire to reach the sub-spiral arm? It's expected to arrive in another month. How is the situation here at the entrance to the space-time ocean flow? It's absolutely foolproof. Is there any movement in the sub-spiral arm defense system? There's no movement. We still have a month to prepare. But we don't know how the Koloff Empire will attack this time. Although there are 800,000 fleets. Due to the special characteristics of the time and space ocean currents, we only need to guard the entrance of the time and space ocean flow. Kolo, even if the husband's empire has 800,000 fleets, it will not be able to deploy it all. Assassin, the commander-in-chief of the Koloff Empire this time, should also be very aware of this. He is a veteran who has been in battle for a long time. It is impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake of adding fuel to the fire. Li Fu listened to the constant reports of various information from his men, but his mind was thinking about how to win this battle, and also to minimize the Empire's losses as much as possible. Luo Xiaoyao, what do you think? Li Fu looked at Luo Xiaoyao, who was wearing a general star next to him. This was the military god of the imperial military. It would not be wrong to listen to his opinion more. We still need to focus on the sub-spiral arm defense system here. I estimate that the Koloff Empire will definitely have surprise troops, and most of their surprise troops will use warp space battleships purchased from the powerful civilization in the center of the galaxy to conduct sneak attacks. First, open the entrance to our space-time ocean flow. The gap here. Luo Xiaoyao thought for a while, and then said with great certainty, Zhang Fei, what about you? Li Fu nodded and turned to ask another military boss. If I were assassin, I would make the same choice. In the last battle in the Serero Galaxy, I think the Koloff Empire should be very aware that our empire has powerful level 8 attack weapons. If we don't open the gap at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow and destroy our defense system, no matter how many space battleships they have, they can only fight with us and eventually they will be slowly consumed. So, they will definitely use the advanced space battleships purchased from the center of the Milky Way to carry out a sneak attack. They will first open up our defenses at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, and then the army will enter the Serero Galaxy in large numbers. Zhang Fei thought for a long time and supported Luo Xiaoyao's view. Well, let me inform you that detectors are going to be sent to the Dark Abyss in the direction of the main spiral arm. Although a defense system has been built, for the sake of safety, it is better to find some more detectors and go out. After hearing the two people's unanimous views, Li Fu nodded and gave the order again. Time slowly passed, and the flames of war began to burn on the main spiral arm. Orders from the Koloff Empire. The stupid civilizations under the Koloff Empire began to strangle the civilizations on the list, and the flames of war began to rage on the main spiral arm of burning. However, everyone's eyes were not on the fiery main spiral arm that was being fought, but on the war between the Koloff Empire and the Yin Huang Empire. This was the battle that really related to the fate of the Orion spiral arm. Here in the Karani system of the main spiral arm, the vanguard of the Koloff Empire's army arrived in a mighty manner and took over everything here. There are 800,000 fleets. The vanguard has arrived in the Karani system, but the subsequent army is still there. They are constantly arriving in the space-time ocean currents that are more than 10 galaxies away. The galactic fleet is dispatched. Among the vanguard army, there are some special space battleships. The number of these space battleships is not large. That is, the size of 50 fleets and 50,000 space battleships. These space battleships were hidden from the Purple Wheel Eye by the Koloff Empire for a long time. The galactic fleet accumulated by civilization. Each space battleship was purchased by the Koloff Empire from the powerful galactic overlord in the center of the Milky Way at a huge cost. Not only does it have a powerful warp engine, it can ignore the limitations of time and space ocean currents and conduct long-distance attacks directly through warp speed. Moreover, the energy shield on each of these space battleships is a level 8 energy shield, and the attack weapons are all level 8 energy attack weapons. The configurations are all configured according to the standards of the main space battleship of the Galaxy Overlord. The Galaxy fleet composed of these space battleships has always been the ace force of the Koloff Empire, and it is also a secret force. It will never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. However, Most of the galaxy fleet of the Koloth Empire were sent to the battlefield at the request of the Purple Eye civilization in this galaxy war, and were completely lost. The remaining 50 fleets of the galaxy fleet are still Koloth. The Empire had hidden all the wealth that the Purple Eye civilization had accumulated over many years, and brought it all this time. 50,000 space battleships disappeared in the void, with bursts of space fluctuations, flying directly towards the dark abyss between the main spiral arm and the secondary spiral arm at warp speed, just as Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei estimated. Assassin, the commander of the Koloth Empire's army, wanted to rely on the galaxy fleet to carry out sneak attacks to open a gap so that his army could successfully break through the Empire's blockade and enter the sub-spiral arm. Buzz! Buzz! In the command center where Li Fu is located in the Zalero galaxy, the sub-spiral arm defense system that the Empire spent a lot of money to build finally worked. As soon as the Koloth Empire's galaxy fleet entered the dark abyss, the defense system discovered as soon as these space battleships arrived, the piercing sirens began to sound. The number is about 50,000 space battleships. The warp drive is very low level. It can only fly at warp speed for a distance of 20 light years at a time. It is estimated that it will take about 2 days to withstand the vicinity of the Serero galaxy. The design style of these space battleships is completely different from the space battleships of the Koloth Empire. And the design styles of these 50,000 space battleships are very mixed. They are probably from many civilizations. It can be concluded that they were purchased from powerful civilizations in the galaxy. Battleships are estimated to have powerful energy shields and attack energy. But considering the low-level warp engines on these battleships, it can be inferred that the energy shields and energy attack weapons on them are at most level 8 primary. Soon, the Empire scientists conducted an analysis of the Koloth Empire's galaxy fleet, and a detailed analysis material appeared in the hands of the Empire's top brass. Is there only 50,000 ships? It seems that these civilizations in the center of the galaxy are ruthless enough. With the strength of the Koloth Empire, they can only gather 50 fleets. Li Fu looked at the data with a smile on his face. He had been worried about the opponent's trump card, but now it seemed that it was nothing to worry about. There were only 50 fleets, and they did not pose much of a threat to the Empire. Let's talk about it. How should we deal with it? Li Fu said to the senior Imperial officials and military generals in a conference room. Now that we know their movements, we can launch a counter-sneak attack on them. Directly send a large army to ambush, and easily wipe out the 50 ace fleets in the hands of the Koloth Empire. That's right. We let them steal the chicken, but lose the rice. Without these 50 fleets, what can the Koloth Empire do to break the blockade of our empire at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow? Even if there are more armies, it will be impossible. Don't even think about entering our secondary spiral arm. One person stood up and began to express their opinions one after another. Now they know each other, and know each other, and they are not afraid of 100 battles. However, Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei kept thinking, and did not speak. Chapter 452, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Luo Xiaoyao, Zhang Fei, you two seem to have different ideas? Li Fu glanced around the conference room, and asked with a slight smile, when he saw the two people meditating. Your Majesty, everyone, the 50,000 space battleships of the Koloth Empire are not a concern at all. Even if they conduct a counter-sneak attack on this force, and wipe out these 50,000 space battleships, it will not be a big step for this war. It does not play a decisive role. If we want to defeat the Koloth Empire, we must wipe out the 800,000 fleets dispatched by the Koloth Empire this time. Only in this way can we truly defeat the Koloth Empire. If the opponent's sneak attack fails, and they continue to consume us in the end, we can defend the sub-spiral arm. But we will not be able to defeat the Koloth Empire in the end. If they cannot attack for a long time, they will definitely withdraw their troops and return to the other side of the starlight. We are still the overlord of the Orion spiral arm, and it will not be so easy for our empire to replace it. So this opportunity is rare. We might as well use our strategy to eat all the 800,000 fleets of the Koloth Empire in one fell swoop. Eliminate the Koloth Empire in one fell swoop, and establish our empire's hegemony over the entire Orion spiral arm. Luo Xiaoyao thought for a moment, and sorted out his words. He actually wanted to swallow all the 800,000 fleets of the Koloth Empire in one breath. Just follow the plan? When everyone heard this, they immediately began to think. Luo Xiaoyao would definitely not talk nonsense. And Luo Xiaoyao's analysis was completely correct. The initiative now lies in the hands of the Koloth Empire. They can fight, but they can retreat if they cannot fight. As long as these 800,000 fleets remain, The Koloff Empire will still be the overlord of the Orion Spiral Arm. Go on. Li Fu nodded and signaled Luo Xiaoyao to continue. Let's just use the trick. What if we don't do anything to these 50,000 fleets? We will set up a trap at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow. Then we will pretend to be attacked by them and lose control of the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. Let the army of the Koloff Empire come in. And then we will use our empire's latest technology quantum foam bombs to inflict heavy damage on them. At the same time, we will send a large army to counterattack the Karani system, cut off their retreat path, and kill all their 800,000 fleets in one go. Luo Xiaoyao spoke out his plan to the virtual star map. He seemed to be fighting Zhuge Liang thousands of miles away, looking very confident and majestic. Everyone took a breath. The Empire only had 10,000 fleets, while the Koloff Empire had 800,000 fleets. There was an 80-fold difference in strength. Now Luo Xiao actually proposed a plan to devour the opponent in one go. This all the high-ranking Empire officials and military generals present could not help but be surprised by Luo Xiaoyao's appetite. If this plan is successfully executed, it is really possible to realize it. This is the first time that quantum foam bombs have appeared on the battlefield. The Koloff Empire has no idea at all. It can be taken by surprise. And the killing range of quantum foam bombs is really too large. If it's so wide, we can definitely spread it all over the starry sky and inflict heavy damage on the Koloff Empire's army. Prime Minister Tu Shuoyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded in support of Luo Xiaoyao's plan. Quantum foam bombs are not nuclear bombs. The explosion range of nuclear bombs in the void is too small, and they only rely on high temperature and radiation to kill the enemy. Space battleships with energy shields can basically resist them as long as they are not too close. Come down. The scientists of the Empire have already done experiments on this. But the quantum foam bomb is completely different. This terrible war weapon, which Li Fu calls a big killer, has a very wide attack range and unparalleled attack power. The energy shield has no effect in front of it. As long as you are within the range of the quantum foam bomb, you will definitely not be immune. I think it's feasible, although there are risks. As long as we have quantum foam bombs, we can block the currents of space and time as soon as possible. We can give it a try. Support? Others also nodded, and many couldn't help but get excited and clench their fists at the thought of being able to eliminate the Koloff Empire in one fell swoop. Since everyone supports this plan, we will implement it according to this plan. Li Fu looked around and nodded. Luo Xiaoyao and Zhang Fei led the first and second armies to prepare to face the Koloff Empire army in Ziliuo Galaxy. Li Wandu, Lin Xiaolin, and Han Guanbo led the third and fourth armies to attack the Karani Galaxy and cut off the retreat of the Koloff Empire's army. Yes, in the void of the dark abyss, space is like water waves, constantly rippling. Space-time wormholes are constantly opening in the dark and cold void. Soon, space battleships appear in this area. In the void, like fireflies in the dark night, they gather together in large groups. We are only 50 light-years away from the Serero Galaxy. We can reach the Serero Galaxy in 3 more warp-speed flights. The Commander-in-Chief of the Koloff Empire's Galaxy Fleet, Akimi, looked at the position displayed on the virtual imaging star map, and silently calculated in his mind that Akimi could become the Commander-in-Chief of the Koloff Empire's Ace Force. Except for himself. In addition to his outstanding abilities, more importantly, he is the favorite son of Emperor Archipad of the Koloff Empire, and one of the most powerful contenders for the throne of the Koloff Empire in the future. This time we must destroy the Yinhuang Empire and avenge our shame. Akimi clenched her fists tightly. The Galaxy Fleet keeps flying at warp speed in the void, thinking that no one can know its actions. In places like the Orion Arm, the level of civilization development is low. Even the Koloff Empire has not developed warp engine technology, let alone other civilizations. Therefore, whether it is Akim, the commander of the Koloff Empire's army, Assassin, or the Emperor of the Koloff Empire, Archipad, are very confident about their sneak attack, because this kind of advanced warship has always been it was not used on the battlefield in the Orion Spiral Arm. They believed that they would be able to catch them by surprise. However, what they didn't expect was that the entire Dark Abyss had been monitored by the Empire, and their every move was clearly monitored by the Empire. We have finally resisted the Oort cloud belt of the Serero Galaxy. For safety reasons, all space battleships are not allowed to shine out. All warships stopped advancing and awaited orders. Release the detector. Orders were issued from Akimi one after another. and everything seemed to be developing according to plan. The galaxy fleet led by Akemi lurked in the Oort cloud belt, which was only 10 astronomical units away from the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, waiting for orders from Assassin. It's really a seamless plan to lurk in this position, calculate the time, and attack together when the time comes. Li Fu looked at the red dot displayed on the virtual star map. This red dot was very close to his position, and could even be said to overlap with his own point. Inform me. The enemy has arrived at your doorstep. It's time to start performing. You must not reveal any flaws. Instruct the 3rd and 4th group armies to set off for the Karani system and find the right opportunity to completely cut off the retreat of the Kaloth Empire army. Ask you Liang and Xian Hui. How are the quantum foam bombs arranged? In Li Fu's command and operations center, everything was reflected to Li Fu. Every move on the battlefield was well understood. A huge net had been spread out, waiting for Assassin's army to get into it. In the Karanthi galaxy, the entire army of the Kaloth Empire has arrived. The massive army has crowded the entire galaxy. From the outermost Kuiper Belt area to the void in the inner circle, there are ships everywhere, looking at a huge space battleship in the void. No matter from above, below, left, right, front or rear, there is an endless ocean of battleships. Akemi is ready. All the troops have arrived here. It's time to take action. Assassin, the commander of the 800,000-strong fleet of the Kaloth Empire, has the green skin unique to the people of the Kaloth Empire. However, because of his old age, the green skin is wrinkled like the skin of a Sharpei, and the 2 tentacles on the top of his head are slightly swinging. Looking at the virtual star map, the whole person became calmer. The galaxy fleet appeared on the battlefield in the Orion spiral arm for the first time. The Yin 1 Empire probably didn't think that we would sneak attack on them. But what if the Yin 1 Empire thought that we would sneak attack on them? As a war-hardened veteran, Assassin has always been known for his calmness and composure. He especially likes to think reversely and consider changes on the battlefield from the enemy's perspective. This possibility cannot be ruled out. But Akem's galactic fleet is all composed of the advanced space battleships of the Galactic Overlord. Although there are only 50 fleets, their combat effectiveness is better than tens of thousands of fleets, destroying the enemy's space-time ocean outflow entrance. There should be absolutely no problem with the defense here, as long as our army can enter the Zililuo galaxy. Even if the Yin 1 Empire's attack is very terrifying, their troops are limited, and we can defeat them through hard work. Not to mention the galaxy fleet, which has 50 fleets. If they really thought about attacking them secretly, then Akemi should have been discovered by now. Then there is no reason why they would not leave Akemi's fleet alone. They must have attacked first. So the Yin 1 Empire, we never expected to be attacked from the abyss of darkness. There will be no problem in this battle. Assassin thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what the problem was. March! An order was issued from Assassin, and the entire Karani galaxy began to boil. A fleet of fleets began to enter the space-time ocean current leading to the Serero galaxy in a very orderly manner. Chapter 453. Let go. In the void of the Oort cloud belt in the Serero galaxy, the galaxy fleet led by Prince Akemi was parked quietly in the void. For safety and confidentiality, not even the radio was turned on, and there was no signal on the battleship. The lights, everything is perfectly integrated into the dark and gloomy void. Didi! Receive the order from Lord Assassin. Attack! As Assassin's order was conveyed here through quantum communication, the entire dark void began to become brighter. In the originally pitch-black void, little rays of light began to shine, and soon a large area of bright light began to form. Groups of white and dazzling tail flames began to elongate in the void, like a large group of fireflies gathering together. It's finally starting! Prince Akim looked at the pitch-black void in front of him, which was dozens of astronomical units away from the star at the center of the Serero galaxy. The light from the Serero galaxy was as weak as the light in the surrounding starry sky. The speed of 50 fleets and 50,000 space battleships in the void began to soar continuously, flying straight towards the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow. Everything has been calculated in detail over and over again, waiting for the galaxy fleet when entering the attack. Assassin's army had already resisted the Zililuo galaxy, attacking from both inside and outside, breaking the blockade in one fell swoop. Your Majesty, the enemy has begun to take action. At Li Fu's command and operations center in the inner circle of the Zililuo galaxy, the monitoring system immediately fed back any changes on Prince Akim's side. It's finally here. Time them and get the units ready. Li Fu looked at the red moving dots on the virtual star map and clenched his fists. The battle with the Koloff Empire was finally coming. As Li Fu's orders were conveyed to the battlefield of the entire Zalero galaxy, everyone started to get nervous. The war was coming. At the entrance of the space-time ocean flow leading to the Karani galaxy, small spaceships began to fly away rapidly. The people on these spaceships were the last to evacuate. This place is destined to become a place of death. The Empire will not let its soldiers wait to die here stupidly. Although the spaceport here is still brightly lit, even though it still seems to be heavily guarded, and countless space battleships are still there. Continuous training in the void is like a big enemy coming. But there is no one here. Everything is an illusion. Remotely controlled using intelligent systems and biosensing technology. This was all to pretend that they were being attacked by a sneak attack and could not hold the entrance and exit. However, the Empire did not want its soldiers to die in vain. So it had to do this. In the void of the Karani galaxy, there is the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow leading to the Zalero galaxy. The troops that entered first are almost reaching the Zalero galaxy. But in the void here, there is still a very long way to go. The team is waiting to enter it. The huge army of 800,000 fleets is really too huge. In this galaxy, with a fleet as a unit, space battleships form long steel dragons in the void. And the space-time ocean current is like a black hole, constantly devouring a steady stream of space battleships. It is 100 million kilometers away from the target, and there are still 5,000 kilometers within the attack range. 50 million kilometers away from the target. Entering the attack range. Attack! The first wave of attacks will destroy all space fortresses, space battleships, spaceports, etc. Prince Akemi ordered coldly. At this time, everyone could see the bright lights in the spaceport group in front, shining like bright pearls in the dark void. Call out! The space battleships had already been charged up before they entered the attack range. As Prince Akem's order was issued, dazzling beams of light shot out from the space battleships. In an instant, the battleship group, it was like a dazzling rain of light falling in the void where he was. Every energy attack is like substance. Most of the colors are red, and a few are orange. Like high-purity crystal pillars. They form a huge light rain group in the void, and attack directly towards the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow. Here at the entrance of the time and space ocean flow, it is still very calm. Everything seems very normal. And it seems that the enemy's arrival has not been noticed at all. Boom! The huge light rain group finally arrived here. The powerful attack seemed irresistible. Balls of dazzling fire continued to rise in the void. Spaceports, space battleships, and space fortresses appeared almost instantly. The originally peaceful spaceport group turned into a sea of fire. The rising flames, the various debris scattered in all directions, and the explosive energy constantly impacting in all directions in the void. Everything is like HL. Almost at the same time, when the spaceport was attacked by a sneak attack, the space-time ocean flow entered here, and the vanguard army of the Koloff Empire also arrived here in seconds. Space battleships kept pouring out from the entrance of the space-time ocean. As soon as the space battleships in front came out of the void, they began to spread in all directions in the void to make room for the space battleships behind. A steady stream of space battleships gushes out like spring water, and these space battleships quickly join the battle. Energy attacks continue to attack the spaceport group and the space war fortress group. Call out! At the spaceport group, the remaining power began to fight back. Rays of light continued to attack the Koloff Empire warships, pouring out of the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. Balls of flames also began to rise in the void. However, before these attacks could release the second wave of attacks in time, the battleship groups of the Koloff Empire began to carry out joint attacks continuously. Soon, the entire space-time ocean outflow entrance fell into the hands of the Koloff Empire army. Successfully captured the entrance to the space-time ocean flow. Well, let's notify them and tell them to hold on to it and not let the enemy take it away again. Send the order to Prince Akim and ask them to help stabilize it. Everything here was quickly conveyed to Assassin in the Karani galaxy, and he successfully seized the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow, which gave him a good start. Here at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow in the Zalero galaxy, the army of the Koloff Empire began to spread in the void. A steady stream of space battleships emerged from the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow. The entire void was full of battleships. The Yanwang Empire's fleet is counterattacking. We must stop it! Farther away in the void, fleets of the Yanwang Empire are rapidly attacking towards the entrance of the time-space ocean outflow. Dazzling rays of light are constantly flashing in the void, and the Saiyan swords are as powerful as substance. Attack. Each attack can take away a Koloth Empire warship. Joint attacks must be blocked. His Royal Highness Prince Akim, please come over as soon as possible for support. The vanguard army of the Koloth Empire did not hesitate at all. Even though they knew that they were destined to be cannon fodder, they still continued to spread into the void in all directions, buying time for the continuous army behind them. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. The Yin Huang Empire showed a posture of fighting to the death to regain control of the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. Regardless of its advantage in attack distance, it kept moving towards the Koloth Empire. The army attacked. The same is true for the Koloth Empire army. They refused to give up an inch of ground. All the space battleships immediately joined the battlefield as soon as they came out of the space-time ocean outflow entrance, making it clear that they would never give up. Powerful light pillars crisscrossed the void, and dazzling light groups continued to rise in the void. The entire void was filled with the remains of battleships, explosive energy, and wave after wave of energy attacks. However, the war seems to be developing in the direction of the Koloth Empire. The battle lines have been expanding outwards, and more Koloth Empire armies are arriving on the battlefield of the Cerero system. 100 fleets. 1,000 fleets. 10,000 fleets. 100,000 fleets. In the command center of the life planet behind, Li Fu looked at the monitoring system, which showed the number of the Koloth Empire's army that appeared on the battlefield in the Cerero galaxy. Continue to release water and send more warships in. A wave of quantum foam bomb attacks will kill at least half of their troops. On the virtual star map, the situation on the Zililuo galaxy battlefield is also clearly presented, with the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow as the center. There is a huge spherical battlefield. The battle between the two sides is very fierce, and they are almost fighting each other. However, this spherical battlefield has been continuously expanding. Obviously, when the Imperial Army released its water, the Koloth Empire has been pushing the battle line outward. Wave! On the battlefield, the space battleships of the Koloth Empire continue to attack in the void regardless of casualties. Countless battleship wreckage shot up in the void, causing the energy shields on other battleships to ripple. Ripple. On both sides of the front. Almost all attacks do not require computer targeting, because no matter which side it is, the warships are so densely packed that there is no need to aim at all, and any attack can hit the enemy's warship. Boom! On the front line, the continuous explosions of battleships formed a very huge sea of fire. This sea of fire was like a red curtain covering a large area of void. The flames in front had just gradually extinguished, and there was another one behind. Groups of flames rose up one after another, making the sea of fire seem to never stop. Chapter 454. Flashing Bubbles. The battle situation in the Kalani Galaxy, behind the Koloth Empire's army, and the Cerero Galaxy is constantly reported to Assassin. Like Li Fu, he is also constantly staring at the virtual battlefield star picture. I always feel that something is wrong. The Yin Huang Empire's counterattack seems to be too weak. In the last battle of Zililuo, their fleet of only 1,000 defeated our Empire's 50,000 fleet. Now that they have gathered a large number of troops here in the Cerero Galaxy, it stands to reason that we should not be able to do so easily. If this situation continues, half of our army will be able to withstand the battlefield in the Cerero Galaxy. He was always paying attention to the changes on the battlefield, but there was no smile on Assassin's face, because he always felt that something seemed different. Because here in the Zililuo Galaxy, the advancement of the front line was really smoother. Even though the Yin Huang Empire, the counterattack of the army here was extremely lively, and the losses of the Koloth Empire army were also very heavy, but the front line kept moving outward. No matter what, as long as enough troops arrive at the battlefield in the Zililuo Galaxy, even if there is any conspiracy on the Yin Huang Empire side, it will have no effect in the face of absolute power. After thinking for a long time, Assassin still couldn't figure out the answer, but he knew that the Yin Huang Empire had few troops, and his only advantage was that he had more troops. He just needed to use this advantage. On the battlefield of the Zilero Galaxy, the battle between the two sides was still very fierce. Although the Koloth Empire's warships were unable to attack individually, they were superior in numbers. A joint attack could still break through the energy shield of the Imperial warships. Imperial battleships destroyed. The Empire's warships have powerful attacks. The powerful level 8 energy attacks are like Saiyan swords. Each attack will bring a ball of flames. However, the number of the Empire's army is smaller than the number of Koloth Empire's warships, although there are the advantage of geographical location. But as time goes by, this advantage is gradually lost. The army of the Kholov Empire has occupied a very wide area, with the space-time ocean outflow entrance as the center. And the surrounding area of more than 20 astronomical units has fallen under the control of the army of the Kholov Empire. In the area behind the Empire, the attack can no longer even reach here. The army of the Kholov Empire, emerging from the ocean currents of time and space, can easily form a formation and then decide to attack the enemy in that direction. The original spherical battle line began to slowly turn into a straight line, and the army of the Kholov Empire marched forward in the void, attacking the inner circle of the Zalero galaxy. 400,000 fleets. If we don't use quantum foam bombs, we may not be able to hold on. Luo Xiaoyao had sweat on his face at this time. He looked at every move on the battlefield and looked very anxious. The enemy's army was too large in number and could no longer be suppressed at this time. Instead, it began to be suppressed by the army of the Kholov Empire. Wait a little longer. The enemy has just filled the area with a quantum foam bomb. At this time, Li Fu was also looking at the virtual battlefield star map intently. On the star map, a large red area was constantly expanding, and the green area was constantly shrinking towards the inner circle of the Zilialuo galaxy. 450,000 fleets. Start up. When the 450,000 strong Kholov Empire's fleet entered the Zalero galaxy, Li Fu did not hesitate anymore and decisively issued the order to activate the quantum foam bomb. In the area controlled by the Kholov Empire's army, vast and densely packed space battleships are moving very orderly in the void to support the front line. In addition to these huge battleships, there are continuous shooting and flying everywhere in the void. The wreckage of the warship. No one cares about these wreckage now, and no one pays attention to it at all. The war has been so brutal that the number of space battleships destroyed by both sides is now close to 100,000 fleets. With such a large number of battleships destroyed, it seems normal to have more battleship wreckage. Wave. In the heated void, a transparent bubble suddenly flashed into the void, and then disappeared immediately. The speed was very fast. So fast that if you were not paying attention, you would not be able to detect this strange phenomenon. The area where the bubbles flashed was originally densely packed with hundreds of space battleships. The energy protection on these space battleships caused ripples as the wreckage of the surrounding battleships continued to hit them. However, in the next second, everything in the void seemed to disappear completely. The void that was originally crowded, bustling, brightly lit, and full of debris became as clean as a blink of an eye, as if there was nothing at all. It happened normally, and the entire area was cleaned up very suddenly. What's going on? How come the void in front of you is so empty? The people of the Kholov Empire, who were surrounded by the void, soon discovered the abnormal phenomenon in this area. There were densely packed warships everywhere, but it was unusually empty here, and it was impossible not to attract attention. I was looking here just now. There were obviously many space battleships moving forward. But why did they all disappear all of a sudden? Everyone who noticed this was full of doubts. What happened to that battleship? Why did half of it disappear? Soon, at the edge of the attack range of the quantum foam bomb, half of a battleship disappeared directly, as if something had devoured the other half. Many unprepared soldiers of the Kholov Empire were directly exposed to the void. Among them, one by one kept shouting and struggling, and then soon turned into cold corpses. What happened? However, before the people of the Kholov Empire could figure out all this, bubbles kept flashing in the void one after another, very fast, flashing out all of a sudden, and then disappearing very quickly. In each area, the originally huge army of the Kholov Empire suddenly disappeared. The void seemed to have been washed away, and it was pitch black, and even the light seemed to disappear. The quantum foam bomb can be called a big killer by Li Fu. In addition to its terrifying attack power, its range of influence is very wide. A quantum foam bomb is enough to clean up the spherical void within 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. Net. At this time, in the void where the entire Kholov Empire army is located, countless quantum foam bombs have been densely planted by the Empire's scientists. All of them have been calculated by the scientists and are evenly distributed throughout the void. Middle. Quantum foam bombs were detonated almost at the same time, and the entire void seemed to be plunged into a world of bubbles. Then, before it could react, these bubbles disappeared again. The originally mighty and dense army of the Kholov Empire suddenly disappeared together with these bubbles, and the void was like a wash. There were no more space battleships, no battleship wreckage, and even the light was swallowed up. The darkness, as the light continued to shine through, became cold and dark, as if it had never changed since ancient times. Ah! There was a Kalov Empire space battleship that was lucky enough to survive. The Kalov Empire soldiers on it went crazy because they didn't understand what was happening. The friends who had originally agreed to attack the Yinhuang Empire army together disappeared completely, leaving him alone in the void looking at the clean void around him. What's going on? Where are the Empire's armies? Where are they all? The surviving soldiers of the Kalov Empire were constantly observing in the void and sending out various communication waves into the void. In the vast void, they began to doubt their own lives and reality. Kill! At the forefront of the battle with the Empire, the warships of the Kalov Empire were still fighting the enemy bravely. However, they suddenly discovered that all the attacks from behind seemed to have disappeared. When they looked into the void behind them, there was nothing. The Love Empire's army has all disappeared, leaving only a few space battleships with half of them left. Or the battleships that remain alone in the void and are still advancing. Ha! We finally arrived at the Serrero Galaxy. I don't know if the army in front has those Serrero Galaxy. At the entrance of the time-space ocean outflow, the space battleships of the Kalov Empire were still emerging from the void one after another. And then they were all stunned, looking at the dark, empty void. Did we go to the wrong place? Why is there nothing here? What about the hundreds of thousands of fleets in front of us? Where have they gone? What happened? The people of the Kalov Empire were blinded by the powerful quantum foam bomb. The army that was huge and mighty one moment disappeared completely in the next second. And it was still an entire void, with an army of hundreds of thousands of fleets. All of them disappeared at once. So much so that they wondered whether they had gone to the wrong place or entered a fantasy world. Otherwise, this would be really unbelievable. Call out! However, the attack of the Imperial army did not stop at all. The powerful quantum foam bomb directly cleared the army of the Kalov Empire, and the war entered the second stage. Boom! Almost instantly, the remaining battleships of the Kalov Empire, which were still expanding towards the inner circle of the Zyrelio Galaxy, were like balloons punctured by a needle. They had no power to fight back at all. The ships were destroyed by the Imperial army. Clean. Speed up. Block the entrance to the space-time ocean flow. And hit the mouse with both ends. The Empire's army did not release any more water this time, and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the time and space ocean flow, preparing to block the entrance of the time and space ocean flow. Chapter 455. Destruction. In the Karate Galaxy, behind the Kalov Empire's army, Commander Assassin paid attention to every move on the Ziliero battlefield in time and space. He looked at the advancing battle line with a smile on his face. 450,000 fleets have arrived in the Serrero Galaxy. Now they are almost advancing to the inner circle of the Serrero Galaxy. They will soon be able to capture the entire Serrero Galaxy. I have to say that the Yinhuang Empire's attacks are really powerful. They are all level 8 energy attack weapons. This time, we must obtain this powerful technology from the Yinhuang Empire. Assassin has already set his sights on what he wants and feels that the overall situation has been decided. By this time, there is no suspense in the war in the Serrero Galaxy. Suddenly, the virtual Zilielio battlefield star map suddenly became blurry. And then the information disappeared completely and turned into a blank. What's going on? Find out immediately. Assassin frowned all of a sudden. At this critical moment, there was no way to receive information from the front line. Lord Assassin, this is an information interruption on the front line, and no new information is being transmitted. Soon, the scientist in charge of communications in the Kalov Empire came up with the reason and said, with sweating profusely, "This is quantum communication technology, an advanced technology from a powerful civilization at the center of the galaxy. How could it be interrupted?" Assassin has a lot of skills when it comes to being the commander-in-chief, and he knows a lot of things. According to common sense, quantum communication is a real-time communication technology. There is only one possibility of communication interruption. The communication battleship on the battlefield of the Serrero Galaxy is destroyed. Then it's impossible for all the communication battleships to be destroyed. Right. Assassin frowned, with a vague premonition. The Kalov Empire basically equips each fleet with several space battleships with quantum communication, which can ensure that every move on the battlefield is always monitored. Even if a communication battleship is destroyed, it is impossible to say that all communication battleships are at once all were destroyed. However, soon, the communication returned to normal. This was the message sent back by the communication warship that appeared from the entrance of the time and space ocean. The virtual star map lit up again, But the originally densely packed area controlled by one's own side had now all become area controlled by enemy warships. What's going on? Where are our battleships? Why are there only a few battleships left in the Cerrero galaxy? Where have the other hundreds of thousands of fleets gone? Or is there a problem with this communication? Assassin looked at the virtual star map. His eyes widened. His green skin suddenly wrinkled, and the two tentacles on his head swayed uneasily at a high frequency. Lord Assassin, our battleship has disappeared. At this time, someone hurried over and said, What do you mean by disappearing? Assassin grabbed the opponent and asked with blood-red eyes. At this time, he couldn't find the hundreds of thousands of fleets that had arrived on the battlefield of the Xyrelua system. He was going crazy. At this time, the picture just returned from the battlefield of Xyrelua Galaxy, along with these bubble-like things flashing in the void. All of our hundreds of thousands of fleets disappeared. Only a few battleships remained. And these pictures were taken picture. The visitor played a picture. In the picture, the mighty Koloff Empire warship was constantly advancing in the void. But suddenly a lot of bubbles appeared in the void. The bubbles disappeared in a flash. And then the void changed. It's clean. Play back the scene. Slow it down 100 times. Assassin stared at the screen with his eyes. And the screen was played again. This time slowed down 100 times. And he could see everything happening in the void very clearly. Quantum foam bomb. This is impossible. The Yin 1 Empire has only been developing for a few years. How can it be possible to master such a killer weapon as the quantum foam bomb? This is absolutely impossible. Although Assassin said it was impossible, he immediately collapsed to the ground. His eyes became dull, and he stared at the screen, shouting that it was impossible. Send the order and withdraw the troops immediately. All fleets arriving in the Cerrero system will immediately re-enter the space-time ocean current and return to the Karani system. Soon, Assassin came to his senses and ordered the withdrawal without hesitation. He knew that if the Yin 1 Empire had the quantum foam bomb in its hands, no matter how many troops he had, it would not be enough. The Yin 1 Empire is so cruel. Obviously, it was very easy to use quantum foam bombs to block us from the beginning. But they pretended to be defeated and blew up hundreds of thousands of my fleet at once. No wonder I always feel that their vitality is not too weak. More than 400,000 fleets. Puff! Thinking of this, Assassin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and became furious. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, bursts of piercing sirens kept sounding. Lord Assassin. No good. Our Karani galaxy was attacked by a sneak attack. What? Just after he breathed a sigh of relief, Assassin was immediately excited when he heard the report of the arrival of the people. Then he immediately looked at the star map. He saw that he was in the Karani galaxy, and from the Oort cloud belt, there were huge branches. The fleet is heading towards the Karani system. These fleets have a clear division of labor and are divided into several groups. Some are responsible for blocking the entrance to the time and space ocean outflow, while others are rushing towards the rear of the Koloff Empire army to attack. Warp drive! The Yin 1 Empire has also mastered the warp drive, Assassin said in a decisive tone. At this time, he finally understood. No! The Yin 1 Empire wants to eat us all in one go. All battleships must obey the order and must guard the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. The entrance to the space-time ocean outflow must not be allowed to fall into the custody of the Yin 1 Empire fleet. Otherwise, all 800,000 of our fleets may be buried here. Then, when Assassin thought in his mind, he jumped up immediately. The Yin 1 Empire was going to make dumplings. In the void of the Karani galaxy, the fleet led by Li Wandu, Lin Xiaolin and others was at full power in the void. And it was like a sharp knife rushing into the army of the Koloff Empire. At this time, there are still more than 100,000 Koloff Empire fleets here in the Karani galaxy. These fleets that responded began to race against time to rush towards the entrances of the space-time ocean outflows, especially those leading to the Cerrero galaxy. The entrance to the space-time ocean flow is heavily armed with a heavy defense system. Once this place is lost, the entire army of the Koloff Empire in the space-time ocean flow will be annihilated. The sharks are out! Li Wandu looked at the tightly guarded Koloff Empire battleship group in the void and gave a cold order. As his order was issued, the hatches on the space battleships opened one after another, and space fighter planes that made use of the latest bionic technology swarmed out like alarmed bees, quickly forming a huge formation in the void of fighter jets. These space battleships are different from the traditional space battleships in the past. They use bionic biotechnology. These space battleships are no longer cold technological products. Each space battleship is like a shark, with no difference in appearance. I saw these sharks swaying their tails gently in the void, accompanied by circles of space ripples. Their speed soared instantly, like a fish in water, very flexibly moving forward in the void, while avoiding the Koloff Empire. The attacks from the battleships were like loaches flying towards the dense area of the Koloff Empire's battleships. There is a 5-minute countdown to the explosion of the quantum foam bomb in the AZ-8273 area. All units will evacuate immediately. A shark fighter plane dropped a quantum bubble bomb on the Koloff Empire battleship group, and then immediately flew away from the area. A few minutes later, a mysterious bubble flashed away in the void. It was originally densely covered with bubbles. The void of the battleship suddenly became clean. Drops of foam kept flashing in the void. Green swords kept flashing in the void, and groups of flames kept exploding, and areas became clean. The Empire's army was fully active at this time, using all kinds of means, including powerful energy attacks, terrifying and mysterious quantum foam bombs, and powerful energy shields. Adding everything together, the battle situation presented a one-sided situation, and the entrances to the time and space oceans quickly fell under the control of the Imperial warships. Even at the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow leading to the Zyrelio galaxy, which is the most strongly defended area, the army of the Koloff Empire showed the greatest courage and the most tenacious counterattack. But under the attack of bionic space fighter planes and quantum foam bombs, they were retreating steadily, and in the end, they could only watch helplessly as the Empire's army took this place away. Call out! The dense light rain in the void flickered in the void one after another, and the flames illuminated the dark void. The Karani galaxy was completely blocked by the Imperial army, and the Karani galaxy led to the Serrero galaxy. Both ends of the space-time ocean outflow entrance were blocked by the Empire's army. The army of the Koloff Empire, which is in the current of time and space, is like a rat walking down an alley. No matter which end it goes out from, it will be mercilessly wiped out by the army of the Empire. It's over. All 800,000 fleets are over. Unexpectedly, the Yen Wang Empire has mastered warp engine technology, quantum foam bomb technology, and level 8 energy attack technology. It is really a terrifying civilization that can develop to the level of a galactic overlord in such a short period of time. Haha. Our science and technology, there is nothing good to say about the Love Empire in the hands of such a civilization. Assassin looked at every move on the battlefield and had given up. He knew that this battle was completely defeated. Chapter 456. The Crisis of the Koloff Empire. On the other side of the stars in the most prosperous star field of the Orion Spiral Arm, here in the central galaxy of the Koloff Empire, Archipelder, the Emperor of the Koloff Empire, has been anxiously waiting for reports from the frontline battlefields. From time to time, he will let people know the latest situation. Report back. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I just received the latest battle report from Commander Assassin. We were defeated. Very completely. A minister of the Koloff Empire hurriedly walked in, loudly speaking out the battle report he had received as he walked. What? Defeated? Didn't we say before that we were about to conquer the Zyrelio galaxy? Why did we say that we were defeated so completely in the blink of an eye? Where is Assassin? I want to speak to Assassin immediately. When Archipel heard this, he almost jumped up. At this critical moment, there was a huge reversal of the battle report, which no one could accept. Already connected, the quantum communicator quickly connected to Assassin, who was in the Karani galaxy. Seeing Assassin's depressed look in the video call, Archipel's heart suddenly rose, and he felt bad. The premonition was extremely strong. Assassin, what's going on? Archipel asked sharply. Your Majesty, we were defeated. The defeat was very complete. The Yen Wang Empire is deeply hidden. They have mastered warp engine technology, quantum foam bomb technology, and level 8 energy attack technology. They are completely powerful at the level of a galactic overlord. Civilization. The army of 800,000 fleets is afraid that even a single battleship will not be able to return to the other side of the starlight. Assassin, who was looking depressed, forced himself to cheer up and briefly reported the situation to Archipel. What? How is this possible? If they are really so powerful, why didn't they show it in the last war in the Serrero galaxy? Obviously, Archipel could not accept such an outcome. It was absolutely unacceptable that the 800,000 strong fleet army was going to be completely annihilated. Your Majesty, I have asked people to send back detailed information. Now I doubt that these have any meaning. Before I die, I will give you advice for the last time. Assassin seemed to be coming back to his senses. The frustration on his face disappeared, and he pondered for a moment before speaking again. Without the 800,000-strong fleet, it will be difficult for our Koloff Empire to keep the Starlight Beyond. My personal suggestion is that while our empire still has a certain strength, we would draw from the Starlight Beyond and evacuate to the center of the galaxy. The Yinhuang Empire is already a powerful civilization at the level of a galactic overlord. Sooner or later, the Orion Spiral Arm will be in its possession. We are no match for them at all. We might as well take advantage of it now. Of course, I also know that this other side of the Starlight is the country that our ancestors finally conquered back then. To give up like this is really a shame to our ancestors. Moreover, there are too many powerful civilizations in the center of the Milky Way, and the competition is extremely fierce. Our empire can benefit from it. Escape and occupy the Orion Spiral Arm has been the dream of countless civilizations. But we have no choice. The Yinhuang Empire, which has mastered powerful technology, will never let us continue to dominate the other side of the Starlight. We have to give up. Otherwise the country will be destroyed. We, the Kolovs, have occupied the other side of the stars and the spiral arm of Orion for more than 100 million years. But we still have not been able to break through to the level of civilization that dominates the Milky Way. Our ancestors have thought about it countless times. I personally think there is a reason. It still makes sense. In a comfortable place like the Orion Arm, there is no pressure of competition or survival. We, the Kala people, have become depraved and decadent. We have long forgotten the spirit of endless struggle of our ancestors. So we are here in Orion, here in the spiral arm. Even if 100 million or 1 billion years pass, we will still be the same as we are now. So it's better for us to return to the center of the Milky Way. In the cruel competition, we will either be annihilated in the long river of history like countless civilizations that have appeared in history, or we will transform Nirvana and be reborn as the overlord of the galaxy. Otherwise, we will be so mediocre if we continue to do nothing. Sooner or later we, Mrs. Kahlo, will also perish. Assassin said everything he wanted to say in one breath, then bowed deeply to Archipad, and then swallowed a poison without hesitation. Soon he vomited black blood. His limbs twitched, and this is how he ended his glorious life. Back to the center of the galaxy? Archipald's eyes became dull, and he was still thinking about Assassin's words in his mind. Someone had just come over to confirm to him the situation on the battlefield in the Serero Galaxy. The Koloff Empire was completely defeated, with 800,000 fleets, surrounded by the Yinhuang Empire's army. It was only a matter of time before the entire army was destroyed. No. The other side of the Starlight belongs to our Koloff Empire. We must not give up. This is a country built with the blood of our ancestors. How can we give up so easily? Archipald couldn't accept this fact. His eyes turned blood red, but the two tentacles on his head were swinging in disorder, showing the panic and entanglement in his heart. Faced with someone whose strength had reached the level of a galactic overlord, he felt deeply powerless in the Yinhuang Empire. 800,000 fleets have never returned. The Koloff Empire is unprecedentedly weak, with only 200,000 fleets left. How can it be possible to withstand the attack of the Yinhuang Empire? Let alone the powerful civilization from the center of the galaxy that covets the starlight on the other side. Even if we really go back to the center of the galaxy, we have already lost our base. Now when we go back, there is not even a place for us to survive, and everything has to start all over again. On the routes leading to the other side of the starlight, huge fleets are marching rapidly in the void. These warships are all branded with the symbols of Stanro civilization. The number is so huge that it is suffocating. And there are more than 2 million fleets. Stanro civilization, a civilization with a long history and very good at forbearance, has controlled hundreds of level 3 cosmic civilizations in various ways over the long years, and has accumulated extremely huge strength. Now, they have chosen to attack the Koloff Empire at this time. Everything no longer needs to be concealed. The mighty army marches towards the other side of the starlight from all directions of the Orion Spiral Arm. What is the Stanro civilization doing? Could it be that the Koloff Empire recruited them to defend against attacks from the center of the galaxy? The civilizations on the Orion Spiral Arm were all shocked by the generosity of the Stanro civilization, because all the important routes were occupied by the armies of the Stanro civilization, with huge numbers and a rainbow of momentum. However, everyone did not expect that Stanro civilization was going to use force against the Koloff Empire and wanted to replace it. They thought that the Koloff Empire was attacked by the civilization in the center of the galaxy. So they recruited the Stanro Civilization army to help. After all, in the eyes of many civilizations in the Orion Spiral Arm, this Stanro Civilization is a very loyal dog of the Kalav Empire. It has always been so. The words of the Kalav Empire are imperial edicts to the Stanro Civilization, and they will definitely be implemented without compromise. No one would have thought that Stanro Civilization would replace the Kalav Empire this time. The army of Stanro Civilization marched toward the other side of the Starlight in a mighty manner, and it was naturally known to the people of the Kalav Empire soon. It was impossible to conceal such a huge movement. What? The army of Stanro Civilization is coming towards the other side of the Starlight? The total number of warships in all directions has reached 2 million fleets. What is this Stanro Civilization going to do? Send someone immediately to find out. 2 million fleets? Where did the Stanro Civilization come from such a huge army? Emperor Archipad of the Kalav Empire was furious at this time. 800,000 fleets were lost in the war with the Yin Huang Empire. His mood was extremely bad. No, this Stanro Civilization is attacking at this time, and they want to replace us. Then Archipad quickly thought of a possibility. If he were to change to another civilization, he would think of this possibility immediately. However, the Stanro Civilization has been a loyal lackey of the Kalav Empire for a long time, so I didn't suspect this at the first time. Immediately order the Athol Legion to return to the other side of the Starlight. The headquarters army stationed on the other side of the Starlight immediately went to all directions to block the Stanro Civilization army. Issue a bloody order to call on the civilizations on the Orion Spiral Arm to attack Stanro Civilization. Initiate the highest state of war immediately and mobilize the entire empire. Realizing the worst possibility, Archipald began to issue orders quickly, and everyone seemed to have forgotten Assassin's 800,000 strong fleet. Our Kalav Empire is in crisis. I didn't expect that the Stanro Civilization would be so well disguised and choose to launch an attack at this time. Archipald couldn't help but take a breath, looking at the virtual star map. On the other side of the bustling Starlight, on each route, the mighty Stanro army was surrounded, and he knew their purpose at a glance. At this time, the Kalav Empire was in an unprecedented void. It can be said that there is no defense capability here on the other side of the Starlight. The Kalav Empire's 1 million fleets and 800,000 fleets were completely wiped out by the Yin Huang Empire. The remaining most of the 200,000 fleets are stationed on the route from the Orion Spiral Arm to the center of the galaxy. The Athol Legion is guarding against attacks from powerful civilizations in the center of the galaxy. It can be said that there is no defense at all on the other side of the Starlight. Only the headquarters army that defends the central galaxy can still be used. But the number is too small. The Stanro Civilization has a fleet of 2 million. Although the performance of a single warship is far behind the warships of the Kalav Empire, the number is too huge. Chapter 457. Change of Dynasty. On the other side of the Starlight, the pearl on the spiral arm of Orion is densely packed with stars and extremely prosperous. As the home of the Kalav Empire, it has been managed by the Kalav Empire for hundreds of millions of years. The prosperity here is beyond imagination. However, at this time, as the armies of Stanro Civilization entered this prosperous paradise from all directions, the war began to ruthlessly ravage this prosperous place. Call out! The Levitt Galaxy is the last important defensive place leading to the other side of the Starlight. At this time, in the void of the Levitt Galaxy, huge light rains flicker in the void one after another, bringing up huge groups of flame. The number of troops stationed by the Kalav Empire on the other side of the Starlight is very small. Only the main army is left. The total number of the main army is only 10,000 fleets. They have to be distributed in various areas on the other side of the Starlight for defense. It is simply stretched, facing the Stanro Civilization army of 2 million fleets. The difference in numbers is really huge. In the extremely empty void, the army of Stanro Civilization was densely packed and mighty, attacking the army of Kalav Empire like a huge nebula. In comparison, the army of the Kalav Empire was like a rock on the seashore. They were few in number, but very tenacious resistors. The army of Stanro Civilization attacked wave after wave without flinching. The bastards of Stanro Civilization dare to attack us while our empire is weak. We will never retreat a step. Kill all these rubbish. When our empire's Athol Legion arrives, we must make them look good. Mrs. Kahlo was extremely angry. Stan Luo Wenming had always been an obedient dog in Mrs. Kahlo's eyes. Unexpectedly, this dog would bite her back when the owner was in trouble. Although the number of battleships is much smaller than that of the enemy, the space battleships of the Kalav Empire are all space battleships equipped with energy shields, while the battleships of Stanro Civilization basically have no energy shields and their attack power is not enough. So there will be no way to take down the army of the Koloff Empire for a while. Call out! The army of the Koloff Empire launched waves of attacks. And these light rains brought up balls of flames in the army camp of Stanros civilization, illuminating a large area of the void. However, there is an absolute gap in strength. They have just wiped out 10 fleets, and 100 more fleets are coming to make up for it. It is impossible to kill them all. Wave! At the same time, the armies of the Stanros civilization also carried out a joint attack. Their numerical advantage was enough to make up for the lack of attack. Hundreds or thousands of space battleships united to launch attacks. Even if they could not break the defense on the Koloff Empire battleship, can also quickly consume the enemy's energy. As time passed, on the battlefield, the warships of the Koloff Empire stationed in the Levitt Galaxy were heavily surrounded by the army of Stanros civilization in the void. The void was filled with the wreckage of the warships and huge fireballs. Still rising in the void, the warships of the Koloff Empire are getting fewer and fewer. Facing the joint attack of Stanros civilization, the army of the Koloff Empire has no way to do it. The remaining warships have reached their limit, and their energy is almost exhausted. Boom! As the last Koloff Empire warship was blown up, the entire Levitt Galaxy was completely declared to fall into the hands of the Stanros civilization. Scenes similar to the Levitt Galaxy occurred in all directions on the other side of the starlight. The Stanros civilization, the army successfully broke through the last defense to enter the other side of the starlight. The army of Stanros civilization was like barbarians or locusts. It began to wreak havoc on the other side of the starlight. It burned, killed, looted, and left no grass in its path. It launched a merciless killing of the Kalo people, as if to vent the anger of hundreds of millions of years. The general anger of being dominated by the Koloff Empire. Of course, the Koloff Empire did not bow to the Stanros civilization because of this. It was defeated at the hands of the Yin Wang Empire, and had nothing to say. After all, it was a real battle with real swords and guns, and it had to admit defeat. But facing the Stanros civilization, the Koloff Empire has never looked directly at this Stanros civilization. Even now, although the defense on the other side of the starlight is empty, the Koloff Empire still resists very tenaciously. In the galaxies not occupied by Stanros civilization, all the Koloff people have begun to take action. Young people have joined the army one after another. Factories, enterprises, etc. are fully militarized. Even the elderly and children are forced to participate at this time. Among them, the power of the entire Koloff Empire began to concentrate. The Koloff Empire is insisting, as long as they persist until the 200,000 fleets of the Athal Legion return to the other side of the starlight. Mrs. Koloff believes that they can still defeat the Stanros civilization. Galaxy after galaxy, inch by inch of space, the Koloff Empire showed its perseverance to fight for every inch of land. In every galaxy, every space-time ocean outflow entrance, it fought very tenaciously with the army of Stanros civilization. Time is slowly passing, and the war on the other side of the starlight is still burning. At this time, the entire civilization on the Orion arm is watching the fun, and no civilization is participating. The blood of the Koloff Empire, which once made countless civilizations crazy. The killing order is now completely ignored, even by the most loyal lackey of the Koloff Empire. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Koloff Empire will become history. The new owner of the Orion spiral arm is either the Stanros civilization or the Yin Wang Empire. At this time, it is better to stand aside obediently and wait for them to decide the winner before expressing their opinions. Loyalty. Finally, when half of the galaxies on the other side of the starlight were occupied by Stanros civilization, the only 200,000 fleets of the Athal Legion of the Koloff Empire returned to the other side of the starlight, and a decisive battle took place in the Koloff Empire. More than a dozen galaxies spread out near the central galaxy. In the vast void, on one side are the only 200,000 remaining fleets of the Koloff Empire, plus as many as 300,000 fleets of worker and peasant armed forces that have been pieced together and temporarily armed in recent days. A total of 50. The army of 10,000 fleets is the only remaining strength of the Koloff Empire. Over the years, the Koloff Empire's elite army of 300,000 fleets was first destroyed in the Galactic War, and then its 800,000 fleet armies were wiped out by the Yin Wang Empire. Now the remaining ones belong to the Koloff Empire. At the limit, the only ones with real combat effectiveness are the 200,000 fleets. As for the worker and peasant armed forces of the 300,000 fleets, they only increase the momentum of their own side. The space battleships used by these workers and peasants armed forces are spacecrafts with some temporary weapon systems added. They do not have any defensive energy at all, let alone energy shields. The soldiers are also ordinary people without any training. They are temporary after picking up a weapon. There is no fighting ability at all. The opponent of the Kolav Empire, Stanros civilization, originally had 2 million fleets. After fierce competition across the stars, there are still 1.5 million fleets left. They are full of momentum, and are ready to eliminate the remaining fleets of the Kolav Empire in one go. With a final strength, he completely occupied the other side of the starlight. Call out! In the starry sky of the decisive battle, the armies of both sides collided together like two dark clouds. In the middle area where the two sides fought, dense light rain poured down one after another, never stopping, accompanied by countless flames in the void. Ascend. The remaining 200,000 fleets of the Kolav Empire were like a sharp knife that plunged into the heart of the Stanros civilization's army. As the frontier army stationed in the most important area, these 200,000 fleets are the most elite army of the Kolav Empire. Apart from the Galaxy Fleet, these fleets are the most powerful. The powerful energy shield resisted the attack of the Stanros civilized army, and its own powerful attack was invincible. The camp of the Stanros civilized army was like a torn curtain, and there was nothing that could be done against these 200,000 fleets. There were rising flames everywhere in the void, and the wreckage of the battleships was so dense that it blocked the view. The cold and dark void became brighter, and the temperature began to rise sharply. Finally, the secret trick prepared by Stanros civilization was also deployed on the battlefield. 100 fleets. These 100 fleets were all armed with energy shields and level 8 energy attack weapons produced by the Yin Huang Empire. There were also 1,000 fleets. Although these 100 fleets do not have energy shields, they are all equipped with level 8 energy attack weapons. This is the most powerful force that the Stanros civilization spent all its money to purchase arms and weapons from the Yin Huang Empire. As soon as these more than 1,000 fleets entered the battlefield, the situation immediately improved. The Kolav Empire's 200,000 fleets seemed to have met their opponents. Call out! The cyan sword emitted by the powerful level 8 energy attack weapon flashes in the void, and the energy is like substance, which is very dazzling in the radiant void. The energy shield on the Kolav Empire battleship was like a bubble, unable to block such a powerful attack. In a large void, a wave of attacks turned thousands of Kolav Empire battleships into a sea of fire. As time passed slowly, the armies of Stanros civilization and Kolav Empire gradually became smaller and smaller, and the empty void turned into an extremely dense ocean composed of battleship wreckage. The Kolav Empire was defeated, and the remaining power carried the seeds of the Kolav Empire and fled to the center of the galaxy. The entire other side of the starlight slowly fell into the hands of Stanros civilization. Of course, Stanros civilization also suffered a tragic victory, with 2 million fleets, and in the end there were less than 100,000 fleets left, and both sides were almost defeated. Ha ha! We finally defeated the Kolav Empire. From now on, our Stanros civilization is the overlord of the Orion Spiral Arm. Although it was a tragic victory, Stanros civilization still couldn't wait to announce its status to the entire Orion Spiral Arm. Chapter 458. The advantage of the Empire is not so easy to pick up. TSK. TSK. It is indeed the Kolav Empire that has ruled the other side of the stars for more than 100 million years. This palace is really luxurious to the extreme. Chester, the leader of Stanros civilization, was walking in the palace of the former Kolav Empire. This huge palace was decorated with rare treasures from the entire Orion Spiral Arm and transplanted with all kinds of exotic flowers. The exotic herbs were carefully crafted by the skilled craftsmen of the Kolav Empire, and the perfect fusion of high technology and pure nature finally formed the world-famous Kolav Empire Palace. Even though the Kolav Empire was defeated and had to flee to the center of the galaxy, Mrs. Kolav was still reluctant to destroy the palace, and eventually it fell into the hands of the Stanros civilization intact. Unlike other places, it was more or less completely destroyed by Mrs. Kahlo's self-indulgence. Leader, there will be plenty of time to appreciate this palace slowly in the future. The most important thing now is to confirm the dominance of our Stanros civilization over the Orion Spiral Arm. Cardanus gently reminded that the Stanros civilization had successfully driven out the Kolav Empire, but the situation is still unclear. Although it has announced its status to the outside world, it has not received anyone yet. Civilization acknowledges it, especially since the Yin Huang Empire has not expressed its stance. Chester nodded and began to think in his mind. The strength of our Stanros civilization must be restored as soon as possible. We currently only have less than 100,000 fleets. which is far from enough. We must mobilize as soon as possible to expand to about 500,000 fleets. The first thing that came to Chester's mind was to replenish his troops. The 2 million fleets accumulated over the long years had been wiped out by the Koloff Empire, and they had to be replenished. 500,000 fleets? It's scary that we no longer have the ability to maintain such a large army. Cardanus shook his head helplessly. You have to find a way even if you have no choice. The real test is next. The Yin-Huang Empire and the Koloff Empire fought with 800,000 fleets. Although they won, I guess it was a miserable victory. Now we don't have the power to deal with us anymore. What we really need to be prepared for is the civilization coming from the center of the galaxy. Last time, the Koloff Empire came from the center of the Milky Way and successfully occupied the other side of the starlight. I estimate that once the news of the Koloff Empire being driven out spreads in the center of the Milky Way, there will definitely be civilizations coming to invade the Orion Vortex. Arm, Chester said with great certainty. Well, we can only do our best. As long as we can get through it, we can become the real overlord of the Orion Spiral Arm. Cardanus also nodded, knowing this very well. Although the current Stanro civilization has reached its limit, it still has to grit its teeth and persevere. If you survive, the sea and the sky will be brighter. If you cannot survive, the Stanro civilization will stop here. It's over. Second, has the team responsible for collecting tribute been sent out? We must collect the first tribute as soon as possible. If we encounter uncooperative civilizations, they will be destroyed. At this time, our Stanro civilization needs to establish its own the majesty of the world. And now we need tribute from all civilizations. Chester thought for a moment and asked Cardanus again. They have all been sent out, but I estimate that they will definitely encounter a lot of obstacles. The situation is still unclear. These civilizations will definitely not obediently pay tribute, especially those powerful level 3 cosmic civilizations, Cardanus said in a very worried tone. These level 3 cosmic civilizations are not scary. Our Stanluo civilization still has some backup plans. What I am really worried about now is the Yin-Huang Empire. We don't know how much power they lost in the battle with the Koloff Empire, and how much power they have left. Although with a high probability, both sides will suffer losses. But the Yin-Huang Empire is too mysterious. It's full of variables. Thinking of the Yin-Huang Empire, Chester felt a headache. Regarding the battle in the Zililuo galaxy, the Stanluo civilization knew too little. Too little. How much power the Yin-Huang Empire still had left was not known at all. Don't offend the Yin-Huang Empire for now. We can recognize their rule over the sub-spiral arm. Well, send a mission to the sub-spiral arm to find out the attitude of the Yin-Huang Empire. Facing the extremely mysterious Yin-Huang Empire, Chester could only think of comforting him first. I guess the small sub-spiral arm may not be able to satisfy the appetite of the Yin-Huang Empire. After all, the sub-spiral arm is now ruled by the Yin-Huang Empire. It doesn't really matter whether we admit it or not. Cardanus shook his head, wondering if he was thinking too simply if he wanted to appease the Yin-Huang Empire in this way. Of course I know. But we have nothing to appease the Yin-Huang Empire now. We can't let the Yin-Huang Empire extend its power to the main spiral arm. Moreover, sooner or later, our Stanluo civilization will also be like the Yin-Huang Empire. It's a battle. Now it depends on who recovers faster. Chester nodded. He knew very well that there must be a battle between the Stanro civilization and the Yin-Huang Empire. This is a delaying tactic. What we have to do now is to stabilize the situation. As long as the situation is stabilized, and we have the other side of the starlight, our Stanluo civilization will soon be able to regain its strength. And then we can deal with the Yin-Huang Empire. In the conference room of the Imperial Palace of the Centaur Galaxy, Li Fu, Tu Xueliang, Chen Bin, Yu Liang and other senior officials of the Empire gathered together again to discuss the current situation on the Orion Spiral Arm. Everyone, just as we were fighting with the 800,000 strong fleet of the Koloff Empire in the Serero Galaxy, an earth-shaking event happened on the main spiral arm. The Level 3 Cosmic Civilization Stanro Civilization launched 2 million fleet generals. The Koloff Empire was driven out of the starlight beyond, and the spiral arm officially became the overlord of the Orion Spiral Arm. With a solemn expression on his face, Tu Zuilia succinctly explained everything that happened on the main spiral arm of Orion. Stanro civilization? Where did they get 2 million fleets? Upon hearing this, the senior officials of the Empire at the scene immediately widened their eyes. They did not expect that there is a civilization on the main spiral arm that can dispatch 2 million fleets. Such strength is really too powerful. You must know that even the Koloth Empire is at full strength. There are only 1 million fleets. This Stanluo civilization is very hidden, and their history is very long. Basic intelligence shows that Stanluo civilization has overtly and secretly controlled hundreds of level 3 cosmic civilizations. It is precisely through the control of hundreds of level 3 cosmic civilizations that it can to be able to hide such a powerful force. However, according to the intelligence data we have received, although the Stanluo civilization drove the Koloth Empire out of the starlight, it also suffered heavy losses. Now it only has less than 100,000 fleets. But is there any hidden power? Just don't know. However, as soon as Stanluo civilization occupied the other side of the starlight, it had no choice but to send out a team to collect tribute. It seemed very confident. There may be hidden power that has not yet been revealed. Zuilia continued to tell some basic information. On the virtual star map, a large area was drawn. These areas were all controlled by the Stanluo civilization. They originally belonged to level 3 cosmic civilizations. This Stanluo civilization really knows how to choose its time. We were fighting to the death with the Koloth Empire, but they picked the peaches before us. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows and sneered at the corner of his mouth. I guess they must have thought that we were fighting to the death with the Koloth Empire, so they dared to pick peaches at this time. The unprecedented weakness of the Koloth Empire really allowed them to succeed in one fell swoop. They really know how to seize the opportunity. Luo Xiaoyao from the Imperial military also analyzed that he admired Stanluo civilization's ability to seize opportunities. The peaches of our empire are not so easy to pick. We have worked hard to fight the Koloth Empire to the death. But we must not take advantage of this Stanluo civilization. Beyond the starlight is our empire's treasure. This Stanluo civilization dares to touch the empire's cheese. It must not be kept. After defeating the 800,000 strong fleet of the Koloth Empire, the empire is now confident. It has already regarded the Orion Spiral Arm as its own territory. Now there are still civilizations coming out to pick peaches. This is absolutely intolerable. A Stanluo civilization is nothing to worry about. It is very easy to destroy them. What we have to consider now is if we occupy the other side of the starlight and become the overlord on the Orion Spiral Arm. How should we deal with the attacks from the center of the galaxy? Challenges, and how to better manage the entire Orion Spiral Arm. Now that Stanluo civilization has emerged, a Gu and a Mayo may jump out in the future. We might as well clean up the Orion Spiral Arm at once, so that we will have nothing to worry about in the future. Li Fu, who had remained silent, thought rapidly in his mind. The Orion Arm is too big. It is impossible for any civilization to claim to monopolize the Orion Arm, let alone to wipe out all the civilizations on the Orion Arm. In addition to things on the Orion Spiral Arm, there are also civilizations from the center of the galaxy. When the Empire truly takes over the other side of the starlight, it means that it has entered the stage of the galaxy and will attract the attention of countless civilizations throughout the galaxy. What the Empire needs to consider is too much. After hearing Li Fu's words, all the high-level officials fell into deep thought. For the current Empire, the Stanluo civilization is really nothing to worry about. But what about the powerful civilization from the center of the galaxy? Especially the galactic war that takes place once in 10,000 years. Of course, there is also the question of how to rule and manage the entire Orion Spiral Arm. This is also a question worth thinking about. There are certainly many civilizations as ambitious as the Stanluo civilization. Chapter 459. How to Rule Your Little Brother. In the conference room of the Imperial Palace, all the senior officials frowned and thought hard. The current problem is not just a problem of Stanluo civilization, but how should the Empire rule the Orion Ancestral Arm after replacing Stanluo civilization? How to deal with the invasion of powerful civilizations from the center of the galaxy is also a question that the Empire will face unknown challenges after entering the grand stage of the galaxy. Only when the Empire's future path is clear and the direction is clear can the Empire really take action against the Stanluo civilization. Because once it takes action against the Stanluo civilization, it means that the Empire has entered the big stage of the galaxy and will never do it again from now on. It is a civilization limited to the sub-spiral arm. The Koloth Empire's ruling model has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can weaken the potential opponents on the Orion Spiral Arm as much as possible. By relying on plunder, it can nip those potential civilizations in the bud. In addition, it can obtain sacrifices from many civilizations for free and suck blood from other civilizations. The disadvantage is that due to long-term reliance on absorbing other civilizations, it will slowly become corrupted and gradually lose its vitality. The other is that due to the suppression of excellent civilizations and lack of competition, It is unable to absorb the essence of excellent civilizations to develop and strengthen its own civilization. Li Fu spoke slowly, thinking of the policies of the Han technology empire towards other civilizations among the seeds of civilization. As a super civilization, the Han technology empire has many affiliated cosmic civilizations, and they are basically extremely powerful civilizations. The cosmic civilization has a very complete set of control policies. Not only can the Han technology empire perfectly control these affiliated cosmic civilizations, but it can also develop the potential of these civilizations in a targeted manner, making these civilizations an important part of the Han technology empire and contributing to the development of the Han technology empire. Therefore, the Han technology empire has always had a principle of accepting underlings. It only accepts civilizations that have potential and are excellent enough. As for those ordinary civilizations that have no potential, the Han technology empire will not even look at them. Of course, if you want to operate like the Han technology empire, there is a prerequisite. That is, the Han technology empire is developing very fast and has enough strength and confidence to control its subordinates. This is like wanting to make the powerful people willing to work for you. You must be better than your subordinates. In comparison, the Caliph Empire's methods of governing these civilizations appear to be very inferior. On the one hand, they are defensive from the bottom of their hearts, and on the other hand, they are as greedy as vampires. This is like a leader. On the one hand, he is worried that his subordinates will sway him, so he does his best to suppress those outstanding subordinates. At the same time, on the other hand, he hopes that his subordinates can produce beautiful results. As the saying goes, ordinary bosses talk about salaries and welfare levels for their employees. Smart bosses talk about feelings and dreams for their employees. Truly powerful bosses try to combine the interests of employees with the interests of the company. Employees will naturally work hard. In the Earth Age, the early colonial activities of Europeans were very simple and crude. They mainly used force to conquer and rob gold and silver and other precious metals. Then, they slowly developed into dumping products on the colonies and relying on industrial scissors to plunder and invade. Finally, they carried out the invasion of culture, values, and ideas is becoming more and more sophisticated, and the entire world is completely under its control. In the cosmic age, there are too many civilized races in the universe, and the universe is too vast and boundless. It is simply impossible for a civilization to rule a vast area by relying on the power of its own civilization. It must have a very large subsidiary space civilization group. The more advanced a civilization is, the larger and more powerful its affiliated cosmic civilizations will be. How to bring out the value of these affiliated cosmic civilizations is what every powerful civilization is thinking about and exploring. Our empire should take a longer-term view. We should not be limited to a small Orion spiral arm. Nor can we only see one galaxy. We should look at the entire universe. So we should consider how to treat these affiliated cosmic civilizations under our control in the future. I personally have some immature suggestions. We cannot be like the Caliph Empire, which simply sucks blood from the affiliated universe civilizations under our control. We can directly abandon such inferior methods. Affiliated cosmic civilizations should be able to become the right-hand arm of our empire and be a whole with our empire. But at the same time, they are firmly under the control of our empire. We need civilizations with strength, not those with low potential. Cosmic civilization. Li Fu slowly elaborated on the methods used by the Han technological empire to control its affiliated cosmic civilizations. Since looking at the universe, it is natural to have a cosmic magnanimity, and even more to have vast and incomparable strength. There is a very important point based on this policy. That is, the strength and development speed of our empire must always be stronger and faster than these little brothers under us. We must have this self-confidence. And we should also have this self-confidence. If one day we can't even compare to our younger brother, then our empire will follow the old path of the Caliph Empire, which is equivalent to always hanging on top of our empire's head. The sword of Damocles allows us to always understand our situation and constantly strive to move forward. Li Fu has finished speaking, but the high-level officials of the empire present frowned, carefully recalling and thinking about Li Fu's words. This is a major policy related to the future of the empire, and is also a major event related to the rise and fall of the empire in the future. Everyone is thinking very seriously. Brother Fu, I think this is too confident and bold. Any powerful civilization will have ambitions, and will never be willing to become a vassal of others. Once the affiliated universe civilization under it becomes stronger, their ambition will also expand along with it. This method is really too dangerous. It is equivalent to leaving countless time bombs for yourself. If you are not careful, you will be blown to pieces. Even though Yu Liang, who had always been carefree, was the first to express his opposition. Li Fu's idea was too bold. Although it was beautiful, it was also very dangerous. I also think so. We in China have treated many civilizations with sincerity since ancient times. Japan, Vietnam, and Korea have turned back. When China was weak, they raised their swords against us mercilessly. The lessons must not be forgotten and must always be remembered. Tu Zuilia also nodded and spoke, thinking of the sufferings the Chinese nation had suffered in history. His attitude was also very determined. Brother Fu doesn't mean to follow the practices of those dynasties in our history and control an affiliated universe civilization. We have to control it from all aspects such as economy, culture, ideology, military, etc. It's not like in ancient times. We just used our own technology, send it out, but get nothing. Qinbin spoke slowly. He understood what Li Fu said from a deep level, so he deeply agreed with Li Fu's proposal. I also support Brother Fu's proposal. If we can truly control a civilization from all aspects such as economy, culture, ideology, and military, it will definitely promote the development of our empire more than simple plunder. Chow Haitao also expressed himself. The Khalaf Empire has occupied the Orion spiral arm for hundreds of millions of years. It has plundered countless materials and wealth from the Orion spiral arm. However, its own development has always stopped at level 3 cosmic civilization without any development. From this point on, in other words, this kind of bloodsucking has not only failed to promote the development of the Khalaf Empire, but has actually become an obstacle to the progress of the Khalaf Empire. Bai Kai also nodded slowly. Although he did not directly support Li Fu, he spoke of the shortcomings of the Khalaf Empire's ruling method from another perspective. As the heavyweight elders and senior officials expressed their opinions, others began to express their opinions. Basically, the supporters and opponents were evenly divided. This time, the Empire's senior officials also had a rare disagreement. Those who supported Li Fu's proposal naturally believed in Li Fu's ideas and vision on the one hand, and they also saw the failures of the existing Khalaf Empire model on the other hand. As for those who oppose Li Fu's proposal, it is because the Chinese nation has learned too many lessons in history, so they are even more cautious at this time. They have a sense of historical responsibility and mission, and are afraid of future historical tragedies. It happened again to the Chinese nation. Li Fu listened carefully to everyone's words, thinking in his mind whether he was right to copy what the Han Technology Empire did, and whether the empire could maintain rapid development like the Han Technology Empire, and have enough strength to suppress his own little brother. Although everything in the empire is developing quite well now, will the empire become arrogant, complacent, unwilling to make progress, and rest on its laurels like it did in history in the future? If these phenomena occur by then, but my younger brother continues to develop and surpass, will the empire repeat the tragedy in history again? Of course, if such a phenomenon occurs, even if it does not have a powerful younger brother, it will eventually be surpassed by other powerful civilizations, and it will still be difficult to escape the tragic fate. Li Fu thought a lot in his mind. This was a major event related to the future destiny of the empire, and even more importantly to the fate of the Chinese nation. Li Fu did not dare to be careless at all. I don't think we should rush to a conclusion in advance. There is still a long time. We can slowly explore step by step. What we need to do now is to occupy the other side of the starlight first. Li Fu finally decided to put this matter aside and finish the things in front of him first. Chapter 460. Attacking the other side of starlight. On the route from the sub-spiral arm to the other side of the starlight, a huge fleet is constantly advancing in the void. This fleet is very large in number, with a huge army of 5,000 fleets. It is majestic and imposing in the void, like a rainbow. Is this the army of the Yin-One Empire? Along the way, someone recognized the origins of these spaceships at a glance. Such a huge marching team was heading towards the other side of the stars from the time and space currents of galaxies. It was difficult not to attract attention. Look in this direction. The Yin-Huang Empire's army is heading towards the other side of the starlight. That's right. It's the direction of the other side of the starlight. Hee hee. There's something good to watch now. The Yin-Huang Empire and the Khalaf Empire are fighting to the death. The Stanro civilization is going to take advantage of it. The Yin-Huang Empire will definitely not agree. I just didn't expect that the Yin-Huang Empire would still have such a powerful force after wiping out 800,000 fleets of the Khalaf Empire. It's really mysterious and people will never know its true origins. The Stanro civilization is also powerful. It has been hidden for hundreds of millions of years, and dispatched 2 million fleets at once. Its strength is really terrifying. However, in terms of technology, there is still a big gap compared to the Koloff Empire. What's more, it's the Yin Wang Empire. The Stanro civilization also wants to be the master of the spiral arm of Orion. In my dreams, I will send people to collect tribute before my butt is hot. That's right. We will definitely be driven out by the Yin Wang Empire this time. The Imperial Army marched all the way. Soon, the entire civilization on the Orion spiral arm knew about this, and began to discuss it one after another. Everyone looked at it all with a joking attitude. Some of them were gloating about the misfortune, and some were dissatisfied with the Stanro civilization. And it is even more hopeful that both sides will suffer losses when fighting each other. Every civilization has its own little calculation. On the other side of the starlight, the former royal palace of the Koloff Empire is now the residence of Chester, the supreme leader of Stanro civilization. In the huge conference room, all the senior officials of Stanro civilization were present. They all looked at the star map with stern expressions. In silence. It is now certain that the number of Yin Wang Empire armies coming from the direction of the sub-spiral arm to our starry shore is 5,000 fleets. These warships are all the main battleships of the Yin Wang Empire, equipped with powerful level 8 energy attack weapons and energy shields. If one fleet can resist the 50,000 fleets of the Koloff Empire, it means that 100,000 troops of the Koloff Empire are attacking us this time. Cardenas, who was in charge of intelligence work, had a serious look on his face and spoke out the current situation in a low tone. 5,000 fleets? Shouldn't the 800,000 fleets of the Yin Wang Empire and the Koloff Empire be fighting to the death? Both sides losing? How can they dispatch 5,000 fleets? Brighton found it hard to believe that the Yin Wang Empire could still dispatch 5,000 fleets, because the intelligence team of Stanro civilization estimated that the Yin Wang Empire should not have much power to attack itself now. After all, the 800,000 fleets of the Koloff Empire were all there is no return. Even if the Yin Wang Empire wins, it will definitely suffer heavy losses. Now is not the time to argue about this. Let's all talk about it. What should we do? Chester looked around between the middle and high-level people and said coldly, although in terms of combat effectiveness, the 5,000 fleets of the Yin Wang Empire are almost equivalent to the 100,000 fleets of the Koloff Empire army. After all, they are only 5,000 fleets. Our Stanro civilization still has 100,000 fleets left. If we bring out our hidden power, we might not be able to fight against the Yin Wang Empire. And the current Yin Wang Empire is so similar to the Koloff Empire at that time. If 5,000 fleets are sent out, the current sub-spiral arm must be empty of defense. We also have a chance. Tabila, who was always calm, analyzed in detail, and his words made everyone's eyes light up. Yes, let's send our hidden strength to attack the secondary spiral arm, surround Wei and rescue Zhao, and the crisis on the other side of the starlight will naturally be resolved. We can also take advantage of the space-time ocean current to block the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow. After all, the opponent's number of warships is limited. We can completely guard the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow by concentrating our superior forces. Toby opened his head, and other people also began to speak one after another. Ideas kept popping up one after another, and the atmosphere began to change. It was originally lifeless, but now it began to have continuous heated discussions. Everyone's idea is very good. It is not that easy for the Yin Wang Empire to take advantage of it. The other side of the starlight belongs to our Stanluo civilization. We have been planning for hundreds of millions of years. How can the Yin Wang Empire, a civilization that has only risen for a few hundred years, be able to replace? Since they are looking for death, we will help them. It is just the right time to use the Yin Wang Empire to shock the entire civilization on the Orion spiral arm. Huh? Up to now, there is no civilization willing to pay tribute to us. Why don't we kill the chickens and scare the monkeys? Okay. Dot. At this time, Chester also became full of confidence. The more everyone analyzed, the more they felt that the Yin Wang Empire was not terrible. There were still many opportunities for the Stanro civilization. As long as the opportunity was grasped, the Yin Wang Empire could still be defeated. Now I order the legions on the other side of the starlight to gather together and rely on the advantage of the space-time ocean outflow entrance in the Godly Galaxy, a transportation hub, to wipe out the Yin Wang Empire's army. Activate the hidden power. Immediately attack the secondary spiral arm. and give the Yinhuang Empire a blow to the bottom of the cauldron. The huge Stanro civilization began to take action. The current power of Stanro civilization can be divided into two parts. One part is the 100,000 fleets that have occupied the other side of the starlight. And the other part is those civilizations controlled by Stanro civilization that have not been exposed. These civilizations there is also a part of the power of Stanro civilization. The two forces of Stanro civilization began to respond quickly. The main force was naturally the 100,000 fleets, which gathered in the godly system at the strategic point of the route, preparing to fight to the death with the Empire's army. As for the other part of the power that was originally hidden, it began to attack the sub-spiral arm, hoping to take away the Empire's hometown. In the godly galaxy, the 100,000 fleets of the Stanro civilization gathered together at this time. At the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, the army of the Stanro civilization formed a huge defense system layer by layer, each small square formation. Each a small phalanx is composed of a large number of space battleships and space war fortresses, preparing for a joint attack on the Imperial warships that appear from the entrance to the space-time ocean flow. A phalanx is an attack coalition with thousands of attack units. The Stanro civilization also knows that in the absence of level 8 energy attack weapons, if you want to break the energy shield of the Imperial warship, you can rely on joint attacks. The energy shield can also be destroyed by gathering enough attacks. In the battle with the Kalav Empire, although the Stanro civilization won, the power of the advanced weapons and energy shields purchased from the Empire could not compete with the army of the Kalav Empire. Now the remaining very little. The people of the Stanro civilization are really naive. They rely on the entrance and exit of the time and space ocean to stop the Empire's army. In the godly galaxy, in the void that is only more than 10 astronomical units away from the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow that is tightly defended by the Stanro civilization army, the Empire's army is hidden here, watching the Stanro civilization in the surveillance screen as if watching a play. Army. Li Wanda looked at the formation of Stan Luo civilization's army and saw the plan of Stan Luo civilization at a glance. So he also had a smile on his face. I guess they still don't know about our warp drive. After all, only the Kalav Empire knows about it. But the Kalav Empire will never tell the Stanro civilization. Next to Li Wandu, Lin Xiaolin also had a relaxed smile on his face. They gathered all the remaining 100,000 fleets here, which saves us from chasing them everywhere. We can deal with them all at once. So it saves us the trouble. Looking at the dark void outside, the light from the distant void of the universe is very weak. In the calm void, a chilling air is constantly brewing, as if a calm storm is about to fall. Are all the troops in place? Li Wandu was the commander-in-chief of this operation. Looking at the virtual star map, he put away his smile and became serious. Even a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. Not to mention this kind of situation involving the fate of the Empire. War events. Everything is already in place. There are our armies in all directions in the entire godly galaxy. They can block all the entrances to the space-time ocean as soon as possible. Lin Xiaolin nodded and reported the situation of the Imperial army. Launch the quantum foam bomb. Give them a big gift first. And congratulate Stanro civilization on becoming the master of the other side of the stars. Li Fu nodded and began to issue combat orders. Didi. Li Wandu, the commander-in-chief of the Empire's offensive army on the other side of the starlight, requested the use of quantum foam bombs. The number to be used is 10,000. The location of use is the Stanro civilization army camp on the Godly Galaxy battlefield. As Li Wandu's order was issued, a secret complaint order was sent from here to the Imperial headquarters. Since the quantum foam bomb was developed, the use of quantum foam bombs has been subject to the strictest control mechanism. Each quantum foam bomb is directly controlled by the control center directly under Li Fu. The army going out to fight will absolutely not be able to use quantum foam bombs without the permission and secret orders of the control center. Every quantum foam bomb has its unique startup command is held in the control center. The reason why management is so strict is for safety reasons. The power of quantum foam bombs is really terrifying. Chapter 461. He was kicked out before his bow was even hot. Didi. The request is approved and the unlocking begins. 10,000 quantum foam bombs have been unlocked. Please use them as soon as possible. After the unlocking time, the quantum foam bombs will automatically start the insurance program again. With quantum communication technology, real-time communication can be maintained even from far away. Li Wandu's application was quickly approved by the Empire Base Camp Control Center. Call out! Here in the Imperial Battleship Group, In the pitch-black void, electric snakes are swirling on the space battleships. Special railgun SH-LS are fired one after another. In the void, 10,000 red rays gradually glow in the void, disappeared, and finally merged into the dark void. The quantum foam bomb itself cannot move, so a carrier is needed to allow the quantum foam bomb to attack the enemy's camp. Therefore, the scientists of the Empire combined the quantum foam bomb and the railgun, and used the principle of the railgun to quantum foam bombs are launched. Railgun technology is now considered a backward technology. Nowadays, it is generally only used to attack the enemy first. After all, if it can hit the enemy, relying on the strong kinetic energy, the power is quite impressive. The Empire's railgun technology has developed so far that it can accelerate the speed of the railgun to 0.5 times the speed of light. This is a quite terrifying speed. At such a high speed, the energy carried by even 1 gram of matter is very terrifying and horrible. The railgun keeps advancing in the void at 0.5 times the speed of light, and the distance of 10 astronomical units never lasts long. The 10,000 quantum foam bombs are all attacking evenly towards the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, where the Stanros Civilization Army is most concentrated. All combat units obey orders and attack. After the railgun was fired, Li Wandu issued the order to attack again. In the pitch-black void, streaks of tail flames flashed out continuously. These tail flames continued to lengthen in the void, becoming blazing white and distant. The void where the Imperial Army was located suddenly became brighter. It was like a huge swarm of fireflies suddenly appeared in the void, rushing towards the inner circle of Godly Galaxy at a very fast speed. At the same time, at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow from the Godly system to other galaxies, fleets of empires also began to rapidly attack these areas, preparing to block the entire Godly system as soon as possible and kill the 100,000 members of the Stanros civilization. The whole fleet was wiped out here. The peaceful void lurks murderous intent. The army of Stanros civilization is still staring at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow. This entrance of the space-time ocean outflow is the place where the Yin Huang Empire's army must pass through. Various intelligence data have shown that the Yin Huang Empire's army will be at any time. They will all arrive at the Godly system. Time passes slowly. DD! Monitored 10,000 high-speed moving targets. Speed 0.5 times the speed of light. Mass 200 kilograms. When the 10,000 quantum foam bombs launched by the Imperial Army approached the army of Stanros civilization, the army of Stanros civilization finally discovered these 10,000 targets. The mass is only 200 kilograms? It must be an attack like a railgun. It is impossible to say that there is an object in nature that can reach such a terrifying speed. But it is quite amazing to be able to accelerate a railgun to 0.5 times the speed of light. Where did these railguns come from? Could it be that they were accidentally launched by a civilization in the past and have been floating in the void for a long time? But at this time, could they be an attack launched by the Yin Huang Empire? But the number is only 10,000, which is too small, considering the Yin Huang Empire's 5,000 fleet. It is completely inappropriate. Moreover, unless the Yin Huang Empire's army has wings, it is impossible. Scientists accompanying the army of Stanros civilization conducted analysis, and for a while, they couldn't figure out the origin of these railguns. It's just 10,000 railguns. Calculate the trajectory of the railguns and order relevant units to avoid them. The scientists quickly calculated the trajectories of these railguns, and then issued evasive orders to the Stanros civilization army on the trajectory. Once the railguns were known in advance, they could easily avoid them. Among the armies of Stanros civilization, each universe slightly adjusted its position in the void, and a high-speed railgun passed by these warships without causing any damage to the warships at all. However, when these quantum foam rail cannons arrived at their predetermined positions, bubbles kept flashing in the void at a very fast speed. Once they flashed out, they disappeared again almost in the blink of an eye. The void is still very calm. The attack of quantum foam bombs is silent and very fast, without any fluctuation. Even if 10,000 quantum foam bombs explode in the camp of Stanros civilization army, for a moment in the meantime, the army of Stanros civilization has not yet reacted. Buzz! Soon, the army of Stanros civilization finally began to react. Harsh sirens began to sound on each space battleship. 10,000 areas in the void became extremely empty. The originally densely packed and brightly lit Stanros civilization warships, the group, and the Space War Fortress group all disappeared at once. At the same time, there are some space battleships in the void. I don't know whether they are lucky or unlucky. These space battleships are all like bitten apples. Some of them have disappeared in half. Some have disappeared in part. And some have disappeared completely. Good luck. Just missing a big piece. Call out! The army of Stanros civilization began to stir. This was really weird and beyond the current understanding. However, the army of Stanros civilization had just started to move. In the void, there were green swords. Just one after another. These cyan swords are like substance. And the highly compressed energy comes to the army of Stanros civilization with unparalleled power. Boom! Groups of huge flames continued to rise in the void. The army camp of Stanros civilization instantly turned into a large sea of fire. With the arrival of green swords, groups of huge flames continued to rise in the void. Rising up, powerful energy continuously impacted in the void. A Staros civilization battleship that seemed to be intact was hit by the explosion energy impact in the surrounding void. This seemingly intact space battleship became extremely decayed, as if it had passed through hundreds of millions of years. It turned out to be in the void. It continued to float away and turned into cosmic dust. Scenes like this kept appearing in the void. It turned out that in addition to quantum foam bombs, magnetic cannons with a longer attack range also launched attacks in advance. It's just that the magnetic energy weapons are invisible and colorless. And their attacks don't have the slightest fluctuation. And there is nothing eye-catching about them. The powerful magnetic energy attack weapons have silently destroyed a large part of the battleships of the Stanros civilization. At this time impacted by the powerful energy explosion around them. These space battleships all floated away in the void. There is no suspense in the war. Although the number of Stanros civilization's army is 20 times that of the Empire's army, the technical level and technological strength of both sides are not at the same level at all. And the numerical advantage has no effect at all. In addition, the Empire's army relied on the advantage of the warp engine to launch a sneak attack, catching the Stanros civilization army by surprise. And even used quantum foam bombs, a big killer in the interstellar era, which was simply bullying. Boom! One day later, as the last Stanros civilization's army was destroyed by an Imperial warship, there was no longer a space battleship of Stanros civilization in the entire godly galaxy. In the void of the originally empty godly galaxy, there were everywhere, among the wreckage of battleships scattered in all directions. Among these battleships, the bodies of soldiers from the Stanros civilization that had turned cold could still be seen. After the battle in the godly galaxy, the Empire's army did not stop at all. They marched forward in the void again, passing through the space-time ocean current channel, heading straight towards the current core of Stanros civilization. The original Koloff Empire killed the central galaxy. The former royal palace of the Koloff Empire is now the residence of Chester, the leader of Stanros civilization. At this time, Chester has become dull-eyed, because the war has completely exceeded his imagination. The 100,000 fleets with high hopes. The whole army was completely wiped out in the godly galaxy. And because he didn't have quantum communication technology and equipment, he still couldn't figure out how these 100,000 fleets were wiped out by the Yin Huang Empire's army. This is impossible! Relying on the advantage of the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, the joint attack launched by 100,000 fleets. No matter how powerful the Yin Huang Empire's energy shield is, it is impossible to kill them. Impossible. Chester kept muttering in his mouth because he could not accept the fact that all 100,000 fleets were wiped out at once. At this time, the Yin Huang Empire's army was already heading towards the galaxy where he was located. Leader, no matter what, we can leave the Green Mountains without worrying about having no firewood. We should withdraw as soon as possible. We still have hope. Cardenas signaled to the guards around him, and Chester's guards began to pull Chester to retreat outside. If he didn't leave, the Yin Huang Empire's army would kill them, and they would be unable to leave. No! No! I'm never leaving here! While struggling feebly, Chester looked at every part of the palace with nostalgic eyes. He had not fully appreciated every place here, and the seats here were not warm yet. He was about to leave now. There is all kinds of reluctance and helplessness. Chapter 462. Escape from the center of the galaxy. On the other side of the starlight, the Stanros civilization retreated at an unimaginable speed. In the entire prosperous galaxy, the Stanros civilization had not even had time to walk around and take a look. In the blink of an eye, it had to be like the Koloff Empire. Just like that, I left the other side of the starlight with reluctance but helplessness. The Empire's army began to take over the other side of the starlight, the entire prosperous star field. Due to the strong attraction of the core black hole, condensed countless materials, and finally formed this pearl on the Orion spiral arm. The scope of the other side of the starlight is not too large. With the black hole as the center and surrounding the core black hole, there are millions of stars within a radius of 1,000 light-years. Each star galaxy has a large number of planets, which are born. There are many living planets, and there are millions of living planets on the other side of the starlight. The Imperial Army led by Li Wandu began to inspect the entire starlight beyond, preparing to thoroughly understand everything here so that the Empire could turn this place into the cradle of the second Chinese nation. TSK. It is indeed the other side of the stars, the shining pearl on the spiral arm of Orion. The whole other side of the stars is so prosperous. Taishan Beidou Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei in the field of imperial cosmic astronomy were also ordered to come to the other side of the starlight to conduct scientific investigation of the entire starlight change. As time went by, various expedition teams began to continuously send back information on the other side of the starlight. On the virtual star map, the data on the other side of the starlight became more and more complete. The mass of the core black hole is about 1,000th of the mass of the core black hole of the Milky Way, which is roughly equivalent to the mass of 3,000 suns. Well, it should be a black hole formed after the death of a very massive star, coupled with the long years of precipitation and accumulation finally formed the current black hole beyond the stars. The density between stars is very high. Around the solar system, the distance between stars is at least measured in light years. But here, the distance between stars is really too close. Thousands of them are the distance between astronomical units, which is about 0.1 light years, is not very large, and the distance between some star systems is only a few million astronomical units. The distance is so close that the space-time ocean currents on the other side of the starlight are as dense as the waterways in the Jiangnan water town. Any star has dozens or hundreds of space-time ocean currents connecting the surrounding galaxies. Tang Guiyuan looked at the more and more perfect star map, and then looked at the night sky. He was fascinated by the beautiful night sky here, because the stars were so dense. Millions of stars gathered together. That on the other side of the starlight. The nights on the planet are very bright. The light from the stars in the surrounding void illuminates the night here brightly, although it is definitely dimmer than during the day. At night, because it is bright enough and the temperature is very cool, there are many plants on the other side of the starlight, and animals have slowly evolved the habit of being active at night. In addition to the dense density of stars, the number of living planets is also unimaginable. In any galaxy, there are several living planets. Some expedition teams even reported that there are actually 2 living planets in the same orbit. It's simply unbelievable that in different orbits, 2 identical living planets are actually formed in the same orbit. Dong Zhifei on the side also nodded. He had long known about the prosperity on the other side of the starlight, but he was shocked by the prosperity when he actually came here to inspect. Compared with the other side of the stars, the spiral arm where the Empire is located is an extremely barren desert, with few stars and even fewer living planets. Just like a civilized desert, the Stanro civilization drove the Kalaf Empire out of the starlight shore with lightning speed. However, it did not stay on the starlight side for long before it was immediately driven out of the starlight side by the Yin Huang Empire. In a very short period of time, one after another happened. There are huge changes, and the civilizations on the entire Orion spiral arm are also paying high attention to this. As soon as the Stanro civilization occupied the other side of the starlight, it couldn't wait to declare that it was the master of the spiral arm of Orion. However, in the blink of an eye, it immediately became the target of the Yin Huang Empire. Because the Stanro civilization intended to attack the sub-spiral arm, it completely annoyed the Empire. The Empire sent a large army and began to hunt down the remnants of the Stanro civilization on the entire Orion spiral arm. Under the powerful warp engine, the Stanro civilization had the power to it feels like there is no way to the sky and no way to the earth. No matter where you go, the army of the Yin Huang Empire will be waiting in front to prevent the remaining power of the Stanro civilization from escaping. On the channel leading from the Orion spiral arm to the center of the Milky Way, the seed team of Stanro civilization continued to advance in the void, escaping towards the center of the Milky Way through space-time ocean current channels. This team is one of the many seed teams of the Stanluo civilization, because the Yin Huang Empire is pursuing the Stanluo civilization and has an attitude that it must wipe out the Stanluo civilization. In addition, the Stanro civilization used to be the lackey of the Kalaf Empire. It did a lot of bad things on the Orion spiral arm. It also had many enemies. After occupying the other side of the starlight, it couldn't wait to send out various measures to collect tribute teams, etc. The Stanro civilization is simply unpopular in the Orion spiral arm. Of course, In the universe, only strength is important. The Stanro civilization did this before. And naturally everyone dared to be angry, and dare not speak out. But now, the Stanro civilization is being pursued by the Yin Wang Empire. Kill. So there are many civilizations that add insult to injury. Many civilizations provided intelligence to the Yin Wang Empire, and cooperated to block the entrance to the space-time ocean outflow. Some of the feuds of the Stanro civilization even sent troops to encircle and suppress the remnants of the Stanro civilization. For a while, the Stanro civilization was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone was shouting and beating, spinning in the constellation Orion. I can't stand it anymore on my arms. This seed team heading to the center of the galaxy is the most precious of all the seed teams in the Stanro civilization. Not only does it carry more than half of the wealth of the Stanro civilization, but the people who make up this seed team are the essence of the Stanro civilization. Everyone is carefully selected so that the Stanro civilization can continue to thrive in the center of the galaxy and pass on the Stanro civilization. Oh! If I had known today, why would we have done it in the first place? I didn't expect that now. We are like a lost dog. We can only become a wandering civilization. And we still can't survive in the Orion spiral arm. We can only leave our hometown and go to the center of the Milky Way. Cardanus looked at the void in front of him. And he couldn't help but sigh. Now that he is the leader of the Stanro civilization, Chester has no face to see Jiangdong's elders, and has to settle on his own. The center of the Milky Way. The cradle and tomb of civilization. If our Stanro civilization wants to pass on in a place like this, we must be very careful every step we take. Cardanus felt that his shoulders were unusually heavy. He knew that the other seed teams on the Orion spiral arm were actually deceiving the Yin Wang Empire. Only the seed team he led was the real inheritance team. 10 million spaceships. Only 1,000 fleets. And 1 million space battleships carry a population of less than 1 trillion. Compared with the Stanro civilization at its peak, this is simply insignificant. But it is Stanro, the essence of civilization. Call! Risks and opportunities coexist. It is the center of the Milky Way. If we are lucky enough, maybe our Stanro civilization can open a new world here. Taking a deep breath, Cardanus comforted himself and encouraged himself. Buzz! Suddenly, piercing sirens kept sounding on the battleship, which made Cardanus, who was already nervous, suddenly become nervous. What happened? Have the Yin Wang Empire's pursuers arrived? Cardanus looked at the surveillance screen. In the surveillance screen, in the first few galaxies, the spacecraft of the Stanro civilization seed team encountered a huge fleet. So this triggered the alarm. When the news came here, it is estimated that they have been in contact with the other party now. I don't know if it is the pursuit team of the Yin Wang Empire. Looking at the direction, it seems to be coming from the center of the galaxy. Could it be that the Koloff Empire is coming back? Cardanus used to work in intelligence, so it was natural for him to start analyzing as soon as he saw the brain. A few galaxies ahead, the team of Stanro civilization seeds is confronting a huge fleet in the void. Although there is no exchange of fire between the two sides yet, they are already at war with each other. And they look like they are at war with each other. Here in the Oinduo galaxy, in the empty void, both teams have stopped moving forward. One is the team of Stanro civilization seeds. For safety reasons, the entire civilization seed team has lengthened the team. In the void moving forward, the head and tail of the team spanned several star systems, and were divided into several parts. As for the Stanro civilization team, there is another huge team directly in front. This team is led by all space battleships. And the mass of these space battleships is very large, generally exceeding 20 billion tons. And they are super large. Space battleship. These large space battleships have opened their energy shields at this time. The huge energy on the battleships is constantly accumulating. And a powerful attack is obviously brewing. There are some special space battleships among them. The design style of these space battleships is completely different from the design style of the surrounding space battleships. The aura of the battleships is also very dangerous. But the number of such battleships is very rare. Both sides had a tacit understanding in the void and maintained temporary peace. However, the chilling air in the void began to permeate continuously, making everyone in it couldn't help but cheer up and quietly wait for the communication between the two parties. Result. Chapter 463. Civilization from the Milky Way. In the Ovindo Galaxy, the vanguard of the Stanro civilization seed team, space battleships are constantly moving forward, while ordinary spaceships are evacuating to the surrounding areas. The smell of gunpowder smoke in the void is already quite strong, and a war may break out at any time. In the void on the other side, a huge group of battleships has set up an attack formation in the void, looking like they are about to attack at any time. The huge energy on these huge space battleships is constantly fluctuating, and the battleships are already in the void, charging energy. Powerful energy attacks may be launched at any time. The Orion spiral arm. I didn't expect such a huge change to happen in such a short period of time. The Koloff Empire was actually driven out of the starlight. Our Trudeau civilization is also lucky this time. If we wait for the news to spread, if it is opened, there will be many civilizations interested in the other side of the stars. In a huge battleship, Portree, the commander-in-chief of Trudeau's civilizational vanguard army, was talking and laughing with his deputy St. Vincent, and seemed confident in taking over the other side of the starlight. The Koloff Empire is now a stray dog. That is to say, our Trudeau civilization kindly gave up some galaxies to them so that they can have a place to live. Otherwise, the Koloff Empire will not survive long in the center of the galaxy. I think they should be aware of their current situation and not hide anything from our Trudeau civilization on this matter. Judging from the information they provided, the one currently occupying the other side of the starlight should be a civilization called Stanro. The supercosmic civilization is now very weak due to mutual consumption with the Koloff Empire. It should be a very easy thing for us to take over the other side of the starlight. This Stanro civilization. If it weren't for the fact that the Koloff Empire had just suffered a huge loss, the Stanro civilization would have no chance at all. St. Vincent also had a smile on his face. Although he said it nicely, the Trudeau civilization was kind enough to take in the Koloff Empire. In fact, in essence, the Koloff Empire exchanged the information and intelligence from the other side of the starlight from the Trudeau civilization. Several galaxies serve as his home. The Trudeau civilization, a peak level 3 civilization, is even more powerful than the Koloff Empire. Of course, in a place like the center of the Milky Way, there are really as many level 3 cosmic civilizations as dogs. Any civilization that you pick out is still level 3. There is nothing strange about cosmic civilization at all. Similar to most level 3 cosmic civilizations in the center of the Milky Way, the Trudeau civilization also very much wants to occupy a star field similar to the other side of the stars, and has always been coveting the other side of the stars. After all, in the center of the Milky Way, there is no guarantee for level 3 cosmic civilizations. Not only do they have to face attacks from other level 3 cosmic civilizations, but they also have to endure the exploitation of level 4 and 5 cosmic civilizations. Life is quite difficult. In the center of the Milky Way, there are level 3 cosmic civilizations being wiped out at any time. And there are also civilizations becoming level 3 cosmic civilizations at any time. Therefore, like the Koloff Empire, being able to live in a geomantic treasure land on the Orion Arm is the goal of many level 3 cosmic civilizations. In a barren land like the Orion Arm, competition is small and very safe. Although they still have to be exploited by the galactic overlord level civilization. But other level 3 cosmic civilizations basically have nothing to do with themselves. When the Koloff Empire approached the Trudeau civilization for a deal, the Trudeau civilization agreed without any hesitation and gave several galaxies to the Koloff Empire in exchange for the starlight beyond. No matter how you look at it, buying and selling is profitable. Stanro civilization? Huh. A small civilization in the corner of the spiral arm of Orion is worthy of occupying the other side of the starlight. Portree said disdainfully that the civilization at the center of the Milky Way has a natural sense of superiority over the civilizations outside the center of the Milky Way. It always looks at civilizations in the Milky Way region such as the Orion spiral arm with an unflattering expression. As if they are. People from developed countries always look down on people from developing countries. This spiral arm of Orion is like a barren desert. And this pearl on the other side of the starlight can be regarded as a miracle in the universe. After our Trudeau civilization occupied it, we managed it well. Based on this, our Trudeau civilization also has hope to become the new overlord of the galaxy. St. Vincent also nodded and looked into the void in the distance. Although the center of the Milky Way is very prosperous and is the cradle and holy land of civilization, similarly, the center of the Milky Way is also the tomb of civilization. In the long history, countless civilizations have disappeared. In the long river of history, I estimate that the team in front of Zhangfang is probably from the Stanro civilization. They want to block the channel to the center of the galaxy. But it seems to be too late now. As they chatted and talked about the team currently confronting their own fleet, Portree said in a positive tone, "Soon! We knew that our people were communicating with each other," St. Vincent said nonchalantly. In the void of the Ovendo galaxy, electromagnetic wave signals are continuously transmitted in the void between the teams of Stanros civilization and Trudeau civilization. We are the fleet of Stanros civilization. Please inform us of your identity and purpose. We are the Trudeau civilization fleet from the center of the galaxy. We are allies of the Koloff Empire. We are coming to the Orion Spiral Arm this time to bring justice to the Koloff Empire. The communication between the two parties is very simple. Just inform each other of their identities. The Trudeau civilization comes from the center of the Milky Way, and it is also an ally of the Koloff Empire. This is terrible. It is estimated that the allies of the Koloff Empire are fake, and their desire to invade the Orion Spiral Arm is real. Tabila, who is in charge of the vanguard of the Stanros civilization, received the reply from the Trudeau civilization fleet. Everyone secretly said, "Oh, no, I can come to the Orion Spiral Arm at any time. But at this time, the Stanros civilization will bring Colorado." The husband empire drove out the other side of the starlight, and the other party came under the banner of the Koloff Empire. A battle was absolutely inevitable. We must find a way to avoid this battle. This is the only inheritance seed left by our Stanros civilization. There must be no problems, since the other party is prepared and comes from the civilization in the center of the galaxy. Its strength must be very powerful, and we will definitely not be each other's opponents. Tabila thought rapidly in his mind. At this critical moment, if he makes a wrong step, Stanros civilization will come to an end here. Their revenge for the Koloff Empire must be a pretense. The real purpose is to invade the Orion Spiral Arm, and we are no longer the masters of the Orion Spiral Arm. In other words, we have no fundamental interests with our Stanros civilization. As long as we talk about the conflict properly, there should still be a chance to avoid this war. It's just that the other party must have gotten some information from the Koloff Empire. It would be bad if they think we still occupy the other side of the starlight. Tabila was thinking rapidly in his mind, thinking about countermeasures. On the other side, Trudeau's civilized vanguard commanders Portree and St. Vincent had also received the report from their subordinates. The two looked at each other and laughed at each other. Haha. It seems that we arrived just in time. If the Stanros civilization blocks the waterway, we will suffer heavy casualties. Now it seems that these fleets must be their troops to block the waterway to the Milky Way. Bodderly laughed happily when he heard that the other party was talking about the Stanros civilization team. As soon as the deal between the Trudeau civilization and the Koloff Empire was completed, the Trudeau civilization dispatched a large army in order to catch up in time. They are afraid that the waterway will be blocked. After all, Level 3 cosmic civilizations have not mastered warp engine technology and can only navigate the interstellar universe through space-time ocean current channels. There's nothing to say. Anyway, we will have to go to war with this Stanros civilization sooner or later. Let's try their strength now. St. Vincent also nodded. The intelligence from the Koloff Empire has shown that the Stanros civilization now occupies the other side of the starlight. This naturally becomes the #1 enemy of the Trudeau civilization occupying the Orion Spiral Arm and the other side of the starlight. Attack. Immediately send an order to the rear troops. If you encounter Stanros' civilized army, please come up with support as soon as possible. Portree began to issue combat orders. Call out! As Portree's order was issued, in the already tense void, on the side of Trudeau's civilized army, dazzling light pillars formed a large and huge light rain group and shrouded directly towards the Stanros civilized fleet. Among these dazzling attacks, there are a few whose attack energy is highly condensed and looks like substance. These are level 8 energy attacks. They are powerful attack weapons purchased by the Trudeau civilization from the galactic overlord in the center of the galaxy. Boom! Soon, huge masses of flames rose up in the void where the Stanros civilization vanguard army was located. A wave of attacks directly turned the void where the Stanros civilization fleet was into a large sea of fire. Your Excellency, Commander Tabila, what should we do now? Do we want to fight back? Immediately explain the situation to the Trudeau civilization and explain that our Stanros civilization does not currently occupy the other side of the starlight. Immediately. Tabila was still thinking about countermeasures at this time. Unexpectedly, Trudeau's civilization directly launched an attack, which was obviously as he had guessed. The Stanros civilization fleet did not launch a counterattack. Communication waves in the void continued to be launched towards the Trudeau civilization. Trying to explain clearly, however, the Trudeau civilization seemed to have recognized a fact and ignored the Stanros civilization's explanation at all. Wave after wave of energy attacks continued to attack the Stanros civilization camp. Chapter 464. Encounter. Call out! In the void of the Owindo galaxy, the attack of the Trudeau civilization fleet formed a huge wave of light rain, bringing up a large sea of fire in the void and covering a large area of the void. Haha. It is indeed a small civilization. It doesn't even have an energy shield. I don't know how the Koloff Empire was driven out of the starlight. Portree had been paying attention to everything on the battlefield when he saw the attack from his side and easily took away the opponent's large number of battleships. He once again despised the civilized desert area like the Orion Arm. They seem to have sent another message, saying that their Stanluo civilization was also driven out of the other side of the starlight by a civilization called the Yin Huang Empire. They hope that we can value peace and give them a channel to enter the center of the galaxy. Should we stop attacking? They don't seem to be fighting back against us. St. Vincent reported to Bot Airy with the latest information received from the Stanro civilization. Stop the attack? No. Go ahead and continue the attack. Don't stop. Portree smiled and shook his head. No matter whether the Stanluo civilization was driven out to the other side of the starlight by other civilizations, we can't stop attacking. If it was really driven out of the other side of the starlight, it means that there are probably only a few left in the Stanluo civilization. It's an insignificant amount of power. Since we are claiming to be allies of the Koloff Empire, we naturally have to do something. If other civilizations had not been driven out of the other side of the starlight, and this Stanluo civilization still occupies the other side of the starlight, then there is no doubt that we would be even less likely to let this Stanluo civilization go. Continue to attack and eliminate them completely. Portree said what he was thinking. In fact, the reason is very simple. No matter what. Since the Stanro civilization wants to occupy the other side of the starlight, no matter whether it fails or succeeds, the Trudeau civilization will not let them go. This is like fighting for the throne in ancient feudal society. No matter whether you succeed or not. Once other careerists want to compete for this position, they will ruthlessly kill those who want to get involved in this position. Everything is for the sake of being able to sit still. Wave after wave of attacks continued to attack the vanguard of Stanro civilization in the void. The Trudeau civilization was well prepared. This time, it dispatched an army of more than 200,000 fleets to invade the other side of the starlight. Even the vanguard has an army of tens of thousands of fleets, which is far from what the current strength of the Stanro civilization can be compared to. After several waves of attacks, all the battleships, spaceships, etc. on the Stanro civilization side have been wiped out in the entire Owindo galaxy. The remaining space battleships and spaceships are still in the void all the time. Send a message to Trudeau's civilized side. What? A civilization from the center of the galaxy. The Trudeau civilization? They actually launched an attack on us. Now that the vanguard has been completely lost, Tabila strictly prohibits launching a counterattack against Trudeau's civilized army. In the next few galaxies, behind the team of seeds of Stanro civilization, Cardenas, the current leader of Stanro civilization, took the latest intelligence information and read it carefully word by word. Tabila is too naive. This Trudeau civilization has made it clear that it is coming to invade the Orion spiral arm. They will never let our Stanro civilization go. However, the opponent is just the vanguard army. There are tens of thousands of fleets here in the Owindo system. It seems that they are definitely prepared this time. I don't know how many huge fleets there are in the rear. Tabila's side is probably, I'm afraid, that once there's a firefight with the Trudeau civilization, there won't be any leeway between the two sides, and the plan to escape to the center of the galaxy will definitely fail. It's really a twist of fate. I didn't expect that our Stanro civilization has now reached the point where we have no place to stay. Behind us are the Yin Huang Empire's pursuers, and in front are the Trudeau civilization's armies. There are really tigers in front and wolves behind. What should I do? What to do? Cardenas analyzed it carefully. And the more he analyzed it, the more desperate he became, because he really couldn't think of any other place where his Stanro civilization could stay. The Yin Huang Empire is hunting down the Stanro civilization in the entire Orion spiral arm, and other civilizations on the Orion spiral arm have joined the pursuit. The Orion spiral arm will definitely not be able to stay any longer. I originally wanted to live in the center of the Milky Way, but now, the Trudeau civilization has controlled the channel to the center of the Milky Way, and it is simply impossible to let the Stanro civilization pass. Extreme despair spread in Cardenas' heart. He really couldn't think of any good way to solve the problem at hand. Tabila civilization tried its best to explain to Trudeau civilization, but it was still attacked. He knew exactly why. As for turning around and begging for mercy from the Yin Huang Empire, this is even more impossible. The The Yin Huang Empire will never let go of the Stanluo civilization. Not to mention that the Stanluo civilization once robbed the Yin Huang Empire of its peaches and sent troops to attack the sub-spiral arm. This is even on the Yin Huang Empire's must-kill list. Just as Cardenas was thinking hard about countermeasures. Somewhere in the void in the galaxy where he was, the space was rippling like water waves. Gradually, space-time wormholes were opened, and the battleships of the Yin Huang Empire emerged from these. The wormholes in time and space are constantly pouring out, and the pursuers of the Yin Huang Empire have arrived. Buzz! The piercing sirens kept sounding, and such sirens were sounded not once or twice. As soon as the people of Stanluo civilization heard this sound, they knew that the pursuers of the Yin Huang Empire had arrived. It's over! Our Stanluo civilization is over! Cardenas, holding the latest information, collapsed helplessly. Call out! Huge bursts of light rain flickered in the void, and the Cyan swords continued to descend on the Stanluo civilization seed team with unparalleled momentum, rising into huge balls of flames, and a large area of the void became into the sea of fire. Wave! In the void, the attacks from the magnetic cannons advanced silently in the void. The space battleships and spaceships of the Starro civilization were completely shattered without any sound. With the inertia, in the void it continued to spread out and turned into a huge cloud of interstellar dust. Although the Stanro civilization's fleet launched a counterattack, it could not cause any damage to the Empire's warships at all. The energy shield rippled like water waves, and all attacks were resisted by the energy shield. In the Arbroath galaxy, as the last spaceship of the Stanro civilization was blown up by the Empire's pursuit force, the Stanro civilization came to a complete end. The Stanro civilization with a history of hundreds of millions of years disappeared in the long river of history. Although the last seeds of Stanro civilization have been wiped out, the Empire's pursuing troops are as if they are facing a formidable enemy at this time. The energy shield is open, and the energy cannon is constantly charging. Because in the void of the Arbroath galaxy, in addition to the Empire's army, there is also a larger fleet, the vanguard army of the Trudeau civilization. Both sides almost have a very tacit understanding. The spaceship was wiped out, and then the confrontation began in the void. With such a huge fleet, there are as many as 10,000 fleets, and we don't know how many fleets are behind us. Report the situation to the base camp immediately. Looking at the design style of these battleships, they are not from any civilization on the Orion spiral arm, and judging from their direction, they are likely to be from the civilization in the center of the Milky Way. Let's get in touch with them first and get to know their situation. I guess most of them are here to snatch the other side of the starlight. The strategic department of the Imperial fleet began to analyze the sudden appearance of the Trudeau civilization fleet, and they had already made guesses before contacting them. This is the 323rd fleet of the Yin Huang Empire's frontier army in the Orion arm. Please report your identity and intentions immediately. Otherwise, we will regard it as an invasion of our Empire's Orion arm, and we reserve the right to attack. A message was sent from the Imperial camp to the Trudeau civilization vanguard. The Empire now regards the Orion spiral arm as its own territory. The sudden appearance of the other party here naturally has bad intentions. The information sent by the Imperial army quickly reached Portree's hands. Looking at the warning sent by the Imperial army, Portree didn't take it seriously at all. I didn't expect that the Yin Huang Empire really replaced the Stanro civilization. Look at this tone. It's really tough. It actually regards itself as the master of the Orion spiral arm. Whoever agrees with them will recognize them. Portree was very disdainful of the Empire's warning. He was fighting with the Stanro civilization earlier, which made him even more contemptuous of the civilization on the Orion spiral arm. Civilizations in small places will inevitably sit in a well and look at the sky. Their field of vision is only the Orion spiral arm. They have no idea about the prosperity of the center of the Milky Way. They have no idea about the powerful strength of our Trudeau civilization. We have just given them a lesson. But this lesson is very valuable and requires the destruction of their entire civilization. St. Vincent also said with a smile, very much agreeing with Portree's point of view. He didn't take a direct look at the civilization on the spiral arm of Orion. He didn't know anything about the situation in the Yin Huang Empire, and he didn't seem to want to know. Of course, the Koloff Empire also he had no good intentions, and did not tell the Trudeau civilization about the situation in the Yin Huang Empire. The Koloff Empire fled to the center of the Milky Way. It was worried that it had no territory. Naturally, it hoped that the Trudeau civilization would be severely punished by the Yin Huang Empire on the Orion spiral arm, and its strength would be greatly reduced. In this case, the Koloff Empire would have a chance. Reply them. This Orion spiral arm belongs to our Trudeau civilization from now on. If the emperor of their bullshit Yin Wang Empire is willing to kneel in front of us and beg for mercy, our Trudeau civilization can give them a way out. Portree thought for a while, and said to St. Vincent, "Soon." Botterly's reply reached the Imperial Army through quantum communication technology. The reply quickly reached Li Fu's hands. "Bump! Tell Luo Xiaoyao that this Trudeau civilization will be uprooted no matter where it is in the world." Li Fu's eyes were flashing with anger, and his whole person was like a furious lion. Chapter 465. One bag at a time. In the Arbroath galaxy, gunpowder smoke has begun to fill the void. "Call out!" A series of green swords cut through the void. These highly condensed energy were like substance, and astonishingly powerful. They attacked the Trudeau civilization vanguard fleet with unrivaled momentum. The anger from Li Fu is burning in the Imperial Army. Li Fu is sacred and unshakable in the hearts of the Imperial people. As the Imperial Army that is most loyal to Li Fu, naturally it will not have any influence on Trudeau's civilization. Not the slightest bit polite. Although there are currently only 100 fleets of the Imperial Army in the Arbroath system, and they need to face the 10,000 fleets of the Trodan civilization vanguard fleet. The Imperial soldiers still have no fear and took the lead in launching the attack. TSK! TSK! You actually dare to launch an attack first. The distance of this attack is even far enough. It's 50 million kilometers away. I don't know how powerful it is. Portree's vanguard fleet immediately discovered the attack launched by the Imperial Army. But he seemed more confident and did not feel any pressure. The previous attack by the Stanro civilized fleet could not break the Trudeau civilized battleship. The energy shield could almost be said to have captured the last civilization seeds of Stanro civilization without any loss. Boom! Time passed quickly. In the void where the Portree Pioneer fleet was located, the moment 100,000 space battleships were hit by the blue sword, they turned into huge flames rising in the void. A huge sea of fire formed in it. How is this possible? Isn't our energy shield turned on? St. Vincent looked at the scene in the void. A little unbelievable. He could survive in a civilized jungle like the center of the Milky Way. Every civilization has some special skills. The energy shield technology of the Trudeau civilization is in the level 3 cosmic civilization. All of them are relatively powerful. And it is precisely because of this technology that the Trudeau civilization has been passed down in the cruel competition. No, the enemy's attack is too powerful. I think we may have underestimated the enemy. Botterly on the side also widened his eyes at this time. It took him a long time to recover slowly, and said with a stern expression, "The enemy's attack is too powerful?" St. Vincent asked in surprise. "I just happened to see the opponent's energy attack. This Yin Wang Empire has mastered level 8 energy technology. They have been able to condense the energy into substance. Our energy shield has no effect at all." Botterly's expression was stern, and he carefully recalled the scene he had just seen in the void. A series of green swords easily destroyed the battleship under his command. Level 8 energy technology? How is this possible? Only civilizations at the level of galactic overlords can master level 8 energy technology. And such a powerful civilization is the overlord in the center of the galaxy. How could such a barren land like the Orion Spiral Arm be born? A powerful civilization. St. Vincent shook his head. He couldn't believe it. Wait a minute and take a closer look. It's definitely not wrong. It seems that the Kalav Empire has something to hide from our Trudeau civilization. It's definitely not the Starro civilization that caused them to be driven out of the other side of the starlight. It's probably because of it. The Yin Wang Empire is in front of us. At this time, Portree has completely put away his mentality of underestimating the Orion Spiral Arm civilization and offended a civilization that has mastered 8i technology. This is definitely not a good thing for the Trudeau civilization. Even if it is the Trudeau civilization, occupying the other side of the stars and becoming the master of the Orion Spiral Arm, the Trudeau civilization is still a subsidiary civilization of the Galactic Overlord. Should we fight back? Of course. I have offended you now. Why not just try to see what the strength of this Yin Wang Empire is like and attack? In addition, the latest intelligence information will be reported immediately to our Trudeau civilization base camp through the quantum communicator. There are huge variables in the Orion Spiral Arm. Please ask for instructions. Botterly has now become serious. And at the same time, he has a very bold idea in his mind. If the Yin Wang Empire is just very lucky to have mastered the level 8 energy attack technology, if our Trudeau civilization can possess this technology, our Trudeau civilization may become the new overlord of the galaxy. Call out! As Portree's order was conveyed, The Vanguard fleet also began to launch an attack. Dazzling light pillars formed a large rain of light in the void and enveloped the void where the Imperial army was. Wave! Here in the Imperial battleship group. On each space battleship, the energy shield is like a lake with heavy rain, and ripples like water waves are constantly rippling. Boom! The vast majority of the Empire's warships survived the opponent's attack in the end. Only a few space battleships were hit by the opponent's two intensive concentrated fire attacks, or by a very small number of level 8 energy attacks in the Trudeau civilization fleet, turned into balls of flames rising up in the void. DD! The opponent has a level 8 energy attack weapon. Bursts of piercing sirens sounded on the Empire's space battleships. Only a sufficient number of collective attacks at level 7 can break the Empire's energy shield. But an energy attack at level 8 can kill the Empire's warships with one shot. Keep your distance. Fight and retreat at the same time. Immediately apply to the base camp for the use of quantum foam bombs, and we will give them a surprise. Naturally, it is impossible for the Empire's army to foolishly go towards the other side to die. Even if there are no level 8 energy attack weapons, the opponent's number is 100 times their own. As long as they focus their fire attacks, they can still pose a threat to the Empire's warships. The Empire's warships formed an arc in the void. The powerful nuclear fusion power system was fully activated, and the blazing white-tail flames continued to lengthen in the void. At the same time, electric snakes were swirling on the space battleships, and red rays were ejected from the Imperial battleships. Soon, these red rays gradually turned dark in the void and completely merged into the void. Among them, it is inconspicuous. These are all quantum foam bombs launched using railgun technology. Some of these quantum foam bombs are fast and some are slow. They are very evenly distributed in the void and fly towards Portree's Vanguard fleet at a very fast speed. Go! The energy shield technology is quite good. We need to gather more than 700 space battleships to launch a joint attack to break their energy shield. But what is certain is that their energy shield technology is still level 7 and has not reached level 8. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for these level 8 energy attack weapons in our hands to blow up their warships. In other words, civilization still has a chance. We have enough warships. We may not be able to rely on numerical superiority to win. At this time, Bottery's eyes lit up. The wave of attacks just now allowed him to see the weakness of his opponent. They wanted to run. St. Vincent on the side was always paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. When he saw the Empire's battleship group turning around and running away in the void, he immediately called out, "Chase! Kill them all!" This Yen 1 Empire is very likely to have almost become a galactic overlord-level civilization. However, in a barren land like the Orion Spiral Arm, and has not occupied the other side of the starlight before, they may be among all galactic overlord-level civilizations. The weakest one, our Trudeau civilization, has a chance. The more Battery talked, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but tremble with excitement when he thought that if his Trudeau civilization could obtain level 8 energy attack technology from the Yen 1 Empire, Galaxy Overlord. The number of civilizations born in the entire Milky Way is as many as the stars in the galaxy. But civilizations that can become Galaxy Overlords are very, very rare. There are only more than 100 Galaxy Overlord-level civilizations in the entire Milky Way. So rare. It is conceivable that even among hundreds of millions of civilizations, a Galactic Overlord may not be born. Portree's Vanguard fleet began to quickly catch up with the Imperial army in the void. The huge light rain groups and cyan sword groups continue to attack each other, bringing up huge balls of flames. It keeps rising in the void. DD. The enemy has begun to enter the minefield. DD. 30% of the enemy's fleet has entered the minefield. DD. 80% of the enemy's fleet has entered the minefield. DD. The enemy's Vanguard fleet has left the minefield. Detonate! At this time, the Empire's army quickly distanced itself, while always paying attention to the quantum foam bomb area and the location of the enemy's battleship group, waiting for the right moment to detonate the quantum foam bomb. As the quantum foam bombs are activated one after another, bubbles flash continuously in the void, very fast, and disappear completely in almost the blink of an eye. If you don't pay attention, you won't notice it at all. The emergence of quantum foam bombs. Although the appearance was very short, the void where the dense and mighty Portree Vanguard fleet was located suddenly became unusually quiet and very clean. The huge group of space battleships disappeared, leaving only a few lucky space battleships continuing to move forward unconsciously in the void. There were also some space battleships on the edge of the quantum foam bomb range, like bitten apples. The remaining half of the battleships are still moving forward according to inertia. Portree's Vanguard fleet has 10,000 fleets, and as many as 10 million space battleships. However, in the blink of an eye, in the void of the Arbroath galaxy, the remaining battleships of the Trudeau civilization are less than 1,000 fleets. There are only less than 1 million space battleships left in the void attacking the Imperial fleet. Chapter 466, Can't Afford to Offend. Quantum Foam Bomb. Botterley was covered in cold sweat at this time, looking at a space battleship not far away in the void in front of him. The front half of the space battleship had disappeared, while the rear half was still moving forward in the void according to inertia. The scene of the quantum foam bomb flashing in the void just now was completely seen by Portree. At this time, his eyes widened. Cold sweat broke out on his body, and his body could not help but tremble. Being able to become the commander of the Trudeau civilization's 10,000 fleet Vanguard units. Portree also has a very rich life experience. In the galactic war that broke out not long ago, Portree was very lucky to survive and saw the Milky Way Overlord-level civilizations display their powerful and terrifying attacks. Among them, the quantum foam bomb that had a profound impact on Portree was the quantum foam bomb. This terrible weapon flashed in the void in a very short time. A large area of the void was cleaned up, and all the defenses were destroyed by such a powerful force. They all appear insignificant and vulnerable to attacks. What? It was a quantum foam bomb just now. How is this possible? There are very few civilizations among the galactic overlords that can master quantum foam bombs. How can this Yin Wang Empire master it? The more St. Vincent spoke, the lower his tone became. In the end, he wisely shut his mouth. The civilization at the center of the Milky Way is somewhat knowledgeable and knows about such a terrible weapon as the quantum foam bomb. But few have actually seen such a terrible weapon. Not a lot. Except for quantum foam bombs. Is there any technology that can wipe out tens of thousands of our fleets at once? It's unmistakable. I witnessed it with my own eyes during the war not long ago. That time, the void within a few light years was densely covered with this terrible killer weapon. Countless bubbles flashed in the void. I don't know how many fleets completely disappeared into the void. That scene made me, I will never forget it in my life. There were memories in Bottery's eyes, and he was able to achieve his current status precisely because he was able to survive that cruel war. What do we do now? St. Vincent took a long breath. He thought it was a very easy mission. He didn't expect that this time the Trudeau civilization would encounter such a powerful civilization. A civilization that mastered quantum foam bombs and had level 8 energy attack weapons. Such a civilization among galactic overlord level civilizations. They all belong to a very powerful category. This is definitely not something that the Trudeau civilization can provoke. Withdraw! Withdraw troops immediately! As far away from the Orion spiral arm as possible. Report the situation to the base camp immediately. The Kolov Empire has caused great harm to our Trudeau civilization this time. Our Trudeau civilization has entered the Orion spiral arm with 200,000 fleets. We don't know how many of them will be able to return. It is estimated that the Yin Wang Empire will definitely. We have also mastered warp drive technology, so there might already be an army cutting off our retreat. We can't afford to offend the Yin Wang Empire at all. A new galactic overlord was born. I never expected that such a powerful civilization could be born in a barren land like the Orion Arm. A civilized desert land. Without the slightest hesitation, Portree immediately chose to retreat. The powerful strength displayed by the Yin Wang Empire made him feel deep despair. He no longer had any thoughts. Facing such a powerful civilization, this was no longer the case. It is said that victory can be achieved by relying on numbers. No matter how many space battleships there are, they cannot withstand a killer weapon like a quantum foam bomb. The participating Portree Pioneer fleet began to evacuate rapidly in the void, heading towards the original route and towards the entrance of the space-time ocean current channel. Now they have no idea of continuing the battle. A wave of quantum foam bombs has already wiped them out. All pride and courage were knocked away. Isn't your Trudeau civilization very awesome? Why are you running away now? The fun has just begun. Seeing that the Portree Vanguard fleet was about to escape, the Imperial army gave up. Electric waves advanced in the void and began to provoke the Portree side. Dear Yin Wang Empire, we were very ignorant before and did not know that your civilization is already a galactic overlord level civilization. We are so offended. Please understand. Our Trudeau civilization will definitely prepare generous gifts and personally go to your civilization to apologize. Please let us go. Botterley's reply was very polite. No longer as arrogant as before. And he even said that he would send a big gift to apologize. As for occupying the other side of the stars, becoming the master of the spiral arm of Orion, and snatching the advanced technology of the Yin Wang Empire, etc. It has long been thrown into the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Humph. Do you think you can escape? No one who dares to provoke the civilization of our Yin Wang Empire will end well. The reply of the Imperial Army was very domineering, because ever since they learned that the Trudeau civilization's army had entered the Orion spiral arm, the Imperial Army had been rushing towards the route and had developed to level 5 warp engine technology. It is enough to easily block the passage from the Orion spiral arm to the center of the Milky Way. It's over. Our Trudeau civilization is in trouble this time. The Kalov Empire has dug a big hole waiting for us to jump into it. If all of our 200,000 fleets are buried in the Orion arm, our Trudeau civilization will be in trouble. The crisis has arrived and I must report to the leader immediately. When Portree received the reply, his whole mind began to imagine the scene of the demise of the Trudeau civilization. The Trudeau civilization was also a civilization that had just participated in the Milky Way War. Its own losses had been quite serious. And now it was able to spend 10,000 fleets is the limit of Trudeau's civilization. If the Orion arm can be captured, the Trudeau civilization will naturally move to the other side of the Orion arm starlight in the future. However, once these 200,000 fleets are wiped out, over time, the level 3 cosmic civilizations around the Trudeau civilization will knowing this. I will definitely come forward to carve up the Trudeau civilization without hesitation. The Orion spiral arm leads to the center of the Milky Way. After hundreds of millions of years of management by the Kalov Empire, the entire channel has been cleaned up. The entire channel is connected to each other by star systems, and then passes between these star systems, formed by space-time ocean current channels. In order to control the entire waterway, the Kalov Empire blocked the space-time ocean current channels in other areas, leaving only the passable waterway, and deployed heavy troops to guard this waterway to strictly guard against attacks from the civilization at the center of the galaxy. But now, the Kalov Empire has completely withdrawn from the Orion spiral arm. The Trudeau civilization controls these areas. The Trudeau civilization's army controls the waterway to prevent other civilizations from trying to snatch the Orion spiral arm. Among the entire long route, the Ibiza galaxy is the most critical galaxy on the entire route. Beyond the Ibiza galaxy is the increasingly prosperous center of the Milky Way. Toward the Orion spiral arm is a heavily controlled route. As long as the starlight ocean outflow entrance of the Ibiza galaxy is guarded, there is a geographical advantage that one man can block and no one can open. In the Ibiza galaxy at this time, the Trudeau civilization's army has fully taken over everything here. The space-time ocean outflow entrance, leading to the Milky Way, has been tightly guarded by the Trudeau civilization's army. Even a mosquito coming from the center of the Milky Way can be wiped out immediately. The Ibiza galaxy is quite close to the edge of the center of the Milky Way. We can already initially see the prosperity of the center of the Milky Way. There are more than 20 planets in a small Ibiza galaxy, including 4 living planets, which are like bright stars. The pearls are generally dotted in the void of the Ibiza galaxy, in addition to the prosperity within the star system. The same is true here in the Kuiper belt and Oort cloud belt areas. There is a lot of matter in the universe, condensed into countless asteroids, meteorites, etc., densely packed in the void. The density of matter here is that of the solar system. It's hundreds of times larger than here, in the sub-spiral arm. At this time, in the void of the Oort cloud belt of the Ibiza galaxy, the space is constantly rippling like water waves, because it is very close to the center of the Milky Way. The void of the Oort cloud belt here is very bright, and not a dark, gloomy void. The space fluctuations became more and more intense, and space-time wormholes were opened one by one. From these space-time wormholes, space battleships continued to emerge one after another. Soon, in the entire void, a large area of space battleships was like a huge groups of fireflies are generally densely packed in the void. Call! We finally arrived at the Ibiza galaxy. Further ahead is the center of the Milky Way. Gee, it really deserves to be the center of the Milky Way. Even in the outermost areas, the void here is so bright. Lin Xiaolin looked towards the center of the Milky Way, and there was a place that was as bright as a place where gods lived. Countless stars were densely packed together, and the light from the stars illuminated the void here. Lin Xiaolin led a fleet of 500, using warp engines to travel day and night, in order to reach the Ibiza galaxy before the Trudeau civilization's army evacuated the Orion spiral arm, and give the Trudeau civilization fleet a way out. Break. When the Emperor was angry, he laid down millions of corpses. Li Fu's anger was the anger of the entire Yanhuang Empire. Portree's reply made the people in the empire feel extremely insulted. Naturally, it was impossible to let the Trudeau civilization go. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the empire needs to kill the chicken and scare the monkey and announce its appearance with a strong posture. As a matter of the level of a galactic overlord. If a level 3 cosmic civilization points its finger at its leader, if you don't do anything about it, the empire will never be able to survive in the galaxy in the future. Countless civilizations will look down on the empire. Even if the empire is a galactic overlord level civilization. So Trudeau's civilization must die. Chapter 467. Surrender and Redemption. On the channel leading to the center of the Milky Way, the army of the Trudeau civilization was evacuating rapidly at this time. Even faster than when it arrived. After learning that a powerful galactic overlord level civilization was born in the Orion Spiral Arm, the senior leaders of the Trudeau civilization, there was almost no hesitation. And like Portree, he immediately withdrew his troops. The 200,000 strong fleet is the most powerful force of the Trudeau civilization now. Once something happens in the Orion Spiral Arm, the Trudeau civilization will never be able to survive in the center of the galaxy. Especially once the news spreads. Trudeau will if a civilization offends a galactic overlord level civilization. It is estimated that many level 3 cosmic civilizations will be happy to add insult to injury, and take credit from the new galactic overlord. In the Ibiza galaxy, the last galaxy leading to the center of the Milky Way, Lin Xiaolan's fleet took over the entire galaxy with almost no effort. Facing powerful level 8 energy attack weapons, plus quantum foam bombs, the troops stationed here Trudeau's civilized army did not even put up any decent resistance. Instead, it evacuated directly to the center of the galaxy. The warp engine technology of the Yanhuang Empire must be very advanced. I didn't expect that their army could reach the Ibiza system in such a short period of time and cut off the retreat path of our Trudeau civilization. Here at Trudeau's civilized army, Bremen, the commander-in-chief of the 200,000 strong fleet, has received the news at this time. The retreat ahead has been cut off by the Yanhuang Empire, and the Yanhuang Empire's army is chasing after them. Let's talk about it. What should we do? Bremen looked around. Through quantum communication technology, he was holding a meeting with the senior commanders of the entire army. The top leaders of the Trudeau civilization in the center of the galaxy were also trying to rescue the 200,000 strong fleet army. A fight is definitely too big. In the face of quantum foam bombs, no matter how huge the fleet is, it will be useless. It is even more impossible to open up the Ibiza galaxy. The Yanhuang Empire only needs to place quantum foam bombs at the entrance of the space-time ocean outflow, which is enough to block it. Stay in our retreat. As the commander of the Vanguard fleet, Portree shook his head helplessly. During the Galactic War, he witnessed the horror of quantum foam bombs with his own eyes. He knew very well the power of quantum foam bombs. One of them was enough to kill a person. A large area of void has been cleaned up. And when combined together, a starry sky can be blocked very clearly. Surrender! Portree finally suggested very helplessly that no matter what, it would be a dead end. If he surrendered, he could save the 200,000 fleet army through redemption. But the price would definitely be too much for True. Many civilizations are exhausted. But this is better than extinction. Surrender? Bremen was thinking quietly. The top leaders of the Trudeau civilization were also thinking about this issue at this time. It is not a shameful thing to surrender to a galactic overlord level civilization. This is for sure. But the current problem is yes. The Trudeau civilization has the ability to come up with a wealth that can redeem 200,000 fleets. Surrender! Soon, the top leaders of the Trudeau civilization first gave their consent and chose to surrender very simply. The 200,000 fleet was something the Trudeau civilization could never lose. Once they were all lost in the Orion Spiral Arm, the Trudeau civilization is bound to die. And now it can only admit that it is unlucky and prepared to pay a large sum of money to redeem these 200,000 fleets. The news that Trudeau's civilized fleet chose to surrender was quickly conveyed to Li Fu, which shocked Li Fu. 200,000 fleets surrendered directly to the Empire. This was the first time in history. Humph. It's quite self-aware. Without these 200,000 fleets, it would be difficult for Trudeau's civilization to survive in the center of the galaxy. Li Fu thought for a moment and instantly understood why the Trudeau civilization chose to surrender. If he did not surrender, these 200,000 fleets would be waiting to be annihilated. If he surrendered, he might be able to redeem the 200,000 fleets back through redemption. We will take over the 200,000 fleet first. As for how to deal with the Trudeau civilization, we have to think carefully. Li Fu's meaning was quickly conveyed to Luo Xiaoyao, and the Empire's army began to receive the Trudeau civilization's fleet. In the void of the Abisa galaxy, the fleets of the Trudeau civilization are neatly arranged in the void, with an army of 200,000 fleets. The number of space battleships alone exceeds 200 million. The entire Abisa galaxy has the void as a steel ocean composed of battleships. Trudeau's civilized army is very honest and cooperative. After all, surrendering to a galactic overlord-level civilization seems to be an honorable thing. Huge groups of battleships are distributed very regularly in the void, with 100 fleets and 100,000 space battleships as units parked in squares in the void. Small spaceships flew rapidly between these huge groups of battleships, dropping quantum foam bombs from time to block the group of battleships. These quantum foam bombs did not trigger, but they could be triggered at any time. State: once the warships of the Trudeau civilization do not obey the command, these quantum foam bombs will wipe out these warships as soon as possible. Ha. That's quite honest. It saves you a lot of trouble. Luo Xiaoyao has arrived at the Ibiza galaxy, looking at the very cooperative Trudeau civilization army in the void. A smile appeared on his face. It is naturally the best to be able to take down these 200,000 fleets without any blood. At least the Empire's soldiers do not need to bleed. As for how the Empire will negotiate with Trudeau's civilization later, this is not his business as a soldier. At this time, the Trudeau civilization fleet is equivalent to a tiger that has entered the cage, and is the meat on the chopping board of the Empire. The Empire can eat it as much as it wants. If there is the slightest bit of dishonesty, these 200,000 people can be destroyed with quantum foam bombs at any time. A fleet of Trudeau's civilized fleet was completely wiped out. Alas! I hope we can reach an agreement with the Yin Wang Empire as soon as possible. Otherwise, in a small spaceship, Bremen and some senior commanders of the fleet were preparing to surrender to Luo Xiaoyao. For a moment, he looked at the quantum foam bombs densely scattered in the void, and then looked at the fleet that had been firmly entrenched, surrounded by the Imperial Army. He could only hope that the Trudeau civilization could reach an agreement with the Yin Wang Empire as soon as possible. Otherwise, just the daily food and drink of these 200,000 fleets will be a big problem. The Yin Wang Empire will never provide food for its own army. In the center of the Milky Way, at the base camp of the Trudeau civilization, Parvatan, the chief of the Trudeau civilization, is sorting out the wealth of the Trudeau civilization. The chief is the title of the supreme leader of the Trudeau civilization. Stanley, you bring all the wealth in the treasury of our Trudeau civilization. Our bottom line is to use all the wealth to exchange for 200,000 fleets. And this must be done quickly. And do not let other civilizations know. Now our Trudeau civilization is weak. Stanley is the number 2 figure in the Trudeau civilization, the next candidate for the Great Chief, and the person sent to the Yin Wang Empire to redeem 200,000 fleets this time. What if they ask for more than that? Stanley knew the burden on his shoulders and the difficulty of the task. We have to agree to more. We have no choice. But we will try to see if we can make installments. Parvati let out a long sigh. The appetites of galactic overlords are very big. Thinking about the wealth in the hands of the Trudeau civilization, it may not be possible for the other party to agree to release him. In addition to redeeming 200,000 fleets, let's try to see if we can make good friends with the Yin Wang Empire. Although we are an affiliated cosmic civilization under the Purple Wheel Eye civilization, if we can make good friends with a galactic overlord, it will be great for us. Trudeau civilization might be a good thing. After thinking about it, Parvati explained again that in the center of the Milky Way, these level 3 cosmic civilizations all want to increase their strength. And if they can purchase the arms and weapons of the galactic overlord level civilization, it is undoubtedly the most direct and effective method. The more galactic overlord level civilizations you make friends with, the more channels you will have. It only took more than 10 days for Stanley, the representative of the Trudeau civilization, and his party to arrive in the Ibiza galaxy. The Trudeau civilization itself is relatively close to the Orion spiral arm, so it was able to get closer to the moon on a first-come first-served basis. After learning about the changes in the Orion spiral arm from the Koloff Empire, they hurried to the Orion spiral arm to send a big gift. After less than half an hour of negotiation, Trudeau's civilization readily agreed to the Empire's request, compensating the Empire with supplies worth 1,000 trillion as a fine for challenging the war, and also agreed to pay the Empire's military losses of 50 billion, and another 24,000 trillion was spent to redeem the 200,000 fleets captured by the Empire. with a total compensation of 300 billion imperial yuan. A small place is a small place. It's only 3 trillion. The currency of the Purple Eye civilization is less than 500 trillion. Don't they know that in the center of the galaxy, matter is extremely abundant? They are really lucky this time. The problem can be solved with less than 70% of the national treasury's wealth. As soon as the agreement was signed, Stanley felt happy because after careful calculation, the Trudeau civilization could easily complete the compensation this time. All kinds of things that the Yin Huang Empire purchased at high prices are in the galaxy. There are many centers. Stanley was overjoyed, as were Li Fu, Luo Xiaoyao, and other high-ranking officials in the empire. As for the Trudeau civilization's invasion of the Orion Arm, and then its surrender and compensation, the empire had begun to pay tribute to the entire Orion Arm civilization's propaganda can be used to shock the entire civilization on the Orion Spiral Arm. And at the same time, it can obtain a large amount of war compensation. This business can be done. Chapter 468. Galaxy Overlord. After all, there is no way to hide the major changes that occurred in the Orion Arm for too long. In particular, the actions of Trudeau's civilized army attracted the attention of the civilizations around Trudeau. A mighty 200,000 fleet headed towards the Orion Arm. There are certainly a lot of unusual things going on here in the Orion Arm. And then back very quickly, after the Trudeau civilization sent a wave of gift packages to the Orion Spiral Arm. Several civilizations sent their armies to the Orion Spiral Arm to find out. There is no doubt that they were all defeated by the Imperial Army in the Ibiza Galaxy. They all knew about the huge changes that happened in the Orion Spiral Arm. The Caliph Empire, which once ruled the Orion Spiral Arm, was driven out of the starlight. Now it is a powerful civilization. The Yin Huang Empire rules the entire Orion Spiral Arm. And when the Empire taught a lesson to those who invaded the Orion Spiral Arm civilization, it did not show any hesitation. Polite, powerful level 8 energy attacks and quantum pickup bombs were all used. These civilizations naturally understood the strength of the Empire. And soon the news of the birth of a new galactic overlord in the Orion Spiral Arm spread throughout the galaxy. It is too difficult for a galactic overlord level civilization to be born. It is very easy for a civilization to develop to level 3 cosmic civilization. In the center of the galaxy, there are a lot of level 3 cosmic civilizations. As for level 1 and level 2 cosmic civilizations, then there are countless civilizations. But once you reach the level 4 cosmic civilization, galaxy overlord level, the entire galaxy only has more than 100 civilizations in total. Each civilization is the overlord of the galaxy. And it is also the darling of the universe. Now, the name of the Yin Huang Empire has begun to spread throughout the galaxy. A galactic overlord born in a barren desert place, like the Orion Spiral Arm, is beyond everyone's imagination. Such a powerful one was born in a place that everyone thought was impossible. Civilization. There are very few galactic overlords who can master quantum foam bombs. They all belong to the most powerful group of civilizations. Even among galactic overlord level civilizations, they are very awesome existences. It is simply incredible that such a barren land like the Orion Arm can give birth to such a powerful civilization. There are so many people who sigh like this. Almost everyone who knows this news thinks it is impossible. In the center of the Milky Way, in the eyes of countless civilized people, only the center of the Milky Way can give birth to a civilization at the level of a galactic overlord. Because only the Milky Way's only the center has enough resources, enough competition, and countless civilizations to learn from and absorb. Only such a cradle of civilization can give birth to a galactic overlord level civilization. It has been more than 200 million years, and finally a new galactic overlord has been born in our galaxy. It has been almost more than 200 million years. The Milky Way has almost completed its autobiography twice. Numerous scientists have speculated that the development of galactic civilization has become slow. It takes more than 200 million years for a new galactic overlord to be born. This is a good illustration. Then you are wrong. In fact, there is a rule of thumb in the Milky Way. When any level 3 cosmic civilization is about to break through to become the overlord of the galaxy, it will be destroyed by the joint efforts of those galactic overlords. Those extremely powerful level 3 civilizations in history cosmic civilizations. Level 3 cosmic civilizations such as the Nikaro civilization, the Tartu Empire, and the Calder Federation are all recognized as quasi-galactic overlords. But in the end, they all slowly disappeared in the long river of history. Behind this are the shadows of those galactic overlords. The Milky Way is only as big as it is, and the number of galactic overlords is already large enough. For every additional galactic overlord, The resources they can allocate will be one less point. Naturally, they will not. I hope a new galactic overlord will be born. Actually, based on the current level of civilization development, if it weren't for the suppression from behind by these galactic overlords, there would be at least thousands of overlords in the galaxy now. Then why was the Yin Wang Empire not suppressed by them? I guess it's because these galactic overlords haven't talked about the birth of a galactic overlord level civilization in barren places like the Orion Arm. I don't know if this Yin Wang Empire will be easy to get along with. The birth of a new galactic overlord will always change the power in the center of the galaxy. Maybe you can get some benefits by attaching yourself to it early. These level 3 cosmic civilizations in the center of the galaxy are all discussing with each other. The birth of a new galactic overlord will always make everyone full of interest. Ambitious level 3 cosmic civilizations want to learn from the rise of the Yin Wang Empire. Ways to become the new galactic overlord. Weak civilizations want to befriend the Empire so that they can exchange some arms and weapons from the Empire. There are even some civilizations without suzerains who want to attach themselves to the new galactic overlord. On the other side of the starlight of the Orion spiral arm, the Empire has no time to pay attention to the civilization in the center of the galaxy at this time. Nor does it have time to explore the center of the galaxy. Because now, the Empire is busy establishing its absolute dominance in the Orion spiral arm. After 2 wars with the Kalav Empire in the Serero galaxy, the Empire has long shown its strong strength to many civilizations in the entire Orion spiral arm. Now it has driven the Staro civilization out of the starlight and captured it again. The 200,000 fleets from the Trudeau civilization in the center of the Milky Way were followed by those civilizations that coveted the Orion spiral arm. Battle after battle, war after war, has been turned into a propaganda film by the Empire, spreading it to the civilization of the entire Orion spiral arm, for no other reason than to tell the civilization on the entire Orion spiral arm. And now the Orion spiral arm civilization, the strength of the Master Yin Wang Empire saves you some unnecessary trouble. There is no doubt that the Empire's propaganda has played a role. An order from the Empire spread throughout the Orion arm. All level 3 cosmic civilizations on the Orion arm must bring tributes to the other side of the starlight under the personal leadership of their own civilization leaders. The Central Plains Galaxy, formerly the Central Galaxy of the Kalav Empire, is here to participate in the conference, where the Empire declares its dominance over the entire Orion spiral arm. Therefore, on the channels leading to the other side of the starlight, the leaders of level 3 cosmic civilizations led huge teams as quickly as possible to the Central Plains Galaxy on the other side of the starlight, for fear that their own civilization would be implicated because they were late. After all, the current Yin Wang Empire is countless times more powerful than the previous Kalav Empire. Even the powerful civilization from the center of the galaxy can be defeated easily. And the 200,000 fleet directly announced its surrender. The Central Plains Galaxy on the other side of the starlight, which has been plundered by 2 wars, is still very prosperous. When the Kalav Empire and Stanro civilization retreated, they were reluctant to destroy every plant and tree here. It is true that this place has been through hundreds of millions of Kalav empires, tens of thousands of years of operation. But a pearl that has gone through countless carvings really cannot be destroyed. Therefore, in the Central Plains Galaxy at this time, various spaceports are still left over from the era of the Kalav Empire. There are still exquisite Kalav Empire cities on each living planet, and the Kalav Empire is still everywhere. The mark left by the times. One by one, civilization fleets came to the Central Plains Galaxy, making the entire galaxy begin to become prosperous and lively. Because this was the first time that the Empire declared hegemony over the entire Orion spiral arm. There is no doubt that these civilizations need to submit to the Empire. Tribute. And this time the tribute must be heavier. Each fleet is extremely large. At least 100,000 large spaceships. These spaceships are fully loaded with rare treasures, rare resources, etc. from various civilizations, all gathered here, on the Zhongyuan star in the Zhongyuan galaxy. The original royal palace of the Kalav Empire has now become Li Fu's palace on the other side of the starlight. Li Fu is holding a list one by one with a smile on his face. TSK. It's true that the life of the local lords is quite happy. Looking at the list of tributes from these level 3 cosmic civilizations, our empire will not have to worry about financial problems for at least 10,000 years. Li Fu showed a stack of lists to Yu Liang, Shen Bin, Tu Zuilia and others next to him. In the past, the Kalav Empire required the civilizations on the Orion spiral arm to pay tribute once every 1,000 years, and the materials paid each time were converted into the imperial currency is about 1,000 trillion. 1,000 trillion is also a very huge number for a huge level 3 cosmic civilization. The key is that it still suffers when converting currency, and it has to pay tribute every 1,000 years or so, which is equivalent to 1,000 years. Shear the sheep every once in a while. This time, the tribute from various civilizations to the empire is about 1,200 trillion. A level 3 cosmic civilization pays 1,200 trillion. The number of level 3 cosmic civilizations in the entire Orion spiral arm is millions. The total amount is such a huge number. It is no wonder that Li Fu lamented that the empire did not have to worry about financial problems for tens of thousands of years. Oh my god! Such a huge number. No wonder these level 3 cosmic civilizations in the center of the Milky Way all covet our Orion spiral arm, and such huge wealth. The high-ranking officials in the empire looked at the astronomical wealth, and were filled with joy, imagining living the life of wealthy landlords in the future. Your Majesty, it's almost time. It's time for us to meet these civilizations on the Orion arm. After all, they will pay tribute to us every 1,000 years. Imperial Prime Minister Tu Zuilia had a smile on his face. The empire's financial constraints had always been a worry for him. But from now on, he wouldn't have to worry about it for a long time. On June 1st, 2900, after hundreds of years of development, the empire started from a small Centaur galaxy and finally reached the present step by step, occupying the entire Orion spiral arm and declaring itself to the civilization of the entire galaxy as the new galaxy. Overlord. Chapter 469. A New Era. The royal palace of the Yin Huang Star Empire in the Centaur galaxy. Although the empire is currently migrating to the other side of the starlight on a large scale, and with the superior conditions of the other side of the starlight, sooner or later the other side of the starlight will become the most important and prosperous place for the empire. Therefore, regarding the migration of the central star of the empire, the voices from the centers of power and power have never stopped. However, Li Fu and most of the empire's elders insisted not to make any changes. The Centauri galaxy was still the center of the empire. Naturally, there were many favorable factors for moving to the other side of the starlight. However, Li Fu also thought about it again and again. Now migrate to the other side of the stars. If the empire gains new territory in the center of the galaxy in the future, will it also move to the center of the galaxy? Only by not forgetting the way you came can you clearly see where you are going. The sub-spiral arm is the root of the empire, and the ancestral land of the Yin Huang people. This should never be forgotten. Even though it is very barren compared to the other side of the stars, and has very low development potential, its status will never be forgotten. Change. The passage from the Orion spiral arm to the center of the galaxy needs to be strengthened. We need to build something similar to the sub-spiral arm defense system. We are not the Kalaf Empire. Our empire's opponents are the galactic overlords. And we have them all. A powerful civilization that has acquired warp drive technology. The original defense system built by the Kalaf Empire can only be effective against ordinary civilizations, and has no effect at all on galactic overlord level civilizations. Li Fu looked at the virtual star map and explained to Tu Xueli, the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet, that the entire Orion spiral arm had fallen under the rule of the Empire, and was now in a state of ruin. If such a huge star field were to be managed, there would be many affiliated civilizations. These are things that the Empire has never had any experience with before, and needs to be explored step by step. Don't worry. I have asked Wuhan Iron and Steel, who was originally responsible for the sub-spiral arm defense system, to take charge of this matter. In the past, we were worried about manpower and material resources, but now our empire has plenty of resources. Tu Zuilia nodded. Like Li Fu, the first thing he thought of was to build a defense system for the Orion spiral arm. In the face of a powerful civilization with warp engine technology, a defense system built based on space-time ocean currents was simply vulnerable. In addition, among the many civilizations in the Orion spiral arm, our intelligence department must try every means to penetrate and accurately grasp the detailed information of each civilization. We cannot follow the old path of the Kalaf Empire. These millions of level 3 cosmic civilizations may be strong or weak, and there are certainly not a few ambitious civilizations among them. Many of them have no ambitions now. But once they become strong or our empire weakens, these civilizations there will be ambition. So it is very important to have first-hand intelligence information. We must continue to attack or even destroy powerful and ambitious civilizations. The other thing is to find ways to develop the potential of these civilizations so that these affiliated cosmic civilizations can better contribute to the development of our empire. Li Fu looked at the densely packed dots on the virtual star map. Each dot represented a level 3 cosmic civilization. Although the Orion spiral arm was not as prosperous as the center of the Milky Way, the number of civilizations on the entire spiral arm was still very large. I have already asked people to start working on this matter. The level 3 cosmic civilization on the Orion spiral arm is still far behind the level 3 cosmic civilization in the center of the Milky Way. After a few hundred years of development, we can start cleaning up the entire Orion spiral arm. There are some ambitious civilizations that must not be left alive. Tu Shuoyang nodded. Regarding how to manage the civilization on the spiral arm of Orion, Tu Shuoyang had also thought about it for a long time. He also consulted many times with the intelligence team of the Imperial Strategy Department. But he could never come up with any good plans or methods. Our empire can be considered a galactic overlord-level civilization now. But we still know too little about the galaxy. The Imperial Academy of Sciences must form a scientific expedition team as soon as possible to enter the center of the galaxy to conduct scientific inspections of the entire galaxy. A more comprehensive master the situation in the galaxy. There is also the entire Orion spiral arm. We are now familiar with the sub-spiral arm and the starlight beyond. We don't know much about the situation on the entire Orion spiral arm. We also need to organize an inspection team to investigate the entire Orion spiral arm. Well, that's it. Li Fu thought for a while and felt that he had nothing to explain. And Tu Zuilia was still very relieved when doing things here. Your Majesty, our troops stationed here in the Abisa galaxy often send messages back. There is a civilization in the center of the Milky Way that hopes to establish diplomatic relations with our empire. I don't know how to deal with it. Tu Shuoyang thought for a while and asked again. The civilization at the center of the galaxy? Is it a level 3 cosmic civilization or a galactic overlord? They are all level 3 cosmic civilizations. After our empire officially declared its dominance over the Orion spiral arm, no galactic overlord level civilization has contacted us yet. These level 3 cosmic civilizations have revealed a lot of useful information to our empire. The most important one is that the suzerain country behind the Koloth Empire is the level 5 cosmic civilization Purple Eye civilization. Now our empire cannot get the information of these galactic overlords. Admit it. It probably has something to do with this Purple Eye civilization. This Orion spiral arm used to be the territory of the Purple Eye civilization. If it is only a level 3 cosmic civilization, we can communicate with each other. But we cannot establish diplomatic relations. After all, we are also a galactic overlord level civilization. We cannot sacrifice our status to establish diplomatic relations with a level 3 cosmic civilization. Otherwise it will be difficult to get along in the galaxy in the future. As for this Purple Eye civilization, a level 5 cosmic civilization, we still have to be more careful. There don't seem to be many level 5 cosmic civilizations in the entire galaxy. Li Fu pondered for a while, thinking rapidly in his mind. Now the Empire needs to know the information about the many civilizations and forces in the center of the galaxy. The more detailed and more information is naturally the best. These level 3 cosmic civilizations from the center of the galaxy are more or less. Knowing something can always fill some gaps in the Empire. Your Majesty, in my opinion, these galactic overlords don't care about our Empire now. And our Empire doesn't need to care about them. Our Empire is still very weak. Barren places like the Orion Arm cannot compare with the center of the galaxy. So those level 3 cosmic civilizations with some strength in the center of the galaxy will actually come to our empire in the hope of establishing diplomatic relations. I think there must be some reasons for this. Most of them still look down on the civilizations born in the Orion spiral arm. Even though we are already a civilization at the level of the overlord of the galaxy. I guess in the eyes of these civilizations in the center of the galaxy, we are just a relatively powerful 3 super cosmic civilization. Although the other side of the starlight is extremely prosperous. Any place in the center of the galaxy is more prosperous than the other side of the starlight. In the center of the galaxy, some level 3 cosmic civilizations are very powerful and can dispatch millions of fleets at any time. These level 3 cosmic civilizations still view our empire in this way. It can be imagined that the civilizations of these galactic overlords have probably never looked at our empire in the eyes, and will not even say that they want to establish diplomatic relations with our empire. Even if they are us, the technological strength is stronger than that of most galactic overlords. But in terms of overall strength, our empire can only deploy 10,000 fleets at most. And it is estimated that any of these galactic overlords can easily dispatch tens of millions. Fleet. Since they don't want to pay attention to us, we can just quietly develop on the Orion spiral arm. We have a weak foundation and a small population. They ignore us. and we won't join in the fun. We can develop with peace of mind and wait for our strength. Let's talk about it when we are stronger. 2. Zulia slowly told what had happened during this period. After all, it was the birth of a galactic overlord-level civilization. Even if the civilizations in the center of the galaxy looked down on the Orion Spiral Arm, there were still level 3 cosmic civilizations running into the Orion Spiral Arm. Arm here. I want to get something I want from the Empire. That's exactly what I mean. Our rule over the Orion Spiral Arm is not yet solid yet. There is no need to join in the big ocean at the center of the Milky Way. Let's build up our strength with peace of mind first. Li Fu nodded. This was also Li Fu's plan. Facing the uncertain future, all he could do was to continue to strengthen his strength now, so that he could cope with all possible things with ease. The Milky Way is still moving along its own trajectory, and the huge changes that have occurred in the Orion Spiral Arm do not seem to have changed anything. Numerous civilizations are still constantly attacking each other, and the other side of the starlight has ushered in a new master. The channel from the sub-spiral arm to the other side of the starlight has become extremely busy. Huge spaceships are sailing from the sub-spiral arm to the other side of the starlight. The spaceships are full of citizens of the Empire. Originally, the population of the Empire was not that large, and the population density in the entire sub-spiral arm was already quite low. However, we could not leave the prosperous starlight beyond without managing it. There were millions of star systems and millions of lives on the starlight beyond. The planet, such a prosperous and fertile star field, is like a virgin land waiting to be developed by the Empire's immigrant army. On the channel leading from the Orion Spiral Arm to the center of the Milky Way, the scientists of the Empire are carefully building a defense system and are busy. Here on the other side of the starlight, immigrants from the sub-spiral arm have begun vigorous construction, and huge cities have been built on the original. The ruins rose from the ground, and the silent and dark void began to become lively again, in the void in all directions of the Orion Spiral Arm. The Empire scientists were carefully describing the star map of the entire Orion Spiral Arm. The vigorous Great Immigration, Great Migration, and Great Construction are unfolding on the Orion Spiral Arm, and a new era is coming. Chapter 470. Galaxy Center. On the channel leading from the Orion Spiral Arm to the center of the Milky Way, a team of more than 100 space battleships and spaceships is advancing rapidly in the void. The team is not large, but it is well equipped. All space battleships are the latest from the Empire. Biotechnology warships, all of which are large space warships with a mass of more than 10 billion tons, are equipped with the most advanced warp engines and nuclear fusion power systems. At the same time, these space battleships are also armed to the teeth with magnetic energy cannons, level 8 energy attack cannons, quantum foam bombs, and energy shields. Although there are only 100 space battleships, in terms of combat effectiveness, they are enough to easily deal with tens of thousands of ordinary civilized battleships. The team did not use warp engines to rush through the void. Instead, they continued to fly between galaxies through space-time ocean current channels. We will arrive at the Luon Galaxy soon. After passing the Luon Galaxy, we will enter the center of the Milky Way. It is really exciting. I really want to see how prosperous the center of the Milky Way is. In a space battleship, Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei were chatting very relaxedly with each other, as leaders in the Imperial Cosmic Astronomy community. This time they were also preparing to go to the center of the galaxy for a field trip with the Empire's Galactic Center Scientific Expedition Team. What Tang Guiyuan said, the Luon Galaxy was renamed from the Abisa Galaxy. The Abisa Galaxy was the name of the Caliph Empire. The Empire replaced the Caliph Empire. The first thing to do was to change the name. More than 95% of the stars in the entire Milky Way are gathered in the center of the Milky Way, giving birth to almost more than 98% of the civilizations in the entire Milky Way. The mass of these materials in the center of the Milky Way accounts for more than 99% of the total mass of the Milky Way. The average thickness of the center of the Milky Way reaches 15,000 light-years, and the thickest part is even 30,000 light-years. The diameter of the entire Milky Way center is about 50,000 light-years. Because it is a barred spiral galaxy, the Milky Way can be divided into the northern and southern galaxies. We are located in the Orion Spiral Arm, belongs to the northern Milky Way. Dong Zhifei on the side opened the virtual star map. He had already kept the data about the entire galaxy in his mind. As the Empire's territory continued to expand, the Empire's scientists also had a deeper and deeper understanding of the galaxy. Of course, they wanted to learn more. To further understand the Milky Way, it is definitely necessary to go to the center of the Milky Way to inspect the Milky Way. The center of the Milky Way is the most essence of the entire Milky Way. compared with the center of the Milky Way. The other side of the starlight is just a small oasis in the desert, while the center of the Milky Way is a vast tropical rainforest, which has given birth to countless civilizations. Tang Buiyuan looked towards the center of the Milky Way. The stars were bright and dazzling, like a galaxy composed of stars, occupying a large area of the starry sky. The expedition team keeps moving forward in the void. Every time it reaches a galaxy, cosmic astronomers are very busy, because the starry sky observed by each galaxy is different. Recording this information in detail can improve the star map, to draw a more accurate and detailed star map of the Milky Way. The Luan Galaxy, formerly the Ibiza Galaxy, has now become the most important garrison system for the Empire's Frontier Legion. Here, the Empire maintains a force of 100 fleets at all times, counting the Empire's soldiers and their families, etc. More than 2 billion people live in the Luan Galaxy. A population of 2 billion is gathered in one galaxy. Today's Empire can only have such a large population in galaxies near the Centauri Galaxy. After all, the territory of the Empire is too large now. The sub-spiral arms and starlight shores combine the number of living planets is close to tens of millions. And the Empire's population, even after hundreds of years of forced and encouraging fertility policies, has only just exceeded 1 trillion, which is 1 trillion. Most of the Empire's living planets actually have no living population. Many planets are uninhabited and can only be used to form primitive ecological planets for blockade, waiting for the population to expand before they can be developed and utilized. The Luan Galaxy has more than 20 planets and 4 living planets. It can easily accommodate a population of 2 billion without any pressure. The closer to the center of the Milky Way, the richer these star systems become. Not only does the number of planets change, the more planets there are, the more planets will be born with life. The expedition team did not stay long at Luan Star. After some supplies, they continued flying towards the center of the Milky Way. Huh? Such rich vitality. No wonder the center of the Milky Way can become the cradle of civilization. You can feel such rich vitality even in the void. You can imagine how rich the vitality is on the living planet. Just entering the edge of the center of the Milky Way, Tang Buiyuan couldn't help but feel excited, because even when flying in the void, he could already feel the rich vitality. As a profound Yuanli warrior, he was very familiar with the vitality. Sensitive. Under the nourishment of such rich vitality, countless strange lives should be born here in the center of the Milky Way. The flowers, plants, trees, birds and animals that our ancients said can all become spirits. I estimate that this should be almost the same in the center of the Milky Way. These civilized races, the form should not be limited to humanoid species. Dong Zhifei nodded. The scientists of the Empire also have a deep understanding of Yuanli. They know that Yuanli is the foundation of life. Where Yuanqi is strong, life is very prosperous. Where Yuanqi is thin, life is very withered. It seems that black holes can not only attract matter in the universe, but also invisible and intangible things like vitality. Otherwise, the vitality here in the center of the galaxy should not be so rich. And on the other side of the starlight, because of the attraction of the small black hole at the core, the vitality here on the other side of the starlight is also very strong. Tang Buiyuan looked into the void. After passing the Luan Galaxy, he had reached the edge of the center of the Milky Way. Because he was on the edge, the civilizations occupying here were weak civilizations, and many were even level 1 and level 2 cosmic civilizations. Level 3 cosmic civilization is considered a powerful civilization here. Although it is on the edge of the center of the Milky Way, the density of stars here is already comparable to that of the other side of the starlight. Stars gather together within a distance of hundreds of astronomical units. The civilization here can even travel directly in the void without passing through the ocean currents of time and space. You can reach another star system by flying. If this is calculated in the Orion ancestral arm or secondary spiral arm, the distance between stars is often several light years. If you rely on normal flight to cross the void in the void, the time spent will be decades, hundreds, or hundreds of years. Counted over hundreds of years. Tang Buiyuan looked at the virtual star map. This star map is connected to a quantum computer, and the quantum computer is connected to various detection instruments, signal receivers, analyzers, etc. on the battleship. It can automatically analyze the received electromagnetic waves, light waves, radiation, etc. are analyzed to improve and modify the star map. As more and more signals are received, the star map begins to become clearer. On the star map in the center of the Milky Way, countless bright spots form a dazzling area. Each of these light spots is a star. It was densely packed, as if gathered together for a meeting. Next, we have dozens of routes to choose from. The star systems are too densely packed together. The space-time ocean current channels are like the dense rivers in the Jiang and Water Town, connecting each other in all directions. Looking at the star map, each bright spot is connected by dozens of red lines. Each of these red lines is a space-time ocean current channel. These red lines form a large network. Didi! This is the territory of the Level 2 Cosmic Civilization Tuluan Civilization. Please inform your fleet of your identity. Just when Tang Guiyuan and Dong Jifei were thinking about which route to take next, people from the Tuluan Civilization, the owner of this galaxy, had already begun to contact the investigation team. As a Level 2 Cosmic Civilization and a civilization at the center of the Milky Way, Tuluan Civilization is still aware of its status, so its tone is very polite. After all, the hundreds of large space battleships here in the Imperial Investigation Team are enough to destroy Tuluan Civilization. Under normal circumstances, here in the center of the Milky Way, if you are just passing by, you only need to inform the passing civilization of your identity. Especially these Level 2 cosmic civilizations do not dare to have any opinions at all. Sometimes they encounter many powerful civilizations don't even dare to ask. However, this is the first time that the Empire's spaceship has entered the center of the Milky Way. The civilizations in the center of the galaxy know very little about the Empire. Even these civilizations that are very close to the Orion Arm rarely know the style of the Imperial warships, the Empire's logo, etc. Naturally, we have to send a consultation. Behind these Level 2 cosmic civilizations are galactic overlords. These galactic overlords must have requirements for spaceships, space battleships, etc. passing through their territory. At least they must be clear about that civilization. How many warships and spaceships pass by where on their own territory? After briefly informing them of their identity, the expedition team did not encounter any trouble. Even the tolls, which are very popular in the Orion Spiral Arm, were passed through more than a dozen galaxies within the territory of the Tuluan civilization without having to pay. Head towards the center of the galaxy. The Empire's name has spread throughout the galaxy, and the Tuluan civilization is also very clear that the only one that has reached its territory from the direction of the Orion Spiral Arm is the Empire. This is now a hot topic of discussion among countless civilizations in the galaxy. The new galactic overlord has finally begun, sending a team into the center of the galaxy. As for the purpose of a galactic overlord level civilization entering the center of the galaxy, this is not a matter that Tuluan civilization, a level 2 cosmic civilization, cares about. It is wise to give way honestly. Chapter 471. Corunna Galaxy. The Corunna Galaxy in the center of the Milky Way is a galaxy below the third-level cosmic civilization Bliss Civilization, because of its unique geographical location. The Corunna Galaxy happens to be at the intersection of several important routes. The most important transportation hub within a few hundred light-years surrounding the Liz civilization. As an important transportation hub in the center of the Milky Way, there are many caravans traveling south, north, east, and west in the Corunna Galaxy at all times. In addition, the light tax policy and free trade policy implemented by the Bliss civilization, and even created the prosperity of the Corunna Galaxy. The entire Corunna Galaxy has more than 40 planets, of which there are fully 9 naturally formed life planets. The Bliss civilization has spent a lot of money to transform 6 planets. There are 6 living planets in the entire Corunna Galaxy, 15 pieces, in addition to the large number of living planets that can provide rest, tourism, trade, etc. for caravans traveling from north to south. The Bliss civilization has also built an extremely large number of spaceport groups in the Corunna Galaxy. From the Kuiper Belt, where the space-time ocean outflow entrance of the Corunna Galaxy is located, to the inner circle of numerous living planets, the entire void of the Corunna Galaxy is almost filled with spaceports. Huge spaceports are dotted and lined up in a very regular manner. In the void of the entire Corunna Galaxy, in the void of the galaxy, on the planned waterways, huge spaceships marched very orderly in the void, forming a torrent of steel and heavy traffic. In the empty void, people actually feeling extremely congested. The Corunna Galaxy of the Bliss civilization is the most prosperous galaxy near the edge of the Orion Spiral Arm. It is the economic and trade center of the surrounding civilization. In the void of the Corunna Galaxy, more than 100 space battleships and spacecraft of the Imperial Scientific Expedition were slowly advancing in the void according to the guidance of the Corunna Galaxy Management Department, preparing to park in a spaceport. At this time, Tang Guiyuan, Dong Jifei, and others were like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. They all widened their eyes when looking at the busy scene in the void. Even the Centaur Galaxy, the most prosperous central galaxy in the Empire, was smaller than here. Far from it. In the interstellar galaxy of the present universe, in order to facilitate the operation in the galaxy, there are special high-speed lines in the void. And there are also routes specially used for the passage of public transportation spacecraft similar to buses. And various regulations have been formulated. Such traffic management rules are all to ensure that this bustling galaxy can operate quickly, efficiently and safely. This spaceport is too big. With such a huge volume, it looks like a monster in the starry sky. This is optomagnetic traction technology. The battleships and spaceships of the scientific expedition team are about to arrive at the spaceport where they are parked. In the spaceport, a series of optomagnetic traction beams are pulling the space battleships and spaceships. Under the traction of these optomagnetic traction beams, the battleships and spaceships of the scientific expedition team are berthed. The spacecraft docked in the spaceport in a very orderly manner. The huge spaceport is like a huge sea urchin covered with thorns. Each thorn is actually a long row of spaceports, filled with spacecraft of different styles, and with different logos. The expedition team's battleships and spaceships slowly parked. The hatches opened, and the passage connecting the spaceport appeared in everyone's sight. According to the plan, the expedition team will stay in the Corona Galaxy for a week so that everyone can take a good rest. After all, interstellar voyage is also a very tiring thing. Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei had already made an appointment to go shopping and take a look at various planets together. So as soon as they parked, they, like everyone else, couldn't wait to go to the spaceport in groups. Pour in. Wow! The two of them couldn't help shouting loudly as soon as they entered the spaceport. Because the spaceport was very lively at this time. People from various civilizations in the galaxy had different shapes and different clothes. And they were talking to each other. Discussing and quarreling with each other formed an extremely prosperous world. Are these fishmen? How can they survive without water? Is this a kobold? I wonder if there are husky-type kobolds. It's incredible that there is a race of two-headed people. Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei seemed to have entered a brand new world. They looked at the countless aliens in the hall. At a casual glance, they saw all kinds of strange and weird races. So diverse that it was dizzying to see. The main civilized race on our Orion spiral arm is still mainly humanoid. Unexpectedly, in the center of the Milky Way, the scope of civilized race has exceeded our knowledge. Dong Jifei said from the bottom of his heart. There are really too many civilized races gathered here. It is normal to have many hands and feet. If they don't have a few more heads, or 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be really I'm embarrassed to say that I look more distinctive. It is indeed like this. In the center of the Milky Way, nourished by the rich vitality, the direction of biological evolution shows diversity and multidirectionality. There are too many species. Tang Boyuan nodded, glanced towards the hall, and started to carry out data statistics and analysis on the virtual machine he carried with him. Actually, it can be divided into 5 main categories: humanoid civilized race, marine civilized race, insect-like civilized race, bird-animal civilized race, and strange race. In this spaceport alone, the number of civilized races calculated by quantum computers reaches 1.23 million, the most important of which are humanoid civilized races and bird-animal civilized races. The proportion of these two exceeds 60%. Strange races, although the number of them is small, judging from their momentum and demeanor, they seem to be quite difficult to mess with, and other aliens are very afraid of them. It is indeed the holy land and cradle of civilization. You can see so many civilized races here alone. I don't know how many civilized races were born in the center of the entire galaxy. Dong Jifei looked at the numbers calculated by the computer in his mind, and he couldn't help but admire them. At #% and, just when the two of them were stunned, a person from a humanoid civilized race came over. This person had thick hair, and was only about 1.6 meters tall. He looked like he had not yet evolved. Like an ape, he chirped at Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei. "Two gentlemen, my name is Jiguli. I am a member of the Bliss civilization. I was born and raised in the Corona Galaxy. I am very familiar with every part of the entire galaxy. I am willing to serve you. You only need to pay a daily fee. 1 purple wheel civilization currency is enough." Through the translation of the portable language translator, Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei finally understood each other's purpose. It turned out that they were the kind of people who were responsible for leading the way. 1 purple wheel civilization currency. Tang Boyuan frowned and said, "Sir, this price is very fair. No one is more familiar with the Corona Galaxy than me. I can definitely bring you the best service, save you time, and find higher priced buyers for your goods. You are looking for the happiest place, and the currency of one purple eye civilization is really cheap. When Jiggly saw Tang Boyuan frowning, he immediately panicked and quickly explained, looking a little uneasy. In the Corona Galaxy, there are many people like him who work as tour guides, so the hiring price is very low. The Purple Wheel Eye Civilization is a famous level 5 cosmic civilization overlord in the Northern Galaxy, and even the entire Milky Way. The currency of the Purple Wheel Eye Civilization is almost universal in the entire galaxy. The currency of the Purple Wheel Eye Civilization seems to be very few and insignificant. But if converted into the currency of the Bliss Civilization, it can be exchanged for tens of millions on the black market. After all, the Bliss Civilization is just a level 3 cosmic civilization. There are too many such civilizations in the galaxy. Tens of millions of Bliss Civilization currency is enough for Jiggly to live a very prosperous life. So the asking price is actually very high. People who work in this industry generally do not open for 3 years and live for the rest of their lives. People who often walk in the universe will never hire them. And only bumpkins like Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei are likely to hire them. Or some citizens from the Galactic Overlord, who will do it for the sake of peace of mind. Throw a little money to buy services. In that case, fine. The reason why Tang Boyuan frowned was not because he thought the price was expensive, but because the two of them did not have the currency of the Purple Wheel Eye Civilization at all. The Empire did not have any contacts with these civilizations in the center of the galaxy. So there was no money from the various civilizations in the center of the galaxy, the foreign exchange reserves of the Galactic Overlord. However, the Empire also took this into consideration. So the inspection team also carried a lot of arms and weapons. Arms and weapons are always the best-selling items in the universe. Especially arms and weapons from the Galactic Overlord level civilization. There are countless civilizations throughout the galaxy willing to pay high prices to purchase them. Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei, as the leaders of the inspection team, are also planning to sell part of the arms and weapons in the Corona Galaxy in exchange for some foreign exchange. As the saying goes, money is not everything. No money is absolutely impossible. Without money, it is difficult to move forward. The expedition team's warships need to replenish energy. The expedition team members need to replenish living supplies, and also need to purchase some things and information about the center of the galaxy. In short, there are still many places where money needs to be spent. Although the Empire is already a Galactic Overlord level civilization, it has not yet been recognized by everyone. No one pays for the Empire's currency in the center of the galaxy, and it can only rely on selling some arms and weapons in exchange for foreign exchange. Chapter 472. Prosperous Interstellar Trade. Very good! I will definitely provide you with the best service. Hearing that Tang Boyuan agreed to hire him, Jiggly almost jumped up with joy. Once this was done, he would be able to live a carefree life with food and clothing for the rest of his life. Sir, I will officially provide services to you from now on. I wonder what you want to do now. There are 15 living planets in the entire Corona Galaxy. Among these 15 planets, except for the Trena Galaxy, which is not accessible to the outside world, all living planets are very free and completely open to the outside world. 5 of the living planets are specially used for interstellar trade. Of course, interstellar trade can also be carried out at the spaceport, but generally the trade of valuable and large-scale goods will be carried out on the living planets, because on the living planets only there will be buyers with sufficient strength. In addition, these 5 living planets have been divided in detail according to the types of trade goods. There are Lovisa planet used for interstellar slave trade, Rabisa planet used for arms trade, and ordinary commodity trade, Munsaw star, Balasa star for information trade, and Boza star for trade with Galactic Overlord level civilizations. Jiggly quickly fell into her role. She was extremely familiar with the Corona Galaxy. She was familiar with all the living planets. She knew the functions of these planets very well. She also knew that most of the people walking among the stars where they are here to conduct interstellar trade. So from the beginning, we introduced the planets dedicated to interstellar trade. Oh, it's so detailed. There are even people who specialize in buying and selling information. When Dong Jifei heard this, he raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that here in the center of the galaxy, interstellar trade would develop to such an extent and become very mature. This is nothing. Our Gibbs civilization is just a level 3 cosmic civilization. If we were in the trading galaxy of the Galactic Overlord level civilization, there would even be specialized killers and mercenary agencies. They would undertake all kinds of special tasks. as long as they pay the minimum price for the task. They would dare to assassinate even the civilization leaders of the galaxy overlords, and also dare to participate in the battles between civilizations at the level of the galaxy overlords. Jiggly on the side smiled and shook his head. The entire center of the huge galaxy is like a huge ocean. Various civilizations are like various fish living in the ocean. And there are also various kinds of fish. Such forces, organizations, etc. Their power cannot be ignored either. Then let's go to Lewis Star, where the arms trade takes place. Tang Weiyuan thought for a moment and said, if you don't have any money, you always have to sell some things first. I wonder if you want to buy arms or sell arms. Jiggly began to lead the way skillfully, asking detailed questions as he walked, because the expenses on the trading planet were very detailed, and there were relevant regulations and requirements for buying and selling arms. Selling arms? I wonder which civilization level your arms belong to. If they are ordinary level 3 space civilization arms and don't have much special features, the price will be relatively average. Of course, if they are very good arms and weapons, you can go to the special area of Labesa planet to trade, and the price can be higher. Jiggly was very familiar with these. She took the two of them to the area where the public spaceship was boarded, and very skillfully took out her card to buy a ticket, preparing to take the spaceship to Lewis Star. At the same time, she also carefully helped Tang Weiyuan give an explanation. Well, our arms and weapons should be at the level of a level 4 cosmic civilization. Tang Weiyuan thought for a while and said, this time the inspection team brought some level 8 energy attack weapons to sell in exchange for some foreign exchange for use. Galactic Overlord level arms and weapons? When Jiggly heard this, he was stunned. There are hundreds of Galactic Overlord level civilizations in the entire Milky Way. But the Milky Way is so vast, and the Gibbs civilization is located at the edge of the Milky Way near the Orion spiral arm. Under normal circumstances, there are very few civilized people at the level of Galactic Overlords coming, let alone selling arms and weapons. What? You don't believe it. We are from the Yin 1 Empire of the Orion arm. Tang Weiyuan smiled slightly and spoke out the civilization behind him. Yin 1 Empire? Are you the new Galactic Overlord level civilization that emerged recently? When Jiggly heard this, his eyes widened immediately. There were too many civilized races in this galaxy. Some civilized races were very similar to each other. This was also a very common thing. If it's true, you can come to me in the Orion spiral arm when you have time in the future. Tang Weiyuan patted Jiggly on the shoulder and said with a smile, well, I'm really sorry, gentlemen. I didn't know your distinguished status, so I was very negligent. Jiggly immediately said to the two of them very respectfully, facing people from the Galaxy Overlord civilization. The Gibbs civilization has strict rules. You must not offend. You must serve well. And you cannot give someone away just because of a trivial matter. Gibbs civilization brings trouble. Ha ha. Let's go. No need to be too polite. As long as you serve us well, your tip will be indispensable. Dong Zhifei on the side smiled and shook his head, motioning for him to lead the way. We need to go to Pasa Star, because you are from a civilization at the level of the Galactic Overlord. We in the Corona Galaxy have a Pasa Star specially used for reception and service. Only here on Pasa Star can there be enough powerful buyers. I can afford your arms and weapons. Jiggly immediately bought 3 more tickets to the Boza Star. People from the Galaxy Overlord civilization are very distinguished no matter where they go, especially among these level 3 cosmic civilizations. Under the leadership of Jiggly, the 3 of them took a luxurious spaceship specially bound for the Boza Star. There were only a few passengers on a huge spaceship, and there were only a few dozen people in total. Each one had a special our service team serves these distinguished customers. This is the first time I have enjoyed such a service. Jiggly was born to be a talkative person. Seeing that Tang Weiyuan and Dong Zhifei had no heirs, she slowly started chatting and laughing with them. The spaceship heading to Star Boza was very fast, and it was traveling on a high-speed route in the busy Corona Galaxy. So it didn't take long for the 3 of them to arrive at Star Boza. Star Boza, the best living planet in the Corona Galaxy, is one of the 5 naturally formed living planets, because it is a place used for trade by the Galactic Overlord level civilized people. People traveling to and from this planet, there are not many. But without exception, they are all very powerful people. Of course, there are very few people from the Galaxy Overlord level civilization here, and most of them are people from the level 3 universe civilization. But these people are all big figures in the level 3 universe civilization, and they may even represent a level 3 universe civilization. From the arms and weapons of the galactic overlord level civilization are the most sought after commodities in the universe. As soon as they appear, they are basically sold out immediately. So they are usually traded in the form of auctions, so that they can sell for a higher price. Our Give civilization provides this service for free, and does not levy any taxes on the sale of arms and weapons. You can rest assured about this. As soon as he arrived at Boza Star, Jiggly began to introduce the trading methods of arms and weapons. Very skillfully, she led the two of them to the auction hall on Boza Star. Jiggly chatted a lot to the people in the auction hall. Soon, dedicated people came to serve Tang Buiyuan and Dong Jifei. Get the quantity, performance parameters, specifications, etc. of the arms and weapons you want to sell from Tang Buiyuan. Only by knowing this information in detail can you conduct a better auction. Soon, everyone on Boza Star received a message that an auction was about to be held on Boza Star, and 1,000 level 8 energy attack cannons would be auctioned. The entire Boza Star was boiling. Arms and weapons from the Galaxy Overlord level are something that all level 3 cosmic civilizations and below are eager to learn about. It is also something that can directly increase the strength of a civilization. One of them is swept away as soon as it comes out. Many level 3 universe civilizations will send people to station here on Boza Star for a long time, in order to capture these arms and weapons as soon as there is news. Especially some level 3 universes that are at war. Civilization will buy these arms and weapons even at any cost. There are more than 100 galactic overlords in the Milky Way, but the number of level 3 cosmic civilizations in the Milky Way is measured in billions. Therefore, the weapons of the galactic overlord level civilization cannot satisfy this huge market. There are originally few arms and weapons among super cosmic civilizations. So this time when I heard that 1,000 level 8 energy attack cannons were going to be auctioned, the entire Boza planet began to boil, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire Corona planet. Suddenly, from all directions, a large number of spaceships are rushing towards Boza Star. In the past, it was good to have a few level 8 energy attack weapons. Which civilization would not sell these arms and weapons if they didn't protect them to death? This time, 1,000 level 8 energy attack weapons appeared at once. Cannon. This is enough to drive people crazy. For level 3 cosmic civilizations, especially those on the edge of the Milky Way center. If they can capture these 1,000 level 8 energy attack cannons, the strength of the entire civilization will rise to a level almost instantly. 1,000 cannons are enough to arm a fleet. This is not 1 or 2, but a full 1,000. If 1,000 space battleships equipped with level 8 energy attack cannons are used well, they can change the fate of a level 3 cosmic civilization. Chapter 473. Crazy Scramble. In the largest auction hall in Boza Star, in a luxurious private room, Tang Buiyuan and Dong Jifei were lying comfortably on the master chairs. This master chair is a technological product that can be adjusted to the most comfortable angle according to the structure of the human body. There was also a layer of fur from an unknown animal on top, which was very smooth. TSK. This fruit is pretty good. It's much more delicious than the fruit on Kyushu Star. It seems that here in the center of the galaxy, nourished by the rich vitality, there are a lot of good things. Our empire must find a way to get a piece of territory in the center of the galaxy. Just come. Dong Jifei held a fruit in his hand and bit it down. The mouthful of fragrance instantly filled the tip of his tongue. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said to Tang Buiyuan, "Well, this wine is quite good too. It's as golden as amber, has a charming fragrance, melts in your mouth, and has endless aftertaste." Tang Buiyuan is a good drinker. At this time, he was drinking wine and overlooking the bustling auction hall, enjoying the VIP level service. Beside the two of them, Jiggly served them very attentively. And at the same time, there were civilized people from Gibbs waiting respectfully. If the two of them had any needs, they would be satisfied as soon as possible. Two adults. I just learned some information from the Boza Star Management Bureau. This time, more than 1 million people came to participate in the auction. Most of them are representatives of level 3 cosmic civilizations, and a few are big forces. Representatives of large organizations believe that this auction should be able to fetch a good price. Jiggly explained the current situation of the auction while serving the two of them. Tang Buiyuan and Dong Jifei looked towards the huge hall. The private room they were in was the most luxurious and highest one, and they could see the entire hall. The entire huge hall has a height of several hundred meters and covers a very large area. At first glance, it feels like you can't see the edges. Various private rooms and layers of hall seats are all covered at this time. The seats were already full of people, and all kinds of aliens were anxiously waiting for the auction to begin. There shouldn't be room for millions of people. Right. There should be hundreds of thousands of people. Dong Zhifei's eyes flashed. His yuan power was running, and the computer in his mind began to count the number of people in the hall. Of course we can't seat millions of people, but there are still people participating in the auction online. We have already restricted the number of people participating in the auction, but there are still so many people. If we can wait a little longer, it is estimated that tens of millions of people will have it. Jiggly didn't seem surprised by all this, and explained with a smile. What seems to be the auction starting? How long do we have to wait? It will start soon. There will be an auction in the near future to auction some technological products or special expensive goods from the galactic overlord level civilization. Because the two adults have 1,000 energy attack weapons, the auction has been moved forward. Of course, the arms and weapons of these two adults must be the top priority of this auction. Before Jiggly finished speaking, the auction officially began. In the center of the auction hall, the virtual imaging device began to play the first auction item. It was the 8-level energy cannon that Tang Buiyuan took out. But the quantity was there are only 100 doors. Obviously the Gibbs civilized person in charge at this time was also very smart, and knew to separate the 1,000 cannons for auction in order to maximize the value, and obtain a higher price at the auction, while at the same time stimulating the atmosphere of the live auction. 100 level 8 energy attack cannons with a range of 50 million kilometers, and a level 8.5 power of 8.5 energy attack cannons are rare among level 8 energy attack cannons. And the attack range has also reached a terrifying 50 million kilometers. Once with 100 of these terrifying arms and weapons, the power of a level 3 cosmic civilization is enough to bring about earth-shaking changes. The starting price is 10 billion purple wheel eye civilization currency, and each increase in price must not be less than 500 million. The master in charge of the auction told the detailed quantity of the auction items. And naturally he also had to say some words of encouragement. Finally, he revealed the starting price of 10 billion purple wheel eye civilization currency. And the entire hall suddenly booed. Voice. The currency of the level 5 cosmic civilization purple eye civilization is the hard currency in the entire galaxy, and is extremely valuable. The currency of the level 5 cosmic civilization purple eye civilization is enough to be exchanged for tens of millions of the Gibbs civilization of the level 3 cosmic civilization on the black market. Currency allows Gibbs like Jiggly to live the life of rich people with no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. From this, we can see the value of the currency of the purple eye civilization. The starting price reached 10 billion purple eye civilization currency, which is almost as much as a cannon worth 100 million. Such a high price frightened most representatives of level 3 cosmic civilizations, with relatively weak financial resources on the spot. 12 billion! Although the price was expensive, someone immediately made an offer, and immediately shouted 12 billion. 15 billion! 20 billion! Before he finished speaking, the bidding sounds began to ring continuously, reaching the level of 20 billion almost in the blink of an eye. And the bidding sounds were still coming and going. The 8-level energy attack cannon. And the attack distance was far enough, and the power was powerful enough. Such powerful weapons are obviously very popular. 40 billion! Does anyone want to increase the price? 100 level 8 energy attack cannons, with an attack distance of 50 million kilometers, and an attack power of level 8.5. Such a powerful energy cannon is enough to easily destroy the overlord of the universe. A level space battleship. The auctioneer shouted hard. The price had reached an extremely high level, and the rest were competed by some powerful level 3 cosmic civilizations, or civilizations, that particularly needed these arms and weapons. 40.5 billion. 41 billion. Soon, a new round of competition began again. But after reaching 40 billion, the price increase also increased little by little, and it was obvious that it was almost reaching the top. 2 adults. The civilizations currently competing for power, including the Terrell civilization, the Barao civilization, and the Maglay civilization, are currently at war, and the situation is very pessimistic. They urgently need these arms and weapons to strengthen themselves. The strength of the Tuk civilization, the Lotus civilization, the Moor civilization, and the Trudeau civilization are all very powerful civilizations in the nearby star field, and they are all very rich. In the luxurious private room, Jiggly took the information sent from the auction house and explained it in detail to Tang Buiyuan and Dong Zhifei. Originally, this information was kept secret from the outside world, but now it is used to please the two of them with Gibbs civilization. Trudeau is civilized. I didn't expect to meet an old friend. Hearing Jiggly's words, Tang Guiyuan raised his eyebrows. This Trudeau civilization was the same Trudeau civilization that sent 200,000 fleets to invade the Orion Spiral Arm, and was then captured and beaten by all the Empire. The Trudeau civilization is very powerful. It is also one of the top civilizations among level 3 cosmic civilizations. It has 500,000 fleets alone and occupies a prosperous star field. Of course, with the likes of your Empire, compared with the galactic overlord level civilization, it is simply incomparable. Jiggly also took the opportunity to flatter the two of them. 50 billion once. 50 billion twice. 50 billion 3 times. Congratulations to guest no. BGK 8232 for auctioning the first lot of this auction. While a few people were chatting in the auction hall, 100 level 8 energy cannons were auctioned for a high price of 50 billion purple eye civilization currency. A general level 8 energy attack cannon costs about 100 to 200 million. However, your Empire's energy cannon has a long attack range and is powerful, so the price will be higher. It is normal to sell one for 500 million. Jiggly is also relatively familiar with the market. Of course, this is because people from the auction house sent him the quantity. Okay. Tang Guiyuan nodded. He came to the auction just to join in the fun. He actually didn't care how much it cost. What will be auctioned below is a spaceship from the Barbary civilization. A level 4 cosmic civilization. This spaceship is equipped with a warp engine and has the ability to fly at warp speed. A single warp speed flight can jump a distance of 10 light years. The starting price is 100 million, and each home must be priced at no less than 5 million. Soon, the virtual imaging began to play an image of a spaceship, and detailed data information was also played. This information was also sent to everyone participating in the auction, including the shape, size, mass, and power of the spacecraft, system, production year, service life, etc. are all very critical factors. Obviously, this spaceship of the Barbary civilization is a very ordinary spaceship, and the most valuable one is the warp engine on the spacecraft. This kind of ordinary spaceship is not a battleship, and its value is very limited, far from being comparable to level 8 energy attack weapons. However, there are still many people interested in this spaceship, and the competition is also very fierce. A spaceship equipped with a warp engine can ignore the currents of time and space and gallop in the void. This alone makes these three the people of the super cosmic civilization started a fierce battle. And finally the deal was completed with 200 million purple wheel-eye civilization currency. One product after another is constantly put up for auction. These products are basically technological products produced by galactic overlord level civilizations. The most popular among them is undoubtedly the level 8 energy cannon, which will cause fierce competition every time. The average price was also sold at a group price of 50 billion. In addition to level 8 energy attack cannons, technological products produced by universe overlord civilizations such as warp engines, spaceships, etc. are also very popular auction items. In addition to these, there are also some more exotic auction items, such as those from antiques, calligraphy and paintings from level 4 and level 5 cosmic civilizations also caused a lot of competition. The entire auction was centered around the products of the Galaxy Overlord level civilization. Chapter 474. Slave Trade in the Center of the Galaxy. Lovisa in the Corona Galaxy is dedicated to the interstellar slave trade. Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei strolled leisurely in this bustling market. Jiggly followed behind very diligently and enthusiastically provided what he had to offer. Know everything. The Imperial Expedition team was originally planning to rest in the Corona system for a while, so Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei had plenty of time and planned to visit and walk around every planet here. At first, I had no money, and I was short of money even if I wanted to look around. And even if I wanted to buy something to eat or drink, I sold the 1,000 energy cannons in my hands on Yabosha Star, and obtained more than 500 billion in the currency of the Purple Wheel-Eye civilization. In an instant, I became rich. What is very interesting is that all the more than 500 billion of the currency of the Purple Wheel-Eye civilization is in the Galaxy Money Bank. This Galaxy Money Bank is actually a bank, but it is called a money bank in the center of the galaxy. Galaxy Money Bank is a bank that can be named after the Milky Way. The background of this money bank is quite impressive. It is a money bank jointly founded by 5 level 5 cosmic civilizations in the entire Milky Way, including the northern and southern Milky Ways. Galaxy Money Bank is located and there are stations in all important galaxies in the center of the entire galaxy. And they also handle large-scale interstellar trade. because it is a money bank jointly founded by 5 level 5 cosmic civilizations. The only currency commonly used in the Galaxy Money Bank is the currency of these 5 civilizations. The Purple Wheel Eye civilization is one of the founding civilizations of the Galaxy Money Bank, and the currency of the Purple Wheel Eye civilization is naturally. It is also one of the common currencies in the galaxy, because there are 5 level 5 cosmic civilizations behind it. The credit of this Galaxy Money Bank is also equal to the credit of 5 level 5 cosmic civilizations. In the entire galaxy, interstellar trade between civilizations, etc. will basically pass through the galaxy. Money banks are used for operations, and features such as convenience, speed, safety, and wealth preservation have made money banks popular throughout the galaxy. Not only various civilizations and major forces like to use Galaxy Money Bank for transactions, transfers, etc., but even individuals also like to deposit money in Galaxy Money Bank. In the Milky Way galaxy, having a deposit card of Galaxy Money Bank it is a status symbol for wealthy people and a way for individuals to show off their wealth. Because applying for a card at Galaxy Money Bank requires at least 10,000 Purple Eye Civilization currency to start. And 10,000 Purple Eye Civilization currency is enough to become a super rich man among ordinary level 3 cosmic civilizations, with a stack of money from the Purple Eye Civilization in their pockets. The two of them were considered rich. They were swaying when they walked in the slave trading market on Lovisa. Money is the backbone of a man, and this seems to have lasted forever. Change. Take a look. Take a look. The top beauty from the Jerklo civilization, coupled with the long-term and strict training of the trainer. I guarantee that she will be your favorite. The strong warriors of the Siway Empire are definitely your best personal bodyguards. They are absolutely loyal and very powerful. Buy 10 and get 10 free. Don't miss it during the promotion period. It's an orc. It's an orc. It's strong and powerful. It's perfect to buy it back and use it for farming. It's cheap. 100 orcs only cost 1 Purple Eye Civilization currency. There are discounts for large quantities. In the noisy slave market, slave merchants from all over the galaxy continued to use various methods to attract people who came to buy interstellar slaves. Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei looked at the various slaves, all of which were on their heads without exception. Slave collars were worn on their bodies or important parts. Some were locked in cages. Some were completely naked. And some were cooperating with the slave master's orders. The eyes of most of these slaves are very dull and numb. Some of them look at the slave owners with fearful eyes, and at the same time look at all kinds of people coming and going with expectant eyes. A few slaves have sparkling with light and full of desire for freedom. 2 adults. The slave trading market here is the most original and the lowest. They are all low-level slave trading companies or organizations. Many are even some non-professional slave trading organizations who captured some primitive people on some primitive planets. People sell it here. If you 2 adults want to buy top-quality slaves, it is recommended that you go to the slave trading hall. There is a professional slave trading market. All the information can be checked online, and the slave merchants are also stronger, more professional, with more and better varieties of slaves. Jiggly followed enthusiastically. He couldn't figure out how these 2 big figures from the Yin Wang Empire could come to such a very low-level slave market. Big guys like them would lose their status by coming to a place like this. You should go to a professional slave trading hall. Huh? Old Tang. Look over here quickly. People from this civilized race actually look so similar to people from our empire. That is to say, their ears are pointed, a bit like elf ears. In other places, they are just like us Earthlings. It's just the same. At this time, Dong Jifei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly pulled Tang Boyuan over. Let me rub it. They look really similar. They have black eyes, black hair, fair skin, towering mountains, and a curvy figure. Oh my god! Why am I getting a nosebleed? Tang Boyuan looked over, and suddenly, he couldn't stand it. In front of the 2 of them, there was a group of naked interstellar slaves, each wearing a slave collar. These people looked too much like the people on Earth, and they were all beautiful women. The scene, it was chaotic all of a sudden. Ha ha! Old Tang, you are very angry. Dong Jifei couldn't help laughing happily when he saw Tang Boyuan's appearance. 2 adults. These are Isuxi people. They have gone through strict training and are guaranteed to satisfy you. The price is very favorable now. 10 pieces only cost 1 Purple Wheel Eye Civilization currency. Buy 10 pieces and get 10 pieces free now. When the slave merchant on the side saw Dong Jifei and Tang Boyuan, His eyes lit up, and he immediately came closer. He could tell at a glance that the race of the two people was very similar to the slaves in his hands. And often in this case, the slaves it is very easy to sell, and can often be sold at a high price. Originally, the price of the Isuxi people was very cheap. It cost tens of thousands to sell the purple wheel civilization currency, and it was still difficult to sell. Now he directly shouted out that 10 Isuxi people would be sold for 1 purple. The currency of the wheel civilization has spotted this point. The arrival of Dong Zhifei and Tang Boyuan not only made the slave trader's eyes brighten, but also the eyes of these dull-eyed Isuxi people were shining with light at this time. With a sad look, and looking at them with longing eyes. 2 people. It is definitely a very low probability to meet people of similar civilization and race as your own. The key is that one look at Tang Guotao and Dong Zhifei. They are obviously important figures in a powerful civilization. If you are sold to such, the people who sell it are better than the people who sell it to their civilization. Old Tang, why don't you buy some and go back? I know you have a private life planet. Buy some and go back and build a harem. Dong Zhifei bumped Tang Boyuan with his elbow and said playfully, "This is a good idea, but the laws of our empire seem to strictly prohibit the purchase and use of slaves. Although I want to help them, I don't know how to help them." At this time, Tang Boyuan showed the normal behavior that a man should have. It was difficult to take his eyes away from these beauties in Isuxi. His eyes were shining. He was immediately discouraged when he thought of the empire's policies. "Ha ha! Old Tang, you are the only one who has a thief's heart but doesn't have the courage. Everyone knows about your strict control over your wife." Dong Zhifei laughed happily when he saw Tang Boyuan's appearance. 2 adults. The price of slaves in this primary market is generally very low. It takes millions of slaves to be worth 1 purple wheel civilization currency. I guess this interstellar slave merchant sees that you 2 civilized races are very popular. That's why the lion opens its mouth. Jiggly on the side said very responsibly, fearing that the 2 of them would be ripped off because they didn't understand the market. "What are you talking about? Are you looking for death?" The slave trader was obviously a ruthless character. When he heard Jiggly's words, he didn't care whether he was a civilized person from Gibbs or not. And he said harshly to Jiggly, "Humph. Do you know the identities of these 2 adults? They are adults from the Yin Huang Empire, the overlord civilization of the galaxy. If they find out later that you deceived them, let alone you, it will also be the Ruan Empire behind you. I have to keep walking around because I can't eat anything." Jiggly was obviously also pretending to be powerful, and responded boldly and loudly. The Ruan Empire was also a very powerful level 3 cosmic civilization. At least the Gibbs civilization was far from comparable to the Ruan civilization. Galactic Overlord level civilization? Yin Huang Empire. The newly born Yin Huang Empire on the spiral arm of Orion? After hearing Jiggly's words, the slave trader suddenly became docile. In any case, even though the Yin Huang Empire was a galactic overlord born in the spiral arm of Orion, and may have the weakest overall strength among all galactic overlords, it is also the most powerful one in the galaxy. Overlord. A person with a level 3 cosmic civilization would not dare to offend him casually. "Humph. What do you think?" Jiggly snorted coldly, slightly satisfied with the other party's performance. 2 adults. I'm very sorry. I don't know the identities of the 2 adults. As an apology, I am willing to send the 2 adults 100 Isuxi people each as an apology. I also ask the 2 adults to forgive me for my rudeness. The slave merchant immediately turned around and apologized profusely to Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei, and also sent them 100 Isuxi people as an apology. Obviously, the status of this galactic overlord level civilized person was still very useful. Of course, this slave trader was also very shrewd. With his eyes shining, he quickly reported this piece of information to his superiors. The Isuxi people were very similar to the people of the newly rising galactic overlord Yin Huang Empire. This Isuxi people, the value will increase greatly in the future. Chapter 475. Par Civilization Selling Information. Hearing the words of this space merchant, Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei were slightly startled. Apparently they were not accustomed to the identity and status of civilized citizens of the galaxy overlord level. Just because of a quotation, the other party actually directly apologized. This is the prestige of the galaxy overlord. It's really easy to use. That's no need, Tang Boyuan said calmly. Although he wanted to help these Isuxi people, the laws of the empire were no joke. 2 adults. If you think the amount is too small, I can give you some more. What do you think about giving you 10,000? When the space merchant saw Tang Boyuan's appearance, He thought Tang Boyuan was angry. So he hurriedly said, "No, you don't have to worry about anything. We'll just look around." Tang Boyuan smiled softly and ignored them. He looked at these Isuxi beauties with reluctant eyes, and then slowly walked away. His words made the space merchant confused. They obviously looked very similar. Why? Don't want it for free. However, Tang Bo didn't care about the deliberate price increase just now, which made him feel relieved. Seeing that Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei were about to leave, the beauties in the back all became anxious and looked at the two of them eagerly. The look in their eyes made people cry and feel sad, affectionate and full of infinite charm, making people want to hold them in their arms. "Old Tang, are you sure you don't want it? It looks quite pitiful." Dong Zhifei looked at Tang Boyuan, who turned back every step, and said with a smile, Go! Go! Go quickly! There are many poor people and civilizations in the universe. How much can we help?" Tang Boyuan took one last look and left without looking back. He really didn't dare to look into the eyes of these Isuxi beauties anymore. They looked so pitiful and charming that even the most hard-hearted person would not be able to help but stretch out his hand. Seeing the two people walking away, the space slave merchant's eyes shone with shrewdness, and he began to make a detailed report to his superiors. This Isuxi man was captured by the Ruan Empire from a primitive planet. The population of Isuxi, the original planet, was also measured in hundreds of millions. Originally, it was only sold as ordinary space slaves. Otherwise, it would not be placed in this most elementary market. Now it seems that if it is used properly, it will definitely be possible. Sold for a good price. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the face of the space slave merchant. When he looked at the Isuxi people behind him, he seemed to see countless coins of the purple eye civilization. Tang Boyuan, Dong Zhifei, and Jiggly spent a day visiting the ordinary slave market. The slave market in the entire Lovisa galaxy was very large and very prosperous. Of course, the slaves transported to this planet only a very small part. Just as a sample, the truly large-scale slave trade was completed in Taigang. Despite this, the huge slave markets on planet Lovisa have been divided in detail. The humanoid slave markets here are basically the same race as the people on Earth. Like the Isuxi civilization, they are similar to those on Earth. Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei encountered this civilized race with very high human similarities more than once. The Isuxi people with pointed ears, the green-skinned Pandora people, the dwarves of the Seth civilization, etc. There are several civilized races that look very similar to the Imperial people, and the differences are very small. Whenever Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei walked past under the leadership of Jiggly, people from these civilized races would get excited, and some could even help but shout loudly. After visiting the primary market, the two went to the high-end slave market to have a look. The high-end slave market is basically filled with professional slave trading companies, interstellar slave organizations, civilizations specializing in interstellar slave trade, etc., selling slaves from all over the galaxy. Civilized guests display interstellar slaves in their hands. These professional people have many kinds of slaves in their hands, with millions of varieties at every turn, and they can also carry out targeted cultivation, training, etc. according to the needs of the customers. The slaves in their hands are also high-end goods, and the prices are very expensive, like interstellar slaves specially used for gladiatorial combat. These slave owners will first conduct a certain amount of training on a large number of interstellar slaves, and then put them all on a planet, and kill each other within a certain time limit. In the end, only one will be left. As if just like raising two insects, cultivating a top-level gladiator in this way is naturally very expensive. There are also interstellar slaves who are specially bred to please people with sex. As long as you pay the minimum price, they will find the civilized race most similar to yours among countless civilized races, and then based on their aesthetic values carry out targeted cultivation to ensure that you will cultivate an interstellar slave that will make you ecstatic. Some civilizations also like to eat very much. The interstellar slave merchants will specifically search for the civilizations that best meet the requirements and use them as specialized food for targeted breeding, cultivation, etc. In short, the interstellar slave trade is very naked from beginning to end, with countless blood flowing. As long as they can afford the money, these cosmic slave traders can do anything, sometimes even destroying a civilization for this reason. Very common thing. What's more, some audacious space merchants even dare to find people from the galactic overlord level civilization to steal them, specifically for the purpose of cultivating them into interstellar slaves. Of course, such things are usually done very secretly. once they are stolen by the galactic overlord. As the super civilization knows, it will inevitably lead to disaster. The interstellar slave trade is worthy of being one of the 3 major trades in the universe. It is really eye-opening. Compared with the interstellar slave trade here, what we have in the Orion spiral arm can only be regarded as a trivial matter. After visiting the entire planet, Tang Boyuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sighing for these civilized races, who have become interstellar slaves. Once they become interstellar slaves, they will basically be interstellar slaves for generations. There is no such thing as there are no human rights at all. There is only one truth in the universe. Power is truth. We are the people of the galactic overlord civilization. So wherever we go, these people must respect us. And the fate of these interstellar slaves is quite miserable. Dong Zhifei nodded. But in his heart, he became more determined in Li Fu's idea. If he wanted to control his own destiny, he must stand among the powerful clans in the universe. Karuna Balasa Star. Among the entire Karuna stars, this Balasa star is a rather special star. It's not that this star is special, but that this star is specially used to carry information. A planet for intelligence trading. On this planet, as long as you have enough money, they can even sell you the hidden information of some galactic overlord level civilizations. On the planet Balasa, in a manner with beautiful scenery, several aliens were chatting very casually with Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei. This information selling business is the oldest level 4 cosmic civilization in the galaxy. Pause. Managed by civilization. Although the PAR civilization is only a level 4 cosmic civilization, it has a history of more than 10 billion years. Almost as long as the history of the Milky Way. As the oldest civilization in the entire galaxy. Coupled with the unique racial talent of the PAR civilization. The PAR civilization knows almost all the secrets in the entire galaxy. The PAR civilization took advantage of this, and opened such information trading planets in various places throughout the galaxy. Information intelligence can be purchased or sold here. 2 adults. Do you want to buy information from us? Or do you have any information you want to sell to us? Because you are distinguished guests from the Yin Huang Empire, the overlord civilization of the galaxy. So if you buy information, we can all give you a half discount. An alien Ijik, who is only about 1 meter tall, with sparse green hair all over his body and pointed ears, said very respectfully to Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei that he was not from the PAR civilization, but from the PAR civilization. The people from the subordinate cosmic civilization are responsible for helping the PAR civilization look at the Gamba civilization, one of the many cosmic civilizations operating in the galaxy. We want to know some information about the history and current situation of the galaxy. Tang Boyuan nodded, thought for a while and said, these civilizations with ordinary information have no idea at all. Only these ancient galactic overlord civilizations know the history of the galaxy. And they also know the current situation of the galaxy. Of course, there is no problem. This information requires 5 million purple eye civilization currency. Ijik closed his eyes, searched the biometric computer installed with him, and immediately spoke out the quotation. 5 million is the price after discount? Dong Zhifei's eyes widened suddenly. He didn't expect that just such a piece of information would be so expensive. It's the price after discounts. And it's because it's our first time to receive guests from the Yin Huang Empire. So the price is so cheap. If it's another level 3 cosmic civilization, the price is 50 million. Yijik smiled slightly. In fact, he knew very well that the Yin Huang Empire was the new overlord of the universe, and it emerged from the spiral arm of Orion. He was not very clear about all aspects of the Milky Way. If he could seize the opportunity, maybe this time we can make a big deal. Just 5 million. I hope you won't fool us with useless things. Tang Boyuan felt a little pained. It was beyond imagination that this information was so expensive. He took out his Galaxy Money bank account and transferred 5 million to the other party. I guarantee it is worth every penny. The credibility of our overlord country's PAR civilization has been tested by countless civilizations throughout the galaxy over the years. After receiving the transfer, Ijik smiled happily. Chapter 476. History of the Galaxy. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and send us the information and intelligence we want. Dong Zhifei felt unhappy when he saw the other person's expression, as if he had been stabbed, and glared at Yijik. For confidentiality reasons, I have sent the information to both of your computers for you to check. Yijik didn't care at all about Dong Zhifei's expression, and said with a smile that the Pazi civilization relied on selling information and intelligence to make money, so it naturally did a good job in keeping the information confidential. Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei thought, and the virtual machine connected to the network. Sure enough, there was a message sent from Yajik. And naturally, they couldn't wait to open it immediately. The content of the information is very detailed, with pictures and text describing the history of the Milky Way and the current situation of the Milky Way, allowing people to intuitively understand the development process of the Milky Way and the general situation of the Milky Way today. The Milky Way was born about 15 billion years ago. A large amount of interstellar dust material gathered, and a supermassive star was born in the center of the Milky Way. Massive stars have very short lifespans. The same is true for this massive star. From counting from the moment it lit up, in less than a few days, this massive star died completely, and eventually slowly evolved into the black hole at the core of the Milky Way. As soon as the black hole at the core of the Milky Way was born, its extremely strong gravity began to affect the surrounding void of millions of light years. Countless interstellar dust materials were continuously absorbed, and eventually the current Milky Way was slowly formed. This is the evolution history of the early formation of the Milky Way. The real history of the Milky Way can be divided into 4 stages: the early Milky Way, the birth period of civilization, the prosperity period of civilization, and the modern Milky Way. The so-called early Milky Way refers to the history from the birth of the Milky Way to about 5 billion years ago in the history of the Milky Way. During this period of history, because the Milky Way had just been initially formed, everything was not stable enough. The energy was chaotic, and space and time were turbulent. Therefore, in the early 5 billion years of the Milky Way, the long in the history of about 30 years, no life was born in the Milky Way. Around 10 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to stabilize. Time and space became stable. Vitality began to become abundant and orderly, and life began to be born in the center of the Milky Way. However, most of these early life forms were relatively low level. Even if there were when civilization is born, most of them have low potential. However, there is one civilization that is different, and that is the Par civilization. The Par civilization is one of the earliest civilizations in the Milky Way, and it is the only early civilization that continues to this day. It has also developed to a level 4 cosmic civilization. Its level and strength are not even inferior to those of the 5 major level 5 cosmic civilizations in the Milky Way. The birth period of civilization is approximately between 5 billion and 8 billion years in the history of the Milky Way. The Milky Way begins to become lively. In the center of the Milky Way, new civilizations are born almost every moment, and there are also civilizations every moment. In the process of extinction, batch after batch, powerful civilizations began to slowly appear and rise slowly, while weak civilizations with low potential slowly disappeared in the long river of history. Among the more than 100 galactic overlords in the Milky Way, almost 20 were born during the birth period of civilization and have continued to this day. Of course, although countless civilizations were born during the birth period of civilization, the Milky Way at that time was not yet, it is not very stable. Occasionally, some catastrophes will occur that sweep across the galaxy, causing mass extinctions of civilizations one after another. It is known that after about 8 billion to 12 billion years into the history of the Milky Way, the Milky Way entered a period of civilizational prosperity, and the Milky Way truly saw flowers blooming. Countless powerful and potential civilized races continued to emerge. During this period, about 80% of the galactic overlords were born, and these galactic overlords have continued to this day. The Milky Way has a history of 12 billion years now. It also belongs to the modern Milky Way. The situation in the modern Milky Way has stabilized. After the long and cruel war stage during the prosperity of civilization, the Milky Way has basically been destroyed by various forces, large and small, strong and weak. The divisions between the galactic overlords have been completed, and the entire galaxy has gradually stabilized. However, due to stability and the occupying space of living space by the civilizations that originally appeared, the number of civilized races born in the history of the modern galaxy is far less than that during the prosperity of civilization. About 10% of the galactic overlords were born during this period. Born after the history of the Milky Way entered the modern Milky Way stage. The situation in all aspects of the Milky Way was very stable. The powerful galactic overlords controlled the entire Milky Way. No one could escape the control of the galactic overlords in terms of politics, economy, military, finance, etc. Because it is a barred spiral galaxy. There are 2 groups in the Milky Way, the North and South Galaxy. Relatively speaking, the overall strength of the civilization in the South Galaxy is stronger than the civilization in the North Galaxy, because the South Galaxy has given birth to 3 level 5 cosmic civilizations, and the North Galaxy has only 2. Moreover, the number of galactic overlords born in the Southern Galaxy is 85. while the Northern Galaxy only has 70. However, the Northern Galaxy also gave birth to powerful civilizations such as the Purple Eye Civilization and the Thunder Empire. 5 Level 5 Cosmic Civilizations, headed by Purple Eye Civilization, Thunder Empire, Poach Civilization, Gaston Federation, and Snow Eagle Empire, have united with 150 Level 4 cosmic civilizations in the entire galaxy to form the Great Galaxy Alliance. The Great Galaxy Alliance is divided into the sphere of influence of the entire galaxy, jointly discuss and make decisions on major issues in the galaxy, and control the entire galaxy. The content is very vast, and it even comes with a detailed star map of the Milky Way, which details the spheres of influence among the various galactic overlords in the entire galaxy, etc. However, with the strength of the two Yuanli warriors, Tang Yuan and Dong Zhifei, they imprinted all this information into their brains almost instantly. Greater Galactic Alliance? Tang Yuan couldn't help but sigh softly. The Empire has not received an invitation from the Big Bang Alliance until now. Apparently it has not been recognized by these galactic overlords. Or these galactic overlords have not yet discussed what to do. Redefine spheres of influence. After all, one more galactic overlord means one more meat-eater. The other galactic overlords will naturally have to eat less. How to redistribute the meat-eating will also cause a fierce argument. I didn't expect that the history of the Milky Way could be divided into 4 parts. It seems that the Parth civilization is also quite extraordinary. It has been able to continue from the early days of the Milky Way to the present, and has also developed to the level of a level 4 cosmic civilization. It is said to be very powerful. It will not be inferior to level 5 cosmic civilization. Dong Zhifei also nodded. After reading it from the beginning, he felt a lot, as if he had seen the evolution and development of the Milky Way with his own eyes. He had a heavy feeling of witnessing history. How's it going? You too. Are you satisfied with this information? Ijik also smiled when he saw the expressions of the two people. He had seen such expressions more than once. Many people from level 3 and level 2 cosmic civilizations would also do the same after purchasing this information. Of course, he was already happy in his heart. The information about the history and current situation of the Milky Way was all out there, and could be obtained from any civilization. If he could sell it for 5 million, he would definitely make a lot of money. Just give it a try. Tang Yuan regained his emotions and spoke softly. I wonder if you have any information about the Galactic War here? Tang Yuan asked after thinking for a while. Yes, of course there is. Our overlord country, the Parth civilization, knows everything. However, the content about the Galaxy War is the highest level of confidentiality and is not for sale to the outside world. Well, your empire has developed to a Galactic Overlord level civilization. As long as you join the Great Galactic Alliance, I think you will know about the Galactic War, Ijik said with great certainty. But when the conversation changed, he said that he could not sell this information to the two of them. Well, I need detailed information and intelligence about the current galactic overlords in the galaxy. Tang Yuan nodded, thought for a moment, and then continued. Yes, this information and intelligence require 100 billion Purple Eye civilization currency. Ijik nodded, and then quoted an astronomical figure for the information fee. 100 billion? Why don't you go grab the money? When Dong Zhifei heard this, his eyes widened like bull's eyes. I am just doing things. This price was set by the Pa civilization, the overlord country behind us. To be honest, this 100 billion is because your Yin Wang Empire has developed to a level 4 cosmic civilization. If it is a level 3 cosmic civilization, this information and intelligence are not for sale yet. Ijik seemed to have been accustomed to this kind of behavior from his guests, so he smiled lightly and didn't pay any attention to it. The Parth civilization is really about making money. It makes a lot of money just by buying some information and the like. I gave this 100 billion. After hearing this, Tang Yuan shook his head repeatedly and lamented the way the Parth civilization made money. In fact, among the 155 galactic overlords in this galaxy, basically each galactic overlord has its own interests in the entire galaxy. The most powerful 5th-level cosmic civilization has established the Galaxy Money Bank, which monopolizes the finance of the entire galaxy. It has also turned the currencies of the 5 civilizations into the common currency of the entire galaxy. The benefits earned from it are difficult to count. The Parth civilization monopolizes the trading of information and intelligence in the entire galaxy. It only sells information and intelligence. The wealth earned by the Parth civilization is unbelievable. The other galactic overlords basically have their own interests, more or less. participate in or control an industry or field in the galaxy, and gain endless benefits from it. Compared with these galactic overlords, the Empire, the new galactic overlord, is completely impoverished. The Orion spiral arm it occupies is a desert compared to the Milky Way. As for the chain of interests, there is no such thing as a chain of interests, so that it has not yet received any information. Invitation from the Great Galactic Alliance. Chapter 477. The Powerful Galactic Overlord. Tang Buiyuan knew that any further talk with Ijik would be nonsense. The Empire now needs more information and intelligence about the various galactic overlords in the galaxy. And Tang Buiyuan also knew that 100 billion purple Wheeleye civilization currency could not actually buy any truly useful secrets. Most of them. Some more general information about the galactic overlords. But the Empire has to buy it. The 100 billion purple eye civilization currency is simply insignificant to the huge empire. Things that can be solved with a little money are not a big deal. As for not buying here anymore, if you look for other civilizations, you will inevitably have to pay some price. Moreover, judging by the tone, this information about the galactic overlord level civilization is generally only circulated among the galactic overlords. Those ordinary level 3 cosmic civilizations can only exchange information with each other, and what they know about each galactic overlord may not be detailed. After figuring this out, Tang Buiyuan readily transferred 100 billion to Ijik's account, then looked at Ijik and said, "The money has been transferred to you. Ha ha. You are indeed a gentleman from the Yin Wang Empire. You are indeed generous. The information has been sent to you." Another big deal was made, and Ijik also laughed happily. Such a large order worth hundreds of billions is not so easy to accept, especially in a place like the Corona Galaxy, which is just the center of the Milky Way. It's just in the fringe areas. Generally, such large orders can only be found in the most prosperous places. Tang Buiyuan ignored Ijik and quickly read the purchased information in his mind. In Tang Buiyuan's opinion, the information content should be worth 100 billion. But there was nothing particularly valuable. Each galactic overlord, starting from the birth of this galactic overlord, has been telling the development history, expansion history, and hegemony history of this galactic overlord. At the same time, it also explained in detail the respective territories of these galactic overlords, the strength displayed in each major battle, etc. Wait. In addition to these, things like population, economy, military strength, interest chains in various parts of the galaxy, etc. are also roughly described. These things are not secrets. But for ordinary level 3 cosmic civilizations, it is also very difficult to roughly know all aspects of a galactic overlord. Only these galactic overlords know each other better. This purple eye civilization is so powerful, with a population of tens of thousands, and it occupies a large area of the most prosperous and fertile area in the galaxy. The number of its fleets alone has reached 10 billion. Whether it is offensive technology, defensive technology, in terms of large-scale attack technology, the purple wheel-eye civilization has already stood at the pinnacle of civilizations in the galaxy. Dong Zhifei on the side let out a long sigh. After seeing the currency of the purple wheel-eye civilization, he couldn't help but marvel. 10 billion fleets are really terrifying. Only in the center of the galaxy, where there are enough materials and resources, can such a terrifying civilization be born. Tang Buiyuan also nodded. None of the current galactic overlords in the Milky Way is simple. Not to mention the 5 level 5 cosmic civilizations. Each of them has a long history, profound heritage, advanced technology, and their overall strength is very powerful and terrifying. Those level 4 cosmic civilizations are also very powerful. The Par civilization is very mysterious and has the longest history. It is the object that many galactic overlords in the entire galaxy do not want to provoke. Even the level 5 cosmic civilization does not want to provoke the Par civilization, because no one wants to provoke it. I don't know what powerful methods this civilization with a history of more than 10 billion years hides. Most of the other level 4 cosmic civilizations occupy a prosperous place in the center of the Milky Way. They have a huge population and strong strength. They are relatively powerful in at least one aspect of attack, defense or group attack. Only those who are extremely powerful can survive in such a fiercely competitive place in the center of the galaxy and become the top predator. No wonder these galactic overlords still don't recognize the status of our empire. Compared with these galactic overlords, our empire's strength is simply not enough. If it weren't for being in a barren place like the Orion Arm, our empire would be really difficult. It has developed smoothly until now. After reading it carefully from beginning to end, even the weakest of these galactic overlords is much stronger than the current empire. Of course, It refers to the overall strength. The Empire has the quantum foam bomb, a large-scale weapon of mass destruction. With this alone, most of the galactic overlords were suppressed. But if we compare it from the comprehensive strength of population, economy, military, resources, etc., the Empire's strength is still not enough. The history of our Empire is still very short. If our Empire is allowed to develop for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, our Empire will definitely not be any worse than these galactic overlords. Dong Zhifei shook his head. The current shortcomings of the Empire are that it has developed too quickly, has little foundation, and has a weak family background. However, the development speed of the Empire far exceeds those of these galactic overlords. He is very confident that the Empire will definitely be able to surpass these galactic overlords in the future. No matter in that aspect, it doesn't take tens of millions of years, let alone hundreds of millions of years. With the speed of development of our Empire, I estimate that 1 million years will be enough. Tang Guiyuan nodded, quite confident about this. It can be seen from these data that it took many billions of years for these galactic overlords to develop from primary civilizations to level 4 cosmic civilizations and become galactic overlords. Even in the shortest time, it took hundreds of millions of years to develop to the level of galactic overlord. Even if the history of the Empire is 5,000 years, including the millions of years of human evolution, it is only 1 million years now. Such terrifying speed and powerful racial potential are absolutely unprecedented. How's it going? Do you think this information is still useful? Yijik kept looking at the expressions of the two people and asked with a smile on his face. Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei were chatting with each other with their spiritual consciousness just now. So of course he didn't know. Well, it's not bad. I understand a little bit. The history of each galactic overlord civilization can be written into a magnificent book. I just read it casually, and I can't help but make people excited. Tang Guiyuan nodded, feeling that the 100 billion was still well spent. As long as you two adults are satisfied. I wonder if there is anything else you need help with, Ijik said with a smile, and continued to look at the two of them with expectant eyes, hoping that they could make a big order. There are many things I want to know, but your price is too expensive. We are short of money now. Tang Guiyuan shook his head. It's enough to know some information. He doesn't want to continue spending money on such things. 1,000 energy cannons were sold for more than 500 billion. And now they have already sold 150 billion. If I ask a few more questions, it is estimated that everything will go into the pocket of Par civilization in the blink of an eye. Sir, you are joking. Your empire is a galactic overlord level civilization. You can crush a level 3 cosmic civilization to death by just plucking a hair. This doesn't matter? Yijik smiled awkwardly. The information purchased by Tang Guiyuan was relatively popular. The price could only be said to be average. Really valuable information was very expensive. For example, those very secrets of the galactic overlord. Some secrets that few civilizations know. And these secrets are often of great importance. The price of this kind of information and intelligence is almost astronomical. Even if it is a civilization of the galactic overlord level, it will be painful to buy it. Incomparable. I remember that you seem to also collect some information here. I wonder how the price is calculated. Dong Zhifei seemed to remember something and said to Ijik, well, we also collect information and intelligence. No matter how powerful the PA civilization, the overlord country behind us, is, it is impossible to know all the information and intelligence. So we are willing to spend a lot of money to acquire information and intelligence. Ijik nodded and said, in fact, the business of the Par civilization can continue. In addition to the powerful racial talents and special technological means of the Par civilization, one of the most important channels for the source of information is to spend a lot of money to purchase it. Something others know. Based on the importance and timeliness of information and intelligence, the importance of the civilization or things involved, etc., we spend this information and intelligence on levels 1 to 99. Information and intelligence on levels 1 to 10 are not valuable. And 11 the level 30 intelligence is about 100,000 purple wheel-eye civilization currency, which fluctuates around. Intelligence at levels 31 to 50 is already quite valuable, and can be priced from 100,000 to millions. Intelligence data at levels 50 to 60 can be priced from millions to 10 million. 60 to 70 is priced from tens to 100 million. And 70 above. There is no specific clear price. Everything depends on the information. There is no upper limit. Ijik very quickly stated some rules for the acquisition of information by the Par civilization. What level of information can we generally get about a galactic overlord level civilization? Tang Buiyuan raised his eyebrows. The Pazi civilization has been doing this for a long time, and has detailed and clear divisions in all aspects. It even divided information into 99 levels. Information and intelligence about the galactic overlord level civilization starts at least level 50, and the acquisition price is at least 1 million. If it is information about level 5 cosmic civilization, it can start at level 60. Our acquisition of information and intelligence is still very willing to invest. Of course, the information and intelligence provided must be information that we have not yet mastered and don't know. If it is something we already know and master, naturally we will not acquire it. Ijik said very patiently that the acquisition of information intelligence is also a very important business. You are the big shots in the Yin Wang Empire. If you are willing to sell me some information about the Yin Wang Empire, I can give you a starting price of tens of millions. There is really too little information about the Yin Wang Empire now. Chapter 478. The most passionate sport in the galaxy. Starting at level 60? Tang Buiyuan was stunned for a moment. And after thinking about it carefully in his mind, he was relieved. The Empire was a new overlord of the galaxy, and it emerged in a remote place like the Orion Arm, let alone these civilizations in the center of the galaxy. Even the civilizations on the Orion Arm know very little about the Empire. The Empire does not practice slavery, and it also has very strict restrictions on other civilized people entering the Empire. Therefore, until now, in the eyes of civilizations in the Orion Arm or the entire galaxy, the Empire is still veiled and very mysterious. Since this Par civilization makes a living by buying and selling information, it is naturally willing to spend a lot of money to buy the newly emerging galactic overlord. Anyway, it can be sold at a high price if it is resold, and it can be sold unlimited times. We know very little, so we don't have any useful information to sell you. Tang Buiyuan smiled and said. Naturally, it is impossible for him to say that he would sell out the Empire's information and intelligence for some money. Even the most basic information would never be done. To adults, please rest assured that we are keeping absolutely confidential, and the reward will be transferred directly to your private account. As the new overlord of the galaxy, the Yin Wang Empire, any intelligence information is very valuable. Even the most basic, we are also willing to spend a lot of money to buy information intelligence. Ijik was very clever and lobbied one after another, trying to get Tang Buiyuan to sell some irrelevant information first, and then slowly sell important information after getting a taste of the benefits. This operation was obviously not done once or twice. Very skilled. Ha ha. Thank you for your kindness. I will come to you if I need anything in the future. Tang Buiyuan laughed and knew the other party's methods very well. After chatting with Ijik for a while, Tang Buiyuan and Dong Zhifei left this planet and prepared to go to other planets to visit and take a look. The entire Corona galaxy has 15 living planets, and there are many for 2 people to play with. And each planet has its own unique industry. The Salua star is the hottest planet in the entire Corona galaxy. Spaceships flying to this planet from all directions in the entire galaxy at all times form a mighty dragon in the void. And these spaceships basically, they are all public spaceships. Private spaceships are not allowed to enter this planet at all, because this planet is too lively. The reason why Salua star is so prosperous and lively is related to one of the most passionate and popular sports in the galaxy. This sport is bloody and primitive gladiatorial combat. Maybe it's the cruelty in the genes of life itself, or maybe it's life's desire for power. In short, this kind of bloody gladiatorial battle is popular throughout the galaxy, and gladiatorial battles can be of many kinds. Some people fight with beasts, and some people fight with each other. Wait, in short, there are a lot of tricks. Everything. At this time, the largest arena on Salua star is here. The entire huge oval arena is enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. All kinds of aliens are shouting excitedly at this time, with twinkling eyes, with a bloodthirsty light. In the sky above the arena, virtual imaging technology uses the highest definition image quality to magnify and present the ongoing fight in the middle of the arena, which can be seen clearly even from the farthest distance. Becky! 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 At the best viewing seat in the arena, Tang Buiyuan and Dong Zhifei listened to the deafening shouts of countless aliens in the arena. They couldn't help but feel excited and were infected by this fanatical atmosphere. 2 adults. The gladiatorial battle that is going on now is a battle between humans and beasts. This one's name is Becky. She comes from the Fritillary tribe, a very famous fighting race in the galaxy. Since Becky's debut, No matter it is a battle between humans. It is also a gladiatorial battle between humans and beasts. He has never been defeated and is extremely powerful. He once tore apart the terrifying behemoth Gildemonmon with his bare hands. Next to the two of them, Jiggly held a detailed document and introduced it to them. Gildemonmon? When Tang Boyuan heard this, he raised his eyebrows. In the center of the bustling galaxy, there is abundant vitality and has given birth to all kinds of powerful beings. Gildemonmon is a very famous beast. If the dinosaurs on the Earth are compared with Gildemon Beast, I'm afraid there is no way to escape the bloody mouth of the Gildemonmon. Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei looked towards the arena. Because of their distinguished status, the position they occupied was one of the best viewing positions in the entire arena. They did not need to look at the virtual image in the air, but could directly watch the fighting in the arena. See clearly. On the duel field, a giant with a height of 3 meters was facing off against a ferocious beast. This 3-meter-high giant was Becky. Becky had the typical special characteristics of the fighting race Fritillaria. With a tall body, and the muscles are like rocks and very strong. The Fritillaria tribe is a humanoid race with thick black hair and extremely terrifying strength. It can also be called a fighting race. The Fritillaria tribe also has its own unique fighting method. The backs, arms, and feet of the Fritillaria tribe, there is a kind of black, metallic shiny, extremely sharp bone blade on the key parts, such as the chest. Becky in the arena bowed as if facing a formidable enemy, looking like he was about to explode at any moment. He adjusted his hands slightly, and the bone blades on his arms glowed with a black metallic light, which made people shudder. Interesting. The people of this Fritillaria tribe should also have mastered the method of Yuanli cultivation. But their method should be very low level. The genes and Yuanli of the entire race have slowly evolved over the long years of evolution. For a combat part like the blade, you have to sacrifice the good for the weak. As an advanced Yuanli warrior, Dong Zhifei's eyes sparkled, and he could see through the Fritillaria tribesman named Becky in the arena at a glance. Seeing the single Yuanqi on his body, he immediately made a decision. How can profound Yuanli Dharma be so easy to obtain? We have seen a lot of civilized races here. Only very few civilized races have some superficial Dharma. I guess other galactic overlords should also have it to some extent. Tang Boyuan also nodded. The Yuanli method is the foundation for the rapid development of the empire to the present, and it is also the most strictly managed in the empire. All the Yuanli methods flow out from the Yuanli warrior temple. Although Tang Boyuan has some skills in cultivation, however, he cannot teach the Yuanli method to others, because as soon as he wants to teach the Yuanli method, his mind will go blank, and he will immediately forget the Yuanli method that he has always remembered. Let's see. If there is a Yuanli method, even the most superficial one, it will undergo earth-shaking changes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tear the Gildemon beast apart with one's hands. Dong Zhifei looked at the huge arena. Opposite Becky, a huge scorpion-like beast was also looking at Becky. This scorpion-like beast was huge, as big as an excavator, and long. Its tail is raised high, and a poisonous hook with deadly venom can be seen at the tip of the tail. In addition to its poisonous hook, this terrifying giant beast also has the multi-legged characteristics of reptiles, such as scorpions. It has 8 legs, each of which is like a sharp blade ready to attack. The hard carapace on its back also shimmers with metal. The light shows that the defense is quite good at a glance. It raised its head slightly, and opened its big mouth, revealing extremely sharp teeth like a beast. Its blood-red eyes shone with wisdom. Even though it had been hungry for a long time, its hunger eagerly urged it to face the opposite side. The humanoid creature attacked, but it felt a strong crisis from this human creature. This powerful feeling from life itself made it dare not act rashly for a moment. This is a wise beast devourer. Both sides were staring at each other. Becky was not an interstellar slave. As a fighting race, the Baima tribe was not a powerful civilized race, but it would not be reduced to the level of becoming an interstellar slave. He was willing to do so. Join the bloody arena. The Fritillaria people pursue self-strength and breakthrough. In this kind of life and death battle, they can stimulate their potential to the greatest extent. Therefore, the Fritillaria people in the arena are basically voluntary. Roar! The devourer let out a loud roar impatiently, as if a beast from the abyss had just awakened, making the many aliens watching the fight shudder. But Becky had a smile on his face. He knew that devourer was impatient. As long as the other party was impatient and attacked first, he would have a chance. Of course, it was hard to say if someone was accidentally stung by devourer's poisonous hook or if it was hit by its legs and its bloody mouth. Becky would not be able to escape death. Becky's legs were slightly spread, ready for battle, and he was staring at Devourer with all his attention. He knew that Devourer was impatient and would launch a fatal attack at any time. Becky! 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 The Devourer! The Devourer! The Devourer! Countless aliens in the huge arena are constantly shouting, cheering for the side they have bought. This bloody arena is not only a fight, but also a huge gambling ground. Every fight will attract countless bets. Gambling. This is a common feature of almost all civilized races. Two adults. I wonder if you are interested in investing some money in betting. Jiggly was also suggesting to Tang Weiyuan and Dong Zhifei that if he could get big customers to place bets, he would also get a commission. Oh, what's the layout of both sides? Tang Weiyuan said with a smile. Becky. Odds of 1:2. The Devourer. Odds of 1:3. When Jiggly saw Tang Weiyuan's appearance, she felt happy and said hurriedly. Chapter 479. Mecha is the most touching. Place a bet? I'm not interested in this. Tang Weiyuan smiled slightly. Gambling is really everywhere, and it is also very popular in the universe. There is a planet in the Corona galaxy specially developed for gambling and entertainment. In addition, the current arena gambling. It can be seen that loving gambling is almost the nature of intelligent creatures. Hearing Tang Weiyuan's words, Jiggly was slightly disappointed. He thought he could get that commission, but he didn't expect that he was not interested in this. However, there was no hint of displeasure on his face, and he began to explain some things to the two of them enthusiastically. The story of the arena. Roar! There was another loud roar, and the Devourer was already impatient. It was really hungry and needed to eat urgently. It kicked off its 8 legs, and its speed suddenly increased, and it rushed towards Becky, its long tail trailing behind. Although the swing is very fast, it is very smooth, and the 2 legs in front are always in an offensive state. Seeing the Devourer charging towards him, Becky also roared angrily, clenched his fists, kicked his feet, and rushed towards the Devourer like an arrow from a string. Bump! Like a collision between heavy tanks. A dull sound occurred in the arena. Both Devourer and Becky were very fast and flexible. The Devourer's huge bloody mouth bit into Becky in one big bite. At the same time, the 2 legs in front were like springs with sharp blades, cutting out traces, trying to kill Becky with a knife. Becky was not to be outdone, and nimbly avoided the Devourer's attacks. At the same time, she continuously bombarded the Devourer's hard carapace with punch after punch, making a dull sound. The Devourer's hard carapace was cracked by the huge force. You must know that the carapace on the back of the Devourer is as hard as diamond, and such a powerful defense has been cracked under Becky's huge strength. Roar! After a brief fight, the Devourer did not take any advantage. The carapace on its back was cracked, and it was obviously hurt internally. It made a huge sound, and its blood-red eyes still flashed calmly. This is a wise beast. It is not a beast that simply relies on instinct to fight. It has always retained its own trump card. The poisonous hook on its tail has not moved, and it is always looking for opportunities. Ah! Becky gently added a sip of blood from his fist. This was the blood of the Devourer, and his blood began to boil. The pursuit of the powerful Fertilaria tribesmen. Their favorite thing was a decisive battle with a powerful opponent. Call out! As soon as the Devourer's legs bent on the ground, he jumped up in an instant. All 8 legs were slightly bent, like crossbow arrows ready to be fired. When he was about to approach Becky, the 8 legs were waving almost instantly, and the phantoms were dazzling. He couldn't see clearly, but there were bursts of explosions in the air. This was the huge sound caused by the Devourer's legs moving too fast and friction with the air. Becky knew that she could not withstand the Devourer's attack directly, so she could only dodge to the side. At the same time, she struck a knife with her right arm, like an extremely sharp sword. The blade on the back of her arm struck the Devourer very accurately, at the key point of the leg. I want to cut off one of the Devourer's legs. Kong! The sound of metal clashing was very clear. Both Becky and Devourer were living creatures, but the clash actually made a metallic sound, which was really scary. Crack! With a sound, the Devourer's center of gravity was slightly unstable. The leg attacked by Becky shattered like glass. The hardest carapace of the entire leg was knocked off, revealing the white muscles, which became limp and completely useless. A glimmer of light flashed in Becky's eyes, and she moved and attacked the Devourer again. However, the Devourer's center of gravity was just pretending. It had 8 legs, and one or two legs would not affect its balance at all. Seeing Becky rushing up, its front two legs launched a phantom-like attack. At the same time, its tail was raised high, attacking Becky's back like a sharp arrow. Ha! A smile appeared on the corner of Becky's mouth, as if all this had already been calculated, and as if there were eyes on his back. He turned over, avoiding the Devourer's tail attack, and firmly grasped the Devourer with his left hand. He drew a phantom with his right hand and cut off the poisonous hook of the Devourer. Becky knew from the beginning that the real threat to her was the Devourer's poisonous hook, which contained deadly venom. As long as it was stabbed, it would definitely be fatal. So from the very beginning, he had been trying to figure out how to remove the Devourer's poisonous hook. Just when the Devourer deliberately showed a flaw, he simply used the trick and cut off the Devourer's poisonous hook in one fell swoop. Without the poisonous hook, the Devourer let out an angry roar and began to launch a crazy attack. Without the poisonous hook, the tail was like a steel whip, and the sound of the attack was heard in the air. However, after facing the greatest threat, Becky fought with ease, constantly dodging the Devourer's attacks, taking the opportunity to cripple the Devourer's legs again and again, and finally cut off the Devourer's head with a terrifying hand knife. Give the split the victory. Boom! As Becky raised her arms high, the atmosphere in the entire arena reached its climax. Countless aliens shouted along with Becky. The sound was like a tide and deafening. It's not bad. He actually knows how to use his tactics. After watching the fight, Dong Jifei smiled and nodded. The strength and speed are too weak. If I were to go up, I could kill this Devourer with just one punch. How dare you tell me? What method do you practice? And what method does Becky practice? Can they compare? Just as Tang Boyuan and Dong Jifei were communicating with each other with their spiritual consciousness, the arena was cleared very quickly, and the next battle was about to begin. Now, the atmosphere that had just gradually calmed down became restless again. Just listening to the sound of pieces of machinery, the earth seemed to be shaking slightly. Soon, two figures more than 10 meters tall appeared on the arena. As soon as the two figures appeared, the entire arena erupted into bursts of shouts. Slayer! Killer! Killer! Thunder Light! Thunder Light! Thunder Light! Countless shouts resounded throughout the arena, and everyone looked towards the arena. Two mechas with a metallic luster were already standing on the arena, with blood-red killers all over their bodies and thunder signs on their heads. The Lei Guangs are all human-shaped mechas, each holding a weapon in their hands. The killer is a sword several meters long, and the Lei Guang is holding a nearly 20-meter-long gun. It's actually a mecha! Tang Boyuan widened his eyes and looked carefully, confirming that there were indeed two mechas on the arena, and he immediately became interested. Two adults. This mecha versus mecha battle is a sport that is truly popular throughout the galaxy. From the top level 5 cosmic civilization to the junior level 1 and 2 cosmic civilization. Almost all civilizations, they are all crazy about this sport, because a good mecha requires so much technology. The more advanced the mecha technology is, the more it represents the development level of a civilization. Of course, what really makes mecha sports popular in the universe is that mechas can amplify people's abilities. The ability gives a weak person terrifying power. Jiggly on the side saw Tang Boyuan's interest and quickly introduced him. Mechas are a combination of technology and life. Not only do they have high requirements for mechas, but they also have very high requirements for the people who drive mechas. The powerful mecha athletes are obvious throughout the galaxy, and their worth is very high. The Slayer and Lightning who fought against each other are quite famous in the surrounding star field. Just when Jiggly was introducing, the two mechas on the arena had already begun to move. The knife in the killer's hand was dragging and rubbing on the ground, creating bursts of sparks. He rushed forward, his momentum rising, like a peerless swordsman. Laugh. The spear point of the lightning mecha was pointed at the killer. He leaned forward and the spear stabbed him with an unstoppable attitude. Although the mecha was made of steel, it seemed to have a soul and life at this time. The steel was sluggish. The feeling does not affect the actions of the two at all, which makes people's blood boil. The killer grabbed the knife with both hands, jumped up high, and chopped it directly and simply. In many duels in the past, the killer chopped up countless mechas or beasts with just this move. Kung! There was a muffled sound of metal, and in the midst of the lightning had blocked the killer's slash with a spear, and a gap was cut in the spear made of hard metal. Waka. So beautiful. At this time, Tang Boyuan felt that his whole body was boiling with excitement. This mecha battle was more exciting than the human-animal battle just now. He clenched his fists in excitement and stood up. Similar to Tang Guiyuan. Dong Zhifei stood up excitedly at this time and began to cheer for his favorite thunder mecha along with the loud voices around him. The battle between steel and steel. The collision of strength and strength. In the entire huge arena, almost all the aliens were shouting. On the arena, the two mechas were like two people, fighting very flexibly. The killer's knife was very terrifying, with fast speed and strength. One after another, the sharp edges kept chopping. The spear of the lightning mecha was like a poisonous snake, piercing it suddenly and inadvertently. And sometimes it was so powerful that the thick mecha SHL of the killer was deformed. Calling! Calling! The sound of metal clashing was very clear and loud. The two sides fought more and more fiercely. They had already lost each other's favor, and the atmosphere in the arena was rising like a tide. Chapter 480. The Interstellar Pirates are coming. The last strike of the killer mecha was really amazing. It directly split the thunder mecha into two halves. It was so domineering that it made people's blood boil. I will definitely build a mecha myself when I go back. It's really amazing. It makes people's hearts surge, and they can't help but want to pilot a mecha and have a fierce battle. Even though he had left the arena, Tang Guiyuan still couldn't forget the passionate battle just now. The collision between mechas was really fascinating. After seeing it once, he would never forget it again. He was deeply moved by it. Of addiction. You're a performer in astronomy. Are you sure you can do it? Although Dong Zhifei seemed calmer when he was watching the battle in the arena just now, his voice was the loudest. You can learn it. I don't believe it. When the time comes, I will sell the mecha to the center of the galaxy. Tang Guiyuan looked confident. As an advanced Yuanli warrior, he had a very long lifespan and a very terrible learning ability. In fact, not only in the field of cosmic astronomy, he also had great achievements in other scientific fields. Mature achievements. Count me in. The mecha's battle is so cool. Even though he is already hundreds of years old. When Dong Zhifei said this, he couldn't help but act like a child and seemed to be eager to own an expensive toy. Jiggly, which planet shall we go to next? Tang Guiyuan said to Jiggly, who was following behind. In the center of the Milky Way, civilization is prosperous. There are too many kinds of entertainment, and they are having a lot of fun these days. We can go to the Casa planet to play next. The Casa star is the only one in the Corona galaxy. Before Jiggly finished speaking, the alarm on the spacecraft began to sound continuously, which was very harsh. What happened? Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei were naturally confused as to why there was a sudden siren sound in the Corona galaxy. Secondly, it was not just the spaceship that a few people were riding in. At this time, in every corner of the entire Corona galaxy, bursts of piercing alarms continued to sound, making countless aliens confused. As the sirens continued to sound, the void in the Corona galaxy began to become chaotic. The originally very orderly void and the orderly routes were filled with spaceships, like wasps, that were disturbed. At the beginning of the void, he flew around like a headless fly. Because these spaceships were flying randomly, there was no order. The high-speed spaceships collided with each other, and huge balls of flames rose up in the void. What's going on? Jiggly! Seeing everything in front of him, Dong Zhifei frowned and said, obviously something unusual happened. Otherwise, there would be no such scene here in the Corona galaxy. Alarm sounded for no reason, and then the entire galaxy began to change. Of confusion. Our Gibbs civilization was attacked, or interstellar pirates came. Apart from these two situations, there will be no third situation. Jiggly was already frightened at this time. As the most important galaxy of the Gibbs civilization, the Corona galaxy has always been heavily guarded and can be considered a relatively safe place. However, at this time, the piercing siren sounded. It was still ringing, which showed that the matter was quite serious. Being attacked? Interstellar pirates? Tang Guiyuan raised his eyebrows, and then thought of something. Zhifei, immediately send an order to everyone. Return to our space battleship immediately. Notify the people on duty on the battleship. Activate level 1 combat readiness. All battleships and spaceships will activate immediately. The battleships will cover the spaceships. There must be no one casualties occur. Tang Guiyuan suddenly calmed down, like a general on the verge of battle, and began to issue orders one after another. Jiggly, how can we return to the spaceport where our battleship is as quickly as possible now? Turning around, Tang Guiyuan immediately asked Jiggly. At this time, the void was already in chaos. A huge number of spaceships were flying around in the void like headless flies. The traffic had become chaotic and disorderly. The location of the space battleship of the expedition team is still relatively far from the inner circle of the Corunna galaxy. I don't know anymore. It's in such a mess now that the previous methods won't work at all. Jiggly was already panicking at this time. No matter what the situation was, he felt that his life had become very small, and he might be affected by the war if he was not careful. Is there a spare small spacecraft on board the public spaceship? The public spaceship that several people were riding on was also in chaos at this time. Various aliens had begun to contact their own people in a panic, or they were yelling, and all kinds of screams could be heard. Yes, but I can't get through it at all, Jiggly said with great certainty. You can lead the way. Dong Zhifei's powerful aura rose up, and his vitality circulated. Under Jiggly's guidance, he abruptly came from the chaotic spaceship to the location of the spare small spaceship. Then without any hesitation, Tang Boyuan drove the small spaceship with him. The two of them flew quickly in the void towards the spaceport where the battleship of their inspection team was parked. The small spaceship is like a small boat in the void, sometimes flipping up and down, sometimes darting left and right. And in the chaotic void, it is very thrilling to avoid spaceships, spacecraft wreckage, etc. that hit it again and again. Ah! Jiggly's eyes widened, fearing that the spacecraft would collide with other objects flying rapidly in space. However, this worry was obviously unnecessary. Under the powerful perception and sixth sense, Tang Boyuan, all dangers can be avoided in advance every time. In the void in the Kuiper Belt area of the Corunna galaxy, the fleet of the Gibb civilization was engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the invaders. Energy beams continued to flash in the void, and balls of flames illuminated the entire void. The Starscream Pirates! Oh my god! It's the Starscream Pirates! The Corunna galaxy of our Gibb civilization is over! The Gibb civilization army stationed in the Corunna galaxy quickly figured out their opponent, the famous Starscream pirate group in the entire galaxy. The Starscream Pirates are very mysterious. No one knows where their lair is. In addition to being mysterious, the Starscream Pirates are also famous throughout the galaxy for their brutality, ruthlessness, and daring. The Starscream Pirates once even bloodbathed the Milky Way, a galaxy with an overlord-level civilization, and it is still alive and well under the pursuit of the galaxy's overlord-level civilization. As long as the target is targeted by the Starscream Pirates, there are almost no cases of escaping, and the success rate of committing crimes is very high. Moreover, the Starscream Pirates are not ordinary small pirates. What they like most is to loot prosperous and wealthy galaxies. Unlike ordinary pirate groups, who only dare to go to level 2 cosmic civilizations and weak level 3 cosmic civilizations to rob some remote galaxies, the Starscream Pirates either don't move, or they are targeting the fat, prosperous and rich galaxies are usually heavily guarded. But the Starscream Pirates are very powerful at the same time, and they almost never fail to commit crimes again and again. In the void of the Kuiper Belt, and in all directions of the entire Corunna galaxy, there are space battleships of the Starscream pirate group everywhere. A huge red spider logo on all the space battleships is unusually eye-catching, like a bunch of terrifying creatures coming from the abyss of the universe. Demonic. The battleships of the Starscream Pirates move very quickly, and seem to be very clear about the defense of the Gibb civilization in the entire Corunna galaxy. The battleship's attacks are almost always in vain, and beams of energy that are like substance are flashing in the void. Many of the battleships of the Gibb civilization did not even react, and the energy shields were not even opened, but were directly exploded and turned into balls of flames. Of course, in the face of this powerful level 8 energy attack weapon, even if the energy shield is opened, it is like a bubble and has no effect at all. What really works is the ones in the hands of the Gibb civilization that purchased it from the Galaxy Overlord civilization, a space battleship or a battleship armed with weapons and weapons. However, these warships are often the first targets of the Starscream Pirates. Many warships have been blown up by the Starscream Pirates, who lurked first while still in the spaceport. The huge Starscream pirate group successfully destroyed the fleet of the Gibb civilization stationed here, and controlled the outflow entrance of the Starry Sky Ocean. Throughout the galaxy, there were countless spaceships and massive supplies in each spaceport, coming from all over. The huge caravans and wealth of civilization are like a tempting cake that has been delivered to the mouths of the Starscream pirate group. The Corunna galaxy is prosperous and rich enough. Of course, more importantly, it is only a galaxy below the Gibb civilization, a level 3 cosmic civilization. It is not difficult for the Starscream pirate group to eat this cake. What's too difficult? The spaceport where the Imperial Scientific Expedition ship is located is also very chaotic. Spaceships are hurriedly launched one after another, trying to leave as soon as possible and escape towards the entrance of the spacetime ocean outflow. Call out! A series of optomagnetic traction beams were shot out near the Imperial battleship, and small spaceships continued to fly towards the Imperial battleship. The Imperial battleship had already started, and waves of water arose from time to time on the energy shield. The energy cannon has also begun to charge energy. Call! Finally arrived at our battleship. Back on their battleships, Tang Boyuan and Dong Zhifei breathed a long sigh of relief. Although they were already very powerful Yuanli warriors, they would still die if they were hit by energy weapons. Only when they returned to the battleship would they feel a sense of security. How many people haven't come back? Send rescue teams to bring back anyone who didn't come back. Find out immediately what happened.